In a secluded corner of the mortal realm, there existed a solitary girl named Liao, who struggled to survive in a dilapidated village. Bullying shadowed her every step, yet it never extinguished the fierce light that sparkled in her eyes. The wheels of fate began to turn quietly, as the esteemed Tali Xianjun of the Supreme Sect descended upon her like a ray of dawn, leading her into the unknown expanse of the Immorta world. Stepping into the sect felt akin to entering an entirely new universe, yet what awaited her was a labyrinth of challenges far more intricate than those of the mortal realm. Confronting the unpredictable perils of the immortal path, Liao, with her unique character and unwavering determination, imprinted her steadfast mark upon each step she took. Along this long and winding road of the immortal realm, she wove a tapestry of intricate emotional connections with a multitude of characters, entangled in a web of love, hatred, and complex enmities. Ultimately, what kind of heart-stirring legend would this girl, who emerged from adversity, inscribe upon the canvas of the immortal world? One the First Snowflake Part 1.1. You little bastard, so pitiful, always walking with your eyes closed, tripping at every step, destined to become a fool. In a snow-covered mortal village, a group of yellow-haired children sang their nonsensical rhymes as they stood before a decrepit thatched cottage. Amidst their laughter, they bent down to form large snowballs, hurling them at the cottage, which had already succumbed to numerous gaping holes. The thatched cottage was in utter disrepair. The roof, burdened by the weight of the snow, threatened to collapse, while the earthen walls, dampened by the melting snow under the Su's warmth, bore the marks of moisture. Such a dwelling was scarcely fit for habitation, as a single night in the bitter winter could claim a life. As the children incessantly hurled snowballs, the already dilapidated window frame finally succumbed with a sharp crack, revealing a darkened pane that resembled a small hole. The children laughed and jeered for some time, oblivious to whether the occupant within was still alive. Residing in this ramshackle, thatch-roofed dwelling was a mother and her daughter. The mother, known as Lady Li, and her daughter, affectionately called Little Ya, were looked down upon by the villagers despite the general poverty shared by nearby settlements, and this disdain had its roots in their circumstances. Lady Li had conceived out of wedlock, an event that nearly earned her father a severe punishment. Subsequently, she found herself cast out from her home, cradling her nursing infant. After wandering to this village, she was taken in by the kind-hearted and bereaved elder, Granny Zhang, and they resided together in the dilapidated hut at the village's edge. The thatched cottage had long been neglected, and with Lady Li struggling to earn a meager living, the situation worsened when Granny Zhang passed away 2 years ago. Lady Li then fell ill with a lingering cold, which ultimately led to her demise several months prior, leaving behind only her 6-year-old daughter, Little Ya. Little Ya was born with a slight limp, making her the subject of mockery among the village children. Her diminutive stature and sparse, yellowing hair further rendered her a target for bullying. Being an illegitimate child, adults forbade their offspring from associating with her, resulting in Little Ya rarely venturing outside. Her frail physique and limp heightened her fear of others. However, now, she would never know fear again. At the edge of the village, a young man clad in white, as resplendent as snow, approached with his sword in hand. A small red birthmark adorned his brow, accentuating his ethereal beauty, a visage that seemed to transcend the mundane realm. Even the barren, icy landscape appeared to gain a touch of color in his presence, leaving the villagers, who had gathered after their midday meal to engage in idle chatter, utterly astounded. Having never encountered a cultivator, the villagers mistook the youth for a celestial being descending from the heavens, and they promptly knelt in reverence. The young man bore an expression as cold as ice, resembling a jade sculpture, and as he traversed the snowy ground, he left no footprints, resolutely making his way towards the ville. Age's end. Children who had been gleefully hurling snowballs at a thatched cottage suddenly ceased their raucous laughter and banter. Among them, a bull boy exclaimed, "My mother said it was so cold last night, she must have frozen to death. Even if she didn't freeze, she would have starved. Ever since her mother passed, she hasn't had a meal." The lively clamor was abruptly silenced upon the young man's arrival. The children, sensing his formidable presence, huddled together in trepidation. With a gaze as indifferent as the winter chill, the youth stepped into the dilapidated, dimly lit cottage before him. To his surprise, he did not encounter the feeble and filthy child he had envisioned. Although the interior was cloaked in snow, it was unexpectedly tidy. Perhaps the snow had concealed everything, shrouding the good and the bad, the dark and the light alike. In the midst of the snow sat a small girl, still and silent as a statue of ice. The young man regarded her intently, inquiring, "Are you Li Xiaoya?" The little girl met his gaze, her eyes colder than his, and remained silent. The young man calculated the girl's fate with a flick of his fingers, confirming he had not mistaken her. "Identity," he then addressed her, "from this day forth, I shall be your master. Come with me to your destined place." Yet the little girl remained seated in the snow, unmoving, seemingly oblivious to the cold, and showing no signs of joy at being chosen by the immortal. The young man approached and lifted her into his arms. Even he felt the biting chill of her touch. It was uncertain how long the child had sat in the snow, but she was remarkably docile, a quality that far surpassed her peers. The villagers gazed upon them with a mix of awe and envy. They had heard tales of celestial beings taking disciples, yet such chosen ones were typically of extraordinary talent, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Could it be that the girl from the village, Li Xiaoya, possessed such extraordinary fate? Heaven truly seemed blind. If Li Xiaoya could ascend to the status of an immortal. The young man exchanged no further words with the mortals, taking the little girl with him as he soared into the sky on his sword, vanishing in an instant. Unbeknownst to them, the snow began to fall heavily once more, ultimately collapsing the thatched cottage. When the sun shone again in the days to come, the cottage had decayed into the earth, leaving no trace behind. Two handsome young men simultaneously bowed to the celestial master Tai Li, proclaiming, "We welcome you, master." Celestial Master Tai Li nodded lightly and instructed the little girl, "Go and play with your senior sister." He then reminded her, "You are the senior sister, you must take good care of your junior sister." He subsequently said, "Yuan Jing, Yu Shu, you two shall follow me." Upon hearing this, the two individuals immediately understood that their master intended to assess their knowledge, and they respectfully followed suit, leaving only Ling Bo with the little girl. Ling Bo, a chatty young lady, was exceedingly curious about the girl, who, in contrast, spoke very lit. Ling Bo chattered on, nearly exhausting her breath. The little girl finally inquired, "Why do you not join them?" "What do you mean, join them like they did?" Ling Bo suddenly realized the implication, and a sly smile crept across her face as she leaned in to whisper to the little girl. However, the girl recoiled, as if Ling Bo were a source of great peril. Slightly disheartened, Ling Bo quickly regained her cheerfulness. My master dotes on me. He is exceedingly strict with his senior brothers, but never imposes any demands on me. I can practice when I wish and frolic about when I do not. After all, my master and the senior brothers will always protect me." With that, she eagerly reassured the little girl, "Do not worry from now on. You shall be my little junior sister, and my master and the senior brothers will protect you too." Realizing her oversight, she added, "And my senior sister will protect you as well." The little girl remained silent, gazing quietly into the distance. No matter what games Ling Bo invited her to partake in, she showed no interest. Time passed unmeasured until the cave's door swung open, revealing Tai Li Xianjun and his two disciples. Ling Bo immediately dashed over to express her grievances. "Master, my little junior sister does not like to talk or play with me." The eldest brother, Yuan Jing, teased her. "Do you think everyone is like you, who only delights in play? When it comes to practice, you complain of headaches, footaches, stomachaches. Every part of you is in agony." The young disciple, Yu Shu, spoke gently, "Surely, our little junior sister has endured much hardship in a mortal realm. Arriving here for the first time, she must feel quite unfamiliar. Let us treat her kindly, and in due time, she shall grow accustomed to us." In truth, the three siblings were puzzled. Countless disciples awaited their opportunity to join their master's teachings, many of whom possessed extraordinary talents. Yet, their master had chosen a mere mortal girl. What unique qualities could this little child possess? The celestial Lord Tai Li approached the young girl with measured steps, followed closely by the siblings. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Zheng and Yushu noticed that, when viewed superficially, the girl did not resemble an ordinary mortal at all. A sudden chill swept through the air, causing Ling Bo to shiver. "Why is it so cold all of a sudden?" Look over there, Yushu pointed into the distance. It's snowing. It had been many years since the Supreme Sect had last seen snowfall. Yet today, an unexpected flurry began to cascade down, growing increasingly heavy, nearly engulfing the Mountai. And the eldest brother, Yuanzheng, typically took care of his younger siblings. He crouched down, intending to embrace his junior sister, but the little girl deftly evaded his hand. Lingbo puffed out her cheeks, declaring, "Little junior sister does not like to be touched." The celestial Lord Tai Li, having only a step left to ascend to immortality, remained unfazed by the cold. However, his young disciple rejected the eldest brother's affection and chose to stride towards the cave, dwelling on her own. Upon entering the cave, she found a small stool, where she sat with her legs neatly together and hands resting on her knees, exuding an aura of remarkable composure. Though her temperament was somewhat peculiar, such a quiet and untroublesome child was undoubtedly endearing. Tai Li, the immortal lord, remarked, "The namely Xiaoya is rather unappealing. Since you have chosen to be my disciple, you must adopt a name akin to those of your senior brother Thursa." "Nd sisters, that." Ling Bo eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, "Me, I shall name the junior sister." Yuan Jing playfully poked her cherubic cheek. "Considering the name you gave your pet fire mouse, which was a San, perhaps we should reconsider. What kind of young lady is named a San or a C?" Doubt lingered regarding Ling Bo's naming abilities, and she became the subject of their teasing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Amidst their lively discussion, the previously silent little girl suddenly spoke, "My name is Liao Liao." Thus, there was no need for a new name even if one were bestowed upon her. She would not respond, for this name had been etched in her memory since her entrance into the world. Liao Liao. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Li, the immortal lord, stated, "Though the golden magpie mirror and the jade platform before Liao may suggest a fine name, so be it from he. Set forth, you shall be known as Liao Liao." Liao Liao tilted her head, her expression neutral, yet her youthful innocence rendered her endearingly charming. She found herself perplexed by the artifice of humanity, for he was clearly not genuinely accepting her as his disciple, yet he feigned the demeanor of bestowing gracious favor. To the first snowflake part 2, she fluttered towards Yuan Jing and Yushu like a joyous little bird, unabashedly revealing her delight and longing. Yuan Jing affectionately patted her head, but Ling Bo immediately interjected, No, you mustn't touch her head. I spent nearly 2 hours perfecting her hairstyle. Spending 2 hours to arrange her hair. Whether it is Yuan Jing or Yushu, they both find it quite difficult to comprehend. However, it is not surprising that a young girl would have a penchant for beauty. Lingbo inquired with eager anticipation, "Is there anything? Did you buy something for me?" Yushu replied with a smile, "What you desire, there is no reason I would deny you." As she clutched a bulging package, she noticed it felt heavier than usual and asked, "Why did you buy so much this time?" "Part of it is for our little junior sister." Upon hearing this, Lingbo couldn't help but pout. Liao doesn't even like such things. The last time I shared beautiful hairpins with her, she didn't utter a single word throughout. Her little junior sister is indeed quite peculiar. A decade has elapsed since her initiation into the Supreme Sect, yet Lingbo could count the times Liao had spoken on her fing. Airs, the skirts and cosmetics that most girls adore, Liao seems to disdain entirely. Nevertheless, Lingbo feels compelled to share, for with their master in seclusion and their elder and junior brothers away on their journeys, it is only they, the sisters, who remain, and to rely on each other. If she does not converse with Liao, whom else could she confide in? Although they have been siblings for 10 years, Yuan Jing and Yushu do not know Liao very well, as they are both older than her, and Liao is still a young girl. The return of the two elder brothers holds little significance for Liao. She is not one for conversation, often appearing cold and expressionless. Lingbo frequently remarks that she embodies the essence of ice and snow, for how else could she remain devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or desire? The elder sister, lacking in skill, received the gentle tutelage of her senior brothers. However, due to her feminine nature, they showered her and her younger sister with affection and indulgence, never demanding rigorous practice from them. They feared that too harsh an approach might wound their hearts, thus only imparting the foundational principles and some rudimentary sword techniques, never bothering to check ONT. Air progress. The The master should soon emerge from seclusion, Yushu remarked. With the decennial sect competition approaching, senior brother, you must secure the top position this year. Yuan Jing playfully nudged him. Our sect is replete with hidden talents and countless prodigies. If you bestow such a grand title upon me, and I fail to claim the top spot, wouldn't I become the subject of ridicule? Senior brother will undoubtedly succeed, Ling Bo exclaimed, her fists clenched in enthusiasm. And junior brother will too, Yuan Jing jested. Ling Bo, if you had to choose one to be the champion, would it be senior brother or junior brother? Ling Bo immediately sensed the precariousness of the question. With a swift glance, she turned it around. Liao Liao. Whom would you choose, senior brother or junior brother? Tilting her head, Liao Liao replied, choose me. At this, Ling Bo burst into laughter, while Yuan Jing joined in with hearty amusement. Yushu cleared his throat, concerned for the younger sister's feelings, stifling a smile. He reached out to pat Liao Liao's head, only to be predictably evaded. He gently said, Liao Liao, the sect competition is no mere game. Esteemed disciples from various peaks and elders will participate, and the competition is exceedingly fierce. Your elder sister, for instance, was eliminated from the outer circle 10 years ago. Suddenly confronted with her past, Ling Bo's delicate face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, Tu was merely being accommodating to them. In her agitation, Ling Bo stamped her foot in frustration, eliciting laughter from Yushu, and soon the three disciples were caught in fits of merriment. It was then that Liao Liao, observing them in silence, appeared somewhat perplexed by their exuberance, her expression unchanged. From a moment Liao Liao became a disciple under their master. They recognized her as an extraordinary child, devoid of typical human emotions. She neither experienced joy nor ange. In Ling Bo's words, were it not for her ability to speak and breathe, one might very well mistake her for a being sculpted from ice and snow. As they conversed, Yuan Jing suddenly announced, the master has emerged from seclusion. No sooner had his words resonated than the esteemed Tai Li Xian Jun materialized before the quartet. Yuan Jing, Yushu, and Ling Bo promptly knelt in reverence, proclaiming, we, the disciples, pay our respects to the master. Afterward, Ling Bo discreetly tugged at Liao Liao's skirt, prompting Liao Liao to glance down at her and then cast her gaze towards Tai Li Xianjun. Despite the decade that had passed since their last encounter, the master appeared unchanged, still exuding an ethereal grace befitting a celestial being. Once seated, Tai Li Xianjun permitted his disciples to rise. He instructed Ling Bo and Liao Liao to attend to their own affairs before turning his attention to Yuan Jing and Yushu. Prior to his retreat into seclusion, he had set objectives for them, and failure to achieve these would result in punishment. Tai Li Xianjun furrowed his brow slightly and said, Liao Liao, you may leave. Yet Liao Liao inquired, will I not be tested? Her question took Tai Li Xianjun aback, prompting a shared glance between Yuan Jing and Yushu, before Yushu replied, little junior sister, you should step outside wait until the master has finished testing me and my senior brother. Liao Liao remarked, you have requested that I become your disciple for a decade, yet you have imparted nothing to me. I fail to comprehend how this constitutes a mentorship. She seldom articulated such lengthy sentences in one breath, causing Ling Bo to break into a cold sweat. Cautiously, she cast a glance at her master. Liao Liao refrained from speaking further. The master has his reasons, please follow me outside for now. Liao Liao ceased her discourse and turned to follow Ling Bo out. Yuan Jing addressed the Tai Li Xianjun. Master, please do not take offense. Liao Liao is still young and somewhat childish, and she did not intend to be disrespectful. After a brief moment, the Tai Li Xianjun inquired gently, do Yuan Jing and Liao Liao share a close bond? The master did not pursue the matter further, yet Yuan Jing felt a surge of anxiety. He lowered his gaze, hesitant to speak, only to notice that the master's scrutiny during lessons had become even more stringent than before. Outside, Ling Bo, still shaken, exclaimed, how could you speak to the master in such a manner? It is exceedingly rude. Junior sister, did you not hear my words? Liao Liao turned to face her. Ling Bo instinctively took a step back under the frigid gaze, stammering, What? I did not say anything untrue. Providing sustenance and shelter is merely an act of kindness. I believe even in the mortal realm, people care for their cats and dogs in the same way. Ling Bo was momentarily at a loss for words. How can you equate the two? Liao Liao. You must learn to be grateful otherwise. How do you differ from an ungrateful wolf raised on true? SD. Liao Liao fixed her gaze upon Ling Bo and replied, My two senior brothers have never spoken to me in such a manner. Ling Bodi felt a surge of sadness. You, who are usually by my side, believe that senior brother and junior brother are better to you than I am? All the clothes you wore as a child were made by me. Liao shook her head. What I mean is they lack your loyalty. For some reason, Ling Bo felt that her junior sister was not praising her. Liao sat beside her, and after a while, suddenly asked, Liao, do you dislike Master? It seems you have never shown him any respect or affection. Liao did not answer, but countered, Does sister really admire Master? Ling Bo was momentarily taken aback, and then her entire face flushed crimson, her ears nearly bleeding from embarrassment. She hurriedly waved her hands. No, of course not. What are you talking about? You're still so young. You don't understand anything. I can't explain it to you. Every day, you seem to be lost in your own world, like a child you haven't figured it out yet. Master, he is the celestial monarch. To become his disciple is a fortune earned over several lifetimes. I won't talk to you about it anymore. Watching Ling Bo flee in a near panic, Liao felt perplexed, yet she did not concern herself with whom Ling Bo liked or disliked. She was even indifferent to why she, as a being of ice and snow, chose to live among humans, despite her awareness of not being truly alive. Junior sister, Yuan Jing's voice came from behind. Liao turned around, and Yuan Jing said, Master has asked you to come in. Upon entering, Liao found Tai Li Xianjun in deep meditation, his eyes closed, long and curled eyelashes framing a pair of exquisite eyes. A crimson mark at the center of his forehead added to his ethereal beauty, enough to ensnare hearts. A gentle breeze stirred within the cave, causing his dark hair to sway slightly, enhancing his celestial demeanor. Yet, to Liao, such beauty was no different from a patch of weeds or a stone by the roadside. She was incapable of appreciating human aesthetics. Beauty and ugliness held no distinction in her eyes. Tai Li Xianjun remained silent, and Liao did not rush to speak. Time passed unmeasured until he gradually opened his eyes. Their gazes locked, one indifferent, the other frigid, like two shards of ice colliding, unmoved and unyielding. Ultimately, it was Tai Li Xianjun who broke the silence, inquiring, Do you harbor any dissatisfaction toward your master? Liao replied succinctly, Yes. Her voice was cool and composed. You treat me differently than you do senior brother and junior brother, and that displeases me. Such candor left Tai Li Xianjun momentarily at a loss for words. Rarely did he soften his tone, asking, What leads you to this conclusion? The First Snowflake, Part 3, Liao. You ask knowingly. Even when the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun is in seclusion, he still leaves assignments for his two disciples, Yuan Jing and Yu Shu. However, his concern for Ling Bo and Liao is markedly less stringent than that for his two senior brothers. What Liao has learned thus far is merely the superficial knowledge imparted by her senior sister, while Ling Bo, a mere novice herself, is hardly in a position to teach Liao anything substantial. She is perplexed as to why she and her senior sister receive such disparate treatment compared to their brothers. Liao dislikes being treated akin to a pet. Since she exists as a human, she believes she deserves her due share. What others possess, she too wishes to possess. And what others lack, she still desires to have. Tai Li Xianjun inquired, Do you wish to cultivate? The handsome immortal spoke softly, I understand. Since you wish to pursue cultivation, you must endure hardships without complaint. A cultivator seeking enlightenment must invest a significant amount of effort and dedication. There are no shortcuts to be found. Tai Li Xianjun was not particularly concerned. In his eyes, Liao was merely a vessel prepared for the one he cherished. Her cultivation and physical strengthening would serve to stabilize this vessel, preventing it from collapsing entirely. Even if she did not voice it, he had already resolved to teach her how to shape a perfect form upon his return from seclusion. Li Xiaoyu possessed a unique fate, making her exceptionally suited to be a vessel. Yet, due to this extraordinary constitution, she was unable to pursue immortality. She would soon come to understand that differences among people are innate. After posing this question, she was startled to realize she had revealed her inner thoughts. Her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she hurried to explain, I was merely concerned. There was no other intention. The master proclaimed that starting tomorrow, I would be able to cultivate alongside my two senior brothers. Ling Bo, shrugging her shoulders, settled down across from Liao Liao, resting her chin on one hand. I truly cannot comprehend you. Why are you so fixated on the pursuit of immortality? It is so exhausting and arduous. Sister, since you harbor feelings for the master, you ought to join me in cultivation, Liao Liao remarked. Caught off guard by the revelation of her youthful infatuation, Ling Bo nearly erupted in indignation. You. Do not speak nonsense. The master is an elder, a benefactor. How could I ever? I would never. To her feeble defense, Liao Liao paid no heed. Continuing with her own thoughts. If you diligently cultivate, the master will surely provide guidance, allowing you to grow closer to him. Unable to endure any longer, Ling Bo stormed out. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the speaker was a diminutive snowman perched on the windowsill. It was a creation of Liao Liao's when she first arrived at the Wushang sect, and Yuan Jing had cast a spell to ensure that the snowman would never melt, regardless of the season. However, only Liao Liao was aware of this. As long as its soul resided within the ice and snow, it would remain intact even in the sweltering heat of summer. Yuan Jing believed he could bring a smile to Liao Liao's face, unaware that his efforts were in vain. The soul within the snowman could only be perceived by Liao Liao, and over the course of a decade, she had grown weary of its incessant chatter. Thus, with a mere shift of her gaze, the snowman's mouth was sealed. There were many things she did not understand, such as why Li Xiaoya's soul had transformed into a snowman to accompany her, and why it incessantly prattled on, despite having long passed away. Its unwavering affection for Tai Li Xianjun remained inexplicably profound. The little snowman, Mumu, stood dazed on the windowsill. Even after gaining the ability to speak, she still felt a sense of indignation. After her death, her spirit drifted aimlessly, compelled to follow Liao Liao, who took her place in venerating the Tai Li Xianjun as her master. It was not only a lack of gratitude that irked her, but also the blatant disrespect shown to her esteemed master. Liao Liao, oblivious to the complexities of human emotions, remained indifferent to the affections and animosities among mortals. After a decade of human existence, she still could not comprehend why Ling Bo and Zhang Yi were so deeply enamored with the Tai Li Xianjun. Thus, she inquired, if you were so enamored with him, why do you not devote yourself to cultivation? Zhang Yi replied, my affection for the master is unrelated to my training. My physique is fundamentally incapable of cultivation. I am merely a vessel chosen by him, and to bask in his fleeting gaze is sufficient. Liao Liao responded, so you could escape, yet you donned the bridal gown to wed him, deceiving yourself. The soul within the snowman gasped in astonishment. How do you know this? She had merely thought that since she could not cultivate and was destined to perish, it would be better to fulfill his desires, ensuring a place in his heart. Liao Liao glanced at the snowman and said, since you cherish him so dearly, when the time is right, I shall transform him into a snowman, allowing him to accompany you for eternity. No. Zhang Yi immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. Such a cruel act must never be done. Liao Liao tilted her head slightly and remarked, he expelled your soul and fashioned your corporeal form into a vessel solely to unite with his beloved. Why then? May I not turn him into a snowman? Zhang Yi firmly objected. No, you cannot do this. I am doing it willingly. Liao Liao, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, when I transform him into a snowman, I assure you, he too will be willing. For the past decade, she had been able to converse only with Liao Liao, perplexed by the true identity and intentions of this individual. Several times, she had contemplated alerting her senior brothers and sisters, only to realize that Liao Liao was the only one who could perceive her. Now, upon hearing Liao Liao's intention to turn their master into a snowman, how could Zhang Yi bear it? She would willingly lay down her life for him, offering her body as a vessel for another, and naturally could not bear to see the esteemed Xianjun come to harm. Thus, she earnestly conveyed to Liao Liao, you are still too young. You do not understand what it means to love someone. Love is sacrifice, it is devotion, it is unwavering commitment, a plunge into the abyss, where one may shatter into pieces, yet remains unrepentant. Liao Liao's heart remained unperturbed. She harbored numerous questions and often rendered her senior brothers and sisters speechless, prompting them to conclude that Liao Liao was still young and did not comprehend. Yet she had already lived for a decade, while the memories still caused her pain. Zhang Yi nodded, acknowledging she was the beloved of their master. For that person, she would traverse the depths of the heavens and the underworld, disregard the judgments of the world to forge vessels, and even delay her ascension, all for love. Such an indifferent and cold master, willing to go to such lengths for a woman. If this is not love, then what is? She only lamented her own fortune in not being as fortunate as that woman, yet felt grateful that it was her body accompanying their master. Upon hearing this, Jinyi unexpectedly revealed a joyful expression. You truly mean it? Liao Liao gazed at her in silence, yet Jinyi was filled with uncontainable joy, exclaiming to herself, I knew it, I knew it. He loves me, he loves me. How could I not love him? He has embraced me, kissed me, and my body is entwined with his every day. My voice lingers in his ears, and he must look at me and think of me at all times. He loves me, he loves me. In her youth, Liao Liao struggled to control her own strength, often causing heavy snow to fall around her. The esteemed members of the Supreme Sect found it perplexing why the typically snowless peak was shrouded in frost for months on end. It was only when Liao Liao began to master her human form that the snow from the Supreme Sect ceased. Meanwhile, Jinyi remained lost in the bliss of being loved, oblivious to Liao Liao's silence. A knock at the door revealed Yushu, who, along with Yuan Jing and Ling Bo, had brought gifts for Liao Liao, a chest brimming with cosmetics, jewelry, and delightful trinkets that young ladies adore. However, Liao Liao had little fondness for such adornments and did not cherish the gifts from her seniors. They remained unchanged, just as they had arrived. Liao Liao regarded him without uttering a word. The master can be somewhat stern during teachings, but it is all for our benefit. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or the elder brother at any time. Still, Liao Liao remained silent. A bead of sweat appeared on Yushu's handsome face as he softly said, Little junior sister, I shall take my leave now. Until tomorrow. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming chill emanating from her room, a coldness that even the most resilient cultivators found difficult to withstand. As Yushu departed, Jinyi couldn't help but reflect. Her junior brother remained as gentle and amiable as ever, treating her with kindness, yet she felt she had let him down. Liao Liao remarked, There is no need for sorrow. After your passing, Yushu found a companion on his path. Jinyi was rendered speechless. The relationships among their quartet of disciples were a tangled web. She and her senior sister Ling Bo harbored profound affection for their master, the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun, while the elder brother Yuan Jing and the younger brother Yushu were deeply enamored with her. However, their beloved master, whom she and her sister adored, had affections elsewhere. Each was unable to let go. Each yearned for what was unattainable. After Jinyi expressed her sentiments with a tinge of melancholy, she noticed Liao Liao gazing at her, leaving her perplexed. Had she misspoken? Was there anyone who could truly let go or attain what they desired? The following day, Liao Liao attended the master's teachings alongside her senior sister and brother. However, Ling Bo's thoughts were evidently adrift, as she could only steal glances at their striking master, utterly neglecting her cultivation. All things possess a spirit, interdependent and in conflict. We practitioners rely on the 5 elements to seek the path of operation. Gathering, growing, immersing, perishing, and merging. The forces of heaven and earth reside within the 5 elements. Each element has its own dual branches of yin and yang, which further extend into countless minor branches, referred to as Dao. For instance, Tai Li Xianjun embodies the water branch of the Xia Dao. Yuan Jing represents the metal branch of the Feng Dao. Yushu is aligned with the wood branch of the Yadao, and Ling Bo shares the water branch with Tai Li Xianjun. As for her own Dao, she had yet to discover it. Regarding the practice of the 5 elements path, the cultivation methods of various sects differ significantly. Beyond the distinctions among sects, there are also notable variations among different schools of thought, such as sword cultivation, medical cultivation, alchemical cultivation, and artifact cultivation. Furthermore, the disparity between human cultivators, demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and demonic cultivators, stemming from their respective races, is profound. There are no shortcuts to immortality. It fundamentally depends on the diligence of the practitioner and the steadfastness of their resolve. The initial question for any aspiring immortal is how to choose their path. Liao Liao listened intently, and despite the myriad faults attributed to Tai Li, he indeed embodied the essence of a master. In Liao Liao's presence, Yushu demonstrated his abilities by merely scattering seeds onto the ground. Upon touching the earth, the seeds sprouted wildly, instantaneously generating an abundance of towering grasses, their edges sharp as saw teeth, instilling fear in onlookers. Ling Bo remarked, She shows no expression. Even if frightened, it is imperceptible. Once it was confirmed that Liao Liao had grasped the theoretical concepts, Tai Li slowly spoke. Now you may choose which path to cultivate. As for your own path, It is for you to discover. Others cannot assist you. Lingbo cautioned her, be judicious in your choice. Once you embark on this journey, there is no turning back. And you must persevere regardless of the difficulties. Liao Liao remained silent, lifting her hand and placing it upon the table before her. Immediately, an intense chill enveloped the surroundings. And to everyone's astonishment, a thick layer of ice formed on the table, firmly anchoring it to the ground. Moreover, the ice began to spread outward, covering the land, trees, and buildings of the summit in mere moments, all succumbing to frost. He himself is an unparalleled genius cultivator, whose path was illuminated by a radiant glow when he chose his way. Yet, this chilling ice clearly possesses a more enduring and domineering presence than the brilliance of his past. For a moment, the 5 disciples fell silent, until Lingbo clapped his hands and exclaimed, Liao Liao, you are truly remarkable. Is this your path? Yushu also came to his senses, questioning, Master, shouldn't the ice path belong to the water element? Tai Li Xianjun nodded slowly, his gaze towards Liao Liao filled with curiosity. The fate still remained the same. However, the vessel of the Jiazi body should not be capable of cultivating immortality. The destiny of Zheni is the legendary Jiazi body, which is extraordinarily unique, capable of containing gods, ghosts, humans, and demons alike, allowing for perfect fusion, a most suitable vessel for seizing one's body. Furthermore, once the Jiazi body is taken over, it becomes ineffective, and the individual who acquires it experiences a rebirth, making it an exquisite container. Lingbo felt a pang of envy. Although his senior brother and junior brother had chosen their paths, it was particularly vexing that his younger sister, who had entered the fold years after him, had already advanced ahead in her choice. Rarely feeling competitive, she clenched her fists and boldly declared, Just you wait, I will also choose my path soon. However, too many distractions clouded his mind, making it difficult. Yao Liao's words instantly deflated Lingbo's spirits. Can't you offer me some encouragement? The vast majority of paths belong to their respective elemental factions, yet the path of emotion stands apart, with each branch existing beneath the 5 elements. Even so, true practitioners of the emotionless path remain exceedingly rare, as it is challenging to sever ties in life. Those entrapped in love find it difficult to liberate themselves, and thus cannot choose a path. At this moment, Tai Li Xianjun proclaimed, in that case, from today onward, you shall cultivate alongside me. For instance, the path of choosing is evidently one that invokes envy in Lingbo, who yearns to be by her master's side every moment. Thus, as soon as class dismissed, she trailed closely behind Liao Liao, who remarked, You may accompany me. I cannot, replied Lingbo, her spirits dampened. I have not chosen a path. Without a chosen path, one is perpetually teetering on the brink of opportunity. Lingbo had once accepted this reality, yet now a sense of frustration welled within her. Her master, the senior brother, the junior brother, and the junior sister, all were advancing, while she remained stagnant in place. Liao Liao regarded her with an icy indifference, and Lingbo felt as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare before her. Embarrassment and guilt flooded her, prompting a desire to flee, but as she turned, Liao Liao seized her arm, causing Lingbo to shiver uncontrollably. She hugged her arms tightly, trembling with unease. Why are you so cold? Every time I come near you, I feel as if I might freeze. After halting her departure, Liao Liao released her grip. No one could approach her too closely, for she was perpetually frigid. Every soul who attempted to embrace her would be engulfed by ice and snow. Despite having lived together for a decade, during which Lingbo had cared for the oblivious Liao Liao, she still did not understand her. Liao Liao inquired, How can one sever distracting thoughts? Observing Liao Liao's youthful demeanor yet mature speech, Lingbo chuckled, Perhaps when you surpass the master in skill, I might just discover my own path. Her words were spoken lightly, yet Liao Liao nodded solemnly. It is a promise. A promise? What kind of promise? Lingbo stood in a daze, remaining in place until Liao Liao's figure vanished from view. Only then did she spring into action. No. What I said was a promise, wasn't it? Liao Liao. Although she had become the disciple of the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun, Liao Liao did not regard his words as absolute doctrine. She always held her own opinions. Despite being taught by Tai Li Xianjun, she harbored no interest in any weaponry. Over the past decade, she had immersed herself in countless texts, both from the realm of cultivation and the mortal world. Yet, as she perused these volumes, she found herself failing to grasp the profound truths they contained, instead giving rise to a singular doubt. She could not recall who had given her existence, but she understood that before possessing a soul and a heart, she was merely an expanse of boundless ice and snow. devoid of life and gender. However, upon becoming human, the ice and snow transformed into her essence. 5 years ago, Liao had already lost all interest in the mountain-high stacks of tomes within the Wushang sect's library. The books brought by her senior brothers from the mortal realm also failed to capture her attention. She despised any text that instructed her on how to navigate life. She was inherently herself and would not alter for any words or circumstances. If there was any notable difference, it was perhaps only Lingbo. To understand Lingbo was to understand herself. Liao yearned to uncover the origins and significance of her existence, which is why she often envisioned turning her master, who seized all of her sister's attention, into a snowman, subjecting it to the sun's relentless rays until it melted away. If only she could remove all obstacles in her path, for a blizzard was sufficient to obscure all in the world, whether noble or base, pure or tainted. Ultimately destined to be silenced beneath the ice and snow. Before choosing a path, the disciple primarily devoted herself to swordsmanship and martial arts. Following her choice, she often engaged in profound introspection, drawing upon the celestial energies of heaven and earth, complemented by her mastery of Taoist techniques, enabling her to unleash formidable powers. However, her swordsmanship was merely a rote recitation of techniques. She could memorize the sword manuals with a single glance. Yet the flaw lay in the lack of precision in her moves. The esteemed Lord Tai Li requested a demonstration, and she casually drew a sword. After executing a sequence of techniques, Lord Tai Li rose and approached her, urging her to elevate her hand further. He reached around from behind, resting his hand on her wrist. Though his expression bore no hint of passion, the proximity created an intangible embrace. If she were indeed a love-struck maiden, who could withstand such a lure? In response, she swiftly countered with a strike, prompting Lord Tai Li to furrow his brow as he flicked his sleeve, sending her sword sprawling into the ground with a muted thud. "I do not appreciate being touched," she stated coldly. "Please maintain your distance." For a moment, Lord Tai Li was rendered speechless. He replied in a low tone, "Has Lingbo not taught you to respect your teacher and the path?" Liao, averse to physical contact and reluctant to engage in conversation, believed she could glean nothing of value by remaining at Lord Tai Li's side. Lingbo incessantly extolled her master's prowess, yet such a formidable individual could not be oblivious to Lingbo's affections. Aware of them yet choosing to remain indifferent, he neither corrected nor guided her. His treatment of Lingbo was the same as that of Zhan Yi. Both female disciples harbored feelings for their master, competing fiercely with one another, while he seemed to have affections elsewhere. This disregard for his female disciples, allowing them to squander their futures, led Liao to feel that she, too, would receive no better treatment. In light of this, what reason did she have to show him any respect? Upon encountering her so swiftly, Lingbo hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Why have you come out so soon?" When master instructs senior brother and junior brother, it usually takes a minimum of 2 to 3 days, and sometimes stretches to 10 days or even half a month. Yet you have only been gone for a single hour. Junior sister. The impudent girl ignored her once more. Fuming, Lingbo lifted her skirt and chased after her, calling out, "Junior sister." Liao. After running a short distance, she unexpectedly collided with senior brother, Yuanjing, who, quick-witted and agile, caught her just in time, preventing her from stumbling. "Running so fast, does it not hurt to fall?" Lingbo stuck out her tongue. "I was pursuing Liao, but she refuses to listen to me." Yuanjing stifled the urge to laugh and gently released his grip. "Walk slowly. Do not run so hastily." Just as Lingbo was about to dash off again, she suddenly realized something. "Senior brother, you. And nothing." It was then that Lingbo began to discern the dual nature of Liao's character. Obedient yet rebellious. Quiet yet peculiar. The towering cliffs stood steep and imposing, with the mountain winds howling at the precipice. One misstep could lead to being swept away. Peering down from the edge of the cliff, the depth seemed unfathomable, and Lingbo dared not look, fearing she might fall. "Junior sister, come here. Do not stand there. Follow me. The sect competition is approaching, is it not? The 3 who emerge victorious will represent our supreme sect at the inter-sect competition in 3 months. A splendid opportunity for the younger generation to make their mark and earn renown." "What does that have to do with you?" Lingbo exclaimed in anger. "Of course it matters. One must dress exquisitely and not bring shame to the supreme sect. Come with me." She intended to drag Liao along, but as she reached out to grasp her sleeve, an overwhelming chill coursed through her, causing Lingbo to shudder. Hurry, follow me," she urged. "This is a new outfit I've prepared for you. Change into it quickly so I can see." With great enthusiasm, Ling Bo held up a flowing red gown. "Your fair complexion will be perfectly complemented by this vibrant red, both striking and festive. You will surely astonish everyone." Hearing Ling Bo's proclamation of her imminent splendor, Liao chose to overlook the earlier remarks, nodding gently in agreement. "You think so too, right? Together, we shall dazzle them with our beauty." Ling Bo's excitement grew. "You in red and I in white, we shall conquer all, earning the titles of the first and second most beautiful in the realm of cultivation, of course. I shall be first, and you second." For the first time, a flicker of troubled expression graced Liao's typically impassive face. If there were anything more delightful than braving the snowstorm, it would be the pleasure of savoring food, tasting the myriad flavors of life. Liao had a penchant for sweetness. The colder, the sweeter, the better. Ling Bo, brimming with confidence, declared, "I shall have my way with you." With that, she insisted Liao don the red gown and adjusted the sleeves, admiring the fabric's graceful drape, which flowed effortlessly as she walked, akin to a celestial maiden. Liao took a few tentative steps, but nearly stumbled over the gown's lengthy hem. With a flicker of thought, she conjured frost upon the hem, solidifying it into a rigid form. Satisfied, she realized it would no longer hinder her steps, and was indeed quite sturdy. Ling Bo, unable to endure any longer, stomped her foot emphatically. "Withdraw, withdraw. You are ruining such a beautiful dress. Who walks with an iron plate and still expects to appear like a fairy?" Liao felt that her senior sister was exceedingly difficult to please. Nothing seemed to meet her approval. Whether it aligned with her wishes or not, it was never satisfactory. She detested being treated like a doll, a sentiment that had lingered since childhood. With only each other for companionship on Mount Foam, her senior sister had crafted countless little outfits for her, treating Liao as a plaything, demanding costume changes in exchange for sweets. Under Ling Bo's stern urging, the frost receded. When she squatted down to inspect the dress, she discovered that despite the large chunk of ice that had formed and subsequently melted, the fabric remained completely dry. Remarkably, Liao had always been somewhat unusual since her early years. "Senior sister, I wish to participate in the sex grand competition," she declared. While Ling Bo was preoccupied with checking the dress, she replied casually, "Of course, everyone is required to partake according to the sect's regulations. However, most people, like myself, merely go through the motions. What can we possibly compare to the esteemed disciples of Senior Brother and Junior Brother, or even the other celestial beings? Since victory seems unattainable, one might as well maintain a tranquil heart." Liao's gaze lowered slightly. "I am no less than they are." "I did not imply that you are inferior to them," Ling Bo replied as she rose, resolving to alter the dress once more. Setting aside the mention of Senior Brother and Junior Brother, she noted that just considering the celestial monarch of the seventh peak, his esteemed disciple Zhang Miao possessed an innate sword physique. "Do you believe such a gifted individual is common? I must tell you, it may take thousands of years to produce just one. You must understand that most individuals are born ordinary. There is no need to compete with the brilliance of the moon. Is it not better to find contentment in simplicity?" Liao insists, "I am not inferior to them." Yes, small genius, I acknowledge your prowess, but how long have you truly cultivated? These 10 years have merely been spent practicing techniques that everyone in the sect can master. On the very first day your master formally instructed you, you entered and exited within the hour. What can you possibly offer when compared to seniors who have cultivated for decades, even centuries? He cannot teach me. In a moment of surprising consensus, the ever-combative Ling Bo and Zhen Yi, one a living being and the other a snow figure, exclaimed in unison, "Such audacity!" Both Ling Bo and Zhen Yi, having been pricked at their sensitive spots, echoed once more, "You are not allowed to speak." Liao mused on the peculiarities of human nature. When she remains silent, they incessantly press her to speak, yet when she does, they demand her silence. Ling Bo, taking a moment to temper her anger, earnestly informed Liao, "Do you know why our master, despite being a cultivator, is revered as the immortal sovereign?" Liao shook her head. "It is because he stands just a step away from ascension. One day, when he transcends and ascends, we shall no longer behold him." At this point, Ling Bo felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. For cultivators, the journey begins with selecting a branch of the 5 elements, seeking their own path. It is only after choosing their way that they truly attain the opportunity for ascension. According to the differing branches of the 5 elements, the practitioners belong to various yin and yang classifications. The yang category is graded by the 10 heavenly stems, with each major level subdivided into 3 minor levels. Conversely, the Yin classification employs the 12 earthly branches, also divided into 3 minor levels. To be recognized as an immortal sovereign, one must reach the 9th heavenly stem of Xian Du in the Yang category, while in the Yin category, one must attain the 11th earthly branch of Yin Mao. Do you believe that anyone can achieve this? Although Master appears to be at Xian Du, in truth, he has long surpassed the realm of the 10th heavenly stem. Zhao Yang. He is undoubtedly the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation. I understand. Lingbo, still in a fog, queried, "What do you understand?" Zhen Yi, equally puzzled, noted the rare moment of connection between the former sisters. Senior sister, Lingbo, still harboring resentment for being ignored, huffed, "You acknowledge me as your senior sister, but calling me that won't earn you any sweets. Could that dress be altered to resemble the attire of our senior or junior brother? You wish to wear male clothing? I desire more practicality in my movements, allowing me to run and jump with ease." Liao had no extravagant aspirations. She was not fond of long skirts and could hardly comprehend Lingbo's obsession with beauty. In her eyes, if she could become the strongest, she would embody beauty itself. This was her conclusion after a decade in the Supreme Sect. Both senior and junior brothers revered Master with near religious devotion. And even the ordinary disciples spoke of Tai Li Xianjun with unwavering admiration. Everyone aspired to be his disciple, and even Zhen Yi, who willingly gave her life for him, continued to cherish his memory after her passing. Due to his extraordinary prowess, his preferences have become those of the masses, and his aversions mirror theirs. Wherever he graces, even the most mundane places transform into realms of elegance, akin to the fragrance of rare orchids. His noble stature commands deep admiration, for he is undeniably the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation. He traversed the mortal world, enduring tribulations and losing his wife to attain enlightenment, demonstrating unwavering resolve. He fell in love with a female disciple, forging a bond of mutual affection. He declared war against the demonic clan for the sake of his earthly spouse, embodying profound loyalty. He chose to keep his female disciple as a vessel, cherishing her alongside his wife, illustrating a love as deep as the bond between Mandarin ducks. Even acts of violence and arson can be glorified in his wake, a talent that Liao yearns to possess. She wishes to trample her master beneath her feet, to shroud that face, which does not align with her aesthetic. In ice and snow, Liao cannot bear the reality that someone surpasses her in strength, were it not for her master. Her senior sister would not incessantly seek her out to complain, causing her great annoyance, nor would she deprive her of sweets. All of this naturally falls upon her master's shoulders, especially since her senior sister holds onto many of Liao's confections. Then there is Zhen Yi, who, enamored with their master, prattles on endlessly, never at rest. The more they adore him, the more infatuated they become, and Liao's disdain grows correspondingly. On the eve of the sect's grand competition, Lin Bo, having had a cold war with Liao, begrudgingly delivered a dress, the same red gown. Though she verbally sparred, she nonetheless altered the dress to suit Liao's request for practicality, while still adhering to her own aesthetic standards, resulting in minimal overall changes. The cumbersome hem was removed. Yet after delivering the dress, Lin Bo lingered in the room for an extended period, reluctant to leave. Upon encountering her junior sister, Ling Bo, as ever, appeared to possess a heart of stone. With a heavy sigh, she cast a disdainful glance and slammed the door behind her as she departed. Zhen Yi, nestled within the little snowman, remarked in silence, "At such a moment, shouldn't you express your gratitude to her?" Liao inquired, "Did you ever say that?" Zhen Yi was about to retort, but found her words utterly inadequate. When she first arrived at the Supreme Sect, she was timid and insecure, terrified of the dark, and unable to sleep alone at night. It was her senior sister who kept her company. Her hair was dry, yellow, and exceedingly sparse. And it was her senior sister who had procured beauty elixirs from the Elder of Alchemy. She walked with a slight limp, which her senior sister remedied by crafting her a new pair of shoes. Upon wearing them, she discovered that the sole of the shoe on her injured foot was a third thicker than the other, allowing her to walk evenly once more. But why had things changed? She blamed Liao for not thanking Lingbo, yet she herself was not in any better position. Zhen Yi was reluctant to acknowledge this truth, stubbornly insisting, "Do not compare me to you. I am different. You are a monster, but I am not. I am merely an ordinary person." The moment those words escaped her lips, regret washed over her, and she yearned to apologize but found herself unable to do so. Liao, seemingly unfazed, raised her hand and conjured a translucent hexagonal snowflake at her fingertips. With a flick, she cast the snowflake away, and with a sharp crack, it shattered a nearby chair into pieces. Jinyi exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You are not a monster." "Say what you will," came Liao Lao's indifferent response. Liao Lao rose to her feet, the candle casting a warm glow around her, yet she felt enveloped in a shroud of chilling mist, obscured and indistinct. "When I become the strongest, everyone will yearn to transform into a creature like me." Early the next morning, Ling Bo knocked on the door. "Liao Liao, are you awake? It's time to set off." In the next moment, the door swung open, startling Ling Bo, and Liao Liao, dressed impeccably, stood before her. Ling Bo questioned, "Didn't you boast about aiming for the top? Why are you bringing a snowman? I must tell you, the trial ground will be crowded with young disciples from all peaks participating. They will melt your snowman, and even if senior brother manages to recreate it, it will not be the same as the original." She had always assumed Liao Liao cherished senior brother, otherwise, she wouldn't have preserved the snowman he had enchanted. Liao Liao, however, gazed at her and asked, "What happened to your white dress?" Ling Bo was not donned in her ethereal white gown but had opted for a red dress like Liao Lao's. She shot Liao Liao a disdainful glance. "All the sisters are wearing normal dresses. Only you are in something so androgynous. If I don't match you, others will surely mock you." Liao Liao remained silent, unbothered by her remarks. Fortunately, Ling Bo had grown accustomed to her cold demeanor. "Let us hurry. Senior brother and junior brother are waiting for us." The Supreme Sect's Grand Tournament takes place at the main peak's trial platform, which ascends in tiers from the mountainside to the summit, with the largest platform at the peak. The sect's celestial lords occupy the highest seats, and only the most formidable of the new generation can emerge victorious to reach this esteemed location. The top 3 competitors will represent the Supreme Sect in the forthcoming competition among the sects of the cultivation world, where the top 10 victors will earn the opportunity to enter the Kunlun secret realm. This mythical realm is said to be rich in treasures and resources. A single day of cultivation therein is rumored to equate to 10 years in the cultivation world. Legends assert that the Kunlun secret realm is a divine relic left by ancient deities, hence those with lower cultivation levels experience greater growth within it. Conversely, cultivators like Tai Li Xianjun, who are merely a step away from immortality, would find themselves achieving nothing within its confines. In total, the main peak boasts 31 levels of trial platforms. Individuals like Liao Liao, who have never participated in the sect's tournament, must begin their trials from the lowest tier and fight their way up. Yuan Jing Yushu, who ranked among the top 5 a decade ago, merely awaits the challenges posed by his junior brothers and sisters below. 10 years prior, the champion of the Supreme Sect's tournament was Yuan Qin, the chief disciple of Xianjun Shanyu. As the reigning champion, his objective is to defend his title as the foremost among the younger generation. However, this year presents formidable rivals, particularly Yuan Jing Yushu. The tournament permits only disciples of the 5th Heavenly Stem and 6th Earthly Branch and below to participate. A decade ago, Yuan Qin narrowly triumphed over Yuan Jing with a single move, and this time, Yuan Jing is determined to claim the title of champion. When the 2 chief disciples meet at the pinnacle trial platform, their demeanor remains cordial, concealing the turbulence beneath. As they await the ascension of challengers from below, Yuan Qin inquires, "I have heard that Tai Li Xianjuan's newly accepted disciple is also participating in this year's tournament?" Yuan Jing poured himself a cup of tea. Nodding in agreement, Yuan Tan chuckled lightly, remarking, "What can a young girl of merely 16 achieve? I hope some of our senior brothers do not lack the tenderness to avoid making her cry." Thanks to brother Yuan Tan's concern, my junior sister has chosen her path. I believe she can at least reach the top 10 layers, Yuan Jing replied. "Oh." Yuan Tan raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled. Having observed Ling Bo's unwavering dedication for a decade, I assumed that Lord Tai Li would not take on female disciples. It seems I have underestimated the situation. Among Lord Tai Li's 4 disciples, aside from Liao Liao, the other 3 regarded him as a deity, fiercely defending his honor against any criticism. The good-natured Yushu set down his tea bowl with a thud, cautioning, "Brother Yuan Tan, we must be careful with our words here on the trial platform. They cannot escape the ears of the various celestial lords within the hall." Situated on the first tier of the trial platform, they could overlook the remaining 30 tiers below. And similarly, the 9 celestial lords within the main peak hall could hear the words of the disciples clearly. Caution and humility are the tenets of the Supreme Sect. Thus, Yuan Tan refrained from speaking further. Ling Bo, as ever, remained devoid of dreams. She had grown accustomed to her practice in the water and wished to bring Liao Liao along, but Liao Liao refused to heed her. While Ling Bo was still practicing on the 30th tier, Liao Liao had already successfully passed the top 10 layers and reached the 21st tier. Her bright red dress was quite eye-catching, and when Ling Bo could not help but glance at her, she was unexpectedly knocked off the trial platform by a powerful strike. Infuriated, she exclaimed, "Do they not have eyes? Why strike so heavily?" Had she not evaded swiftly, she would have nearly struck her face. The young disciple who had knocked her off the trial platform hastily apologized, while the jade token at Ling Bo's waist shattered with a resounding crack, signifying her elimination. As a disciple of the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun, she was permitted to ascend to the first level of the trial platform, where a splendid vantage point for observing the competition awaited her, along with the diminutive snowman that had been placed there. Ling Bo ascended the mountainside, and at that moment, Liao Liao had already reached the 15th level of the trial platform. Uncertain of her own limits, she refrained from exerting her full strength during her strikes. Meanwhile, on the 16th level, Liao Liao had discerned her opponent's capabilities, and thus far, she remained effortlessly in control, wielding no weapon. Relying solely on her bare hands to ascend to the 15th level, Ling Bo paused at the observation area of the 15th trial platform, where other eliminated disciples gathered, all filled with curiosity about the young yet remarkably powerful Liao Liao. It was well known that Tai Li Xianjun had taken a young apprentice, yet none had ever witnessed her, as Liao Liao never ventured from her seat. This little junior sister was truly enchanting. To reach the 15th level after a decade of cultivation, I reckon the brothers below were not defeated by her prowess, but rather captivated by her beauty. A good man does not contend with a woman. I would gladly yield to the charming junior sister. Alas, I regret not having the opportunity to spar with her just now. Do not think I am oblivious to your thoughts. You merely wish to engage with the junior sister while subtly gaining an advantage, correct? I do not take kindly to such insinuations. How could that be deemed an advantage? It is entirely normal for everyone to exchange martial skills, encountering shoulders, hands, and waist in the process. Ling Bo felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Initially, she believed that her junior sister reaching the 15th level was quite impressive. Being eliminated at this point was inconsequential. After all, it was merely a casual contest, and victory or defeat held little significance. However, the whispers of her fellow disciples ignited a deep-seated fury within her. Consequently, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Junior sister, if you can reach the first level, I shall reward you with 100 honey fruits." The first snowflake fell. Liao Liao had little interest in extravagant garments or handsome men, but the honey fruits. It was not merely a matter of pride, but a challenge. The male cultivator she faced was visibly struggling. In truth, he felt he should have been defeated long ago. Yet, like a cat toying with its prey, he relished in prolonging the encounter. Every move he executed could have easily forced him to the edge of the trial platform. Yet he inexplicably chose to hold back at the critical moment, compelling him to exert all his strength. Despite her lower cultivation level, Ling Bo could discern the true prowess of this senior brother. She instinctively raised her hands to cover her mouth, fearful that a slip of the tongue might distract her junior sister. The trial platform permitted participants to utilize weapons and spells, yet the use of magical artifacts was strictly prohibited. Prior to stepping onto the platform, all artifacts exceeding their cultivation level had to be surrendered. Furthermore, the internal competition of the sect mandated that participants should engage with restraint, avoiding unnecessary harm. However, the intensity of his attacks seemed excessively severe. At that moment, Ling Bo began to appreciate the earlier sentiments expressed by others, suggesting that the male cultivator had refrained from using his full strength out of a protective instinct for Liao Liao's beauty. She certainly did not wish to witness her beloved junior sister's head being mercilessly struck. On the first level of the trial platform, Yuan Jingyu observed the scene before her. Both individuals stood up simultaneously, and Yuan Qin raised her hand to block with the sword's body. "Junior brothers," she implored, "this is a grand competition of our sect, not a child's play. Please maintain your composure. The rules of our sect do not permit interference." She then remarked, too slow. Before her words faded, she had already seized the wrist of the male cultivator, who felt a sudden, bone-chilling coldness envelop him, freezing his entire cultivation in an instant, leaving only the frigid air for him to breathe. Subsequently, he was struck with immense pain, realizing that she had delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. He soared like a kite severed from its string, crashing through the barriers of the trial platform and ultimately colliding heavily with the rocky wall, leaving a clear imprint of her strength. The brothers, who had previously whispered about the misfortune awaiting the charming junior sister, fell silent in astonishment. Liao Liao was no longer the endearing figure they had thought they could tease, but rather a ruthless and formidable female warrior. Only Ling Bo was filled with excitement. Liao Liao then abandoned her previous leisurely and probing approach, swiftly and decisively eliminating all adversaries on the 15th level of the trial platform before leaping to the 14th. Yuan Qin was left speechless, instinctively asking, "Is this how the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun instructs his disciples?" Yuan Jing replied, "Why do you say that, senior brother Yuan Qin? Had it not been for that tall junior brother's prior aggression, my junior sister would not have retaliated. As you can see, she has not shown leniency towards others either. Not even to the tall junior brother. Compared to the outstanding young talents of the first layer of the trial platform, the Celestial Lords are more concerned with whether a dark horse will emerge from the lower layers. For a sect to endure and thrive, it must not become complacent nor suppress talent. Originally, they did not harbor high expectations for Liao Liao, who had only been cultivating for a mere decade. A mere fraction of mastery in the realm of immortality. Yet, astonishingly, she ascended from the 31st layer, triumphantly overcoming every challenge, never tasting defeat, and even gaining speed and ease with each battle, now reaching the 10th layer. Celestial Lord Tianji marveled. Brother Tai Li has an exceptional eye. This child truly embodies potential. This was a matter that Tai Li had yet to comprehend fully. He felt a twinge of concern that Liao Liao's smooth progress might lead to an excessive increase in her cultivation level, making her vessel too formidable for her fragile mortal soul to withstand. When a strong soul usurps a weak one, the latter's body can crack and decay under the weight of such power. Conversely, if a weak soul inhabits a strong body, it may gradually dissipate under the strain. Tai Li wished to avert either scenario. While Liao Liao could cultivate, it must be within a manageable scope. Any potential harm to his beloved wife would be extinguished in its infancy. At this moment, Liao Liao had reached the 5th layer, and upon entering the top 10 trial platforms, she could clearly see her 2 senior brothers from the 1st layer, along with the tenacious senior sister who was persistently climbing the trial platform. Ling Bo had completely forgotten about the need to impress their master. She was overwhelmed with excitement. This was her junior sister. The junior sister she had nurtured herself. 5th layer. Liao Liao had made it to the 5th layer. Both Yuanjing and Yushu had never anticipated that Liao Liao could ascend to the 5th level. Initially, their expectations for her were merely to reach the top 10. Of course, even if Liao Liao were to be eliminated on the 31st floor, she would still remain their beloved junior sister. As senior brothers, how could they ever disdain their sister for being too weak? As the levels of the trial platform ascended, Liao Liao sensed that her opponents were gradually exhibiting genuine prowess. Yet, she navigated through each challenge with effortless grace. In her heart, a profound intuition whispered that if she desired, she could envelop this world in an eternal frost, leaving nothing but ice and snow, a feat well within her reach. The formidable power residing within her was both mysterious and profound, seemingly boundless. After vanquishing her adversaries on the first 4 levels, Liao Liao ultimately reached the 1st level of the trial platform. Her red dress swayed gently in the mountain breeze, and not a single bead of sweat graced her brow. Her expression remained impassive and cold, which elicited no surprise from Yuanjing and Yushu. The two stood together, awaiting the congratulations that had yet to escape their lips, only to be disregarded by their junior sister. Liao Liao approached Lingbo, extending a hand towards her. "Lingbo, what do you want?" Without uttering a word, Liao Liao's gaze was frigid, implicitly questioning the obvious. "Lingbo, if memory serves me right, you devoured the entire plate of honey fruits on the table yesterday, leaving neither master brother nor junior brother a single bite. How could you have the audacity to ask me for more?" Within the Grand Hall, the Celestial Lords observed Liao Liao's performance with keen interest. She was undoubtedly the most exceptional disciple in nearly a century, second only to Yuanjing, Yushu, and Zhang Miao. The onlookers could not help but envy the Tai Li Xianjun, who had only accepted 4 disciples, 3 of whom were prodigies. Where, indeed, had Tai Li found such talents? The 1st layer of the trial platform is comprised of the top 10 from the previous competition, along with 19 others who have ascended through their own efforts. It is worth noting that Liao Liao played a significant role in this, as she swept through the competition like autumn winds scattering leaves, reaching the 1st layer of the trial platform. The others followed closely behind her, albeit in a more modest manner. From the 10th layer onward, each level allows for 2 slots, and Liao Liao continued her ascent while others freely substituted in. These 29 individuals will vie for the title of champion in the sect's decennial competition. The viewing area of the first layer trial platform is already teeming with spectators. Taking advantage of her status as the disciple of the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun, Ling Bo secured an excellent vantage point. She felt a surge of anxiety. For among the top 29, only 5 were her fellow sisters, the rest were male cultivators. She wished to cheer for her senior brothers and her junior sisters. Caught in a whirlwind of indecision. Finally, she raised her hands to her mouth and shouted, "Junior sister, if you can claim the championship, I will reward you with 100 honey fruits." Immediately, right away, upon hearing this, Liao, though still maintaining a stoic expression, clenched her fist. Aside from the former champion, Yuan Qin, the remaining 28 participants drew lots to determine their opponents, with victors advancing to the next round, followed by another drawing of lots. Continuing until the final showdown, it can be said that Yuan Qin was in a position of ease. While Liao had fought her way from the 31st layer to the first, now facing a new gauntlet, Ling Bo felt a twinge of concern. She sat restlessly, devoid of a confidant to converse with, while the solitary little snowman languished on the table. Thus, Ling Bo resorted to speaking to it. "Junior sister adores you so much that she insists on bringing you along to the sect's grand competition. You must bless her. Speaking of which, our supreme sect has yet to produce a female champion apologizing to her senior brothers for her sentiments. She fervently wished for their success in the competition." However, upon realizing that Ling Bo was completely oblivious to her words, Zhun Yi's mood soured further. Over the past decade, Liao had never concealed anything from her. So she was aware of Liao's remarkable talents, yet remained reluctant to believe that Liao could truly claim the title of champion. Their fates were the same. Despite sharing identical destinies, why was it that Liao could cultivate and participate in the sect's grand competition with such astonishing prowess? Even if she did not secure the championship, this display of talent would surely lead the supreme sect to nurture her as a key successor. A privilege Zhun Yi had never experienced. Liao was fortunate enough to draw a rather unremarkable senior brother, a tall and slender figure whose shy smile betrayed his bashfulness. When facing Liao, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Junior sister, please go easy on me." He had witnessed how she had mercilessly embedded that unfortunate junior brother into the rock wall, and if he were to lose, he preferred to do so with some semblance of dignity. He then expressed concern for her. "Junior sister, do you not use a weapon? If you lack a personal weapon, you can select one from the weapon peak." Liao found him quite bothersome. She was already weary of her incessantly annoying senior sisters and Zhun Yi. Anyone who spoke too much prompted her to envision transforming them into a snowman. How could one be polite one moment and then launch an ambush the next? Unreasonable and brazen. Yuan Qin chuckled lightly beside her. "Junior sister Ling Bo, you exaggerate. When facing an enemy, do they grant you time to react?" Ling Bo and Zhun Yi turned to him in unison, exclaiming, "Fallacious reasoning. What nonsense about encountering enemies. The rules of the sect competition dictate a clear and decisive point. Since the supreme sect stands as the foremost faction in the cultivation world, it must embody the principles befitting a prestigious sect, no matter how advanced one's cultivation. Resorting to underhanded tactics earns no respect from others." Yuan Qin merely smiled, leisurely observing the duel among the disciples. His haughty demeanor irked Ling Bo and Zhun Yi, who felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Among all the chief disciples under the celestial lords, if Yuan Qin claimed to be the second most detestable, none would dare assert they were the first. Yet, his arrogance was backed by formidable skills, experience, and cultivation that far surpassed others. The only rivals capable of matching him, Yuan Jing and Yu Shu, were, unfortunately, his juniors. The supreme sect placed great importance on rules, venerating teachers, and fostering brotherhood. These were principles every disciple must uphold. Ling Bo had no time to chastise Yuan Qin. Her focus was intently fixed on the trial stage. The weapons wielded by cultivators were unlike those of mortals, more agile, more lethal, and far more powerful, making them exceedingly difficult to counter. Ling Bo was acutely aware of her junior sister's inadequacies in swordsmanship. If the only reason being her gender. Because she was not a man, she was inherently perceived as weaker, and during their bouts, her opponents treated her with such casual indifference, even extending undue courtesy and pity, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Once they realized she was not as weak as they presumed, their initial compassion evaporated, replaced by an inexplicable competitive spirit, driving them to defeat her at any cost. On the 29th level of the trial platform, a male cultivator launched his attacks. Targeting her chest with each strike, accompanied by incomprehensible taunts. The seemingly affable senior brother, who had been all smiles a moment ago, abruptly turned hostile, seeking to catch her off guard. Ling Bo gasped in exasperation. What a fool. The male cultivator was elated, fully aware of who the most talked-about disciple in today's competition was, not the previous champion, Yuan Tan, nor the prodigious sword-wielder, Zhang Miao. And certainly not Yuan Jing or Yu Shu, but rather this seemingly unremarkable junior sister before him. Defeating her would allow him to take her place. Naturally, he did not intend to take her life. At most, he aimed to teach her a lesson about her own limitations. While he anticipated inflicting some injuries during their sparring, he knew that in the spirit of competition, one could hardly avoid getting hurt. Ling Bo mused that she preferred the sight of men who didn't smile or speak. At least this individual, when angered and stripped of pretense, appeared far more endearing than when he wore his insincere grin. With every move she made, she left traces of frost upon him. The man soon realized that engaging her without a weapon was an exceedingly foolish choice, for even before her touch, the chilling aura she emanated had already rendered his limbs stiff and frozen. Should they make contact, his body would undoubtedly become an immovable ice sculpture. With such formidable powers at her disposal, his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Forget about retaliating, he lacked even the strength to defend himself. Upon encountering such ferocity, Ling Bo suddenly realized how fortunate she was for having carelessly tugged and pulled at her ears, pinched her cheeks, and slapped her head without consequence. She resolved to pay the price for her misdeeds shortly, vowing to keep her word. Observing Ling Bo's fearful expression, Jinny felt a profound disdain. Truly, she had never witnessed the world. Did she not understand how the heavy snow atop the mountain came to be? How foolish. Liao simply kicked the man off the trial platform, and the icy restraints binding his limbs melted away in an instant. Along with the chilling aura that had enveloped him, the man scrambled to his feet, and upon seeing Liao again, a sense of dread washed over him. After merely 10 years of cultivation, she could manipulate ice with such ease. What manner of creature was she? After dispatching him, Liao restrained the impulse to fashion him into a snowman with a mere flick of her fingers. What an insufferable individual. With the conclusion of the first round, 14 participants remained on the trial platform, 2 of whom were senior sisters who had been eliminated, leaving Liao as one of 3 female cultivators still in the competition. In the second round, Liao found herself pitted against none other than her senior brother, Yu Shu. Unlike the hypocritical male cultivators she had faced previously, Yu Shu bore no ill will towards her. He found himself unable to strike against her. Initially, he contemplated withdrawing from the match, but Liao would not allow it. She remarked, "If you wish to descend, there is but one way." Yu Shu, perplexed, inquired further. Liao then slowly elucidated, "That is to lie down and leave." Yu Shu. After 10 years of brother-sister camaraderie, could it truly be so fragile? Indeed, the atmosphere was remarkably thin. Liao regarded her 2 senior brothers with a perception not unlike that of an ant by the roadside. The disparity in treatment from the revered immortal lord often led her to contemplate burying the 2 of them together. Why should her senior brothers possess what she lacked? She was no less capable than they were. In his hand, Yu Shu wielded a folding fan concealing intricate secrets. As a cultivator of the wood element, he possessed formidable control over plants. The sect competition was not solely a test of physical prowess, but also a trial of magical power, cultivation level, and the ability to adapt in dire situations. In this regard, Yu Shu, who routinely ventured down the mountain for training, was far more seasoned than Liao. However, Liao excelled with her overwhelming strength. She was unperturbed by the absence of experience, fearlessly confronting pain and death, and demonstrating a fierce determination to never yield to others, a mentality all too rare. This intensity left Ling Bo and Zhang Yi in the audience both terrified and transfixed. Initially, Yu Shu hesitated to engage Liao in combat. Even when she attacked, he prioritized defense over offense, thinking that if his junior sister insisted on fighting, he could feign defeat, allowing her to triumph after a few exchanges. Yet, upon engaging, Yu Shu quickly realized that with Liao, pretense was utterly impossible. Her strikes were not mere taps, but lethal blows. A half-hearted response could lead to his demise. While he valued their sibling bond, Liao was indifferent to it, for she had long harbored the desire to confront her 2 senior brothers. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. The dashing junior brother, Yu Shu, was reduced to a pitiful state, resembling a pig's head, as he tumbled off the trial platform. Ling Bo rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Little brother, are you all right?" Are you hurt? As Yushu contemplated offering her solace, Ling Bo let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Liao Liao showed mercy. Yushu gently caressed her painfully bruised eye sockets, realizing that her eyes must surely be surrounded by dark circles, and thought to herself, is this what you call mercy? She didn't even freeze you. Upon reflection, Yushu acknowledged that although she had felt the chilling aura during their confrontation, Liao Liao had indeed refrained from employing ice against her. Clearing her throat, she remarked, ice counter sprout, it's a natural attribute suppression. And I was no match for my junior sister. The interplay of the 5 elements dictates that even among cultivators, there exists an elemental conflict. Yet, Yushu murmured, Brother Yuan Tan belongs to the fire attribute, embodying the path of flames, which naturally counters Liao Liao. I am concerned. At this revelation, Ling Bo grew anxious as well. Senior brother, you are unaware of what Brother Yuan Tan just mentioned. I sense he will resort to underhanded tactics. The two exchanged glances, both sensing impending misfortune. At that moment, the contest on stage concluded another round, reducing the participants from 14 to 7, who were now poised to engage in a chaotic free-for-all. Only those who emerged victorious would face the challenge of becoming the new leader. The 7 contenders on the trial stage represented the finest of the new generation. Originally, this position should have belonged to Yushu. But unexpected defeat at the hands of Liao Liao had only heightened the expectations of the celestial lords regarding her performance. The only one displeased was Ty Li Xianjun, Liao Liao's master, who wished for her to remain a well-behaved girl rather than a fiercely competitive spirit. Yet, as fate would have it, the more one resists, the more likely it is to come to pass. Perhaps this destined child was finally approaching a season of unimpeded success. The First Snowflake, Part 7, in the chaotic melee. No rules governed the battle aside from the prohibition against malicious harm, allowing participants to either form alliances or stand alone. Yuan Jing, being the senior brother, instinctively chose to ally with Liao Liao. However, Liao Liao declined his offer. Apart from Yuan Jing, Zhang Miao, born with an innate sword bone, also preferred solitude. As a sword cultivator and the foremost disciple under the celestial lord, Zhang Miao's sword was anything but ordinary. The sect competition did not warrant such a grand display of power. Thus he refrained from wielding his true sword, opting instead for a random selection. Among the 7 present, each wielded a weapon except for Liao Liao. Ling Bo and Yushu anxiously paced below the stage, with Yushu brandishing a fan, while Ling Bo had not chosen a path, leaving both without arms to borrow. Yuan Jing inquired of Liao Liao, Junior sister, do you require a sword? She shook her head. The 3 strongest participants refused to form alliances. Thus, the remaining girl and 3 men found themselves in a precarious position. Individually, none could match Liao Liao, Yuan Jing, or Zhang Miao in combat. Yet, united, they might stand a chance. Moreover, their lack of alliances allowed for the possibility of defeating each one at a time. Once the 3 were vanquished, internal conflict could ensue. With each of the 7 following different paths, Yuan Jing raised his hand to form a seal, summoning a tempest on the trial platform. The surrounding disciples were blinded by the fierce winds, perceiving only the tumult of wind, thunder, lightning, water, and the glimmer of sword light on the stage. The clash of divergent paths ignited a violent vortex, generating a fighting spirit so intense that it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Only Yushu and Yuan Qin could see clearly through the chaos. While Ling Bo had long lost sight of the conditions on the trial platform, she tugged at her junior brother's sleeve repeatedly, asking, what is happening, junior brother? What is happening? How is Liao Liao doing? What about senior brother? Yushu reassured her, it's all right, you needn't worry. But how could Ling Bo not be concerned? She was filled with anxiety, having entirely forgotten her deep admiration for her master, as well as her initial intention to cheer loudly for her senior brothers on the trial platform, hoping to catch her masteress' attention. Even the exquisite makeup she had meticulously prepared for this day slipped her mind. All she knew was that she yearned for Liao Liao to claim victory. Even with senior brother present on the stage, she wished for Liao Liao to triumph. As lightning flashed and thunder roared amidst the tumultuous winds, it was impossible to discern who held the upper hand until a familiar chill permeated her skin, causing goosebumps to rise on Ling Bo's arms. In that moment, a magical and resolute thought blossomed within her. The junior sister would prevail. Indeed, above the trial platform, amidst the swirling black vortex, the crackling lightning and raging winds, along with the surrounding jets of water and gleaming swords, were all frozen by the encroaching cold. The ice-blue frost flowers spread infinitely, and the temperature around the trial platform plummeted to freezing point. When the vortex dissipated, only Liao Liao remained on the stage. An excited celestial lord rose from his seat, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! What good fortune for senior brother Tai Li! Such a talent has joined your ranks. Our supreme sect shall have a worthy successor." All the celestial lords unanimously bestowed the highest accolades upon Liao Liao, except for senior lord Tai Li, whose thin lips were pressed together. Unlike the others, he did not share their exuberance. He calmly remarked, "She must first defeat Yuan Tan. The fire attribute of Yang restrains the ice attribute. Whether she can rise to prominence depends on her ability to counter this opposing force." As Tali Xianjun spoke, the assembly of celestial lords found his words to possess a certain logic, and they promptly took their seats. Indeed, while Liao Liao's performance was remarkable, the reality is that when cultivators encounter attribute restraints, they may even challenge those of higher rank, a situation fraught with disadvantage. Originally, Yuan Tan sat comfortably, but his demeanor had shifted from the initial ease. A decade ago, he and Yuan Jing were evenly matched, with Yuan Tan narrowly securing victory by a hair's breadth. 10 years had passed, both had evolved, and now there was also Zhang Miao, born with innate sword bones. These two had been identified by Yuan Tan as the strongest and most perilous adversaries. Thus, from the outset, his focus had been solely on Yuan Jing and Zhang Miao, dismissing all others. Liao Liao's emergence was unexpected. Yuan Tan had not regarded her as a threat until she triumphed over the other 6, becoming the sole victor and earning the opportunity to challenge him. It was then that Yuan Tan began to reassess this mere 16-year-old girl. Witnessing her previous display, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He had sparred with Yuan Jing, Yu Shu, and Zhang Miao, knowing them intimately, yet Liao Liao remained an enigma. He was unaware of the path she practiced or her current level of cultivation. Faced with an unknown adversary, prudence became paramount. Liao Liao, in turn, noticed a shift in the gaze of her seemingly humble yet inherently arrogant senior brother. He no longer looked down on her from a lofty height, but regarded her as an equal. She relished this newfound recognition, her heart racing with anticipation. She yearned to dominate this individual, compelling him to acknowledge her superiority. As Yuan Qin ascended the trial platform, Ling Bo was exceedingly anxious. Clutching the sleeve of a senior brother with one hand, fervently whispering, "Heaven bless, heaven bless, heaven bless." Her incessant muttering stirred an unease even in the otherwise calm Yuan Jingyushu. While the loss was regrettable, the prospect of their junior sister claiming victory would surely bring greater joy than Yuan Qin's consecutive wins. The brothers had been thoroughly beaten, their faces resembling swollen pigs. And although the medicinal salves hastened the reduction of swelling, faint bruises lingered at the corners of their eyes. Yet, Ling Bo was too preoccupied to offer any concern, shouting loudly, "Junior sister, you must win. I promise to give you all the honey fruits." Liao Liao cast a glance down at the platform, remaining silent. While Yuan Qin chuckled softly, "Ling Bo cares for you greatly." Liao Liao mused. Yet another man insisting on conversation before the battle, disinterested in further chatter. She launched her attack. Aware of Liao Liao's formidable ice abilities, Yuan Qin refrained from physical confrontation, igniting her palms with fire as Liao Liao drew near. A colossal flame coalesced into a dragon, its gaping maw roaring, poised to consume Liao Liao. Yuan Jing watched with bated breath. Recalling how he had previously lost to Yuan Qin due to their opposing elemental affinities, wind amplifies fire, which had allowed Yuan Qin to narrowly triumph over him. In contrast, ice was undeniably subdued by fire. As the two grappled on the platform, Ling Bo and Yuan Jingyushu could hardly discern whether Liao Liao was not using ice at all or if it was merely being overpowered by the flames. The celestial lords within the grand hall observed with keen interest, although the two possessed opposing elemental traits. Liao Liao had not employed ice throughout the entire confrontation and showed no fear of the fire. She was probing, learning, drawing knowledge from every action of Yuan Qian, and skillfully applying it to her own practical endeavors. Once she deciphered Yuan Qian's tactics, she would likely retaliate with ferocity. Yet Yuan Qian remained oblivious, mistaking her cautiousness for fear. Otherwise, why would she merely defend and not attack? Thus, he escalated his aggression, even maliciously attempting to singe her hair. Young girls often cherish their long locks, and should they be burned, it would surely provoke a loud lament from her. This year, with no opportunity to torment Yuan Jing, it would suffice to bully his little junior sister instead. Yuan Qian, intoxicated by his own arrogance, reveled in his overconfidence. The elemental advantage and Liao Liao's demeanor only fueled his pride. He was aware that the immortal lords and his master were observing from the Grand Hall, which further compelled him to showcase his prowess. In addition to the fire dragon, he exhibited fire swords and fire beasts, demonstrating his unparalleled mastery of the fire element. Yet Liao Liao absorbed it all. As another fire dragon surged towards her, she ceased to evade. Planting her feet firmly, Yuan Jing murmured, "Junior sister is about to make her move." At that moment, Ling Bo was both anxious and frustrated, desperate to comprehend Liao Liao's intentions. Vexed at her own inability to understand, while both the elder and younger brothers grasped the situation entirely. If only she had dedicated herself to diligent practice, perhaps she would not now be in this state of ignorance. As the fire dragon approached, Liao Liao's cold visage was faintly tinged with red from the heat. Yet she did not waver. Instead, a formidable ice wall rapidly rose from the ground behind her, twisting into a rope-like form to confront the fire dragon head-on. Yuan Tan's control over fire paled in comparison to Liao Liao's meticulous mastery, for she was born of ice and snow. She was the embodiment of frost, and frost was her essence. With effortless grace, she shattered the colossal fire dragon, rendering it pitiably weak before the towering ice pillars. In the fleeting moment of their clash, wisps of cold smoke billowed forth, and concurrently, Liao Liao cast Yuan Tan down from the trial stage. With a crisp sound, the frozen Yuan Tan, now an ice sculpture, rolled twice upon the ground, his jade token reduced to mere powder. Liao Liao approached the edge of the trial platform. Gazing at the immobile ice figure while keeping track of time, it would not be long before the chill consumed him entirely, body and soul. "Junior sister." Ling Bo could not restrain herself from calling out, "Quickly release senior brother Yuan Tan. You have already triumphed." After uttering this plea, Ling Bo felt uncertain whether Liao Liao would heed her words. To her astonishment, the ice enveloping Yuan Tan fractured and vanished. Having nearly succumbed to asphyxiation within the icy confines, Yuan Tan finally gasped for breath, his heart still racing with trepidation. The gaze he cast upon Liao Liao was no longer filled with arrogance, nor the fierce determination he had shown towards Yuan Jing. Instead, it was laced with fear. After a moment, Ling Bo raised her hand to slap her own face, murmuring, "Did I win? Is Liao Liao the champion? The first female champion in the history of the Supreme Sect?" With a sudden scream, disregarding any semblance of decorum, she dashed towards the trial stage. However, her lengthy and flowing skirt nearly caused her to stumble, but she swiftly grasped the railing, casting aside all notions of ladylike behavior. She laughed and called out as she leaped onto the platform, enveloping Liao Liao in a fervent embrace. In an instant, she was petrified, her lips turning a shade of blue, and her complexion ashen. You must let go." She was so frozen that her limbs had stiffened, rendering her speechless. Lacking warmth, she was unable to regulate her own body temperature. The moment Ling Bo embraced her, she briefly sensed a flicker of warmth, only for it to vanish in an instant. She pushed Ling Bo away, who hastily rubbed his hands together and exhaled. "I often wondered why you were so cold, like a block of ice. Now it seems that this very chill is what makes you so formidable." Liao Liao stood atop the trial platform, gazing down at the mountain below, while none among the ranks of the Supreme Sect dared to lift their gaze. From this day forth, they would forget the former leader, Yuan Qin, cease to revere the prodigious cultivator Yuan Jing Yushu, and no longer idolize the naturally gifted swordmaster Zhang Miao. For atop this assembly of talents stood one capable of tearing the heavens asunder. She was Liao Liao. At that moment, the snowman on the table, a true manifestation of innocence, could not encapsulate the shock within her heart. She gazed at Liao Liao, who commanded the attention of all from the trial platform, and was suddenly filled with an overwhelming yearning for such glory, such adulation. Who would not desire it? What worth lies in being hidden away in a gilded cage? To become a figure of envy, to seize one's own destiny, far surpasses the regretful wait for the sporadic compassion of others. Strange, mused Yushu, noticing that the snowman was beginning to melt. The snowman's face bore 2 deep furrows, with melting snow cascading down, resembling tears of regret. No matter how Yushu attempted to cast spells, the snowman continued to dissolve. Jenny found herself engulfed in regret, unable to suppress her thoughts. If only she had not succumbed to the allure of love, had not relentlessly pursued her revered master, but instead devoted her heart to cultivation. Would she not have led an alternative life, even if she could not become a formidable figure? She pondered not on the romantic entanglements, but rather on the aspiration to achieve greatness. As the snowman continued to melt, Jinny's tears flowed, scalding and fervent. She had long needed to acknowledge the truth. How could she not feel regret? How could she not be afraid? She had sacrificed her life, offering her body as a vessel, heedlessly ravaging herself, all for the sake of an elusive love. Yet, she could not confess this, for to do so would mean her life held no significance. Junior sister, look at your snowman, Lingbo exclaimed joyfully, eager to pull Jinny down from her reverie, only to find the snowman in the hands of her senior brother melting away rapidly. Alarmed, she cried, "Senior brother, why aren't you doing anything?" Yuan Jing felt a sense of injustice. He had tried alongside Yushu, but had found it impossible to halt the snowman's demise. It was not that he was neglectful. Liao Liao took the little snowman from Yushu's hands, and in her palm, the snowman ceased to melt. Not only that, it regained its original form, plump and endearing. Upon witnessing this, Lingbo realized she might have misunderstood the situation. Perhaps Liao Liao did not harbor feelings for the senior brother after all. She had always thought Liao Liao cherished the snowman solely because it was a gift from him. The senior brother was far too weak, having been beaten to a pulp. It would be better for Liao Liao not to have feelings for him. The more she contemplated, the more distressing it became, her tears streaming uncontrollably. Liao Liao covered her mouth, allowing her to cry silently, reassured that her soul would not weep to the point of blindness, and there was no need to fear being discovered. I knew it. He loves me. He loves me. How could he not love me? He has held me, kissed me. It is my body that he has been in close proximity to, and my voice that lingers in his ears. He must always gaze upon me, think of me. He loves me. He loves me. At that moment, Jinny abruptly lifted her head, and Liao Liao spoke with an expressionless face and a frigid tone. The words she uttered felt achingly familiar to Jinny after a long pause. Her tears ceased to flow. Wasn't this what she had said before? Back then, Liao Liao had merely expressed a casual regret. Yet she had taken it upon herself to believe in her own superiority as the true love of their master, proclaiming grandiose declarations. How could Liao Liao remember every single word without fail? If a snowman could blush, it would surely be melting from embarrassment now. Just then, a hesitant voice ventured to inquire. Who loves you? Whom are you speaking of? Liao Liao's gaze lingered on a paper bag, while Lingbo shivered. What on earth are you talking about? Who has held you or kissed you? I must warn you, you are only 16 years old. Do not let men deceive you. Such nauseating words should not be spoken again. Liao Liao continued to scrutinize the paper bag, and Lingbo, sticking to her word, added, Here, the honey fruits I promised you, all contained within. But do not devour them all in one night. You may only consume 5 a day, no more, or else you shall suffer from a toothache. Liao Liao, indifferent to her warnings, thought to herself that being made of ice and snow, she could hardly suffer from such a malady. She peeled a fruit and placed it into her mouth, then peeled another and repeated the act, maliciously provoking Lingbo in her presence. Consumed by a fit of gluttony, she devoured 5 fruits and was eager for more. Lingbo, unable to tolerate this any longer, snatched the paper bag away, disregarding my words as if they were mere whispers in the wind. With her cheeks swollen from the fruit, Liao Liao gazed at Lingbo as if to say, What of my inconsistency? Who told you to disregard my instructions? I have made it clear that once a senior sister, always a senior sister. Even in death, I remain your senior sister. As a junior sister, you must heed my words. If I say you cannot eat so much, then you must not consume so much. Lingbo radiated authority, while Liao Liao chose to remain silent. Jinny felt a twinge of admiration for Lingbo, who dared to speak to the little monster in such a manner, seemingly unafraid of retribution. Sensing Jinny's unspoken criticisms, Liao Liao turned to look, startling Jinny into retreating into a snowman, closing her eyes as if to vanish. Slowly, Liao Liao began to chew on the fruit in her mouth. Lingbo, initially infuriated, found her quiet demeanor unexpectedly endearing. After all, the little junior sister was the champion of the year, having bested Yuan Tan, yet here she was, meekly seated and taking reprimands. A sense of accomplishment blossomed within Lingbo. Oh, I almost forgot what I wanted to tell you. Lingbo sat down across from Liao Liao. The list for the sect competition has been released. You, the eldest brother, Yuan Tan, along with the little senior brother and Zhang Miao, will represent the supreme sect as disciples in the grand contest. Liao Liao was indifferent about who would accompany her and inquired, Will you be going? Lingbo replied with irritation, What do you want me to do? I haven't even reached the first level. Her gaze fell once again upon the paper bag, and she ruthlessly shattered her own fantasies. I will hand the honey fruits to senior brother, and he will give you 5 each day, No more, no less. I will inquire daily with a sound transmission talisman. Liao now ceased to speak. Lingbo gradually fell into a state of melancholy. Junior sister, do you not feel the slightest bit of reluctance? After all, I have treated you so well. Liao coldly responded, I am not like you. The words were quite hurtful. Lingbo already felt inferior due to the competition, and she stammered, yes, you are indeed different from me. You are so formidable, effortlessly choosing your path, as if born for cultivation. Liao, puzzled, wondered if they were discussing the same matter. She then added, I will not waste my emotions on those who are unworthy. Lingbo's expression shifted from dazed to furious in an instant. Are you saying that I am unworthy of your emotions? Liao genuinely found conversing with her senior sister tiresome. You have your feelings for master, and I have mine for you. Everyone is the same. Suddenly, Lingbo displayed an incredulous expression. She was no longer angry and even scratched her head. That's true. I didn't even think about master all day. What is that look? Can I not even speak? Liao gazed at the paper bag filled with honey fruits and nonchalantly remarked, Senior sister has devoted her most precious emotions to master, leaving only a tiny bit for me, which I do not covet. She desires what others possess, and even what they lack, yet when it comes to the majority that others have, she resolutely refuses to accept the remnants. Lingbo, a tempest of shame and anger, murmurs countless times, I have feelings for my master. She stubbornly avoids acknowledgement, however, gazing into the crystalline purity of Liao's eyes. All her grandiose deceptions seem utterly feeble in that moment. She softly questions, am I not allowed to admire my master? Why is it that I alone cannot, when others can? At this moment, Jinny has regained her composure, quietly listening to Lingbo's heartfelt confessions from within the snowman. Perhaps it is due to Liao's reticent nature, her unwillingness to confide in others, compounded by the overwhelming shock of her recent triumph, that both Jinny and Lingbo find themselves profoundly moved. Lingbo feels an irresistible urge to share her innermost thoughts with Liao, uncertain whether she seeks to persuade her or to convince herself. Is there truly a fault in my desires? I have not committed any transgression. I merely wish to behold him more often and converse with him. Where lies the harm in that? Lingbo's words resonate with Jinny, evoking her own youthful aspirations, those exhilarating, sweet, bitter, and painful sentiments. She reflects upon her own rivalry with her sister over their master, culminating in a resolution that left neither of them fulfilled. Thus, she ponders, does the suffering born of love hold any significance? This love has not led to their growth, but has instead caused them to lose themselves entirely, one perishing, the other cast down to the mortal realm. Lingbo spoke with a voice filled with sorrow and longing, only to realize that Liao was lost in thought. After much internal struggle, she finally articulated her feelings, only to find that the stubborn girl had not been listening at all. You ask me, and I respond. Yet you disregard my words. Liao inquired. Does it hurt to be unable to attain something? Of course, Lingbo replied. You have never claimed the top position, yet I see no signs of your sorrow. Both Lingbo and Zhen felt their hearts pierced by this exchange. Liao, puzzled, remarked, You have never been the foremost in the realm of cultivation, nor have you attained enlightenment or ascended. These are all things you have yet to possess. Liao continued, Even if you have secured the affection of your master, he possesses his own feet and will inevitably wander away. His heart is vibrant and will beat for others. Should you invest your longing for him into your cultivation, it would be far more fulfilling than remaining an infatuated child, even if you never become a celestial being. Why forsake the essence for the trivial? Lingbo countered, How can love and cultivation be compared? Fearing that Liao might not comprehend, she adopted a more gentle approach. Younger sister, consider this. If you were to meet an exceptionally wonderful person whom you adore and desire, yet he does not reciprocate your feelings, would you not feel a sense of loss and anguish? Surely, you can relate to this. It is akin to craving candy but lacking the means to purchase it, forced to watch others indulge before your eyes. Would that not frustrate you? I would not be frustrated. Liao retorted. Just as Lingbo was about to assert that her sister was merely being stubborn, Liao declared, What I desire, I shall undoubtedly acquire. I would slay that man and seize his sweets. If it were someone I cherished, I would transform him into an ice sculpture. That would be true eternity. Lingbo gazed in terror at her emotionless junior sister, who uttered chilling words with an unsettling calmness. Trembling, she stammered, Junior sister, you do not like me, do you? Liao slowly turned her gaze towards her, her icy stare sending a shiver through Lingbo. prompting a startled scream as she fled. Mere moments later, like a gust of wind, she returned, seizing the paper bag filled with candies before dashing away once more. Liao Liao tilted her head, puzzled as to whether her senior sister was truly frightened or not. With a wave of her hand, she shut the door, while the snowman housing Zhang Yi appeared equally distraught, its spirit swirling like waves. You do not like me. Liao Liao replied, I have no one I favor. Before Zhang Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, Liao Liao continued, however, whatever I desire, I shall sculpt into ice. Instantly, Zhang Yi burrowed within the snowman. Too afraid to emerge again, Liao Liao struggled to comprehend the complexities of human affection and resentment. After a decade of human existence, the predominant emotion she sensed was irritation at the crowd, irritation at excessive chatter, irritation at unfulfilled desires, and irritation at her senior sister's incessant nagging. Not to mention the annoyance brought by the sight of Tai Li. Yet, upon reflection, she realized her earlier words to her senior sister were misguided. Should she lack wealth, anyone daring to consume candies in her presence would find her unwilling to accept the tainted treats. She only took lives, not sweets. The sect competition, held every decade in the realm of cultivation, required the most outstanding disciples from various sects to compete, with stipulations regarding both cultivation level and rank. This year, the venue for the competition was the Tianzhou sect, located 1,000 miles from the Supreme sect, and Lingbo, having ranked low, found herself ineligible to participate. As she watched her junior sister and others depart, she felt an impending reminder of the chasm that lay before her. The elder brother and the junior brother are both outstanding figures within the sect. As for brother Yuanqin and junior brother Zhang Miao, they require no elaboration. Yet, she harbors nothing but admiration and closeness towards them, never feeling any sense of disparity or regret. Until now, no female disciple had ever claimed the title of champion, and Lingbo subconsciously believed that such an achievement was beyond a woman's reach. When a woman finally accomplished this feat, Lingbo felt a mixture of joy and melancholy, accompanied by an indescribable sense of wistfulness. Liao Liao had succeeded. And while Lingbo attempted to reassure herself that she was different from Liao Liao, who was born with exceptional talent, she couldn't help but ponder whether, had she dedicated herself to rigorous training since joining the sect, she too could stand upon the first level of the trial platform, inspiring awe and all. This unnameable wistfulness stemmed from the regret and sorrow of time wasted. As time swiftly passed, the grand competition of the sect approached. Liao Liao's storage ring was nearly overflowing with items, and Lingbo attended to her with even greater diligence than she did for her two senior brothers, considering every aspect of her needs with meticulous care. However, when she presented the storage ring to Liao Liao, the latter seemed rooted to the spot, immovable. Yuanjing looked on in confusion and called out, Liao Liao? Yet, Liao Liao did not respond to her brother. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Lingbo, leaving her perplexed. Instinctively, Lingbo touched her face, wondering, is there something on my face? Liao Liao remained silent, a chill wrapping around Lingbo's wrist. The icy tendril almost possessing a life of its own, agile and supple, as it ensnared her and began to pull her forward. Lingbo stumbled slightly, asking, what are you doing? Unaccustomed to initiating contact with others due to her cold demeanor, Liao Liao simply stated, together. Huh? Lingbo shook her head resolutely, refusing without a moment's hesitation. No. This is against the sect's regulations. For this upcoming sect competition, the disciples must meet certain cultivation requirements. I cannot go. Despite her unwavering determination, no amount of persuasion from her elder brothers and sisters could sway her. Lingbo felt tears welling up. Little ancestor, please do not put me in a difficult position. The masters are all waiting for you. You must hurry. Yet, Liao Liao reiterated, together. Lingbo was at a loss for words. What good would it do for me to go? I cannot be of any assistance. If others find out, they will surely accuse the master of favoritism. Besides, I am not qualified to attend. You are, Liao Liao retorted. Lingbo, exasperated by her junior sister, could only respond weakly. I am. What do I possess? Do you not fear the consequences of violating the sect's rules? They will not punish me, Liao Liao stated coldly, presenting a fact. My worth far exceeds that of others. Those of value can act as they please. Even if she brought her elder sister along, no one would dare to voice any objections, for she was not one to tolerate dissent. She was superior to everyone else. The strong could do as they wished. Just like Tai Li, who, whether in the mortal realm slaying his wife to attain enlightenment or guiding his disciples to fruition, was the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Thus, everything he did was deemed unquestionably right. Soon, she would ascend to become the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation, and consequently, everything she did would also be deemed impeccably correct. What harm could there be in bringing her elder sister to participate in the sect competition? Lingbo found herself at a loss for words when confronted with her junior sister's unwavering confidence. She wished to express a few reproaches, yet tragically realized that she lacked the ability to refute her. If such words had been spoken by Liao Liao, she would undoubtedly have been capable of achieving them. Did Lingbo not desire to go? Of course she did. However, her cultivation was insufficient. Even if she wished to venture forth, she could not. Even if she requested her elders to secure her a place, she would be met with polite refusals, politeness stemming from the fact that her master was Tai Li, and refusal arising from her own frailty and lack of self-awareness. Lingbo lacked the confidence to demand companionship, whereas Liao Liao did not. The disparity between the two sisters was never one of age or beauty. Liao Liao's presence made Lingbo acutely aware that the rules are dictated by the powerful, yet adhered to by the weak, revealing a profound imbalance between strength and weakness. Indeed, when Lingbo followed Liao Liao into the ranks, the leading elder saw her and did not utter a single unnecessary word. Clearly, in his eyes, it was no issue for the prominent Liao Liao to bring along a slightly weaker female cultivator. She possessed sufficient strength to uphold her request. The supremacy of the strong is an immutable law in the realm of cultivation. Liao Liao placed the snowman on the windowsill of the new room and remarked, "No wonder we are sisters." Zhen Yi retorted indignantly, "You are also sisters with her. Why only mention her?" Liao Liao then turned and walked to the table, where Tianzhao sect had arranged members from various sects in different courtyards. The incessant chirping of birds filled the air, each sect exhibiting greater grandeur than the last. Some sects had not yet arrived, yet petals had already begun to fall, accompanied by the continuous strains of silk and bamboo music, all striving to create a spectacle of utmost opulence, to the point where Liao Liao merely wished to cover her ears. Lingbo, free from the pressures of the grand competition, felt no psychological burden. However, her concern for her junior brothers and sisters led her to take on the responsibility of gathering intelligence on their adversaries. Although her training was lackluster, her ability to engage in casual banter and gather information was unparalleled. 3 days before the competition commenced, she had already gleaned substantial insights about the leaders of various sections. Unfortunately, during her introduction to the matter, she was abruptly dismissed from the room, leaving her fuming and stamping her feet. "I warned you, but you refused to listen. Don't blame me when the consequences unfold," she huffed. I inquired, "And it seems that everyone unanimously believes that Chai Xian from the Feiyu Sword sect is the most ruthless. Then there's Tang Jing'an from the Five Poisons sect. While his cultivation and physical skills are mediocre, his mastery of poison techniques is extraordinary. If you encounter him, exercise utmost caution." Lingbo spoke fervently, hardly pausing for breath. Yuan Jing and Yushu listened intently, eventually asking, "Have you shared this information with the junior sister?" Lingbo's expression darkened. "Do not mention her. I have no desire to converse with her." Thus, yet another quarrel ensued between the two, leading to a silent standoff. Or perhaps it was more accurately described as Lingbo's unilateral Cold War. Initially, Yuanjing and Yushu worried that the two junior sisters might become irreparably estranged. However, they soon realized that the younger sister seemed to be Lingbo's natural nemesis, and it would not be long before she would proactively seek reconciliation. It was best for the pair to remain uninvolved. Any interference would only prolong the standoff. As Lingbo often remarked, men should refrain from meddling in women's affairs. The First Snowflake, Part 9. Upon realizing that her words had rendered both the senior and junior brothers speechless, Lingbo lifted her head slightly, displaying an air of elegance. "I am not one to show favoritism. Should my junior sister come forth to serve tea, offer apologies, and express her contrition, I would be gracious enough to lower myself and converse with her once more. After all, we are sisters in the same school. Consider it a gentle reminder on my part. Do not misconstrue my intentions as a desire for reconciliation. Each time we quarrel, it is she who weeps and implores my attention before I deign to acknowledge her. Senior brother, what is the matter with your eyes? Have you gotten sand in them?" Yushu cleared his throat. Lingbo, perplexed, inquired, "Junior brother, why do you cough so violently? Is your throat uncomfortable?" An icy sensation, all too familiar, crept down her spine, causing Lingbo, who had been animatedly speaking, to freeze in place. Slowly, she asked, "My junior sister is not behind me, is she?" Yuan Jing and Yushu simultaneously lowered their gazes, fiddling with their fingers. Matters concerning women were best left to men. Reluctantly, Lingbo turned around, the chilling aura behind her intensifying. With a sorrowful expression, she twisted her head. Junior sister. Liao Liao's face was devoid of expression, leaving Lingbo uncertain as to whether she was truly angry. After all, she had perpetually worn this impassive demeanor, devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or desire. However, being caught spreading rumors in public was undoubtedly unfavorable. She approached with a hesitant demeanor, gently tugging at her sleeves, and offered a charming smile. By the way, I was just about to tell you, in 3 days, there's the sect competition. You must be cautious of several individuals. Do not let them scheme against you. Liao Liao asked, didn't you say you didn't want to speak with me? Who said that? Lingbo retorted, her voice rising with indignation. Who is gossiping behind my back? Between sisters, how can there be lingering grudges? It must be the eldest and youngest brothers who have spoken ill of me. One cannot trust men. They delight in spinning tales and slandering others. Ironically, her words proved prophetic. Lingbo never imagined that in her attempt to divert Liao Liao's attention, she would inadvertently speak the truth. When the first round of the competition's drawing commenced, Liao Liao indeed drew the lot for Chai Xian of the Feiyu Sword sect. Upon learning the results, Lingbo felt a surge of guilt, convinced that she had brought misfortune upon her junior sister. Consequently, she showered Liao Liao with tenderness. Even though Liao Liao refused to don the delicate pink sleeves of the gown she had meticulously prepared, Lingbo remained unfazed by this rejection. Unbeknownst to Liao Liao, who was oblivious to her sister's sudden affection, the identity of her opponent mattered little to her. What lingered in her mind were the names that her sister incessantly mentioned. Yet she failed to remember any of them. As 3 days swiftly passed, the day of the sect competition arrived. Lingbo was consumed with anxiety. The more she learned about Chai Xian's character, the greater her concerns grew. Though the rules dictated that combatants must cease before inflicting harm upon one another, some individuals, like Chai Xian of the Feiyu Sword sect, had a propensity for losing control. A decade ago, during the Grand Sect competition, Chai Xian faced off against a female cultivator whose prowess surpassed his own and whose swordsmanship was remarkably advanced. As she sensed her impending victory, she graciously offered him an opportunity to save face, refraining from inflicting harm upon him. However, Chai Xian seized this moment to launch a surprise attack, leaving her gravely injured and shattering her spiritual platform, resulting in her descent into obscurity. Had it not been for this betrayal, she would undoubtedly have been an exceptional practitioner. It is worth noting that in nearly a millennium, only 2 individuals in our realm of cultivation have possessed innate sword bones: Zhang Miao of our supreme sect, and this esteemed sister, Xian Ling of the Dushan sect. As the 4 made their way to the competition venue, Yuan Jing sighed. Indeed, Chai Xian is ruthless and adept at masquerading his true intentions. After causing harm, he feigns ignorance, kneeling and apologizing, even having the headmaster of the Feiyu Sword sect come to offer apologies and seek forgiveness. Despite the Dushan sect's deep resentment, what could they do? They could not incite sect disputes, and thus, the matter ultimately faded into silence. Yushu interjected. It is a pity that Sister Xian Ling fell from grace. The Dushan sect has since struggled to regain its footing. I wonder if they have any disciples capable of participating in this year's competition. Liao Liao listened quietly and inquired, is she dead? Lingbo shook her head. No. Sister Xian Ling has not perished. Although her spiritual platform is shattered and she cannot cultivate, her swordsmanship remains unparalleled. She still resides in the Dushan sect, dedicated to imparting her knowledge of sword techniques to the disciples. Yet, had it not been for Chai Xian's treachery, how could Xian Ling have faded into obscurity? A decade ago, she was the foremost powerhouse among the younger generation in the realm of cultivation, and as a result, the previously obscure Dushan sect rose to prominence alongside her. Consequently, the sect's leader was compelled to accept the apology and compensation from the Feiyu Sword sect. For without such assistance, they would have lacked even the finest elixirs to heal Xian Ling's injuries. The Feiyu Sword sect wielded considerable influence, and only with this backing did Chai Xian dare to act in such a manner, driven by envy and the desire to intimidate others. Yuan Jing looked down upon such petty individuals, although he resorted to underhanded tactics to defeat Xian Ling in the last competition. He ultimately lost to our esteemed brother Yuan Qin of the Wushang sect. Such scheming yielded only a 5th-place ranking. Yet his selfishness led to the downfall of a talented sword cultivator, which is truly contemptible. Lingbo murmured softly, Perhaps he was simply unable to outwit brother Yuan Qin. Yuan Jing asked, "Who is speaking of me?" Lingbo felt a wave of bad luck wash over her. Having spoken ill of her junior sister only to find her right behind, and now having disparaged her senior brother, who appeared out of nowhere. Brother Yuan Qin gazed intently. "I believe I heard someone mention my name. Who is it?" Caught in the act of gossiping, the group of siblings felt a tinge of embarrassment, and Liao admitted. "It was I." Yuan Qin, upon locking eyes with Liao, stammered for the first time. "You? What did you say about me?" However, Liao ignored him and continued walking ahead. Lingbo, Yuan Jing, and Yushu hurried to catch up, while Yuan Qin, displeased, pursued them to inquire. "Speaking ill of others is not the behavior of a gentleman. What exactly did you say about me?" He yearned to reach out and grasp her hand. Yet before his fingers could even graze the fabric of her sleeve, they were ensnared by an icy grip. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Qin was reminded of how he had succumbed to her prowess during the sect's grand competition, a memory that instilled a sense of trepidation in his interactions with her. He harbored a chilling realization that had it not been for Ling Bo's timely intervention urging her to relent, he might have truly faced demise. As Yuan Qin withdrew, Ling Bo was left in a state of astonishment. How could someone as formidable as Yuan Qin be rendered speechless? It was not merely Yuan Qin. Even the senior and junior brothers now approached her with newfound caution. Ling Bo pondered this transformation and concluded that it all began after Liao had ascended to prominence. Her strength commanded respect, rendering others hesitant to disregard her opinions or make decisions on her behalf, even those who were her seniors, who could no longer afford to treat her with condescension. Previously, the senior and junior brothers had shown her kindness, but it was akin to the affection one would bestow upon a child. Now, however, the dynamic had shifted. They began to honor her, acknowledging her as an equal, heeding her counsel and decisions. Lingbo had never experienced such treatment before. She relished the affection bestowed upon her by her brothers and felt an immense joy when they caressed her hair. Yet this sensation was reminiscent of what Liao had articulated, akin to how mortals nurture their cats and dogs. Lingbo had once cared for an ordinary kitten, cherishing it deeply. She would prepare its meals with utmost care, cooking fish and meat, meticulously removing the bones, and shredding the meat into delicate strips before feeding it to the kitten. In her leisure moments, she would cradle the kitten while basking in the sun on a swing, gently stroking its head and scratching its chin. The kitten would always respond with bliss, closing its eyes in delight and emitting a soothing purr. Lingbo would never confide her innermost thoughts to the kitten, nor would she seek its counsel when making decisions. A mere offering of food and occasional strokes of affection sufficed. The kitten, devoid of excessive contemplation, found happiness in its simple existence. Yet, humanity is different. Humans harbor jealousy, resentment, anger, and doubt. She lacked the extraordinary talents of others, nor did she possess their single-minded devotion to a path. She was merely an ordinary person, content with the status quo. Brother Yuan Qin was a figure of considerable arrogance. Should anyone offend him, he would bear a grudge until the end of time. Only with Liao did he exhibit a fleeting demeanor, avoiding her gaze even after exchanging a few words. Lingbo was reluctant to concede that Liao's observations held merit. Beauty and gentleness are trifling attributes, fit only to adorn the strong. Liao, without the embellishment of extravagant garments, commanded admiration effortlessly. Lingbo had never heard anyone extol Liao's beauty. Disciples of the Supreme Sect spoke of her with a tone of reverence and envy, praising her formidable strength. On the day of the sect's grand competition, a chilling frost enveloped all peaks of the Supreme Sect, instilling dread. Liao transcended the identity of a mere woman, rising to the status of a remarkable being. Despite this, she chose to sit beside Liao, shivering with the cold. Some minor sects endeavored to forge connections with the Supreme Sect, consequently displaying excessive attentiveness. Surrounding flattery and praise for Liao drifted like wisps of smoke. She hardly absorbed it, while Lingbo reveled in the compliments as if they were directed at herself, expressing gratitude with unrestrained joy. Truly, this junior sister is extraordinarily talented. The female leader of the Supreme Sect is indeed a rare gem, seldom seen in a century. Indeed, Liao, the junior sister, is truly formidable. I am in absolute admiration. It is almost unbelievable to hear that this year the Supreme Sect is led by a female leader. To my astonishment, Liao remained as steadfast as a mountain until a young male cultivator approached her, cupping his hands and smiling warmly. You must be the esteemed junior sister of the Supreme Sect, Liao. I am Chai Xian from the Feiyu Sword Sect. I have heard that we are drawn into the same group. I hope you will show mercy when the time comes. He possessed striking features, and his smile was particularly uplifting, leaving an excellent impression at first sight, as he seemed the epitome of popularity. Ling Bo, feeling as if facing a formidable adversary, cautiously inquired, "What brings you here?" This year's leader of the Supreme Sect is merely 16 years old, which astonishes not only the Feiyu Sword Sect, but also other factions. Smaller sects sing praises in hopes of allying with the Supreme Sect, while larger sects, like the Feiyu Sword Sect, tend to look down upon such a young leader. At just 16, she has yet to even approach the threshold of cultivation, when Xianling, born with a natural sword bone, participated in the grand competition as the leader of the Dushan sect at the age of 21. It set the record for the youngest leader in the cultivation world to date. Similarly, Zhang Miao, also possessing a natural sword bone, made her debut at the age of 23. Any prodigy is sure to gain widespread renown. The Dushan sect rose from obscurity to prominence thanks to Xianling, while Zhang Miao, although participating for the first time, already had a commendable reputation. Yet this female leader of the Supreme Sect, not only is she youthful, but she also emerged from a background of utter anonymity, with no one having known her prior. It is difficult not to question whether the Supreme Sect regards the sect competition as a mere jest. If becoming the foremost leader could be attained merely by taking the esteemed Tyli Xianjun as 1's master, then why has Lingbo Yuanjing Yushu, who entered the sect prior to her, not achieved such a position? Lacking both renown and exceptional talent, could it be that Tyli Xianjun, upon witnessing the flames consuming his old abode, felt a pang of sympathy for his newly initiated female disciple, thus striving to elevate her to compete alongside the leaders of the major sects? Though his expression and tone offered no grounds for reproach, he placed undue emphasis on the character in the title of the female leader, imparting an inexplicable hint of ambiguity. Lingbo felt a wave of nausea, akin to swallowing a fly, with neither the option to retch nor to swallow. She was torn between anger at the slander directed at her master and indignation for the humiliation suffered by her junior sister. Chai Xian's words seemed to utterly negate Liao Liao's prowess, suggesting that her title was merely a result of favoritism from her master, an assertion that was patently false. Yuanjing Yushu's countenance darkened, and before they could interject, Liao Liao spoke up, not with sarcasm or scorn, but with commendation. "This senior brother possesses remarkable prowess." Chai Xian was taken aback, realizing that Liao Liao, despite appearing as cold as ice, harbored such a gentle disposition. Even when pressed, she chose to flatter rather than retaliate. A hint of satisfaction flickered across his seemingly gentle features. Just as he was about to respond, Liao Liao continued, "This senior brother is indeed a prodigy. The male leader of the Feiyu Sword Sect is truly a rare sight to behold in a century. Chai Xian is indeed formidable, and we are genuinely in awe." The audacity of her words was almost unbelievable. Upon first hearing that this year's Feiyu Sword Sect would have a male leader, I was utterly astonished. It is indeed no small feat for Chai Xian, a seemingly delicate young man, to ascend to the pinnacle of the Feiyu Sword Sect as its male leader. The emergence of such a figure from the sect surely speaks volumes of the master's adept guidance and the countless hours spent in close quarters with Chai Xian. Lingbo, who had initially displayed anger, found herself at a loss for words. Liao Liao, who seldom articulated lengthy thoughts, merely echoed the praises of others, with the final remark tinged with Chai Xian's sardonic undertone. Yet no one would interpret Liao Liao's words as commendation. Her tone remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. And while the female leader's accolades were scarcely surprising to the onlookers, the mention of a male leader felt distinctly peculiar. Chai Xian, unaccustomed to such derision, felt his composed fa shatter in an instant. Unable to maintain his dignity under the scrutiny of so many, his heart harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Liao Liao. With a cold snort, he swept away in a huff. Lingbo, astonished, remarked, "How extraordinary. Your utterly monotone speech somehow conveys more sarcasm than the most intonated remarks." Liao Liao retorted, "If you are to refer to me as the female leader henceforth, then you must also address others as male leaders." She was indifferent to the ears that caught her words, oblivious to the concept of humility. Liao Liao is simply herself, unfeigned and unyielding, born to be so. Even as external voices and teachings insisted, she conformed to the image of a conventional woman. Lingbo had intended to dismiss her as overly dramatic. Yet amidst such intense scrutiny, she suddenly realized that to voice such a thought would indeed be foolish. Thus, it was confirmed, "You are the leader, and he is the male leader." Liao Liao glanced at her senior sister. Puzzled by Ling Bo's contemplative demeanor, she quietly sat in her seat, awaiting the commencement of the grand competition. Although Chai Xian had witnessed the unfolding of events, he felt that Liao Liao was indeed overstepping her bounds. Unable to swallow his indignation, he secretly steeled himself, preparing to teach this audacious woman a lesson. The 72 leaders drew lots in pairs to form groups. Unlike the climbing trials of the sect competition, the martial arts contest featured a single arena. The heads and elders of the various sects sat below the stage, striving for a just final ranking. After being divided into 36 groups, the order of appearance was still determined by drawing lots. The competition could last anywhere from 3 to 5 days, or even extend to over 10 days. There were tales of individuals battling for 3 days and nights, with dust and stones flying, obscuring the sun and moon, as only the leaders on the stage were permitted to engage. It was said that while strikes were meant to be restrained, there were often instances of inadvertent injuries occurring amidst the fervor of battle. Chai Xian had used this as an excuse to seek forgiveness from the Du Mountain sect. What could they do if forgiveness was not granted? Since the fall of Xian Ling, the Du Mountain sect had been on a steady decline. Yet this year they had managed to secure a chance to participate in the competition. However, their status was lowly, and they found themselves relegated to an inconspicuous corner, likely receiving less attention than a substitute disciple from a supreme sect. Liao Liao was indifferent to this. She had drawn the 7th group. As she watched the competitions of the preceding 6 groups with rapt attention, it was only when Ling Bo poked her sharply in the back that she stirred slightly. Her own fingers nearly numb from the cold. It's almost your turn. Given the current pace, it seems likely that the first 15 groups will conclude soon. When you face Chai Xian, be sure to exercise caution. 2 senior brothers, equally concerned for their junior sister, found themselves unable to interject amidst Ling Bo's incessant chatter. Her words flowed endlessly, and as Liao Liao listened with one ear and let the other ear dismiss the sounds, she noticed that the victorious female disciple from the 6th group, despite her insufficient cultivation, exhibited an exceptionally exquisite swordsmanship. The male disciple she faced, evidently much older than her, ultimately succumbed to her prowess. Upon receiving her badge of victory, the female disciple joyfully leaped down from the competition stage, where an elder female disciple clad in green caught her with an affectionate smile, gently patting her head while seemingly offering words of praise. Was that senior sister Xian Ling? Ling Bo craned her neck to observe for a while, before confirming that the green-clad disciple was indeed Xian Ling. Prompting a wave of nostalgia within her, a decade had passed, and senior sister Xian Ling had changed considerably. As the 7th group prepared to take the stage, Ling Bo felt particularly anxious about her junior sister potentially facing difficulties. In her heart, she perceived her sister as a rather simple-minded child. Unaware of when to eat when hungry, or when to wear more clothes when cold, she would sit by the cliff for an entire day. While it was all right on the peak with Ling Bo watching over her, should she descend the mountain, Ling Bo feared she might be sold and would still assist in counting the money. Unbeknownst to Liao Liao, she was viewed as this naive child in her sister's eyes. She merely desired to eat when she felt like it, not out of hunger, and she certainly did not feel cold. Liao Liao bit into the sweet orange candy, savoring its flavor, and without responding, she lightly propelled herself onto the competition stage. Every disciple of the Wushang sect donned garments of white adorned with silver cloud patterns, and Liao Liao was no exception. Her black hair danced in the wind, accentuating her nearly translucent skin. Initially, Chai Xian feigned a formal bow to Liao Liao, before inquiring with genuine concern, "Junior sister, do you not possess a weapon?" Silence enveloped the surroundings as Chai Xian gently elucidated. Is it possible that the junior sister is not familiar with the rules of the competition? As long as one does not employ treasures that exceed their cultivation level, all else is permissible. To the untrained eye, Chai Xian's weapon appeared to be merely a fine sword. However, it concealed intricate mechanisms within. Its length and flexibility could be adjusted at the discretion of the wielder, and the blade was forged from a special metal, exhibiting extraordinary softness and resilience. It was a weapon that could both attack and defend, specifically crafted for the Feiyu sword sect. Below the arena, a young female cultivator from the 6th group clenched her fists, lamenting, "If only I had drawn the 7th group." Frustrated, she muttered, "I simply wish to pierce Chai Xian with a single stroke and then cultivate in peace." She was not foolish, for she lowered her voice lest it reach the ears of those from the Feiyu sword sect, which would undoubtedly incite conflict. The Shan sect, being in a precarious position, could ill afford to antagonize a major sect. Xian Ling shook her head and remarked, I believe this junior sister may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, the young female cultivator turned her gaze back to the stage, scrutinizing Chai Xian. Despite her efforts, she could discern no remarkable prowess. Perhaps he possessed innate talent, but he was still rather young and lacked experience. Furthermore, this marked Chai Xian's third participation in the sect's grand competition. It was rumored that his cultivation had long surpassed the requirements of the competition, and his involvement was merely to assert his dominance among the elite. How shameless. At over 50 years of age, Chai Xian was by no means considered old in the realm of cultivation. However, the majority of participants in the competition were the C'Army de la C'Army of the younger generation, typically in their 30s at most. At Chai Xian's age, one would be nearing the end of their life in the mortal realm. Due to the harm inflicted by Chai Xian, the Ling Tai of Xian Ling was damaged, severing her celestial ties, and she was doomed to age like an ordinary mortal. The name of this individual would evoke profound resentment within the Dushan sect. However, Xian Ling, having let a decade slip by, had long since come to terms with this matter. Rather than languishing in hatred, she chose to dedicate herself to teaching the younger female cultivators, hoping to nurture more individuals like herself within the sect. As for the petty Chai Xian, he would ultimately receive his just deserts. The conversation between the two sisters was conducted in hushed tones, ensuring no outsiders overheard. Meanwhile, Chai Xian remained on stage, speaking with feigned politeness, attempting to ascertain the weapon that Liao Liao wielded. Liao Liao found him more bothersome than her senior sister. As the competition was about to commence, both parties would disclose their respective paths. Since opponents were determined by lottery, should a conflict of attributes arise, it would be a matter of misfortune. Chai Xian practiced the earth-affiliated Yang path, and according to the principles of the 5 elements, earth counters water. Yet, attributes are not immutable. For instance, Yuan Tan had similarly lost to Liao Liao. It turned out her path was of ice. Chai Xian sighed lightly, feigning concern, remarking on the fragility of young women who spent their years among ice and snow, fearing the chill would harm them, pondering about their future partners. Liao Liao, utterly disinterested in his continued discourse, conjured an ice sword in her hand and thrust it towards Chai Xian. The young female cultivators in the audience gasped. Wasn't this the unique swordsmanship of senior sister Xian Ling? How could someone from the supreme sect replicate it? Xian Ling marveled, noting that the sword technique Liao Liao employed was identical to the one used during her earlier match. The members of the Dushan sect exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that she had learned it after merely witnessing it once? The swordsmanship of the Dushan sect is profoundly intricate. Without diligent effort, one cannot truly unleash its power. How could the supreme leader master it so swiftly? Xian Ling remarked, I observe that you adapt your sword techniques learned from sparring with others, refining them to suit your own style. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Many within the Dushan sect had witnessed Xian Ling's prowess a decade prior, and in a moment of reverie, they believed they were beholding that naturally gifted swordswoman. Spirited and vibrant. After Xian Ling's spiritual platform shattered, she became engrossed in the creation of new sword manuals. A prodigy by nature, her compositions were exceedingly profound. Yet her fellow disciples, despite their diligent practice, could not fully harness their true potential. Xian Ling understood the intricacies of her own work, and though rendered powerless by her fractured spirit, she was elated to witness the few techniques she had observed from her junior sister, seamlessly integrating them and showcasing their exquisite brilliance. Her creation, the 4 symbols sword technique, demands exceptional cultivation and insight for its execution. The duality of the 2 instruments gives rise to the 4 symbols, which encompass the essence of yin and yang. In the realm of cultivation, the dichotomy of yin and yang has always been irreconcilable. Practitioners of the yang cannot learn the arts of yin, and vice versa. This perplexed Xian Ling. For without mutual learning, how could one ascend to new heights? The 4 symbols sword technique, both light and heavy, emphasizes that the sword resides in the heart rather than merely in hand. Its movements embody both strength and beauty, appearing effortless and graceful while being versatile and agile, capable of withstanding legions single-handedly. Lingbo watched from below, her eyes filled with anxiety, yet she dared not shout loudly for fear of startling her junior sister. Yu Shu anxiously exclaimed, What is the junior sister doing? How can one be so distracted during a competition? Chai Xian, however, was oblivious to such concerns. All he knew was that those 2 swords were exceedingly perilous, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Upon seeing Liao Liao suddenly stand still, he felt a surge of excitement. What a perfect opportunity. If he could subdue her, victory would be assured. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered earlier, Chai Xian's gaze sharpened, and his sword instantly became supple and flexible, winding its way along the icy blade, aiming directly for Liao Liao's dantian. Lingbo could no longer contain herself and was about to scream a warning to her junior sister when someone shouted even louder, "Channel your spiritual energy, golden blossoms bloom." Liao Liao, who had been momentarily dazed, reacted to the call. Her gaze shifted, and Chai Xian's sword was aimed directly at her face. The sunlight refracted off the blade, casting a shimmering glow that accentuated her icy countenance. She swiftly repositioned herself, grounding her right foot, and with a powerful motion, shattered the icy sword into countless tiny ice needles, not only freeing herself from Chai Xian's entrapment, but also launching a rapid assault on his vital points. The brilliance emanating from the sword transformed the transparent ice needles into golden blossoms, reminiscent of delicate flowers. Chai Xian felt his life hanging by a thread. His mind raced. Realizing he was in dire straits, he shouted, "Junior sister, stop. You're cheating." As the ice needle approached his face, mere inches away from his eye, it abruptly halted. Liao Liao lowered her head to regard him, asking, "What constitutes cheating?" Chai Xian was drenched in cold sweat, the icy spearhead exceedingly sharp and wielded with remarkable precision. He suppressed the terror of surviving a calamity and, with a trembling voice, addressed the esteemed elders. "How can junior sister Liao Liao, as the supreme leader of our sect, resort to the sword techniques of other sects? Is this not a form of cheating, a victory devoid of honor?" At that moment, Ling Bo and the young female cultivator from the Dushan sect echoed in unison, "Truly shameless." Their mutual recognition sparked an instant camaraderie, leading to a friendly smile between them, united against the common adversary, Chai Xian. The leader of the Feiyu sword sect spoke slowly. "Chai Xian raises a valid point. I wonder how the rest of you perceive this. Indeed, if one represents their own sect in a grand competition, what justification is there for employing the techniques of another?" After a prolonged stalemate, the Tian Zhao sect ultimately reached a conclusion, demanding Liao Liao to cease her actions and re-engage in combat, forbidding her from utilizing the sword techniques of the Dushan sect. This was not merely to secure victory. It was a deliberate attempt to ensure that Liao Liao could never cultivate again, leading to her demise. Lingbo gasped, while Liao Liao remained blissfully unaware. However, the clamorous shouts from the spectators below the arena signaled something amiss. Just before the short sword could pierce her, she raised her right hand nonchalantly, summoning a flurry of ice arrows from all directions. Before Chai Xian's short sword could approach, he found himself pierced like a porcupine, with ice arrows sealing his vital points. The short sword clattered to the ground as he fell, crying out in agony. Witnessing this, the leader of the Feiyu sword sect immediately soared into action, directing a palm strike towards Liao Liao, exclaiming in fury, "How dare you, you young scoundrel, resort to such treacherous means?" With a mere wave of his hand, he could cause mountains to shatter and rivers to reverse, and now he directed this formidable power towards Liao Liao, clearly intent on her demise. However, his strike was so swift that no one anticipated such a mighty being would dare to assault a 16-year-old female cultivator. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, and some averted their eyes, fearful that this blow would obliterate Liao Liao into nothingness. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Liao Liao stood her ground and endured the strike, immediately unleashing an astonishing chill into the air. The gust of his palm and the head of the flying feather sword sect were instantaneously encased in ice. From an objective viewpoint, the posture of the sect leader suspended in midair, perfectly frozen by the frigid blast, resembled a stunning piece of art. Chai Xian lay on the ground, paralyzed with fear, unable to move as the ice arrow embedded in his vital point sent shivers of icy dread coursing through him. His complexion turned ghastly pale, his lips tinged with a bluish hue. Upon closer inspection, one could even observe a delicate layer of frost beginning to form upon his skin. It would not be long before he succumbed to this terrifying cold. During the sect competition, Liao Liao had triumphed on the first level of the trial platform, securing the top position. Ling Bo was aware of her prowess, yet she had never truly grasped the extent of her strength as she did now. Captivated, she found herself taking a few steps forward, overwhelmed by the intense chill that enveloped the entire mountain peak, rendering even the warmest sunlight powerless to dispel it. However, she paid little heed to this, merely turning to Ling Bo below and saying, "Senior sister, my honey fruits." It was only with her spoken words that the crowd dared to breathe again, having previously held their breath in trepidation. Ling Bo felt a mix of emotions, wanting to laugh yet on the verge of tears. I understand, they are all yours. Liao Liao still recalls the words of her senior sister, who, after kicking Chai Xian off the arena, turned to the recorder and inquired, I have one, have I not? The master of the Fei Yu sword sect remained frozen in midair. If she did not win, who else could? With that, Liao Liao leapt down from the competition stage and extended her hand towards Ling Bo. True to her word, Ling Bo counted out 10 honey fruits for her, which Liao Liao then sat down to peel and consume. Meanwhile, the master remained encased in ice, visibly on the verge of perishing. Ling Bo noticed the multitude of onlookers, yet found that none dared to voice a plea for Liao Liao to release them, fearing her wrath. As the host, the Tianzhao sect could not permit a figure of such prowess to remain frozen indefinitely. They first attempted to dislodge their opponent, but found it impossible. Then they endeavored to shatter the ice, which proved even more futile. Ultimately, with no other recourse, they resorted to beseeching Liao Liao for mercy. Having savored the last honey fruit, Liao Liao stared dreamily at the sweetness lingering on her fingertips, contemplating whether to lick them clean. Just as she pondered this, Ling Bo, swift and perceptive, wrapped a handkerchief around her fingers to spare her the embarrassment of appearing foolish before the crowd. The younger generation of the Wushang sect had evidently come to regard Liao Liao as their leader. Her silence rendered the others mute as well, including even the most arrogant among them, Yuan Qin, who now accepted her authority without question. Liao Liao shook her head, stating, he wishes to kill me. I will not release him. That strike had been devoid of mercy. Had it been anyone else, blood would have certainly been spilled on the spot. Given the circumstances, she too would not yield. A murderer who falters in skill deserves to meet their end. The situation grew tense as Liao Liao remained obstinate, and naturally, her fellow disciples followed her lead. At that moment, a nonchalant voice echoed from a distance, belonging to the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun. Although calm, his words were unmistakably clear. Liao Liao, release him. The members of Tianzhao sect rejoiced, thinking that even the observing Tai Li Xianjun had intervened. Surely she could not persist in her refusal. Yet, Liao Liao remained steadfast in her grip. Yuan Jing murmured, little junior sister, be obedient. The master has commanded you to release him. There is no need to incite conflict between our sections. Liao Liao feigned ignorance, and the crowd buzzed with speculation, astonished that this female cultivator disregarded even the words of Tai Li Xianjun. However, as she effortlessly caught the palm strike from the headmaster of the Fei Yu sword sect and immobilized him without resistance, it became evident that her own cultivation was formidable. Was she perhaps akin to Chai Xian, deliberately suppressing her abilities to secure the title of champion in the competition? Chai Xian had transformed into a mere snowman, with only his eyes occasionally betraying any semblance of life. Ling Bo felt a sense of unease. She understood that forging a rivalry with the Fei Yu sword sect would be unwise. Eliminating Chai Xian was trivial, but if the headmaster were to perish, enmity between the two factions would be inevitable. Yet, Liao Liao disregarded the counsel of their master and senior brothers, as well as the authority of Tianzhao sect. Would her words hold any weight? After much contemplation, Ling Bo resolved to make an attempt. She softly called out, junior sister. Liao Liao, typically indifferent to others, always bestowed a glance upon Ling Bo when she sought her attention. Ling Bo pressed her lips together and tentatively spoke amidst the crowd's scrutiny. The senior brothers are right. We need not instigate discord between the two factions. Although Chai Xian's ruthlessness merits such a fate, the master of the Fei Yu sword sect, he is on the brink of death and has already endured much suffering. Would you consider releasing him? Liao Liao fixed her gaze upon Ling Bo, and as the frost dispersed, the master fell heavily to the ground. The members of the Fei Yu sword sect hurriedly rushed to assist him, offering warmth and concern. While no one paid heed to the similarly fallen Chai Xian, his character had attracted deep-seated resentment within the sect, and his downfall elicited no applause. Nearly the last vestiges of camaraderie among peers. Liao Liao heeded no words but hers. The crowd's gaze towards Ling Bo shifted to one of admiration, filling her with a sense of elation and delight. As the first snowflake of the season fell, other unannounced leaders, having witnessed Liao Liao's prowess, felt a somberness in their hearts, realizing that this year's first victory was destined for the Wushang sect. Regardless of their disputes, their only option was to vie for the second place. Thus, many had lost their fighting spirit, and the first day's competition concluded swiftly. If any sect were a smile, It was undoubtedly the Wushang sect. It was evident who the grand champion would be. The remaining 71 competitors were utterly incapable of matching their strength. The Wushang sect remained the preeminent force in the realm of cultivation, unmatched by any. Reflecting on the initial skepticism directed at Liao Liao upon her arrival, it was comically contrasting to witness the spectators' astonishment as she defeated Chai Xian, nearly eliminating the master of the Feiyu sword sect. Originally, according to the arrangements, Liao Liao was supposed to share a room with her senior sister. However, due to her unique constitution, Lingbo adamantly refused to share a space with Liao Liao. Fearing she might freeze to death in her sleep, Jin Yi remained silent within the little snowman, acutely aware of the disparity between herself and Liao Liao. She was reminded of her own demise, which brought forth a wave of sorrow, causing her to weep incessantly. The tears of her soul nearly melted the snowman. And just as Liao Liao was reinforcing the snowman, she heard a knock at the door. Initially thinking it was her senior sister, she quickly reconsidered. After all, why would her sister knock? The cold wind swept through the wooden door, revealing an unexpected visitor. Xian Ling stood nervously at the entrance and knocked again, saying, "Liao Liao. I am Xian Ling from the Dushan sect. May I enter?" Liao Liao nodded, and Xian Ling stepped inside, shivering from the cold. Concerned, she asked, "Sister, are you not cold?" Noticing Liao Liao's lack of response, Xian Ling further explained, "The Dushan sect is merely a minor sect. Our sword techniques cannot compare to those of the supreme sections. Yet, the four-symbol sword technique is profoundly intricate. Why did you gift it to me?" Liao Liao understood the technique's unparalleled brilliance, having witnessed and utilized it firsthand. What puzzled her was why Xian Ling, a complete stranger, would bestow such a precious sword manual upon her. With a hint of self-deprecation, Xian Ling smiled and said, "You may think me fanciful for saying this, but I firmly believe that without mutual learning and communication, the sword cultivators of the immortal realm will stagnate. Thus, I present the four-symbol sword technique to you. It is my original creation, requiring no approval from the sect leader." After obtaining the answer, Liao Liao remained silent. After Xian Ling nodded at her, she stood up to leave, only to encounter Lingbo. After a brief greeting, Lingbo, without knocking, barged in, inquiring, "Why did senior sister Xian Ling leave your room? What did she come to see you about?" Apart from her innate talent and diligence, Xian Ling was never one to withhold knowledge. Unfortunately, Lingbo's swordsmanship was quite lacking, and she had never had the fortune to seek guidance from her. Liao Liao raised her head, scrutinizing her senior from head to toe, continuing to reinforce the snowman, signifying she was done observing. Lingbo could easily be provoked by her, and she swiftly snatched the little snowman away, while the tearful Zhan Yi struggled, exclaiming, "Let go of me." Lingbo, unable to hear the snowman's pleas, insisted that her junior examine her carefully, standing tall and asking, "How do I look?" "What do you mean by just like that?" Lingbo huffed, clutching the icy snowman tightly. "I am being serious with you. Can you? It was rare to see her senior flustered, and Liao Liao gazed at Lingbo without blinking. After much effort, Lingbo finally shyly stammered, "Teach me." "Teach you what?" The last few words were barely audible, like the hum of a mosquito, and Liao Liao, who had not been paying close attention, was even more confused. Lingbo's face flushed crimson. "Teach me how to cultivate." She had prepared herself to be humiliated by her junior, but to her surprise, the impudent girl readily agreed, which caught Lingbo off guard. She questioned, "You just accepted without even asking me a thing?" Ignoring her, Liao Liao instead focused on herself. Once the most challenging words were spoken, a floodgate of thoughts opened, with no signs of restraint. Back when she ascended the trial platform in the sect, she remained unperturbed, climbing from the lowest tier to the first without a moment's pause. Yet now, she found herself troubled by Lingbo's incessant chatter, wishing she could encase her senior sister in a block of ice. However, her precious fruit remained firmly in the other's grasp. Lingbo hesitated to seek assistance from the elder and younger brothers, as they were men and not as approachable as her junior sister. Moreover, she wished to keep her master unaware of her troubles. Liao Liao, being taciturn, would undoubtedly remain tight-lipped. Lingbo understood the techniques of internal breathing and meditation. Yet, to Liao Liao, if her senior sister devoted as much energy to cultivation as she did to her appearance and to their master, she would have long since discovered her own path, rather than squandering so much time. Her first demand was that Lingbo cease managing the daily needs of their master and the others. At this, Lingbo instinctively protested, "How can that be?" Although the elder brother appeared composed and wise, He was often forgetful, frequently descending the mountain without his talismans or magical tools. The younger brother was even worse. Once engrossed in his studies, he would forget to eat. As for their master and Liao, both were increasingly taciturn and particular. If I do not tend to you, will you even survive? Liao replied slowly. You are not a servant. Lingbo retorted angrily. How can that be the same? Liao mused internally. What difference does it make? She responded, if you cannot do it, then do not pursue immortality. Lingbo originally intended to scold the insufferable girl, but a thought struck her, and her eyes gleamed with mischief. Very well, this is what you requested. I am capable of fulfilling it. But do not come crying to me later asking where I have placed my clothes, or what I shall eat for lunch today. I shall not concern myself with you. Liao replied coldly, I would never speak in such a manner. Unlike a child. Liao had never employed such a syrupy tone to address her senior sister in a playful manner. Lingbo huffed. True to her word, she ceased to involve herself in the daily trivialities of her junior sister, senior brother, and master. Liao managed well enough, but without Lingbo, the senior brother and junior brother were utterly lost. When they ventured outside, they could not even locate their belongings and would come to inquire of Lingbo, resolute in her junior sister's request, declined to assist. The next day, the senior brother appeared with dark circles under his eyes, having spent the night searching for a comb. The junior brother fared little better, yawning incessantly, having read until dawn, only to be roused after a brief nap. Yet, Liao remained unchanged. She actually preferred short hair. But her senior sister insisted that a young lady ought to have long hair. In the realm of cultivation, both men and women sported long locks. So Liao conformed to the custom. She never bothered to ponder how to style her hair attractively, with her senior sister neglecting her. She simply gathered her hair into a ponytail with a single hair tie, achieving a refreshing and uncomplicated look. However, Lingbo merely pretended not to care for the senior brother and junior brother. The truth was, they were often away, and their master frequently secluded himself. It was only during the 10 years spent with Liao, side by side, never apart, that Lingbo found herself responsible for every aspect of their lives, sustenance, shelter, and daily routines, each requiring her attention. As Liao settled down, Lingbo instinctively untied her hair ribbon, muttering under her breath while deftly weaving Liao's hair into a braided twist, finishing it off with a bow. The entire process flowed seamlessly, and it was only after completion that she realized she had promised not to fuss over her junior sister. Immediately, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. What are you staring at? If you took proper care of your hair, would I need to intervene personally? No peeking. Liao, ever obedient, turned her head away, no longer gazing at Lingbo. Perhaps it was the restful night that invigorated the leaders of the various sects, for they appeared much more spirited today, in stark contrast to their lethargy the previous day. Liao's eyes remained fixated on the martial arts arena, while Lingbo soon succumbed to drowsiness. She harbored no interest in conflict or competition, and prolonged observation only made her weary. Noticing Lingbo's unusual behavior, Yuan Jing and Yu Shu felt compelled to seek clarification from Liao. Seizing a moment while Lingbo rested her head on one hand like a chick pecking at grains, Yuan Jing inquired softly, Junior sister, what troubles our senior sister? Yesterday, when I asked her where she had put my comb, she completely ignored me. Yu Shu echoed the sentiment, stifling a yawn, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes from fatigue. Find your own comb, Liao thought, as Yuan Jing faced rejection in his attempt to address the matter. Not daring to speak further, Yuan Jing fell silent, while Yu Shu, witnessing her senior brother's predicament, remained tight-lipped, wary of inciting displeasure from the two junior sisters. In a moment of realization, the little snow person, Zhen Yi, understood that perhaps initially, everyone was grateful for Lingbo's contributions, but as time passed, no one acknowledged the value of her efforts, for to them, it had become an expectation. Should Lingbo cease her endeavors, it would be an intolerable reality for them to accept. The first snowflake, why did Sister Lingbo become hysterical and repeatedly target me because of our master? Could it really be merely a case of unrequited love? Zhen pondered, lost in thought, as everyone around her overlooked her existence. They took her contributions for granted while simultaneously dismissing her worth, be it master, senior brother, or junior brother, even herself. She scorned such cold-hearted individuals, yet in truth, how was she any better? For the sake of master, she could disregard the affection of her two elder brothers who had cared for her since childhood, treating their love as mere pawns in her game. For master, she had turned against her sister, who had nurtured her. Feeling unjustly wronged as she was constantly met with her sister's resentment despite having done nothing wrong. Yet, deep down, she had never truly cherished the moments spent with her sister. In fact, she felt a sense of glee at her sister's breakdown, thinking, "Look, I am different. I am more fragile, more innocent, and more deserving of your love. Junior sister, is there something wrong with your snowman?" Lingbo poked it with her finger, revealing to Liao Liao that it had melted again. "Shall we just discard it?" Seeing Liao Liao's silence, she assumed it was due to reluctance and added, "When it snows again, I'll have senior brother and junior brother help you build a larger one." Liao Liao shook her head, her hand brushing over the snowman. And miraculously, the already melting figure began to reshape itself. Jinny cried heartily, overwhelmed with regret. Regret for having sacrificed her life for master. And regret for not having shared more words with her sister in her final moments. What had become of her sister, who had been stripped of her foundations and cast down to the mortal realm after her death? Jinny remained quietly within the snowman, observing her senior sister. Lingbo, sensing something amiss, glanced around and remarked with a hint of confusion, "How peculiar. I feel as though someone strange is watching me. Could it be that my beauty has captured their attention?" Liao Liao reached out towards her, prompting Lingbo to respond with caution. "What are you doing?" Without uttering a word, Liao Liao continued to extend her hand. Lingbo shook her head. "If you don't explain your intentions, how am I to know?" "Migwa," Liao Liao stated. Lingbo let out a huff. "Are you asking me for your belongings? I have no obligation to assist you. Let us not forget our previous agreement. You wouldn't dare to breach it, would you?" Liao Liao, not one to be easily fooled, recognized the situation for what it was. All her Migwa was firmly grasped in her senior sister's possession, and now that Lingbo forbade her from approaching, it was clear she intended to renege on their deal. "I want all of it. I shall keep it myself." Lingbo, with a tone of regret, replied, "No, you cannot demand items from me. You were the one who stated this." Out of respect for her sister's previous kindness and sharing sweets, she showed restraint, yet it was still sufficient to elicit Lingbo's lamentations. Moreover, with Liao Liao's room resembling a frigid winter landscape, after several attempts to surrender, she decided to encase Lingbo in ice. This was not the same as dealing with the master of the Feiyu sword sect. It merely immobilized Lingbo in a standard position without causing her harm. Lingbo, lacking resolve, repeatedly pleaded for mercy, yet Liao Liao remained unmoved. It was evident that sweet temptations were not always effective. She felt as if her very bones were shattering from the cold. "Will I emerge from this intact tomorrow? I have never been particularly gifted, and now I fear I shall suffer from chronic leg pain in my later years." Unbeknownst to her, Liao Liao coldly reminded from behind, "We shall continue tomorrow." On that night, Lingbo endured an excruciating slumber, having covered herself with 3 thick quilts, yet still feeling a bone-chilling cold. Her feet resembled blocks of ice, refusing to warm. Despite the fact that it was late August, the autumn heat, known as the autumn tiger, typically marks the peak of temperatures throughout the year. Yet she trembled beneath her covers as if caught in a frigid storm. Even several cups of hot tea offered no comfort. Lingbo felt tears welling up in her eyes, lamenting the frigidness. Why was it so cold, so unbearably cold? Was it merely a few sparring moves with her junior sister? Or perhaps the chilling atmosphere of her sister's room had caused her to inhale too much cold air? Unbeknownst to her, Lingbo gradually drifted into a shivering slumber. When dawn broke, she awoke to a startling realization. The cold had vanished. In a flurry, she threw off her blankets and sat upright, only to discover a delicate layer of frost coating the room. Even her quilts and pillows, her fingers and hair were encrusted with frost. Terrified, Lingbo hastily leapt from her bed. The quilts were frozen stiff. How could she have slept through the night wrapped in such frigid layers and not felt the chill? Had she succumbed to the cold? She rushed outside to seek answers, but as she moved, a peculiar sensation washed over her. Her body felt astonishingly light. Lingbo felt as if she had transformed into a feather, shedding the heavy burdens that once encumbered her. The frost in the room slowly melted away after her awakening, and she sensed that she had cast off some weighty load, simultaneously clearing the fog that had clouded her mind. How could such a profound transformation occur from merely a night's sleep? Unable to contain her excitement, Lingbo clapped her hands in delight. This swordsmanship is truly magnificent. Not only is it highly practical, but it also possesses considerable aesthetic appeal. Liao Liao cast a glance, and as the icy sword dissipated, Lingbo swiftly approached her. "Junior sister, let me tell you, I was so cold last night that I couldn't sleep." And I covered myself with 3 blankets. The elder sister always rambled on, straying far from the point. Liao Liao thought. Lingbo was momentarily taken aback. Distraction? You think of master in everything you do. Your distractions have surpassed your instincts. Once frozen, you will naturally cease to think. Lingbo, feeling bewildered, realized that had it been yesterday, she would have sternly insisted to her junior sister that her feelings for master were anything but mere distractions, arising instead from genuine affection. However, upon hearing this now, she found considerable sense in it and nodded in agreement. What you say is true. Should my mind wander during secluded cultivation, it would indeed lead to madness and ruin my path to immortality. Ah, junior sister, since you possess such abilities, why did you not employ them on me sooner? Suddenly, Lingbo's expression shifted. What kind of look is that? Liao Liao replied. You willingly indulge in your delusions and refuse to awaken. How is that my concern? But why have you now used it? It was merely an experiment. An experiment? Lingbo did not comprehend her junior sister's words. Thinking that Liao Liao was merely being stubborn and too shy to admit her concern for her. Until they reached the martial arts arena, Liao Liao did not sit down as she usually would. Instead, she directly sought out Xian Ling and stated plainly, I can assist you in reconstructing your spiritual platform. Do you wish to proceed? Initially, upon her arrival, the other members of the Du Mountain sect presumed she had come to instigate trouble, for her fierce reputation preceded her, and they dared not offend her lightly. However, the words that followed were even more astonishing than a mere confrontation. What did it mean to reshape the spiritual platform? Could the spiritual platform truly be remade? For cultivators, the spiritual platform represents the very core of their cultivation. Akin to how one cannot walk without legs or breathe without a nose. Without a spiritual platform, the possibility of cultivation is utterly extinguished. Thus, to damage another's spiritual platform during a contest is to harbor an irreconcilable enmity. Liao Liao, oblivious to the gravity of her words, was met with incredulous laughter from the surrounding sects, who found her proclamation utterly ludicrous. Even the most gifted cultivators would not dare utter such grandiose claims. If the supreme sect possessed such capabilities, they would have ascended long ago, rather than languishing in the mortal realm, striving for enlightenment. Moreover, she was merely 16, a young girl boldly asserting she could assist others in reshaping their spiritual platforms, a notion bordering on absurdity. Amidst the ridicule and scorn, Xian Ling, without a moment's hesitation, proclaimed, I am willing. If it meant the possibility of reshaping her spiritual platform, she would consent to anything. Liao Liao nodded in response, instructing, Come to my room tonight. Yuan Jingyu was equally perplexed. How could the junior sister possess such extraordinary abilities? The notion of reshaping a spiritual platform was, in the realm of cultivation, virtually impossible. Even their revered master, Tyli Xianjun, would be powerless to achieve such a feat. Liao Liao had no intention of addressing Lingbo, yet Lingbo, clearly feeling slighted, turned to her senior sister and said, You're deceiving me. Lingbo furrowed her brow. What do you mean by deceiving me? Are you referring to freezing the distracting thoughts or the experiment? It is not an experiment. Lingbo, aware of her penchant for brevity, felt a slight urge to smile, but compelled herself to maintain composure. Are you intentionally mentioning the experiment? Perhaps fearing that I might realize my esteemed position in your heart? Liao Liao remained silent, while Lingbo, with a cheerful grin, urged her, Quickly turn your head. Today marks the second round of the competition. If you falter and lose, let us see if I will show you mercy. With that, she joyfully produced a honey fruit and handed it to Liao Liao, who accepted it in silence, contemplating that if this would bring joy to her senior sister. So be it. The second round of the competition unfolded without any suspense. Liao Liao faced a female cultivator who had witnessed Liao Lao's prowess firsthand. The damage inflicted on Chai Xian was severe, leaving him unable to continue his training and with little time left to live. Fearing a similar fate, the female cultivator quietly requested mercy as they exchanged introductions. Her path was marked by a fierce and commanding demeanor, summoning thunder and lightning imbued with formidable strength. However, as the battle commenced, Liao Liao sensed a stark contrast from Chai Xian. While he fought with ruthless intent, desiring nothing less than bloodshed, this female cultivator, fully aware of her inferiority, nonetheless fought valiantly, yet with restraint, embodying the spirit of a dignified woman. I concede my defeat. She swiftly acknowledged her loss to Liao Liao, bowing respectfully and sincerely stating, Junior sister, your skills are remarkable. Following her words, she gracefully descended from the competition stage, her poise and elegance far surpassing that of Chai Xian. On the third day, 2 rounds of competition were held, and Liao Liao effortlessly stood out. For the various sects, their primary concern was whether Liao Liao could indeed reconstruct Xin Ling's spiritual platform. The question of who would emerge as the champion of this sect competition was hardly worth mentioning. Among this year's champions, who could possibly rival the unparalleled Liao Liao, Xin Ling was filled with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. After all, her spiritual platform had been shattered for a decade, and her sect had sought out every healer and exhausted all miraculous elixirs to no avail. She had long resigned herself to the inevitability of aging and mortality, preparing herself as a mere mortal. Even if Liao Liao could not restore her spiritual platform, Xin Ling bore no resentment. Life would continue in its current state. So why not take a chance? Finally, as the grand competition concluded on the third day, Xin Ling was about to seek out Liao Liao when she noticed several junior sisters trailing behind her, looking rather pitiful. Xin Ling shook her head. No, I cannot take you all with me. After managing to dissuade her junior sisters, she donned 2 additional layers of clothing. The younger ones, puzzled, inquired, "Sister, why are you wearing winter clothes in such hot weather?" They were well equipped with essentials in their storage rings, and considering it was late August, there seemed to be no need for winter attire. "Look, even sister is sweating." Xin Ling, drenched in perspiration, managed a wry smile. "Due to the shattering of my spiritual platform, I am particularly sensitive to the cold. Being near Liao Liao feels suffocating, as if the air I breathe is frozen." She nearly wrapped herself into a ball, her heart brimming with excitement and trepidation. While she couldn't help but feel elated, she continually reminded herself to temper her outward expressions, lest she impose undue pressure on Liao Liao. Whether or not success would come, she must not harbor an excessive sense of gain or loss. For Liao Liao owed her nothing. Ever since Liao Liao claimed the title of champion at the Supreme Sect, she ceased to suppress her formidable powers. The dwelling she occupied for 3 days stood out distinctly from others, in the sweltering heat of late August. A thick layer of ice enveloped everything from the roof tiles to the window sills and door thresholds, emanating an eerie chill. Amidst the deep hues of the surroundings, Liao Liao's ice blue room was particularly striking. Xin Ling observed a number of individuals either sitting or standing nearby. Upon inquiry, she learned that the intense cold of Liao Liao's chamber had driven her fellow disciples to congregate here, as the wind talismans proved inadequate against the biting cold and the ice basins were insufficiently refreshing. This space was, indeed, quite pleasant provided one did not venture too close. For a small blanket was the perfect remedy. One of the younger disciples, beaming with satisfaction, spoke while placing a small wooden tub before her, filled with chilled horned melon. She snapped a piece in half with a crisp sound and eagerly offered it to Xin Ling, saying, "Senior sister, do try this. The horned melon is truly sweet." Xin Ling, momentarily dazed, accepted half of the horned melon and knocked on Liao Liao's door. Upon entering, she found Liao Liao seated at the table. At the sight of her arrival, Liao Liao cast a fleeting glance, which then lingered, fixed upon Xin Ling. Xin Ling pondered. Could it be that her attire was too heavy, causing Liao Liao displeasure? Or perhaps her appearance was disheveled. Had she fastened her buttons incorrectly? Was her belt askew? Lost in these thoughts without resolution, she was about to inquire when Liao Liao's frosty voice cut through, asking, "Is it sweet?" After a moment of realization, Xin Ling understood that Liao Liao was referring to the half-piece of horned melon in her hand. Tentatively, she extended it, suggesting, "Would you like to try it?" Liao Liao truly took a bite. The chilled cantaloupe was exceptionally sweet, its juices overflowing, a delight surpassing that of honeyed fruits. Where did it come from? A junior sister outside offered it. Liao Liao was aware that several individuals were leaning against her residence enjoying the coolness, yet she remained indifferent to it. However, her curiosity piqued. Tilting her head in confusion, she queried Xin Ling, "Why is it only given to you and not to me?" Thus, she would hardly expect anyone to share their food with her. Once a cultivator reached a certain level, they would inevitably practice fasting. Those like Liao Liao were presumed to have long since done so. "Do you enjoy eating?" Xin Ling inquired. "We, from the Dome Mountain sect, are rather impoverished. Unlike other sects that possess wealth. Consequently, we have cultivated fruit trees on many desolate mountains to earn some daily expenses. However, my storage ring lacks the means to preserve freshness, hence I only have preserved fruits. Would you care to try some?" Moments later, Xin Ling understood. A wise individual requires not many words. Her storage ring contained hundreds of pounds of various preserved fruits, originally intended for sale during this opportunity. The impoverished Dome Mountain sect was diligently contemplating ways to earn money, especially with the upcoming sect competition, where clever junior disciples were busily selling seeds and preserved fruits. Liao suddenly felt that Xian Ling was the most comforting person she had encountered in this world thus far, and she pledged, "I will restore your spiritual platform." Xian Ling smiled gently, replying, "It's all right, I have grown accustomed to it." Liao's gaze lingered on the preserved fruits Xian Ling had produced when Ling Bo burst through the door once more, carrying a plate of preserved fruits. "Junior sister, look at what I have brought you. Why are there so many preserved fruits? Sister Xinling has arrived." The two greeted each other, and by chance, Lingbo's candied fruits were purchased from one of Sister Xinling's junior disciples, who claimed to offer a friendly price. However, the cost turned out to be 2 spirit stones per pound. Each spirit stone is equivalent to 100 taels of silver in the mortal realm. When the Mount Shan sect sells its candied fruits to the mortal world, the price is merely 31 per pound. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, with such abundant prey, during the decennial sect competition, is there not ample opportunity to exploit this bounty? Lingbo exclaimed in indignation, "Is 2 spirit stones truly a friendly price?" Xinling appeared somewhat guilty and cleared her throat, responding, "We sell to others at 5 spirit stones per pound." The junior disciple must have considered Lingbo as a senior sister and, knowing Lingbo was about to reshape her spiritual platform, decided to significantly reduce the price, which indeed qualifies as a friendly price, devoid of deceit. Subsequently, Lingbo swiftly gathered all the mountains of candied fruits that Xinling had brought out, contemplating which one to taste first. Upon witnessing her sister's outrageous act, she was about to speak when Lingbo implored Xinling, "Sister Xinling, I beseech you, please do not give her so many at once. Liao does not know moderation. Whatever you provide, she will consume, akin to a goldfish. I truly fear she may burst her belly." Xinling was startled and quickly replied, "I apologize. Please forgive me, Sister Lingbo. Both are senior sisters. Yet they each possess challenging junior disciples. Lingbo is one, while Xinling has a whole group. She is eager to seek advice from Sister Xinling on how to manage her disobedient and troublesome junior disciples effectively." Liao tapped her fingers on the table. Her presence still felt. Was it truly effective to scheme so openly in public? The perspectives of the senior sisters are perpetually refreshing. After the customary greetings, Lingbo found a place to sit, her legs neatly together, hands resting upon her knees. "Am I intruding here? In case something goes awry, I could lend a hand." Liao gestured for Xian Ling to take a seat. Xian Ling, suppressing her restless emotions, inquired, "Junior sister, is there anything I need to do?" Liao shook her head and settled down. Liao's fingers were chillingly cold. The moment they touched the nape of Xian Ling's neck, a shiver coursed through her. How could someone's body temperature be so low? She had met a few ice practitioners, yet none were as frigid as Liao. Could it be that her elevated cultivation led to such a chill? It was colder than the millennium-old ice of the bitter cold lands. This icy sensation penetrated deeply into her bones. Xian Ling could feel a wave of coldness being drawn in from the crown of her head, gradually entwining with her consciousness. Where her previously shattered spirit platform was being consumed by the frost, the ice-blue spirit platform was being reformed. What Liao referred to as the reformation of the spirit platform required neither elixirs nor rare herbs. She merely used ice to reconstruct Xian Ling's spirit platform. This way, Xian Ling would not only be able to continue her cultivation, but would also possess a talent superior to her former self. Xian Ling, equally uncertain, remained seated like Lingbo, hesitant to move. After a while, Liao looked at them with a hint of curiosity. "All right. Is it really all right?" Xian Ling ventured to draw in her energy, and to her euphoric surprise, her spirit platform was indeed restored to its pristine state. She could wield her sword once more. "Liao, junior sister." Countless words failed to express Xian Ling's profound gratitude. Her eyes were red-rimmed as she unhesitatingly clasped Liao's hands, nearly choking on her emotions. Thank you. Truly, thank you." Liao withdrew her hands, replying with an air of indifference, "The icy essence will reshape your spirit platform. Your cultivation speed will multiply several times over, while simultaneously, the ice will gradually freeze your distractions." "Distractions?" Lingbo interjected. "Are they akin to mine? Passions and desires, greed, anger, folly, and confusion, all are distractions that must be severed." Before Xian Ling could utter a word, Lingbo exclaimed, "Then, what about me? Junior sister, have you frozen my passions and desires as well?" Reflecting on it now, she recalled her mixed feelings toward their master, a blend of sweetness and bitterness. However, ever since she began cultivating alongside her junior sister, in merely 2 days. Whenever she thought of their master, she felt a stirring in her heart. Could it be because of her junior sister? The small snowman, Zhen Yi, expressed her discontent. Why not freeze mine too? I too wish to forget that person. Liao Liao responded with curiosity. It merely allows your mind to remain clear. It is ice, not a curse. You remain yourself, just more perceptive, devoid of unnecessary distractions. Ling Bo's distractions lay in her admiration for Tai Li Xianjun, while Xian Ling's distractions stemmed from her overly tender heart. If these two could attain a clearer state of mind, the former would not have been entangled in the supreme sect for over 20 years without choosing a path, and the latter would not have been so easily deceived by Chai Xian into forsaking her promising future. It is you who seek my assistance, and thus I shall define what constitutes a distraction. Liao Liao, resolute and dignified, found herself at a loss for words before Ling Bo, yet ultimately, Ling Bo chose to place her trust in Liao Liao. She was innately passionate about the sword, and if shedding distractions would allow her to continue her practice, she was willing to do so. The entanglements of love and affection in the mortal realm held no allure for her. Ling Bo initially intended to scold her junior sister for not voicing her intentions before abruptly freezing her distractions. However, upon reflection, she deemed her junior sister, who she interacted with daily, as far more trustworthy than their master, whom they saw only a few times in a year. Once her distractions were quelled, she felt no connection to their master anymore. Hence, she decided it was not worth quarreling with her junior sister over this matter. Absolutely no more sweets. Are you truly unconcerned about cavities? Would it bring you joy to have the entire realm of cultivators learn that the esteemed Liao Liao secretly indulges in sweets to the point of decay? Liao Liao replied, I shall not get cavities. Ling Bo, despite her skepticism, confiscated all the candied treats, distributing them in measured portions each day, genuinely worried about her junior sister's dental health. With narrowed eyes, Liao Liao recognized that since her senior sister treated her with such care, she would not be easily dissuaded. Nevertheless, Ling Bo still had not discovered her own path. On the final day of the grand competition, having successfully restored her spiritual platform, Xian Ling sought vengeance personally. In front of the members of the Feiyu sword sect, she executed the incapacitated Chai Xian, leaving everyone astonished as she proved capable of wielding her sword once more. With her spiritual platform restored to its former glory, a decade ago, the spirited sword cultivator seemed to gradually come back to life. Xian Ling readily acknowledged that her junior sister, Liao Liao of the Supreme Sect, was not speaking in vain. She truly had the ability to reconstruct the spiritual platform. Thus, even before the final grand competition had commenced, the area surrounding Liao Liao's seat was already teeming with those who had taken up vigil, including disciples from the Feiyu sword sect. With Chai Xian deceased, they arrived to beseech Liao Liao for assistance in healing their sect leader, who had been injured by the icy snow. The phrase reconstructing the spiritual platform was irresistibly alluring, prompting members from various sects to clash fiercely for prime positioning, transforming this dignified and impartial sect competition into a chaotic marketplace. Liao Liao has arrived, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to look up eagerly. Yet they saw no sign of Liao Liao from the Supreme Sect, which incited immediate ire, cunning and scheming, attempting to confuse us with falsehoods. I shall not fall for your tricks. The accuser retorted, do you not feel the cold? The chill that approaches only confirms that junior sister Liao has indeed arrived. As fate would have it, the individual was not merely casting a smokescreen. Soon, Liao Liao, alongside her senior brothers and sisters, appeared at the entrance of the competition arena. The throng surged towards her, clamoring, Liao Liao, junior sister Liao, I have a request. Liao Liao, our splendid heaven sect possesses a treasure known as the Crimson Mist Feather. If junior sister could assist in reconstructing the spiritual platform for our sect's elder, we would gladly present this treasure to you. Liao Liao, our sect possesses an extraordinarily intricate sword manual, said to be crafted by celestial beings. As long as Liao Liao is willing, they desperately flock to her side, unaware that she harbors a strong aversion to the proximity of strangers, particularly when they gather in a group, their various scents mingling unpleasantly. Yuan Jing and Yu Shu valiantly wield their scabbards to fend off those attempting to approach Liao Liao, while Ling Bo initially shields her from behind. However, some individuals are overly enthusiastic, forcing her to push them away. Witnessing her elder sister exerting her utmost strength, Liao Liao's gaze flickers. Those scrambling around her suddenly topple like shattered jade vases, crying out as they fall. Unbeknownst to them, a layer of ice had formed upon the ground, rendering them unable to stand and causing them to slip and crash to the floor. Without a sideways glance, Liao Liao strides through the chaos, the ice vanishing in her wake, impervious to the pleas of the fallen. Her assistance to her sister stems from the honeyed fruit clutched in her hand. Her aid to Xin Ling arises from the profound intricacy of the four-symbol sword technique that Xin Ling imparted. It is merely the amiability towards these two that compels her to act. The fate of others is of no concern to her. The Supreme Sect's willingness to extend this favor hinges entirely on Liao Liao's disposition. On the final day of the grand competition, she becomes the focal point of the younger generation. Observing her effortless victories on the stage, Yuan Tin cannot help but concede. In just a few short days, the little junior sister has rapidly matured. Should she continue to grow at this pace, I fear I might not last but a few moves against her. Liao Liao resembles a parched sponge, voraciously absorbing combat experience, while Yuan Jing and Yu Shu are mesmerized by the spectacle. Only Ling Bo stands proudly, hands on her hips, proclaiming, of course, one should consider who raised this child. Yuan Jing cast a glance at his junior sister, refraining from revealing how many times her stubbornness had brought her to tears. He vowed to no longer concern himself with her. Before him stood another female cultivator. In this year's sect competition, the number of female cultivators was slightly fewer than that of their male counterparts, yet their overall strength surpassed the latter significantly. Consequently, by the finals, only one male cultivator remained, who was the first to be eliminated. Liao Liao triumphed over the other four, leaving only this final opponent. Coincidentally, their paths were aligned, yet the other lacked Liao Liao's finesse. After all, Liao Liao was born of ice and snow, capable of manipulating the very ice summoned by her adversary. As victory seemed imminent, a light, mocking laughter echoed through the air, clear and melodious, yet laced with mischief. The assembled cultivators instantly drew their swords, on high alert. A fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through, tearing the banners on the competition stage asunder. As the dust settled, before they could inquire about the newcomer, a beam of white light shot forth from the temple of the Tianzhao sect, colliding midair with a black light, resulting in a tremendous shockwave that left many cultivators of middling prowess struggling to maintain their footing, with some even being lifted into the air by the residual force of the clash. Lingbo urgently called out to Liao, "Junior sister, come down quickly. Don't just stand there, it's the demon clan." Above, dark clouds roiled ominously, lightning crackling within them. A black dragon with golden claws emerged from the sea of clouds. Amidst the fleeting shadows, Liao Liao caught sight of a strikingly handsome man clad in black, reclining atop the dragon's head. His long, enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with mirth. "It's been a while, Tai Li, you've grown increasingly protective." The dark light was indeed a sudden assault directed at Liao Liao. Tai Li Xianjun, with one hand casually resting behind his back, spoke indifferently. "You appear to have made little progress." The man chuckled. "I have heard that your young disciple possesses considerable skill. I wish to borrow her for a moment. May I ask for your consent, Tai Li?" In response, Tai Li Xianjun swiftly retaliated with a strike. The golden-clawed black dragon emitted a resounding roar, yet the man effortlessly brushed aside Tai Li's attack with his flowing sleeves. He then lowered his gaze towards Liao Liao on the competition stage, still wearing a broad smile. "You must be Tai Li's little disciple, correct? If we were to be precise, you should address me as Shu, Uncle Master." Tai Li Xianjun barked, "Silence. Su Jin, you have fallen into darkness and have long been expelled from the Supreme Sect. How dare you spout such nonsense here?" Su Jin laughed. "After all, we share a bond as fellow disciples." He was about to utter more words to incite Tai Li Xianjun when he suddenly sensed something unusual with the black dragon beneath him. Looking down, he was astonished to see the golden-clawed black dragon rapidly encased in a layer of icy blue frost. Su Jin's smile faltered slightly as he leapt into the air, placing one foot upon the head of the golden-clawed black dragon. "Your little disciple possesses quite the talent." He had initially intended to nonchalantly remove the ice from the black dragon's body, but to his dismay, he found this frost to be peculiar and unyielding. He was unable to shatter it, and could only watch helplessly as the golden-clawed black dragon plummeted toward the ground. The surrounding cultivators scattered in panic as the black dragon crashed down, creating a massive crater upon impact. A female cultivator, initially standing opposite Liao Liao, fearing misfortune from being caught in the chaos, deftly leapt down from the competition stage. As she departed, she called out to Liao Liao, yet Liao Liao remained unmoved. Only after the female cultivator landed did Liao Liao calmly declare, "I have won. The one who descends from the arena first is deemed the loser." The The female cultivator found herself momentarily speechless, pondering whether life or victory held greater significance. The golden-clawed black dragon emitted anguished cries, its former arrogance now diminished. Without such a formidable steed, the demon king Su Jin appeared considerably less imposing. At this moment, he finally began to regard her with a semblance of seriousness, no longer viewing her as merely a possession of Tai Li. Standing resolutely on the arena, Liao coldly inquired, "Who is short?" Su Jin, taken aback, was bewildered by the girl's words. Unbeknownst to him, his earlier remark about Tai Li's protectiveness had deeply unsettled Liao, who was truly short. And why should he be her protector? This man, blind to the truth, deserved to be transformed into a snowman and placed upon the hearth, to experience the torment of melting away. The celestial lord Tai Li, wary of Liao's naivety inciting Su Jin's wrath, could not afford even the slightest misstep in his mortal form. He lowered his gaze toward Liao and commanded in a deep voice, "Liao, step back." Draped in white garments, exuding an ethereal grace, he stood upon the clouds, embodying the very essence of celestial beauty. Even the true immortals descending to the mortal realm would likely pale in comparison. The cultivators in the arena looked up, captivated by the extraordinary presence of the celestial lord Tai Li, their admiration evident, including the previously frozen thoughts of Ling Bo and the little snowman Zhani, who gazed on in awe. This was not mere infatuation. It was a profound appreciation for the beauty and strength of a formidable being. However, this enchanting scene was abruptly shattered by Liao. Regardless of who was virtuous or villainous, no one in this world could compel her to act against her will. An ice dragon manifested from her hands, growing from small to vast, as it soared towards Su Jin in the sky with a fierce roar. A chill mingled with the falling snowflakes enveloped the Dark Lord in an inescapable embrace. Su Jin had never regarded the ice dragon with any measure of respect. Yet not long ago, his black dragon had been frozen and brought crashing to the ground, still barely clinging to life. The black dragon, fierce and formidable by nature, had required considerable effort from Su Jin to tame a millennium ago. He raised his foot to kick the ice dragon, convinced that a single strike would shatter it into oblivion. However, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. The remarkably resilient ice dragon deftly evaded his leg, crashing heavily against his back, only to whip around and take a bite. The cultivators erupted in incredulous gasps and questions, bewildered by their junior sister's actions. The immortal Lord Tai Li, caught in a state of astonishment, was utterly unaware that this seemingly inconspicuous young disciple possessed such formidable prowess. Where had she acquired such terrifying magical abilities? The Dark Lord Su Jin struggled desperately in the icy grip of the dragon's jaws, but the creature refused to release its hold. He swung his fists in a futile attempt to break free, leaving no mark upon the beast. And when he sought to transform into shadowy mist to escape, the frigid breath of the ice dragon ensnared him once more. The beautiful peach blossom eyes of Su Jin widened in disbelief. Was it truly because he had uttered a word in defense of his pride that he was to be so publicly humiliated? A crackling sound began to rise around him, and Su Jin felt a chilling sensation emanating from beneath his feet. He hurriedly looked down, only to discover that he was becoming encased in ice. His junior sister's voice echoed in his mind. "Soon, you shall meet the same fate as that black dragon, frozen alive." Little did Su Jin imagine that he would not perish at the hands of his arch-nemesis, but rather at the hands of this unassuming young girl, Tai Li's little disciple. He understood that he could never remain passive. However, the ice dragon clung to him tenaciously, leaving him no means of escape unless he relinquished his corporeal form. In the next moment, the demon lord abruptly opened his mouth, and a dark orb surged forth from his 7 orifices, racing away like a shooting star, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The ice dragon opened its maw wide and consumed the demon lord's physical body entirely. Then, before the gaze of the onlookers, transformed into frost and dissipated. Meanwhile, on another front, the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun found himself ensnared by a second ice dragon, grappling in utter disarray. The demeanor of an immortal, the grace of a celestial, all vanished under the relentless assault of an indestructible ice dragon. As the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation, he had never encountered an adversary who could rival him. Even the demon lord Su Jin paled in comparison. Hence, regardless of how formidable his opponents were, Tai Li Xianjun always maintained an air of nonchalance and deftness. Yet today he stumbled significantly against this ice dragon. It was not out of compassion that Liao spared Tai Li Xianjun. but rather due to thoughts of her senior sisters, Qin, and the potential incessant nagging that would ensue if she were to feed him to the ice dragon. The notion simply did not seem worth it. Even after the ice dragon's disappearance, Tai Xianjun remained haunted, the sensation of being on the brink of death too palpable. He could not comprehend how he had fallen short against a mere girl. Yuan Jing promptly interjected to smooth over the situation, offering an explanation on behalf of his master. Esteemed guests, please forgive us. My master often plays and trains with the little junior sister, and today, perhaps due to the demon Lord Su Jin, he momentarily forgot the circumstances. We sincerely ask for your understanding. The monks neither expressed their faith nor disbelief. They merely laughed, aware that they would inevitably encounter one another again, and thus chose not to sever ties. Despite having suffered humiliation moments ago, Tai Xianjun's cultivation level far surpassed theirs. Upon hearing her senior brother's words, Ling Bo felt a twinge of apprehension. She refrained from revealing her profound understanding of her junior sister. Yet after years of companionship, one would expect a reasonable dissent from the situation. When had he ever played with me, or taught me the ways of cultivation? Liao coldly interrogated Yuan Jing, harboring little affection for this senior brother, her regard having plummeted to an all-time low. Since you have chosen to speak thus, let the master accompany me a while longer. One dragon was already troublesome. What of four? Thus unfolded a rather comical scene, as four ice dragons, agile and fierce, appeared to possess a semblance of human intelligence, coordinating their attacks with uncanny precision. Tai Xianjun's folding fan was shattered, his sleeves vanished without a trace, revealing two snow-white arms, while the golden crown atop his head was swept away by a dragon's tail, leaving him in a most disheveled state. Strangely, this gave the onlooking monks the impression that the ice dragons could have easily torn him apart, yet chose to toy with him. Much like a cat playing with its prey, unwilling to devour it in one bite, for that would be devoid of amusement. They were determined to indulge in their sport first. At this moment, Ling Bo found herself engulfed in a shattering of illusions, gazing at her celestial master, whose very undergarments seemed on the verge of being torn away. She felt as though all her youthful sentiments were drifting away from her. The little snowman, Zhen, was not faring any better. She had covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight, fearing that if she continued to look, she might yearn to end the life she once lived. What of it? Liao remained indifferent. Had she not taken the place of Zhen, the tiny immortal lord would have, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, struck her with a resounding slap, rebuking her for her venomous heart. He would have callously pushed aside Zhen, disregarding her tearful pleas, showing no semblance of tenderness towards either of his female disciples. This serves as evidence that should Liao ever weaken, he would not hesitate to publicly use her as a vessel, trading her for the chance to remain with his wife. Would Liao then be expected to consider his feelings? At this moment, the tiny immortal lord had utterly lost face, and in Liao's hand appeared a peculiar little clay figurine. Liao raised the figurine and inquired, "What is this?" Ling Bo took it and examined it for a while, remarking, "Isn't this just an ordinary clay figurine? What makes it special? If you like it, I have plenty more. However, this one looks rather poorly made and likely holds little value. Where did you acquire it?" The ice dragon had consumed the corporeal form of the demon king Su Jin, and with it, everything he possessed vanished, leaving only this figurine in Liao's grasp. Zhen stared intently at the figurine, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where she had seen it before. Liao, unfazed, continued to examine the figurine, while Ling Bo, exasperated, exclaimed, "His disgrace is our disgrace. Do you wish to be pointed at in public as the disciple of the tiny immortal lord? Such words are far more valuable than 1,000 empty compliments." Liao, however, was unwilling to have her name mentioned alongside that of her master. In an instant, the ice dragon vanished, and the nearly exhausted Tai Xianjun plummeted from the sky. Yuan Jing Yushu hurried forward to check on him. Even for those who held their master in the highest regard, the moment felt exceedingly awkward. Suddenly, Zhen exclaimed, "I've remembered." She pointed at the clay figurine in Liao's hand. Master once possessed an identical clay figurine, which he cherished immensely and carried with him at all times. What are you staring at? It's merely a clay figurine, something you could purchase in the mortal realm for a few coins. Could there possibly be a person concealed within? Perhaps. Ling Bo found it difficult to comprehend her junior sister's thoughts. After 10 years of companionship, she had learned one thing: never attempt to understand Liao. Surrounded and assisted by 2 male disciples, Tai Xianjun felt the sting of humiliation. Initially, He intended to express his anger, but was suddenly captivated by the clay figurine in Liao Liao's hand. His expression shifted dramatically, Erwan. Ignoring the wounds inflicted by the ice dragon, he seemed entranced as he approached Liao Liao, reaching out to snatch the figurine. However, Liao Liao would not grant him such an opportunity. The moment her master made his move, she raised the clay figurine high. "This is mine." Wherever the clay figurine went, the gaze of Tai Li Xianjun followed closely, his lips continually murmuring the name Erwan, unwilling to retreat. Thus, she chose to push Tai Li Xianjun away with her other hand, disliking his proximity, and resumed her fondling of the clay figurine in her grasp. The crowd was left astonished by this unexpected turn of events. The figurine bore no extraordinary qualities, so why was Tai Li Xianjun so infatuated? Yet Zhenyi, hidden among the little snowmen, seemed to grasp a revelation, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "I knew it. I am truly foolish beyond measure." At that time, witnessing her master's profound affection for the clay figurine, to the extent of carrying it everywhere, she had surreptitiously descended the mountain to learn the craft, clumsily creating 2 dolls, one male and one female, intending to present them to her master as tokens of affection. Molding a piece of clay, shaping an sculpting a wa. The 2 of us, together broken, blended with water. Then, shaping another sculpting another wa. In my clay, there exists within her clay, there resides wa. These 2 clay dolls were indeed accepted by her master, yet were carelessly placed aside, gathering dust over time. At that moment, Zhenyi dared not voice her hidden affection. Soon after, she noticed her master's cherished clay figurine was also placed alongside her own dolls on the windowsill, mistakenly believing he valued her feelings equally with the figurine. Secretly rejoicing. Only now does she realize how misguided her sentiments were. His seemingly tender and ambiguous affection was merely a ploy to coax her into willingly offering her body, to allow the beloved wife within the clay figurine to be reborn. He fulfilled only his own love, indifferent to Zhenyi's fate. As if sensing something, Liao Liao slowly turned her gaze toward the small snowman. The essence of Zhenyi within it radiated an unpleasant heat born of anger and resentment, compelling her to transform into a vengeful spirit and lunge at the Tai Li Xianjun. Yet, in an instant, an icy blanket enveloped Zhenyi, successfully quelling her wrath. Liao Liao raised a single finger in a gesture that indicated disapproval of any mischief. "Give it to me, quickly," came the impatient demand. Yuan Jing looked at his master in confusion and tentatively ventured, "Master, this is merely an ordinary clay figurine, a toy belonging to little junior sister. Surely, you wouldn't take it away?" Ling Bo chimed in, Indeed. Liao Liao is not particularly fond of toys, though this clay figure is rather unappealing. It is something she cherishes. "Master, please do not be angry. Liao Liao is still quite young. Let us not hold her to the same standards." Fearing that Tai Li Xianjun might punish Liao Liao, she desperately hinted that the girl was merely 16, still a child who deserved forgiveness in all her endeavors. Tai Li Xianjun, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, endeavored to address Liao Liao with a tone of calmness. "That object belongs to the demon King Suajin. It may pose a danger. Hand it over to me first, and once I ascertain that it is safe, I shall return it to you." A look of incredulity emerged on Liao Liao's typically expressionless face. She could hardly fathom if her master was truly attempting to deceive her. For a considerable time, she fixated on Tai Li Xianjun with an unusual gaze, making him feel as though she were not observing a living being. Eventually, she coldly reminded him, "You might want to put on some pants first." Amidst the crowd, she no longer paid heed to the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun, her gaze instead searching for the presence of those from Tian Zhaozong. "Am I not the champion of this grand competition?" she inquired. Having completely dismissed any concern for her master, Tai Li Xianjun, the astonishing spectacle of his disheveled appearance in the heavens had deeply embarrassed Ling Bo, who preferred to be regarded as Liao Liao's senior sister rather than merely the disciple of Tai Li Xianjun draped in the outer garment of Yuan Jing. Tai Li Xianjun had appeared somewhat flustered in the skies, yet now, with his golden crown fallen and hair tousled, his alabaster skin was even more pronounced, and the exposed skin of his legs exuded a fragile beauty akin to shattered porcelain. "Please, give me the clay figurine," Tai Li Xianjun implored, his tone tinged with desperation. He repeatedly requested a mere ordinary clay figurine, disregarding his own dignity, which left the onlookers perplexed. What could this figurine possess that could drive a wedge between master and disciple? The aloof Tai Li Xianjun, so seemingly delicate and humbled, was now beseeching his disciple in the guise of a master. Soon, someone interceded on Liao Liao's behalf, persuading her to hand over the figurine to her master. It's only a clay figurine. Why provoke your master's displeasure? Indeed, they echoed. Once a disciple, forever a child of the master. How could one defy their master's commands? While the murmurs of skepticism arose, a resolute female voice emerged. Esteemed colleagues, your words are misguided. Xian Ling approached Liao Liao from the crowd. Her demeanor gentle as she remarked, how can one of such esteemed age as Tai Li Xianjun compete with a younger generation for a mere toy? What significance does this clay figurine hold, even if it belongs to the Demon King Su Jin? Just moments ago, Su Jin was sent fleeing in disarray by Liao Liao. How could such a trivial object warrant such vigilance? While it is true that we must honor our teachers, if a mentor lacks kindness, why should a disciple feel compelled to comply with every whim? The bond between a teacher and a student may embody familial affection or friendship, but it shall never devolve into a master-servant relationship. Liao Liao has taken a liking to this figurine. Her reluctance to part with it is her prerogative. Ling Bo, observing the sparkle in Xian Ling's eyes, quickly chimed in with words of support. Indeed, please do not misunderstand. My junior sister possesses a rather peculiar disposition, reserved and frosty in demeanor, yet beneath it lies an innocent heart. She shows little interest in anything beyond her sweet treats. Gifts from both the elder and younger brothers fail to capture her attention, and finally, she finds joy in this clay figurine. How could we possibly ask her to relinquish it? She is but 16, a tender age. As she spoke, she pinched her thigh with fervor, tears streaming down her face from the pain. You cannot fathom how pitiable my junior sister was upon her arrival at the Wushang sect, an orphan, shunned by her village as an omen of misfortune, reduced to skin and bones. It was truly a heart-wrenching sight for any who beheld her. Who could bear to snatch away her cherished possession? Wouldn't you agree, elder brother, younger brother? Yuan Jingyu, as if awakening from a dream, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, indeed. Liao Liao, deep in thought, reflected on her own past. Had she truly been so emaciated? Yet, she felt compelled to correct her senior sister. I do not have an affection for this clay figurine, Ling Bo, but this is mine. No one can take it away. As the crowd looked on, a layer of icy blue frost gradually enveloped the clay figure, completely immobilizing it. In the astonished gaze of the celestial sovereign Tai Li, the figure was crushed into oblivion. You have never imparted any teachings to me, yet you seek to seize what belongs to me. If that is the case, I hereby refuse to acknowledge you as my master. With a cold and haughty demeanor, I raised my head defiantly. Such words are truly astonishing. It is customary for a master to expel a disciple, yet here we witness a disciple renouncing their master. In the realm of cultivation, where respect for teachers is paramount, betraying one's master is tantamount to open rebellion, likely to render one a pariah among fellow cultivators. Ling Bo could no longer contain herself and swiftly covered Liao Liao's mouth, urging everyone not to heed the child's nonsensical ramblings. She knows nothing, and that is why she dares to speak such absurdities. Innocent words indeed. Liao Liao pulled her senior's hand away and reiterated, I do not require a master who cannot teach me, yet always maintains an air of superiority. Then she uttered a phrase that sent chills down spines. I wish to stand on equal footing with him. Accompanying this declaration was a manifestation of Liao Liao's power in the form of frost. As an endless chill swept through Tianzhou sect during the hottest days of late August. Amidst this extreme cold, all growth ceased, the air stagnated, and cultivators found their exhaled breaths freezing instantaneously, the chill penetrating from their heads, rendering their minds incapable of thought. If the supreme sect does not acquiesce, I shall go to the Dushan sect. Liao Liao inquired of Xian Ling. Is that permissible? Both Xian Ling and Ling Bo were imbued with a cold energy, rendering them less rigid than others. Without hesitation, she nodded. What a rare opportunity. If you join our Dushan sect, I shall assure you the position of chief elder on behalf of our master. Ling Bo, without a moment's thought, replied, No way. If you go to Dushan sect, what will become of me? Ling Bo, my junior sister, our Dushan sect is in need of an elder. Ling Bo's heart raced with disbelief. Could it be that she could leap directly to such a prestigious rank? While no one could discern her inner turmoil, Liao Liao's heart was undeniably stirred. The members of the supreme sect, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily intervened. Junior sister Liao Liao, our master has agreed to elevate you to the same rank as the illustrious Lord Tai Li. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Liao Liao immortal of our supreme sect. Liao Liao turned to inquire, what about my senior sister? implicitly. She suggested that if Dushan's sect were to honor her by making her senior sister an elder, then surely the Supreme Sect ought to reciprocate in kind. The willingness of the Supreme Sect to bestow upon Liao Liao the title of immortal stemmed from her unparalleled triumph over the formidable demon King Su Jin and the illustrious Lord Tai Li. Despite her youth, her prowess was unmatched by either. Yet, as for Ling Bo, she was all too aware of her own limitations. While she might dare to dream of becoming an elder of Dushan's sect, the notion of being an immortal of the Supreme Sect was far beyond her grasp, especially as she had yet to find her own path, let alone aspire to such lofty heights. Upon hearing that the master had agreed to Liao Liao's ascension as immortal, Ling Bo's expression soured. "I have no desire to be an immortal," she exclaimed, waving her hands in refusal. "I am well aware of my own capabilities. Even if I were to become an immortal, I would be unworthy of such a title." Rather than allowing her junior sister to ascend as the chief elder of the Du Mountain sect, Ling Bo would prefer for her to remain at the Supreme Sect as a celestial sovereign. The two sects, in terms of both reputation and capability, are worlds apart. Since the sect leader has relented, why seek distant shores when nearby opportunities abound? Ling Bo, still contemplating the fruit trees of the Du Mountain sect, declared, "If my senior sister is not permitted to become a celestial sovereign, then I shall not remain." Ling Bo cast a fierce glance her way, intending to mediate, but observed that the elder paused for a moment, seemingly listening to an unseen voice, and remarked, "The sect leader will need to deliberate on this matter further. An immediate response may not be forthcoming." Without uttering another word, Liao Liao turned on her heel and departed. No one dared to provoke her, after all. Who could forget how she had vanquished the demon king Su Jin and humiliated the celestial sovereign Tai Li in public? Such feats were etched in the minds and hearts of all who witnessed them. If even her mentor, who had nurtured her for a decade, faced such treatment, what could be expected of others? The more formidable Liao Liao became, the greater the peril she posed. Who could guarantee that her freedom would not lead to calamity? Given her current demeanor, the likelihood seemed quite high. As the foremost sect in the realm of immortality, the Supreme Sect would certainly not allow such a scenario to unfold. Thus, the sect leader swiftly convened discussions with the celestial sovereigns and resolved to acquiesce to Liao Liao's demands. After all, what was a title of celestial sovereign but a mere appellation? Granting it to the sisters would change nothing. The governance of significant sect affairs would remain unchanged. In essence, it was a title devoid of substantive power. Liao Liao nodded in acknowledgement, for she had further requests to present to her sect, such as a separate seat of honor. No longer sharing accommodations with the celestial sovereign Tai Li. Likewise, she insisted that whatever privileges other celestial sovereigns possessed should also be afforded to her and her senior sister. The Supreme Sect Master, upon noticing her youth, initially intended to soothe her with a few kind words. However, Liao Liao's resolute demeanor and her aversion to the ceaseless, tedious prattle of the elderly quickly dispelled any such notions. She remained unwaveringly aware of her desires, impervious to the flattery of others attempting to sway her will. Liao Liao had assumed that her master, the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun, would be so deeply enamored by his wife that he would carelessly seek vengeance on her behalf. Yet, to her astonishment, the immortal merely cast a few glances her way before, under the counsel of Yuan Jing and Yu Shu, departing as Liao Liao had suggested. "At least put on some trousers first?" she mused, but the thought was quickly dismissed. "No, that cannot be. Junior sister, I have no standing whatsoever. How could I command respect? They would undoubtedly look down upon me. It would be utterly humiliating." As Liao Liao continued to heedlessly ignore the chatter around her, Jenny, the little snow sprite, wore a mournful expression. "Are you even listening to me? I've been speaking for ages. You can't possibly have absorbed not a single word." She recounted the profound love that Tai Li Xianjun held for his wife, earnestly cautioning Liao Liao, "If you destroy the clay effigy that harbors her soul, it signifies her utter annihilation. Your master will harbor a deep-seated hatred for you. He is a man who exacts revenge without the use of a blade, inflicting wounds that pierce to the very core of your being." Liao Liao, however, remained impervious to these warnings, as Ling Bo rambled on endlessly and Zhun Yi incessantly chattered. In unison, they implored, "Are you even paying attention?" It was only then that they noticed Liao Liao, at some point, had taken hold of a shard of ice, diligently shaping it with her fingers into the likeness of a doll, utterly engrossed in her task, completely oblivious to the discourse surrounding her. "Lingbo, why do you always shout about fighting and killing? If others say something to me, it won't cost me a thing. So why are you complaining?" She was momentarily speechless, stamping her foot as she retorted, "It's all your fault." At this, Liao Liao ceased her actions, utterly perplexed. Lingbo, with a sense of righteousness, declared, "I never possessed the talent to be a celestial sovereign, yet you insist on placing me on equal footing with you, setting aside whether I have the capability or not. Just the thought of our eventual encounter with our master would be so awkward." Liao Liao, uninterested in engaging further, gently wiped the ice sculpture before her. Lingbo, her face etched with worry, implored, "Junior sister, please say something. What should I do?" She truly felt lost and bewildered. Indeed, the prospect of becoming a celestial sovereign brought her a sense of glee. Who would refuse such fortune? Yet, simultaneously, she recognized that she lacked the strength to uphold such a status. She was merely an unrefined female cultivator, known solely for her identity as the disciple of the celestial sovereign Li, without any true path of her own. Liao Liao, perceiving the confusion and disappointment in her senior sister's words, though often reluctant to engage with her and finding her somewhat bothersome, felt that her senior was like the sun, constantly chattering yet never ceasing to radiate warmth. Liao Liao preferred things devoid of warmth and coolly stated, "What you like is your path." In her view, the path was not something lofty and unattainable. Everything could be a path, depending on how the seeker chose to wield it. Lingbo, bewildered, echoed, "What I like is my path." She felt that her junior sister was deceiving her. "You claim to enjoy honey fruits, yet why do I not see you cultivating the path of honey fruits?" Lingbo shook her head, "I don't understand." Liao Liao refrained from saying more, yet her perpetually cold gaze seemed capable of penetrating Lingbo's self-deception, revealing her unease and confusion. Lingbo, feeling exposed under her junior sister's scrutiny, sought to shift the conversation, but Liao Liao placed the unfinished ice sculpture on the table. "Women are inherently weak." Lingbo was taken aback by her junior sister's abrupt assertion and instinctively retorted, "How can women be weak? Is senior sister Xian Ling weak? Are our sisters from the supreme sect weak? You are a woman too, are you weak?" Liao Liao merely articulated the truth she had observed over a decade. "Your weakness stems from the self-denial and insecurity within your soul. Men do not experience this." Lingbo was astonished. "What are you talking about? Who has self-denied? Who is insecure?" Liao Liao gazed at her. "Where am I lacking in confidence? I possess self-awareness. It is my clarity of reality that leads me to speak thus. How can that be deemed insecurity?" When I requested senior sister to join me in becoming an immortal ruler, both senior brother and junior brother expressed envy. Lingbo paused. What? Perhaps due to her own lack of warmth, Liao Liao always sensed the fluctuations in others' emotions. If it were senior brother or junior brother, they too would have declined in a similar manner, but that would merely be a formality, not their true intent. In the realm of cultivation, with so many elders and immortal rulers, none would consider themselves unworthy of their positions. The insatiable desire and pursuit of power in men is as deeply rooted as the inherent frailty in women. This has long been a conundrum for me. My senior sister remains ensconced in her lofty perch, utterly enraptured by a few exquisite garments, gazing at herself in the mirror with 2 boxes of rouge and powder. Yet she displays no curiosity about the vast world beyond, nor does she covet authority or status. She resembles a domesticated kitten, content to play with a mere ball of yarn. In contrast, both the elder and younger brothers are not so complacent. My senior sister yearns for everything, yet her foremost desire is for a man's affection, while she dismisses power with disdain, truly a misplacement of priorities. Men are destined to chase fame and fortune, while women merely pursue men. Thus, my senior sister is a reflection of this truth. Although Xian Ling harbors no interest in romantic entanglements, she too has lost her vigor following the diminishment of her spiritual realm, hence my assertion that women are indeed fragile. Lingbo, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks, stubbornly retorts, "And what about you? Are you not also a woman? Do you not exhibit weakness?" "I am not weak," she exclaimed. "Ah." In that moment, Lingbo felt triumphant, seizing upon her junior's words, exclaiming with pride, "Then are you not a woman? What distinguishes you? We both possess 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Pray tell, what is the difference?" As her junior sister found herself at a loss for words, Lingbo stood with her hands on her hips, brimming with self-satisfaction. "You must never utter such words again. Do you understand? I am your senior sister. I can tolerate you, and I can refrain from anger. However, if it were someone else," her words were abruptly interrupted by my response. "If our master were to say to you that you are unlike other women, would you be incensed? If our master were to declare that you should indeed be angry?" Liao Liao picked up the small snowman once more, her gaze unwavering. Senior sister, you ought to be like me. In Liao Liao's view, human women had been tamed to the point of losing their essence. Devoid of their true nature, they became weak. She, having emerged from the ice and snow, had not been subjected to such indoctrination, and thus stood apart from her senior sister. A voice in her mind seemed to mock her. Enough already. Is it true detachment from fame and fortune, or simply a lack of confidence in competing with others? You know in your heart the answer. Did she not aspire to be the celestial lord of the supreme sect? Did she not wish to be the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation? Was she truly unwilling to pursue the path of ascension? Why indulge in self-deception? It was evident she could not attain those aspirations. She clearly recognized her own timidity in the face of contention. Yet, she chose to feign tranquility, pretending that life was serene, believing that by being gentle and considerate, men would come to love her. As she observed her junior sister, who remained wholly engrossed in her task of crafting the small snowman, a tide of envy surged within Lingbo. For reasons unknown, she felt incapable of remaining in Liao Liao's presence any longer. Without uttering a word of farewell, she turned and fled. Liao Liao watched her sister's retreating figure and blinked in surprise. The true essence within the snowman also appeared lost in thought. Liao Liao's words resonated not only with Lingbo, but with her as well. She recalled a distant memory from her childhood when her mother was still alive. Life in the village was fraught with hardship, and whenever they faced bullying, her mother would embrace her, tears streaming down her face, whispering, "My little one, endure just a little longer, it will pass." As she gradually matured and fell in love with her master, only to discover that his affections lay elsewhere, Jenny found herself embracing solitude on countless lonely nights, repeatedly whispering to herself, "Jenny, endure, endure, and it shall pass." The pangs of unrequited love were bearable. The pain of losing a beloved could be endured, and even being used, deceived, and betrayed was all tolerable. All her forbearance had but a singular aim, to receive her master's love. Even if it were but a fleeting illusion, she longed for the mere sensation of being cherished. Reflecting on it now, how utterly laughable it seems. In her quest for her master's affection, she squandered precious time, honing her skills inadequately, rendering her incapable of escape. Besides willingly embracing death, what else could she do? Every sacrifice made in the name of love was devoid of choice. Liao Liao crafted a small ice figure and placed it beside a small snowman, within which lay a soul. Jenny, taken aback, exclaimed, Did you not shatter the clay figurine?" At that moment, she believed Liao Liao had destroyed both the figurine and the soul within. For how else could her master have displayed such a heart-wrenching expression? Liao Liao paid no heed to Jenny. The soul within the small ice figure appeared bewildered. After pondering for a moment, she remarked, "The name Erwan is rather unappealing." Having heard her master call Erwan, she presumed this was the name of the small ice figure. After a brief contemplation, Liao Liao declared, "From this day forth, you shall be called Aying." Jenny, who had been steeped in sorrow, was suddenly astonished. That is far too ungraceful. What kind of young lady is named Ahart? Both Aying and Jenny are confined to the confines of the small ice figure, unable to venture far. Ignoring Jenny's protest regarding Aying's name, Liao Liao withdrew her fingers from the small ice figure, and suddenly, in the stillness of the deep night, another figure appeared in the room. It was none other than the demon king Su Jin, who had been shattered by the ice dragon during the day. Su Jin flashed a wicked smile at Liao Liao, proclaiming, "Your master's debt is now yours to repay. You had best pray that your standing within the Tai Li sect is not too low. Otherwise, I must confess, I am unfamiliar with the concept of cherishing the delicate." To this day, he believed that Liao Liao's earlier actions had been orchestrated by Tai Li, as he had suffered his losses early on, enduring humiliation long before. With Tai Li's trousers still intact upon his escape, remaining oblivious to the events that followed. After delivering his menacing words, he noticed Liao Liao staring at him without so much as a blink, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. It was then that Su Jin realized the room's temperature had grown excessively cold, though he paid it little mind. This young girl, adept in the art of ice, must possess considerable talent, yet her inability to perfectly control her abilities had plunged the room into a wintry abyss. With a mysterious smile, he turned to Liao Liao and said, "Your name is Liao Liao, correct? Your master Tai Li has indeed treated you well, but do you know why?" Originally intending to toy with Liao Liao's emotions, he derived pleasure from shattering the hearts of young maidens, finding joy in their anguish and turmoil. The more despair and sorrow Liao Liao experienced, the more exhilarated Su Jin became. He could hardly wait for the moment when the young girl would break down in tears and sever ties with Ty Li. Su Jin's handsome face, along with his smile, became rigid as he stared at Liao Liao in shock. "How do you know?" Liao Liao replied, "I also know that you are infatuated with Ty Li." This statement was more revolting to Su Jin than a knife to the heart. He jumped up in indignation, pointing at Liao Liao's nose. "One can indulge in food, but not in slanderous words. How can someone of your tender age be so fond of spreading rumors? Even if I were to have feelings for a dog, it would be impossible for me to harbor any affection for Ty Li." Zhen Yi was left dumbfounded. In her mind, Su Jin was the most despicable villain imaginable. Without exception, he thrived on chaos and mischief, acting without purpose, merely for amusement, deriving pleasure from the suffering of others. He deceived the kind-hearted, betrayed the sincere, and harmed the upright, trampling upon love, kindness, and trust as if they were mere mud, destroying one honest and beautiful heart after another, Zhen Yi included. However, Su Jin did not genuinely despise Ty Li. He simply relished in destruction. He took delight in witnessing those who stood for justice beg for mercy, in seeing the steadfast waver in their loyalty, and in observing the selfless cling to life at any cost. His very existence seemed to be dedicated to annihilation. Liao Liao remarked, "You are like a fly." Just as Ling Bo often found herself exasperated by Liao Liao's emotionless words, though devoid of malice and spoken from the heart, they were often perceived as sarcastic. Su Jin, too, was left infuriated. Zhen Yi, in a daze, contemplated what it meant for the Demon King to resemble a fly, and what that made the master ensnared by him. Su Jin pointed at Liao Liao again. "Did you hear me?" returned the clay figurine. A sudden crackling sound emanated from beneath his feet. He looked down, only to discover that a layer of solid ice had formed from the ground, swiftly immobilizing his legs. The scene was so familiar that Su Jin couldn't help but recall his formidable black dragon, which had been frozen into an ice dragon and then smashed to the ground. Impossible to extract. When taming the black dragon, Su Jin had indeed expended considerable effort. Yet, when faced with peril, he had focused solely on preserving his own life. It was only upon finding himself once again encased in ice that he remembered to inquire about the well-being of the black dragon, demanding, "What peculiar teachings has Ty Li imparted to you? Quickly break this ice." Cultivators who reach a certain level of mastery can withstand extreme temperatures, impervious to both heat and cold. As a demon lord, Su Jin was born with immense magical power. Otherwise, he could not have stirred up such chaos in the realm of cultivation and emerged unscathed. However, the ice created by Liao is different. Su Jin secretly channeled his magical energy, attempting to shatter the icy prison, but it was a futile endeavor. Straining to lift his feet, he found his legs as if rooted to the ground, frozen in place by the frost. Unless he was willing to sever his own legs, escape was utterly impossible. Zhen Yi clenched her fists against her chest, gazing at the panicked demon lord, and once again recognized just how weak she had been in the past. The demon lord Su Jin had once pretended to be immortal, studying under the supreme sect alongside Ty Li, who had not yet ascended to the rank of a mortal lord. For a demon lord enthralled by bloodshed and slaughter, Ty Li, the son of destiny with his righteous demeanor, was precisely the kind of person he detested, leading him to repeatedly plot against him. The reason the child of destiny is so aptly named lies in his exceptional talents and unparalleled fortune that set him apart from ordinary individuals. Su Jin not only failed to ruin Ty Li's reputation but instead found himself in utter disgrace, exposed for his true identity and severely injured, forcing him to flee. From that moment on, he harbored a deep-seated grudge against Ty Li, devising intricate schemes to bring about his demise. Upon Ty Li's return from his tribulations in the mortal realm, Su Jin swiftly concocted a new plan. During the execution of this scheme, Ty Li took the young Zhen Yi as his disciple. It seemed puzzling for a distinguished celestial being to lower himself to adopt a flawed mortal girl as a pupil. However, upon investigation, Su Jin discovered that Zhen Yi was a vessel prepared for Ty Li's future wife, possessing a unique fate. Rather than employing a more conventional and insidious approach to manipulate Zhen Yi into uncovering the truth and conspiring against Ty Li, Su Jin, whose mind diverged from that of the average villain, opted instead to abduct and imprison Zhen Yi, intending to make her fall in love with him only to cruelly abandon her later. This would serve to humiliate Ty Li, for whom Zhen Yi was irreplaceable. Additionally, he seized the clay figure that Ty Li cherished, believing he could manipulate everyone at his whim. Zhen Yi suffered greatly under his torment. Her naturally slight limp became a source of mockery for Su Jin, who relished in diminishing her already fragile self-esteem, deriving an unparalleled pleasure from her suffering. The more he treated Jinny in such a manner, the more she yearned to escape. Even when shackled with foot chains and confined to a cage, her desire to leave Su Jin remained unwavering. This act of coercion from Su Jin failed to capture Jinny's heart. Instead, it intensified her affection for Tai Li, to the point where she wholeheartedly surrendered herself, ultimately facilitating the union between Tai Li and Erwan. Why should Tai Li dictate her existence? Why should she be compelled to perish at Su Jin's behest? Why must her life be sacrificed for the benefit of others? Why was she left with nothing? Deprived of the chance to cultivate her own path, unable to determine the course of her own life, in her former existence, she lacked the courage to confront these dilemmas, resorting instead to love as a fade for self-deception. In truth, she had never truly experienced love. She merely moved herself to sentiment, for without this self-delusion, her fleeting life would have been rendered a complete farce. Regardless of Su Jin's frantic outbursts, she remained unmoved, silently fixing her gaze upon him before uttering a statement that nearly dislocated Jinny's jaw. "I am quite fond of you. From this moment forth, you belong to me." Su Jin could hardly believe his ears, his dark eyes widening in disbelief. "You, what did you say?" The Demon King, while ignorant of the virtue of self-restraint, had once harbored a particular affection for a certain woman, even desiring her companionship. Alas, the ephemeral nature of human life rendered such aspirations futile. The youthful and beautiful blossom would wither in mere years, while the longevity of female cultivators often led to ennui. Only through destruction could one find an endless source of delight. Jinny inexplicably found Liao Liao's words strikingly familiar. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her mind. Were these not the very words spoken by the Demon King after she had been abducted? Liao Liao chose to ignore her, and Su Jin, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "You profess to love me, yet treat me this way? Release me at once." However, Liao Liao coldly replied, "I have no affection for disobedient men. You must learn to remain silent." As her words echoed, Su Jin felt a sharp pain across his lips and tongue. It was then he realized that Liao Liao had encased the lower half of his face in ice. This way, he would be unable to utter any words that displeased her. Jinny silently raised her hands to cover her mouth. It dawned on her how much more tolerant Liao Liao was towards her compared to Lingbo, no matter how incessantly they nagged. Liao Liao had never treated them in such a manner. Soon, a series of ice formations emerged around Su Jin, converging to create an icy prison that ensnared him. From each of the four corners, chains of a brilliant blue ice sprouted, binding his wrists and ankles, ensuring that he remained confined within the cage, unable to escape. Jinny jumped with delight, exclaiming, "Well done." Once her excitement subsided, she quietly expressed her gratitude to Liao Liao. "Thank you for avenging me." Liao Liao lifted her gaze, questioning, "Who avenged you?" She merely found Su Jin bothersome, though his beauty rendered him somewhat useful. Liao Liao had little fondness for chatty beings. She preferred them to be beautiful and silent, forever preserved in their unchanging state. The manner in which Su Jin treats Zhang Yi inspires her to emulate him. She believes that since Su Jin has confined Jinny, he must indeed relish such treatment. Jinny mutters to herself, "I don't care. I feel considerably more at ease. If I could just give him a good thrashing, it would be even more satisfying." Liao Liao struggles to comprehend how it has come to this. Zhang Yi is preoccupied with the thought of beating Su Jin rather than obliterating him entirely. It is no wonder she cannot achieve greatness. Meanwhile, Su Jin, trapped within the icy cage, is straining against his bonds. The longer he remains ensnared, the more deeply the chill penetrates his being. He senses that the biting cold is invading his mind and soul, compelling him to open up, forbidding even the slightest secret from being concealed before her. Jinny queries Liao Liao, "Will I have a companion henceforth?" The fact that this companion is her rival is of little consequence. Her infatuation with Tai Li Xianjun has long since dissipated, rendered null by repeated disappointments. "She is not your companion," Liao Liao states coldly, observing the small snowman. "She will come to life once more." Within the icy cage, Su Jin notices that the room is devoid of anyone but themselves. Yet Liao Liao appears to be conversing with an invisible entity, leading him to believe she is attempting to engage him. Jinyi, however, cannot fathom, but hasn't she already perished? Only through the body of Jiazi. Are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself to aid her resurrection? Liao Liao is equally perplexed, wondering if Zhang Yi has merely aged without gaining any wisdom. In frustration, Zheni exclaims, "What have I said wrong?" When Master Shurtai was resurrected, she required a body that embodied a complete cycle of time, thus enabling her to return from death. You just mentioned that she would once again live as a human. Is there any other means of resurrection aside from providing her with a physical form? No corporeal body is necessary, Liao Liao remarked. Merely the presence of ice suffices. The small ice figure, originally perched upon the windowsill, wobbled and floated into her hand. She toyed with the little ice figure, aware that by tomorrow morning, she would be reborn, taking on a form of ice and snow, thereby rendering a human shell unnecessary for her return to life. Zheni instinctively responded, "Then I." "You cannot," Liao Liao interjected. "Why can't I?" Zheng Yi inquired. Liao Liao replied, "You are different from her. You no longer exist in this world." Implicit in her words was the notion that Zheng Yi had completely perished, making her revival impossible. All these words were overheard by Su Jin, who emitted a muffled sound, desperately colliding against the cage wall to draw Liao Liao's attention, unaware that she had no intention of releasing him. Moreover, this was not a secret, aside from Liao Liao. No one was privy to Zheng Yi's existence, and Su Jin remained oblivious to whom she was conversing with. The sect's grand competition had drawn to a close, and Liao Liao undoubtedly emerged as the focal point of discussion. However, she proved to be far more formidable than anticipated. The Wushang sect had agreed to grant her and Ling Bo Xianjun titles, initially as a means to placate her, without any intention of integrating her into the power structure. Yet, Liao Liao possessed an insatiable desire for what others had, and even for what they lacked, having become a Xianjun. She demanded that everything possessed by other Xianjuns be allocated to her, and in abundance, not in scarcity. As a result, the girl who had been abandoned by him traveled vast distances to find the supreme sect, which escalated the situation. Due to the severity of the matter, the master and the esteemed immortals were convening to deliberate on how to address it. They had not anticipated the arrival of Liao Liao, who came uninvited. Accompanied by Ling Bo, compared to the assertive Liao Liao, Ling Bo felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and dared not meet anyone's gaze. In the sect, all matters, great and small, were overseen by the master, who would only summon the immortals for significant issues. Ling Bo, ever the enthusiast for intrigue, had heard about the incident and casually mentioned it to Liao Liao. Unbeknownst to her, the words spoken without intent were taken to heart by Liao Liao, who had not originally intended to compel Ling Bo to join her. It was merely her concern for her junior sister's potential indiscretion that motivated her. Should they provoke the ire of their esteemed mentors, it would spell trouble. The master had no choice but to invite Liao Liao to take a seat and briefly convey the outcomes of their deliberations. Although Kuang Ming had erred by violating sect rules, who among mortals and sages is without fault, his exceptional talent rendered him a precious asset, and to strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect would be a grave loss. As for the claims of the mortal woman, the master sighed softly. They were willing to offer her compensation, hoping she would recognize the situation and refrain from excessive entanglement. After all, there was inherently no resolution between mortals and cultivators. Ling Bo felt a surge of frustration, yet refrained from voicing it. She sensed that this resolution was unsatisfactory. Rules are rules, and if they could be easily broken, what purpose would they serve? To casually suggest that the mortal woman should withdraw and not pursue the matter further painted an erroneous picture, as if Kuang Ming were innocent and the mortal woman was merely slandering him. Since the esteemed immortals also endorsed this resolution, I must now convey this directive. It simply cannot stand. Liao Liao coldly declared, "I do not concur." The sect master furrowed his brow. "Liao Liao, you ought to address me as Lord Xianjun." Liao Liao regarded him as one would another. In the realm of cultivation, where strength dictates respect, the sect master's prowess paled in comparison to that of the Xianjuns, whose power was beyond question, necessitating reverence even from the sect master himself. Once Xianjun spoke, "We have already deliberated and reached a conclusion. It cannot be changed at a whim." Witnessing this, Tyli Xianjun slowly interjected, "Esteemed colleagues, since Liao Liao has something to express, let us allow her to finish before we contemplate our course of action." Liao Liao cast a surprised glance in his direction. She had shattered the clay figurine, causing him to suffer a profound loss. How could he not harbor a deep-seated resentment towards her, yet instead choose to speak on her behalf? In light of this, what words did Liao Liao Xianjun wish to convey? "I disagree. I simply disagree." Liao Liao surveyed the assembly. "Do you not comprehend?" Ling Bo, eager to discreetly offer counsel, hesitated, fearing he might be overheard. The sect master's expression darkened with anger. This matter has already been decided. It is not your place to interject. Liao Liao swiftly sealed the sect master's mouth and rose to depart. Lingbo hurriedly bowed to the Xianjins before pursuing Liao Liao. Meanwhile, the mortal woman awaited at the foot of the mountain, unworthy even to step through the sect's gates. As for Quang Ming, the sect master's favored disciple, he had long been assured by his master that he would remain unharmed and now lay comfortably in bed. The mortal woman did not arrive alone. Cradled in her arms was a small swaddled infant. Cast out by her family after becoming pregnant out of wedlock, she sought her beloved, who had long been absent. To her dismay, he not only refused to see her, but, when they finally managed to connect, urged her to leave, uttering many heartless words. Lost in a beautiful reverie, Quang Ming suddenly felt an overwhelming chill. Wrapping himself tighter in his blanket, he groggily opened his eyes, only to find himself not in bed but at the foot of the mountain, disheveled and surrounded by numerous disciples of the sect. In a panic, he scrambled to his feet, inadvertently locking eyes with the woman holding the infant. Overcome with embarrassment, he quickly turned his gaze away. In broad daylight, under the scrutiny of many, the woman realized the dire consequences of her visit. Gazing at the child in her arms, her brow furrowed and her cheeks stained with tears, she said to Quang Ming, "Given the circumstances, I shall not burden you further. This child, following me, would surely lead to a life of hardship. Regardless, she is your daughter. I implore you to embrace your responsibilities as a father and raise her. I swear to the heavens, I will no longer entangle myself in your life." Quang Ming found himself at a loss for words. He did not desire this child. The offspring of a cultivator and a mortal had a significantly low chance of becoming a practitioner themselves. The gazes of his fellow disciples lingered on him, seemingly mocking him, eager to witness his disgrace. In a moment of heated impulse, he blurted out, "We have not seen each other for over a year. Your parents have always wished for you to marry into wealth. It remains uncertain whether this child is truly mine." As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Lingbo had initially intended to keep Liao Liao out of this affair, but upon hearing Quang Ming's utterly shameless remarks, she was filled with indignation. The mortal woman could hardly fathom that her long-cherished beloved would utter such humiliating words. Her face drained of color in an instant. She placed the swaddled infant on the ground, shook her head, and took a few steps back. Then, in a fit of rage, she charged toward the nearby rocky wall. No one anticipated her fierce disposition, willing to sacrifice her life to affirm her chastity. Only Quang Ming breathed a quiet sigh of relief. But little did he know that his relief was premature. The once solid wall suddenly became adorned with a thick layer of snow. As the woman did not meet her demise, but instead tumbled headfirst into the snowdrift, Lingbo finally exhaled deeply, thanking the heavens. She and several of her fellow disciples rushed forward to check on the woman's condition. The woman was covered in snow, and they hastily brushed it off her. They wished to offer comfort, yet were at a loss for words. Lingbo stammered, "Please, don't cry. Whatever it is, I shall take care of it. My junior sister will advocate for you." She had intended to assert her own authority, but then reconsidered, realizing her words might carry little weight. Her junior sister was indeed more formidable. Liao Liao gazed coolly at the woman. Despite their starkly contrasting appearances, she discerned the shadow of Zhan Yi within her. If she was willing to face death without hesitation, why not drag her enemies down to hell alongside her? Junior sister, Lingbo urged, making frantic gestures. "You must tell her that you will assist her. Did we not just argue with the master about Quang Ming's punishment according to the sect's regulations?" Upon hearing this, Quang Ming was taken aback. His master had assured him that he would not face any repercussions. So why was there a need to act according to the sect's rules, originally intent on using the incident to establish authority? Liao Liao now abruptly changed her mind and turned to leave. Lingbo, flustered, stepped forward to block her path. "Liao Liao, where are you going? Are you just going to abandon this matter? Did my senior sister not advise me against intervening? That was just a moment ago, not now. You saw how wretched that girl is. She is even holding a nursing infant. We cannot simply allow her to perish. I fear that if she leaves, she may resort to self-harm. That is also her own decision." Lingbo realized that Liao Liao was impervious to reason, and rather than pleading, she opted to entice her with a more tangible incentive. "If you take charge of this matter, I shall reward you with 100 honey fruits." Liao Liao shook her head. "I will not involve myself." Her pace remained unyielding as she walked away, inciting Lingbo's frustration. She shouted at Liao Liao's retreating figure, "If you won't take responsibility, then I shall." Lingbo's health was deteriorating, her spirit waning. Several senior sisters, alongside Ling Bo, busied themselves tending to Xiaoyu and her daughter. Ling Bo understood that her actions would likely displease the sect leader, yet she could not suppress her dissatisfaction. Afraid and restless, and angered by Liao Liao's refusal to assist, Ling Bo resolved to engage in a silent standoff. She sought out Yuan Jing and Yu Shu, hoping that the two senior brothers would align themselves with her cause. Although Ling Bo has ascended to the status of a celestial lord, she remains merely a nominal figure. Yuan Jing and Yu Shu continue to regard her as they did before. Upon learning that she has chosen to leave Xiaoya behind, the cautious Yuan Jing pondered momentarily before addressing her. Junior sister, are you aware that your actions may lead to trouble for yourself? Ling Bo nodded pitifully. I am aware, which is precisely why I sought your assistance. Yu Shu replied, however, the sect master and the other celestial lords have already made their decisions. We must adhere to the rules of our sect. Why must I abide by the sect's regulations while Guangming is exempt? If he fears criticism, he should refrain from such actions. Ling Bo exclaimed in frustration. Upon noticing the subtle expressions on her senior brothers' faces, she found herself perplexed by their implications. Yuan Jing, reluctant to burden his innocent junior sister with too much knowledge, sought to convey his thoughts delicately. After a prolonged silence, he finally articulated, Junior sister, matters such as these are not exclusive to our unparalleled sect. Indeed, they are quite common among various sections. This is perfectly normal. Ling Bo could hardly believe her ears. Was her hearing truly impaired? How could her elder brother assert that it was commonplace for cultivators to engage in romantic entanglements with mortal women and subsequently abandon them? Yu Shu hesitated before conceding. This situation is indeed frequent. The world is rife with temptations, and it is rare for newly descended cultivators to maintain their composure. This is precisely why many sects mandate that their disciples venture into the mortal realm for experience. Only by witnessing the mortal joys and passions can one comprehend the ephemeral nature of all things. To transcend the world, one must first engage with it. Yuan Jing, the lifespan of mortals is fleeting. When cultivators bear children with them, most are unable to cultivate and can only lead an ordinary existence. Thus, it is customary to clarify intentions beforehand, ensuring mutual consent. Although Guangming's actions may seem improper, strictly speaking, they do not constitute a breach of the sect's regulations. Ling Bo comprehended the elder brother's implication. You suggest that only when one succumbs to mortal desires does it violate the rules. Since Guangming merely had a fleeting connection with a mortal woman without genuine affection, still yearning for the Tao, it therefore does not breach the regulations? Yu Shu hesitated for a moment before addressing Ling Bo. He mishandled the situation, allowing the mortal woman to approach him, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the supreme sect, which indeed constitutes a breach of the rules. Listening to her two senior brothers, Ling Bo found herself in a daze, realizing how little she truly understood them. Can the suffering endured by the mortal woman, the betrayal of her emotions, and the perilous birth of her child after 10 months of hardship be so easily disregarded? Must Guangming bear no responsibility for this? Junior sister, I understand your anger, but you must confront reality, Yuan Jing sighed. The punishment meted out by the sect leader to Guangming was not due to his having a child with a mortal woman, but rather his failure to manage the aftermath. One learns from mistakes, and it is to be hoped that Guangming shall not repeat such folly in the future. As Ling Bo listened, her head buzzed with confusion. She gazed at her two senior brothers, who appeared utterly unconcerned, and inwardly questioned, where had their righteousness and kindness vanished? Ling Bo, I know this is difficult for you to accept, but remember, cultivators are not akin to mortals. There is no need for you to feel sorrow. The tribulations of mortal women shall never befall you. Should anyone dare to bully you, both I and your senior brother shall not let them go unchallenged. Ling Bo stood in a daze, pondering whether she ought to feel pride or perhaps a sense of honor. Did her senior and junior brothers regard her as more noble than a common woman? Yet, how could she summon any pride? A suffocating sensation gripped her chest, compelling her to scream in anguish. Her elder brother continued to shower her with affection, and her junior brother remained gentle as ever. However, their indifferent acceptance of Xiaoyu's plight and their detached observation chilled Ling Bo to the bone. She stood foolishly for a moment before bolting away. Ling Bo, her junior brother called out from behind. Desperately, she pressed her hands against her ears, and only when her legs felt as heavy as lead did she realize that, unbeknownst to her, she had arrived at her junior sister's hilltop. Even in the coldness of her demeanor, her junior sister, who often found her bothersome, was the last person Ling Bo wished to confront. The instant she laid eyes on Liao Liao, Ling Bo's facade of strength and composure crumbled, and she collapsed onto the ground, casting a look of grievance at Liao Liao. The little snowman, Qin, couldn't help but peek out, having never witnessed her senior sister in such a state of desolation. Even when she learned that their master had affections elsewhere, her sister had always remained vibrant. What had transpired today? Ling Bo, regardless of whether her junior sister acknowledged her, sat on the ground, rambling. Do you know, junior sister? I just want to find my elder brother and junior brother. I wanted to ask them for help, to assist Xiaoyu, at the very least. At the very least, to ensure that Quang Ming faces punishment, right? Why is it that Xiaoyu endures such suffering while he can still enjoy his role as the esteemed disciple of the sect leader? Yet, the senior and junior brothers assert that this is entirely normal, urging me not to interfere. When Liao Liao glanced at her, Ling Bo happened to look up as well. Their eyes met, and Ling Bo felt a pang in her heart. They even said that I am unlike mortal women, that they would never tolerate anyone bullying me. But why am I not moved in the slightest? Junior sister, can you tell me, what is the reason for this? Zhen Yi quietly remained within the small snowman, listening to Ling Bo's words. The glamorous world of cultivation, when stripped of its hypocritical facade, reveals long-standing decayed rules and systems that have long since hardened the hearts of cultivators. To confront this reality, one must be thoroughly prepared. Ling Bo did not require Liao Liao to console her with righteous indignation. She merely sought a means to express her feelings. She was acutely aware of the harsh truth that not everyone is as wonderful as she had imagined. They are selfish, greedy, skilled at concealment, and regard all forms of inequality as natural. At this moment of clarity, the chilling thoughts that had frozen her soul dissipated like mist. Junior sister. Ling Bo sprang to her feet and rushed towards Liao Liao, ignoring the coldness of her hands as she grasped them tightly. I need your help. I want you to stand by my side. Ling Bo was prepared to be dismissed like the daylight, or to face rejection as she had from her senior brothers. To her surprise, Liao Liao replied, all right. This left Ling Bo momentarily stunned. You agree so readily? You do not inquire about my intentions? Ling Bo remains oblivious to the essence of her nature, for she lacks the leisure to ponder. Tomorrow, I shall seek an audience with the sect leader to address Quang Ming. Liao Liao interjected, declaring it useless. How could you assert its futility without having tried? Even if my words bear no merit, surely they cannot disregard yours entirely? In due course, you can intimidate them. I refuse to believe that the sect leader would continue to shield Quang Ming. Once this matter is resolved, I shall compose a letter to Sister Xin Ling, urging the Dushan sect to proclaim the tale widely while selling their fruits. I am eager to witness which shameless man would dare to indulge in fleeting affections without accountability, given Quang Ming's precedent. As she spoke, Ling Bo envisioned the dawn of victory, yet Liao Liao doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. You are engaging in futile efforts. Who claims such? Your words hold no weight. Is it not you who has pledged your assistance? Liao Liao shook her head. I shall only aid you in repelling those who seek to obstruct you. Implicitly, she indicated her unwillingness to interfere further. Even if Yuan Jingyu were to perish before her eyes, she might not spare him a glance. How much less for the timid mortal woman, Xiaoyu? The thought of self-termination to demonstrate fidelity is not to Liao Liao's liking. Yet, when it comes to decision-making, what can Ling Bo truly accomplish? She profoundly recognized her own frailty, so diminished that even extending assistance to a mortal woman required careful contemplation. Such reservations stemmed from her insignificance. Regardless of how sound her reasoning might be, the powerful would remain impervious to her voice. If only I could be as strong as my junior sister. After Ling Bo departed, Zheni spoke up. You should not speak of our senior sister in such a manner. Although she appears carefree and untroubled, her heart is profoundly sensitive and delicate. Your words have wounded her. Could you not express yourself with more tact? Liao Liao retorted. You do not truly understand our senior sister. Do I not understand? Zhen Yi was momentarily taken aback, a mixture of frustration and amusement bubbling within her. I have known her for decades. Your time spent with her pales in comparison to mine. I understand her better than anyone. In a moment of emotional urgency, the words slipped from her lips, yet she was left in a state of disbelief. Indeed, those decades spent in each other's company, sharing an unbreakable bond of trust and affection, could hardly be overshadowed by the bond with their master. Subconsciously, she had placed greater value on a man's love, believing it to be noble, worthy of sacrificing everything. In reality, the only love truly deserving was that of their senior sister. Within that protracted illusion of love, they had competed against one another, inflicting harm, even forgetting the most vital truth, their innate closeness. They ought to have stood united, not fallen into discord, turning against each other over a man. But what good is it to speak of such matters now? She was already dead, utterly erased from this world. Even if she could converse with her senior sister, she would remain unrecognized. Contemplating this, Jenny felt a sharp pang of sorrow in her eyes, an indescribable mix of indignation and regret swelling within her. She became acutely aware of how precious life truly is, realizing the folly of so easily sacrificing her existence for others. Look at what she had gained. Between her and her senior sister, who truly emerged victorious, Liao Liao, with a voice choked by tears, implored, "Please, let me speak to my senior sister, just a word, if you will. I am aware that you possess the ability to grant this wish." As she faced Jenny's heart-wrenching sobs, Liao Liao remained resolute, until she sensed the once dulled essence of Jenny beginning to stir anew, sprouting a fragile bud within her barren and pallid soul. She had not deceived Jenny. Ying's transformation from an ice spirit to a living being was attributed to the dual forces of her icy form and the fact that, though Ying had perished, her spirit endured. At the moment when Jenny wept inconsolably, believing she would never have the chance to apologize to her senior sister again, Liao Liao cradled a small snowman and, in an instant, appeared atop Lingbo's mountain. Lingbo was engaged in conversation with Sheyue, while a tiny infant, having just been fed, lay soundly asleep in her swaddling cloth. "Sister, what brings you here?" Lingbo exclaimed, quickly introducing Liao Liao to Sheyue. "This is my junior sister, Liao Liao, a celestial lord of the supreme sect." Feeling apprehensive, Sheyue bowed to Liao Liao, who, harboring no fondness for her, chose to ignore the gesture. She placed the small snowman into Lingbo's palm, leaving Lingbo perplexed. "What is the meaning of this? Is this not your cherished snowman?" Having kept it by her side since her arrival at the supreme sect, Lingbo could not fathom her junior sister's intentions. Liao Liao declared, "It is a gift for you." Lingbo responded with a note of surprise, "But this is your favorite." "I no longer cherish it," Liao Liao replied. Inside the snowman, Jenny felt a surge of indignation. After 10 years together, how could one simply declare a change of heart? Moreover, who would present a gift in such a manner? The reason for giving is not one of sacrifice, but rather a lack of affection. Lingbo casually placed the little snowman on the table and engaged Liao in conversation with Sheyue, hoping to facilitate a closer interaction between Liao and Sheyue, so that Liao could truly appreciate what a wonderful young woman Sheyue is. If Liao could assist in punishing Guangming, that would be even more splendid. Sheyue felt somewhat intimidated by Liao, who, in turn, showed little interest in Sheyue's affairs. It was Lingbo, caught in the middle, who fretted endlessly, only to ultimately discover her efforts were in vain. With a despondent sigh, she said, all right, I shall say no more. Is that acceptable?" Suddenly, she recalled that she was still preparing medicine for Sheyue. A mortal woman's body might not withstand the elixir, so Lingbo refrained from administering it directly. Instead, she diluted the elixir with water before boiling it, allowing Sheyue to better absorb its medicinal properties. In a flurry, she dashed out, leaving only Liao and Sheyue in the room, along with a soundly sleeping infant, oblivious to it all. Sheyue nervously remarked, "It is my fault for causing trouble for Miss Lingbo." She uttered a single sentence and dared not continue, for Liao was gazing at her with a cold, expressionless demeanor. Sheyue immediately grasped that Liao harbored a dislike for her. She became increasingly reticent, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Rather than remaining in this cramped and anxious space, Liao then asked, "Do you still wish to die?" Sheyue was taken aback, and Liao added, "If you wish to die, do it now. Do not waste my senior sister's time." After a brief silence, Sheyue remained speechless, prompting Lingbo to turn to Liao and inquire, "What is happening? Did you two have a quarrel while I was simply fetching the medicine?" Lingbo was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how her junior sister could exhibit such callousness by asking a pitiable girl if she wished to die. Had it not been for her concern for Xiaoyu's feelings, Lingbo would have been inclined to reprimand her junior sister thoroughly. She quickly reassured Xiaoyu, "Do not heed my junior sister's nonsense. She has a tendency to speak thoughtlessly, yet she harbors no ill intentions. Moreover, she is merely 16, still a child, so do not take her words to heart." Xiaoyu, filled with shame, replied, "It is my fault. It has nothing to do with Miss Liao." Lingbo found herself at a loss when it came to handling someone with Xiaoyu's gentle demeanor. She felt helpless whenever others wept, scratching her head in distress. With tears held at bay, Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life." No, it was not I. Your savior is my junior sister." Ling Bo hastily interjected, waving her hands. She was the one who rescued you. I did nothing at all. This revelation caught Xia Yu off guard. She had never anticipated that the very person who seemed to disapprove of her would be her rescuer. Liao, the junior sister, declared, I saved you. And your life now belongs to me. Ling Bo shot her a disapproving glance, silently conveying that the girl had already suffered enough. And how could she utter such heartless words? If you desire to meet your end, that is not out of the question. But only after we have dealt with Guangming. Xia Yu, being a delicate girl utterly unaccustomed to violence, had never taken a life. The most dreadful act she had ever committed was swatting a mosquito during summer. Beyond that, she had never even witnessed blood. Ling Bo said, however, according to the sect rules. She initially intended to express that, under the sect regulations, Guangming would at most be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect. But upon reconsideration, she realized that if one were to scrutinize the language strictly, he had not erred at all. Liao inquired, can you do it? Xia Yu shook her head in a flustered manner. No, I've never killed anyone. Murder is against the law. Indeed, in the mortal realm, it is unlawful, but in the realm of cultivation, it is not. Seeking vengeance through killing is deemed entirely justified, contingent solely on one's courage. Yet, Xia Yu remained apprehensive. With a hint of trepidation, she confessed, I only wish for Guangming to raise my child well. I have no other intentions. I do not wish for revenge. I truly do not. Her incessant repetition prompted Ling Bo to blurt out, is it that you do not wish for revenge, or that you lack the ability to exact it, thus deceiving yourself? Xia Yu's breath hitched momentarily. Observing her reaction, Ling Bo earnestly stated, my junior sister is not deceiving you. Vengeance through killing is a natural right. In the realm of cultivation, as long as you possess sufficient strength, your words become truth. In that case, even if you seek revenge, none would dare to criticize you. After a moment's contemplation, she added, Xia Yu, do you realize? Your daughter may very well be incapable of cultivating. If you leave her behind, Guangming will surely not treat her well. She will merely be seen as a burdensome liability. Can you truly bear to do that? He did not carry her for 10 months. He has not cared for her day and night. How could he possibly develop any affection for the child? Can you truly entrust her to Guangming? Consider how he treated you. If one can be so cruel to someone with whom they have shared fond memories, like Xia Yu, how tender can they truly be towards a child? I am at a loss for what to do. I feel utterly useless. Utterly useless. Who says you are useless? Ling Bo interrupted her, stating earnestly, I genuinely admire you. She gazed intently at Xia Yu. You have traversed from the mortal realm to the world of cultivation. That is truly remarkable. Unlike my junior sister, who, when venturing out, often loses her way and cannot distinguish the cardinal directions, I tell her this, and she remains unconvinced. Just this determination and courage make you incredibly formidable, even more so than I. The junior sister, coldly retorting to her senior's mockery, said, Senior, having practiced cultivation for decades, has yet to choose a path. You cannot possibly be worse than her. The two sisters instantly fell into a cold war, as Ling Bo, irritated by her junior sister's public embarrassment of her, exclaimed, Mind your own business. I will choose my path very soon. Absolutely. Very soon. What if you cannot? Ling Bo, in a fit of exasperation, blurted out impulsively, without a second thought. Then I shall neither eat nor sleep until I have chosen my path. In moments of passion, words spoken in haste cannot be taken back. One could only hear Ling Bo gasp in shock, while the junior sister nodded. Very well. Ling Bo quickly sought to amend her statement. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Don't go, junior sister. Please don't go. Don't leave. No matter how loudly she called out, Liao remained indifferent, leaving Ling Bo in utter despair. Seeing her in such a state, Xia Yu hurried to console her. Though unsure where to begin, all she could do was watch as Ling Bo wore a sorrowful expression. I forgot. I'm still training with her, Ling Bo lamented. With those words, she knew her sister would undoubtedly trouble her. Although her junior sister appeared to be easygoing, she possessed a rather small-minded nature. Anyone who offended her would find themselves in a dire predicament. Xia Yu, upon hearing this, felt a slight urge to laugh. As if the weight of her own sorrow had lightened a fraction, she softly remarked, Your bond with her seems quite profound. Ling Bo immediately refuted this notion. Who said that? What kind of bond could I possibly have with her? We're hardly acquainted. This little snowman, whom Ling Bo had observed for over a decade, left her perplexed as to what her junior sister found appealing about it. It was utterly unremarkable, devoid of any distinctive qualities, and its rough exterior was only accentuated by its two round, plump snowballs, which were prone to melting at any moment. Previously, during a heavy snowfall, she had asked her senior brothers to build a snowman for her sister, but after a mere glance, her sister had lost interest. What was it about this snowman that captivated her so? Ling Bo, filled with curiosity, leaned over the table to scrutinize the snowman, her heart racing with anxiety regarding the fragile creation. She had so much to express to her senior sister, yet the latter could neither see nor hear her, rendering all her words seemingly meaningless in the wake of death. All her thoughts coalesced into a singular apology. "I'm sorry, senior sister." Lingbo reached out to touch the snowman, anxious about the heat outside causing it to melt. She found a plate to place the delicate artifact within, hoping to preserve its form. The first snowflake, 21. Jenny sat obediently atop the snowman, her tiny soul gazing at the sister who was both unfamiliar and yet reminiscent of her past. She scarcely remembered the times they had been at odds. Instead, memories of being held in her sister's embrace, of her hand being held, and of softly sung lullabies during restless nights grew ever clearer. In that fleeting life, which had already been deemed to have ended, Jenny realized that she had indeed been loved. Her sister had loved her. Lingbo was startled by the sudden tears of the little snowman. "No, no, please don't melt," she exclaimed. "What will I say if my junior sister asks?" With tear-filled eyes, Jenny murmured, "Sister, sister, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Lingbo could not hear her voice, but seeing that the snowman had not melted brought her curiosity. "Oh, it's not melting. So where is this water coming from?" She gestured to herself. Surely it can't be the snowman crying? Ultimately, she could not bear to place the snowman outside, though the night air was chilly. Lingbo worried that she might miss any gusts of wind or rain that could harm the little snowman. She placed the dish containing the snowman by her bedside, while Jenny had to remain on the windowsill. A wave of excitement washed over her, although she could not feel the softness of the bedding. Being so close to her sister felt as if their past grievances had never occurred. Everything remained as it had been at the beginning. Lingbo lifted the quilt and climbed into bed, her gaze falling upon her longevity lock. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to adorn the little snowman with it. Her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. "I cannot fathom why, but it seems you wear it better than that wretched girl. She has no interest in adornment." Persuading her to wear a bracelet or hairpin is akin to scaling the heavens, yet it suits you splendidly. She gently caressed the little snowman's head. "This is a cherished relic from my mother. You must safeguard it diligently, lest it dissolve, for otherwise it may rust." Jeanne could no longer restrain herself, yearning to embrace Lingbo, yet her hands merely passed through her senior's form. She gazed in astonishment at her own hands, unable to grasp anything, and an unexpected resentment towards the Ta Li Xianjun surged within her. She realized she could have led a different life. Lingbo remained oblivious to the soul concealed within the little snowman. After all, with Xiaoyu and her mother left behind, she felt compelled to take action. Quang Ming's deeds were despicable, and her words fell on deaf ears. Thus, she resolved to instruct Xiaoyu in cultivation, a noble idea, yet challenging to realize. Primarily, her own skills were lacking, having progressed only by following Liao. Lingbo contemplated seeking her junior sister's assistance to teach both her and Xiaoyu together. But a mere thought made it clear that her junior sister would never consent. Lingbo felt uncertain about approaching alone, hence her early morning prayers for guidance. Liao, indifferent to the lengths her senior sister would go for Xiaoyu, had promised to support her regardless of the choices she made. And her current fascination with the Demon King Su Jin eclipsed all else. A perplexing question has lingered in her mind. Originally a boundless expanse of ice and snow, she was imbued with consciousness and soul by her creator, transforming her into a woman. However, during her decade in the realm of cultivation, she has come to realize that women are not the arbiters of the world. They have forsaken their true nature and become exceedingly feeble. She cannot comprehend why she was made a woman. In a world where power is monopolized by men, who naturally assume the roles of dominators and rulers, she is not naive. She senses the peculiarities surrounding her. For instance, her senior sister often chastises her for eschewing skirts and neglecting adornment, criticizing her for not embodying the essence of femininity, yet never demands the same of her two senior brothers, who are never expected to embellish themselves. The demands placed upon female disciples by the Supreme Sect are perpetually more lenient than those imposed on their male counterparts. Some senior sisters perceive this as favoritism, while she views it as a reinforcement of their frailty. The senior brothers, subjected to rigorous training, are entrusted with significant responsibilities. While the senior sisters exhaust their wits pondering how to enhance their beauty, men are singularly focused on transcending to immortality, whereas women yearn solely for a worthy partner. In her hazy recollections, it seems that creation itself was also feminine, possessing a formidable power capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth with all things within her grasp. Why should she heed her senior sister's counsel to behave like a demure and sweet young lady? Thus, regardless of her senior sister's admonishments, she remains unfazed. She harbors no ambition for power or status, yet she has discerned a crucial truth: the treasures for which men vie are indeed coveted, and such treasures rightfully belong to the strong. Therefore, while she may not be fond of them, she cannot afford to be without them. Su Jin had been locked in the ice cage for 2 days. He had attempted various means to break free, yet the seemingly light ice chains bound him firmly, rendering escape impossible. "What do you intend to do?" he demanded furiously, tugging at the ice chains. "If you wish to kill me, at least provide a clear answer. Is it truly amusing to toy with someone like this?" Liao gazed at him and retorted, "Why are you so angry?" Su Jin shot back, "If you were confined like a dog, would you not feel enraged?" Liao remained expressionless, yet she could not fathom how Su Jin could grasp such a concept. She inquired further, "The cage is spacious and not cramped. It is quite safe. Why do you dislike it?" Had his life not been in her hands, Su Jin would have unleashed a torrent of invective upon her. Suppressing his rage, he articulated each word with a chilling tone, "No matter how large the cage, it remains a cage. Since you claim it is roomy and secure, why don't you enter and experience it yourself?" Liao replied, "Because I do not like it." "I do not like it either." Su Jin erupted in frustration. "Let me out." His response failed to satisfy Liao, prompting her to decide on a punishment for him. The ice chains constricting his wrists suddenly sprouted sharp ice spikes that pierced through his flesh, staining the solid ice with crimson, which quickly solidified. Su Jin felt as though his very soul was being frozen by the intense cold. Frost rapidly coated his skin, and his breath crystallized in the frigid air. Yet, this torment did not elicit any sympathy from Liao. Su Jin harbored a disdain for confinement, loathing the notion of being caged. After merely 2 days of captivity, his reaction was profound, evidently aware that a cage is not a sanctuary and that imprisonment does not breed happiness. This left Liao perplexed. If Su Jin understood this, why then did he confine Jinyi? Humanity is indeed peculiar. Women sacrifice for men, bearing children, and even relinquishing their lives in silent acquiescence. Conversely, men may resort to violence against women, extinguishing their lives only to immortalize their spirits as mere clay effigies, or they may choose to imprison them with chains. With lingering questions, Liao decided to spare Su Jin, who had learned a lesson and adapted accordingly. He was inherently adaptable and skilled in deception, which had enabled him to infiltrate the supreme sect and forge a bond with Tai Li as a sworn brother. He swiftly devised a new strategy. Beginning to entice Liao, "You once professed your affection for me. Do you still stand by those words?" Liao gazed at him, her response lacking sincerity. "Indeed. Then how could you justify confining me?" "Why not? It is absolutely unjustifiable." Su Jin's tone was gentle, his beauty striking. His dark eyes, when not masked by mischief, revealed genuine emotion with the slightest stir of sentiment. When he focused intently on someone, it was effortless for them to feel the depth of his affection. "If you truly care for me, you must respect and understand me. How could I embrace or kiss you if I am confined?" Yet Liao merely shook her head. "I only cherish the way you appear at this moment." Su Jin continued to deceive. "That is because you have never experienced the beauty of mutual affection. When 2 individuals are enamored with each other, they will naturally desire to see the other happy. If you confine me within a cage, how can I possibly find joy? Yet, I am quite content. Your appearance, confined to the cage, is far more appealing than your overly protective demeanor." Su Jin had always considered herself the most vindictive person in the world, but today she realized that she was far from it. The facade of false gentleness vanished, and she questioned in astonishment, "You? Is it because I merely spoke of protection that you treat me this way?" Upon becoming human, she developed a curiosity, a thirst for knowledge, seeking answers to all the perplexing dilemmas in order to comprehend the significance of her transformation from ice and snow into a person. Watching Su Jin exhaust herself in attempts to deceive, yet ultimately fail, Liao pondered that the nature of women and men in this world was entirely irrelevant to her. Whether women loved or fought with men did not hinder her existence as a person, as a woman. She was who she was, and humanity mirrored that essence. After all, she was born free. The first snowflake. On the bed, A fluffy-haired little girl poked her head out from under the covers, her small hands clutching the blanket atop her head, her timid eyes gazing at Liao Liao. Su Jin's earlier shouting had frightened her, prompting her to burrow deep into the bedding. The windowsill lay desolate. The small snowman that once occupied the space had been gifted to Ling Bo, and the little ice figure had similarly vanished, replaced by a small girl nestled beneath the covers. She possessed large, glistening eyes akin to black grapes, filled with a natural yearning for companionship, yet simultaneously intimidated by the aloofness of her creator. Master Aang appeared to be a 5 or 6-year-old child, a reflection of her essence, trapped within a clay figurine, her soul tormented until rebirth. Liao Liao had encased all her past memories in frost. She could no longer recall what had transpired, nor could she feel sorrow for the heartache of the Tai Li Xian Jun. Liao did not instruct children. She inquired, "How was your practice today?" Aang, still cocooned in her small blanket, her cherubic face flushed with anxiety, had not completed the tasks assigned by her master. But it was not intentional. The voices of those confined within the cage had incessantly urged her to assist in their liberation, until her ears felt as if they would bleed, compelling her to bury herself in the covers and block out the noise. Since they disturb your training, why not discipline them? Aang nervously twisted her fingers, casting a fleeting glance at the Demon King Su Jin within the cage, and then, placing a hand over her heart, whispered to Liao Liao, "I am afraid." In the mortal realm, she had been slain by the Tai Li Xian Jun as he sought enlightenment through the death of his wife. Little did he know that after her demise, he could not bear to part with her, thus imprisoning her soul within the clay figure. The torment of being a clay figure is indescribable, unable to speak or move. Yet perpetually aware, she was left with 7 orifices but no means of expression. What joy could a mere clay figurine possibly experience? Later, the Demon King Su Jin took possession of her, and she remained by his side for several years. Su Jin, with a heart devoid of compassion, would extinguish lives with a chilling nonchalance, employing ruthlessly brutal methods. Even in her rebirth as a small ice spirit, Aang, despite her memory loss, harbored an innate dread and shuddered towards him deep within her soul. Aang knelt by the bed, her hands pressed against the surface, her chubby little feet twitching in trepidation, too afraid to raise her gaze. Suddenly, she heard a muffled grunt from Su Jin, and the little girl trembled, covering her face with her hands, daring only to peek through her fingers. She beheld Su Jin, resembling a marionette torn asunder, his limbs hanging at grotesque angles. Fearful of the sanguinary scene, she disregarded the blanket that enveloped her, letting out a shriek as she leapt into the embrace of Liao Liao, her short and pudgy arms wrapping tightly around Liao Liao's waist, desperately squeezing against her like a frightened creature. As a small ice spirit molded by Liao Liao, Aang was not like Xian Ling and Ling Bo, who dared not touch her. Yet Liao Liao, with her stern demeanor, rendered Aang utterly breathless in her presence. Had it not been for the copious blood spilled by Su Jin, Aang would have lacked the courage to seek solace in Liao Liao's arms. "Master, please do not be angry," Aang implored. Liao Liao looked down at Aang and inquired, "Why do you call me master?" Aang replied, "You provide for me and teach me to cultivate. Is that not the role of a master?" However, Liao Liao had never contemplated taking on a disciple. She taught Aang to cultivate because Aang was the first small ice spirit she had ever crafted. The reasoning was simple. Liao Liao found the clay figurine to be exceedingly ugly and grimy, of inferior quality, lacking the clarity and purity of an ice sculpture. After a moment's reflection, Liao Liao remarked, "But I am a woman. How can you address me as father?" Aang was merely a young girl. Her small head tilted upwards as she awaited the decision. Tears shimmered in her dark, grape-like eyes. "You don't want me?" Liao Liao bent down, and the two girls gazed into each other's eyes. "You may call me Shermu," she said. Upon hearing this, Aang instantly understood that she could remain, and she promptly called out with a bright voice. Liao Liao continued, "I created you, both emotionally and rationally. It is only fitting that you address me as Shermu." That night, the two shared a bed. Although they had separate blankets, Aang, in the midst of her slumber, unknowingly rolled into Liao Liao's blanket. This was a peculiar experience for Liao Liao, as in her childhood, her senior sister had once contemplated keeping her company, fearing she would be frightened sleeping alone. However, she could only endure for a short while before shivering from the cold. The closeness of two bodies did not bring warmth. Instead, Liao Liao felt that this little child was particularly restless. Early the next morning, Lingbo arrived. After a night of deep contemplation, she made a bold decision. She was going to take on a disciple. Liao Liao merely responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Shimmy, did you not hear what I said? I want to take on a disciple. Eyeing emerged from under the covers, and Lingbo's eyes widened in surprise. Wah, who is this? How is there a child here? Eyeing, with a sweet voice, called out sister to Lingbo, leaving her momentarily speechless. Observing Lingbo's astonishment, Liao Liao inquired, is it strange? You have one too. Lingbo shook her head. I haven't even settled on my stool yet, and I came here seeking your advice. I am being serious. May I take Xiaoyu as my disciple? Liao Liao, do as you wish. Do not be so casual. You must earnestly assist me in my contemplation. Lingbo, on the verge of striking the table, restrained herself, fearing it might frighten the little girl. The rules of the door forbade outsiders from staying. Yet Xiaoyu's health was frail, and she had an infant to care for. If she were to become my disciple, she would no longer need to leave. What do you think, junior sister? This matter does not concern Liao Liao, who replied, do as you wish. Do not leave it to my discretion. Lingbo gently tapped the table with her hands, her movements precise but lacking in force. Her seeking out Liao Liao signified her lack of confidence. If the sect leader were to discover this, he would surely think I am opposing him. What if he were to make things difficult for me? I cannot prevail against him. I shall take action. If you think about everything in relation to yourself, you will find yourself without friends. Lingbo was quite dissatisfied with her junior sister's indifferent attitude towards such matters. Xiaoyu is only a few years older than you. To be honest, I am uncertain if my actions will bear fruit, but I wish to act, so I shall proceed. I cannot simply stand by while Kuang Ming neglects both mother and child. Liao Liao remarked. Her arrival at the Wushang sect is not to seek justice, but rather to hope to remain and unite with Kuang Ming as his wife. Senior sister, if you intend to take her as a disciple, have you inquired whether she is willing? Lingbo was incredulous. How could that be? Kuang Ming would not even acknowledge her. And the sect leader wishes to send her away. She has waited so long at home for Kuang Ming's return. She must know she has been abandoned. Having reached this point, must one still seek reconciliation with Kuang Ming? I cannot believe it. Senior sister, I recall you once mentioned that Xiaoyu has a stepmother and a cruel father. Indeed, what of it? Liao Liao remarked, though my time among mortals has been brief. I have come to understand that society values sons over daughters. Lingbo inquired, what do you wish to convey? Liao Liao's gaze turned cold. Senior sister, you might as well first inquire whether that woman would be willing to become your disciple. My current cultivation is still lacking, yet I am determined to teach you well. Lingbo, brimming with confidence, clenched her fist, vowing that once you have grown powerful, you shall seek vengeance against Kuang Ming. What he has done to you, you shall return it to him tenfold or 100-fold. Yet, to Lingbo's astonishment, Xiaoyu revealed a look of shock and repeatedly declined. No, Miss Lingbo, I have never contemplated revenge. Lingbo, ah? Xiaoyu shook her head sorrowfully. Since childhood, I have witnessed my father, stepmother, and younger brother living in harmony. Thus my greatest wish has always been to have a home of my own. Kuang, no, he deceived you and abandoned you, and yet you wish to repay malice with kindness? Lingbo was bewildered, recalling how just yesterday you contemplated ending your life by crashing into a wall. Is this not a deep-seated grudge? Do you not desire revenge? Tears welled up in Xiaoyu's eyes. I truly do not wish for vengeance. There is no one left in this world for me to care for. How Kuang Ming has treated me, even in death. I wish to leave a place for myself in his heart. Lingbo found herself at a loss for words. She wished to offer some words of advice to Xiaoyu, but as she opened her mouth, she struggled to find the right place to begin. Though she was tempted to unleash a torrent of curses upon Kuang Ming, she hesitated, fearing that if she did so, Xiaoyu might turn the tables and defend him instead. Suddenly startled, she turned her head to see a little girl with large eyes and a round face. The girl stood with one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusingly at Xiaoyu's nose. My senior sister has kindly prepared a meal for you, and yet you refuse to swallow it. You speak of wanting to secure a place in Kuang Ming's heart, but what will it matter when you are gone? Who will remember you, a mere mortal? If you won't think of yourself, at least consider your daughter. Xiaoyu was overwhelmed by the unexpected barrage of criticism. Her head spinning, and instinctively she felt tears welling up. The little girl, however, was relentless. No, you shall not cry. Lingbo was taken aback. Little sister, who are you? The apple-cheeked girl, adept at changing her demeanor, suddenly turned to Lingbo, clinging to her leg and pouting, Senior sister, senior sister. Lingbo was even more bewildered. Who exactly are you? Which esteemed elder's disciple are you? I am the little snowman. Zhen Yi clung tightly to her senior sister's leg, causing Ling Bo to shiver from the cold. A snowman? She thought, what snowman? The snowman that my junior sister sent? How could a snowman possibly turn into a person? After scolding Xiaoyu, Zhen Yi felt a pang of remorse as she recognized her own foolishness reflected in Xiaoyu. Life is singular and precious. Once squandered, it cannot be reclaimed. If you wish for Kwang Ming to remember you, simply break his legs and keep him by your side. I assure you, he will never forget you until his last breath. Ling Bo was taken aback by the audacious words of the little girl, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Ignoring Xiaoyu, she swiftly lifted Zhen Yi and dashed outside, hastily releasing her, exclaiming, "You're freezing. How could you be so cold? Who exactly are you?" "I am a little snowman," Zhen Yi replied, deliberately widening her eyes and speaking in a charming tone, knowing that her senior sister preferred a softer approach. Ling Bo still found it hard to believe that this little girl was the snowman sent by her junior sister. She was puzzled as to the intent behind sending her a child, originally intending to persuade Xiaoyu. Ling Bo now had no choice but to take Zhen Yi to Liao Liao, who was practicing her swordsmanship. When Zhen Yi arrived with Ling Bo, the two little girls instinctively gazed at each other, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as if the world had come to a standstill. A sense of déjà vu, both familiar yet distant, blossomed in their hearts. Zhen Yi pondered if they had met before, while Ying felt that she looked strikingly familiar. Ling Bo casually suggested that Zhen Yi play with Ying and inquired of Liao Liao whether this child was indeed her gift. Liao Liao nodded, causing Ling Bo to nearly choke on her breath. "Where did you acquire this child? If anyone discovers you've stolen a child, our supreme sect will be utterly disgraced." "I did not steal her," Liao Liao protested. Ling Bo was unconvinced. "Then create a snowman for me, and let me see how it transforms into a child. Without a soul, it cannot produce a living being." Liao Liao was acutely aware of the terrifying power she possessed to obliterate worlds. Yet she also understood that snow and ice could only fashion a shell. A soulless body was merely a walking corpse. Upon hearing this, Ling Bo's skepticism deepened. At that moment, Zhen Yi and Ying unexpectedly approached hand in hand. "Senior sister, allow me to explain," Zhen Yi said. Ling Bo pointed at Zhen Yi, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? Such a tiny child dares to call me senior sister. Is there no sense of propriety? What about the hierarchy?" Ying recalled that she too had referred to Ling Bo as sister, realizing that there might indeed be a discrepancy in their ranks. Zhen Yi playfully nudged Ling Bo, clinging to her like a little squirrel. Liao Liao held the clay figurine she had seized from the demon king Sua Jane, which concealed the soul of Tai Li's wife. Ling Bo's voice faltered. "What?" Zhen Yi took her hand, guiding her to sit down, then effortlessly climbed onto her lap, wrapping one of Ling Bo's arms around her head for a gentle pat. Ling Bo shivered, so cold, witnessing Zhen Yi's exuberance. Ying sought to clamber onto Liao Liao's lap as well, but was instantly frozen in place, her feet rooted, unable to move. Ling Bo, with great reluctance, tousled Zhen Yi's hair, prompting the little girl to descend, sparing Ling Bo from further discomfort, and in an instant, revealing a Ying's identity to her. Ying's gaze was innocent and untainted, resembling a pristine sheet of paper, oblivious to the concept of killing a spouse to attain enlightenment, and having forgotten her experiences as a clay figurine. In truth, Ling Bo had begun to believe the most striking characteristic of these two young girls was their icy demeanor, a temperature far removed from that of ordinary beings. Moreover, what reason would her junior sister have to fabricate a lie? Thus, she truly was. Gazing at Ying's youthful visage, Ling Bo struggled to utter two words. "Master's wife?" Ying, filled with curiosity, repeated, "Master's wife?" and immediately broke into a silly grin, tugging at Liao's sleeve while exclaiming, "Master's wife." Ling Bo remarked, "You freeze my distractions and forbid me from harboring infatuations for our master. Could it be that you yourself?" She was met with Liao's frigid gaze and quickly added, "I was merely jesting. I understand you do not hold affection for our master." Ying's identity was thus elucidated. But what of Zhen Yi? How had Zhen Yi come to be? Upon hearing Ling Bo's inquiry, Zhen Yi desperately gestured to Liao, pleading with her to remain silent, especially regarding the original trajectory of fate, where she would become estranged from her senior sister, harboring enmity until their dying days. She recognized her past errors and wished to avoid any discord with her sister. Liao replied, "I found her." "Found her?" Zhen Yi lowered her head, clutching Ling Bo's sleeve and imploring, "Senior sister, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? Liao dislikes me and finds my chatter bothersome. When I was among the snowmen, she never listened to my words." At this moment, The two sisters found common ground. Ling Bo had a fondness for children, and upon learning that Liao Liao had not abducted any, she was charmed by Jin Yi's sweet and endearing demeanor, thus agreeing to let her stay. However, sister, do you have any intentions in taking Aang as your disciple? If Master were to discover this matter, he would certainly not let it slide. Once her distracting thoughts faded, Ling Bo no longer indulged in the unattainable fantasies of love. With a clear mind, she quickly realized that Master was not devoid of human emotions. Rather, all his affections had been devoted to his wife in the mortal realm. If that were the case, it was understandable that sister would claim the soul from the clay figurine, as it explained Master's uncontrollable desire that day. Liao Liao, I have no particular intentions. Ling Bo, Jinny, isn't that a bit excessive? Although it is uncommon for a master and disciple to form a romantic bond, it is not entirely unheard of. Typically, as long as the couple is well-matched and mutually affectionate, others cannot voice their objections. After all, cultivators possess long lifespans. Many, like the youthful and handsome Tai Li Xianjun, remain ageless even after a millennium. Thus, the age difference between a master and disciple standing side by side is often negligible. However, should there be a generational gap, it transforms into a tale of horror rather than a beautiful story. While a romance between a master and disciple may be accepted among cultivators, a relationship resembling that of a grandparent and grandchild is utterly inconceivable. Reflecting on the past decade, Jinny realized that Liao Liao had merely silenced her during her incessant chatter, proving to be exceptionally kind, compassionate, and profoundly human. The first snowflake, 23, the information was overwhelming, and as Ling Bo departed, her footsteps seemed to float. Fortunately, Jinny held her hand, while Aang, who understood nothing, softly inquired, Shermu, what is a grandparent-grandchild romance? And what does it mean to feel disgust? The mere thought or sight of it could render one unable to eat. Aang appeared to grasp it, and seeing her lean against her leg was adorable. Thus, Liao Liao shared a sweet fruit with her. Aang, still a child, struggled with her small hands, prompting Liao Liao to assist her in peeling it. The sugary fruit filled her mouth, bringing forth a sense of satisfaction and joy. Thus, Aang resolved to remember that when the sweetness of the fruit faded, that would signify disgust. Although Liao Liao no longer intervened in Quang Ming's matters, she was determined to be aware of all other affairs within the supreme sect. She detested lies, and even more so, being deceived. Faced with such a headstrong Liao Liao, the sect master found himself at a loss. He appeared fair and just, yet his selfishness was palpable. Most celestial lords devoted themselves to cultivation, refraining from meddling in sect trivialities unless absolutely necessary. However, Liao Liao was different. She always had an abundance of questions, her youth rendering her difficult to mislead, often leaving the sect master in a cold sweat, questioning whether he had acted too impulsively and whether it would have been wiser to let her follow the Doshan sect. In utter desperation, the sect master sought out the celestial lord of Tai Li, imploring him to impose some restraint on Liao Liao. The celestial lord pondered briefly before consenting. When Yuanjing came to summon her on behalf of the master, Liao Liao was perplexed. My master is a celestial lord, and I am also a celestial lord. Why must I go to him? What logic is this? I refuse to go. Poor Yuanjing can only serve as a conduit for these two individuals. He earnestly wished to advise Liao Liao on the importance of respecting their master, yet Liao Liao remained impervious to his counsel. Finally, Yuanjing sighed, little junior sister, I am at a loss as to what has transpired between you and senior sister, leading to such an unusual turn of events. I hope you remember that. Regardless of what happens, we are ultimately family. The words "we are family" echoed in Liao Liao's mind several times, prompting her to question, are we truly family? Of course, Yuanjing replied. If we are indeed family, then why is it that what you and senior brother possess, I do not share with senior sister? Yuanjing, puzzled, inquired. What is it that I have with Yushu that you do not share with the junior sister? Liao Liao gazed at him, searching for any hint of guilt in Yuanjing's expression, but she was met with disappointment, for Yuanjing genuinely perceived no anomalies. Whether it was Tai Li's emphasis on the cultivation of their brotherhood, the rigorous teachings, or the repeated responsibilities bestowed upon them, Yuanjing regarded it all as entirely natural. Liao Liao then asked, why is it that you and senior brother can frequently descend the mountain, while senior sister and I cannot? Yuanjing, unaware that Liao Liao was upset over this matter, responded gently, little junior sister, you are mistaken. The sect does not look down upon female cultivators, nor is it targeting you and the junior sister. It seeks to protect you both. Moreover, Do you not realize the level of the junior sister's abilities? How could I possibly feel at ease allowing her to venture down the mountain alone? Although the words may seem unobjectionable, Liao Liao felt an inherent dissonance. She shook her head, asserting, "You do not teach with diligence, nor do you impose strict demands, which is why she is feeble and incapable of bearing responsibility." However, her incompetence stems precisely from the indifference of the supreme sect. Yuan Jing, perplexed, responded, "Junior sister, are you blaming our sect? Is that not permissible?" Her forthrightness rendered Yuan Jing speechless. How could one show such disrespect towards a sect that has treated us with immense kindness? Certainly not. Yuan Jing quickly refuted, insisting that the sect's benevolence sought no recompense. Yet, under Liao Liao's expressionless gaze, he himself perceived the contradiction in his words. Was the kindness truly immeasurable? Or did it demand no return? Originally, he had come at the behest of his master to fetch Liao Liao, only to return empty-handed. Upon learning of this, Tai Li Xianjun merely instructed Yuan Jing to rest while he himself employed hand seals to seek out Liao Liao. In accordance with Tai Li Xianjun's customary practice, he would typically enter seclusion following the grand competition. However, the clay figurine that bore the soul of his beloved wife was shattered by Liao Liao's hands. An event he could not dismiss lightly, especially in light of the public humiliation he suffered from appearing disheveled. His dissatisfaction towards Liao Liao deepened. At his core, Tai Li Xianjun was an exceedingly selfish individual. He demanded his wife's death to attain enlightenment. He yearned for earthly love, thus necessitating her resurrection. He desired an immortal form, which required the perfection of Jin Yi, fearing Jin Yi might be reluctant to sacrifice. He manipulated the young girl's affections under the guise of a master, only to depart afterward, as if he had never instigated any misunderstanding regarding his feelings toward her. Jinyi and Lingbo, once inseparable as sisters, have transformed into adversaries. It is inconceivable that no external forces have played a role in intensifying their discord. There must be someone who has deliberately exacerbated their conflict, leading to their irrevocable rift. Otherwise, with Jinyi cherished by her elder sister and Lingbo supported by her younger sister, neither would regard their master as the sole deity, nor would they conspire against one another in a bid to win favor. Only by dismantling their bond could one's desires be fulfilled. If Lord Tai Li adhered to the principles of a mentor, he would not presume that Jinyi harbored secret affections. This is evident from the manner in which he instructed her in swordsmanship. There was no need for such proximity, nor for him to correct her posture with his own hands. Even if she were clumsy, as a teacher, he should maintain a respectful distance. When Lord Tai Li encountered Liao, he intended to speak with her, but was instead met by the sight of Ah Ying, wielding a small wooden sword. The familiar visage sent a jolt through his pupils. Arwan. He instinctively moved toward Ah Ying, yet a formidable wall of ice materialized before him, obstructing his path. Desperation surged within Lord Tai Li as he implored, "Let me pass." That child, drawn by the sound, Ah Ying locked eyes with Tai Li, startled, and fled into the house, stumbling and losing one of her shoes, as if he were a fearsome beast, threatening to consume her whole. Lord Tai Li yearned to advance, but the icy barrier held firm. He understood the necessity of concealing his vulnerabilities, yet how could he suppress his emotions after a century apart? After much restraint, Lord Tai Li finally regained his composure and, suppressing his excitement, inquired, "That child just now? She is one I rescued from the clay figurine." The esteemed Tai Li Xianjun, taken aback by the revelations, felt an overwhelming desire to retrieve his beloved from the grasp of another. He remarked, "You are still quite young, and may not possess the knowledge required to care for a child. Perhaps it would be best to entrust the child to me. My disciple shall manage, alleviating any worries for my esteemed master." From time to time, Tai Li Xianjun cast glances toward the chamber, his heart simmering with anxiety, yearning for A Ying to emerge once more to ease his longing. Since this child originated from a clay effigy, did she possess a name? Perhaps she could be called Erwan. Her name is A Ying. Liao Liao seemed oblivious to Tai Li's words, abruptly interrupting him with a dismissive command. "You may leave now." After centuries of separation, how could Tai Li Xianjun bear to part, with his essence intact over the decades? How could Erwan have acquired a corporeal form? What role did Liao Liao play in this intricate web? Countless questions plagued his mind. Yet the joy of their reunion eclipsed all. Observing the delight on Tai Li Xianjun's face after such a prolonged absence, Liao Liao couldn't help but envision A Ying, now fair and plump, struggling to articulate her thoughts. It was astonishing to witness an ancient man, one who had lived for millennia, displaying such emotions towards a mere 5 or 6-year-old girl. Even if she were his destined beloved, his long-lost wife, a Ying's rebirth, clad in her icy form. Severed all ties to the past. Did my esteemed master once meet a Ying? Liao Liao's inquiry jolted Tai Li Xianjun from his reverie. Naturally, he could not confess the truth. The clay effigy was in the possession of the demon king Su Jin. If Liao Liao were to discover the connection between the soul within the effigy and himself, it would undoubtedly lead to tumultuous thoughts. Now, Tai Li is fervently eager to ascertain the authenticity of his wife, a Ruan's existence, and whether she truly no longer requires the body of 1,000 years. However, A Ying has retreated into the house, refusing to emerge. No amount of urgency from the celestial lord Tai Li can compel her, and ultimately, he must depart in vain. Once he leaves, A Ying, who has been quietly peering through the crack of the door, rushes to his side, trembling as she clings to his leg. What are you afraid of? Though she has never encountered that uncle before, the mere presence of the man makes A Ying yearn to hide away forever. Liao Liao remarks, "You may have to see him often in the future." The little girl's chubby face pales in fright as Liao Liao informs her, "When you see that person again, remember to call him Master Grandfather. He is several thousand years your senior." As a reborn ice girl, A Ying lacks the memories of Zhen Yi. Her behavior, logic, and thought patterns resemble those of a mere 5- or 6-year-old child, devoid of any traits belonging to an adult woman. One can only imagine what kind of entity the infatuated and longing Tai Li celestial lord must be. Can one truly find happiness in the company of such a beloved? Having witnessed Liao Liao's formidable prowess, Zhen Yi understands that to gain a voice, one must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, the voices of the weak will remain unheard. If she wishes to avoid the fate of death and oblivion, she must devote herself to cultivation. Nothing is more paramount than the pursuit of mastery. Save for her senior sister, Xiaoyu was reluctant to accept Ling Bo as her mentor, for she harbored an enduring glimmer of hope and affection for Quang Ming in her heart. The sect's rules forbade outsiders from residing long-term, and it was only due to the isolation of Ling Bo's mountain that she could feign having sent Xiaoyu and her daughter away, thus allowing Xiaoyu to remain and recuperate in peace. However, Xiaoyu's obstinacy vexed Ling Bo greatly. Despite her entreaties, both gentle and stern, Xiaoyu resolutely refused to listen, even insisting on taking her infant with her to raise her daughter alone. Ling Bo sighed and continued her efforts to persuade Xiaoyu, saying, "Do you understand what it means to stay in the unparalleled sect? Even if not for yourself, consider your child. Leaving her here might enable her to embark on the path of cultivation, freeing her from the cycles of birth, aging, sickness, and death." Xiaoyu shook her head firmly. Her father is Quang Ming. If he does not want her, then she does not deserve to remain here. Being immortal is not so bad. Zhen Yi clenched her fists, yearning to pry open Xiaoyu's mind to discern what thoughts resided within. She finally grasped the sentiment her own senior sister must have felt when she was utterly captivated by their master, often berating her senior sister in frustration. Stifling her breath, she promised her senior sister to refrain from speaking recklessly, but if Xiaoyu continued to be incomprehensible, she would risk disappointing her senior sister. Ling Bo found herself in a difficult position as well. Having made the decision to keep Xiaoyu, intending to assist her, she was unprepared for Xiaoyu's unyielding stubbornness. No matter how she reasoned, it was futile. This fierce tenacity and pride left Ling Bo uncertain whether to commend her or to scold her. As the loquacious senior sister succumbed to the torment inflicted by Xiaoyu, Zhen could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "You persistently proclaim your intent to raise your daughter single-handedly, espousing notions of integrity. Yet I must inquire, have you ever asked your daughter if she is willing? When she matures and, like you, finds herself deceived and burdened by a man's neglect, struggling through life while bearing a heavy heart, do you believe she will not resent you for the opportunity she once had to become a cultivator? My daughter will not be deceived by men." Jenny's words struck a painful chord within Xiaoyu, yet Jenny continued, "With a mother like you, your daughter is destined for misfortune." This remark was indeed cruel, prompting Lingbo to intervene, but Jenny, bolstered by her resolve, declared, "I've said it, and I shall not hold back. I have not spoken falsely. A mother like you will only raise a daughter who mirrors your own existence, one who never strives for her own life, merely wishing for a dependable man, and who cannot endure solitude without despair. All you teach her is to endure. A fate of misfortune is the best she can hope for." Jenny was uncertain whether she was admonishing Xiaoyu or indirectly reproaching her own mother. Endure, just endure. It will pass, she thought. Yet, while she may have endured and time may have moved on, the soul remained forever marked by the humiliation and cowardice, unable to find liberation. If you wish to leave, depart on your own. Leave this child with us. We will raise her and ensure she does not become a second you or a second me. To sacrifice one's life for an unworthy cause is the most foolish act in existence. The first snowflake, 24. Jenny had momentarily forgotten that she was merely a small child, barely reaching her senior sister's waist. Her indignation, while fervent, only rendered her somewhat comical as she pointed an accusatory finger at Shiyue. Lingbo, filled with regret, swiftly intervened, offering a slight nod of apology to Shiyue before ushering the young girl away, admonishing Jenny for her temperamental nature at such a tender age. Hearing the disapproval in her senior's voice, Jenny remained silent, yet she understood well that Shiyue was not easily swayed. Just as she had once foolishly believed that her importance in Tai Li's heart was secured merely by his need for her, despite knowing he sought only his own immortality. The question lingered. Even if she held a meager place in his heart, did such trivial attention warrant risking her life? Was it truly worth such a sacrificial endeavor? Noticing Jenny's lingering anger, Lingbo reassured her. Enough, enough. Why should a child like you concern herself with adult matters? I have my own solutions. Liao, who had previously deemed Tai Li's swordsmanship as mediocre, sought to win Tai Li's favor by presenting the most exquisite and esoteric sword manual from the Supreme Sect. Hoping to earn at least a moment's discourse with him, to converse with Erwan, the young girl nestled close to Liao, her large eyes darting nervously. She harbored a deep-seated fear of Tai Li, so profound that the mere sight of him compelled her to flee. Yet, she felt that no place could offer her greater safety than remaining by Liao's side. The immortal Tai Li inquired, "What is it that you do not understand?" To which Liao replied, "You cannot best me. What gives you the right to instruct me?" The Lord of Tai Li struggled to maintain an expression of indifference. His understanding of Liao was still insufficient. She was impervious to both soft and hard approaches. He sought to extract something from her, but the intention of bestowing kindness was destined to be futile. Kneeling in supplication for her compassion seemed a more plausible course of action. Moreover, the Lord of Tai Li possessed nothing of true value in Liao's eyes. She offered him mere words out of extraordinary leniency. "This child beside you." He restrained his emotions, endeavoring to speak with gentleness and affection. "You yourself require the care of Lingbo. How then can you tend to her?" "Such concerns need not trouble my master. She will not starve," Liao retorted, dismissing Lingbo's involvement in mundane matters, insisting that her elder sister need not fret over her. It appeared that her master was genuinely indifferent towards her well-being. Regardless, the Lord of Tai Li was determined to claim Ying from Liao's side. He envisioned nurturing her himself, vowing that this time he would shield her from harm, ensuring her happiness as they ascended together to enlightenment. As for past grievances, forgetting them seemed a welcome option. They could forge a new beginning. Yet, Liao was unwilling to relinquish her, nor to fulfill the deeply moving affections of the Lord of Tai Li. She found his incessant chatter irksome, preferring her elder sister, who, despite her nagging, would at least reward her with a piece of candy. Liao, do you comprehend that to embrace celestial fate, one must sever earthly ties?" Liao shook her head in response. The Lord of Tai Li made a conscious effort to avert his gaze from Ying, turning his eyes toward the distant horizon. Amidst the misty clouds, the faint sound of celestial cranes could be discerned. In this otherworldly paradise, he felt an overwhelming sense of age within his heart. Perhaps it had ceased to beat the day he lost Erwan. "Before I ascended to the realm of immortals, I was but a mortal, blessed with a beloved wife named Erwan. It is perplexing to the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun why, despite severing the bonds of love, he cannot help but reminisce about her, day and night, his heart burdened with an inescapable yearning. He once suspected himself to be under the influence of a heart demon. Yet his heart remains unmoved, stagnant in its sorrow. He muses that should he fail to keep Erwan by his side, even if he achieves his coveted place among the immortals, he would still be unable to smile. Tai Li gazes at Liao, hoping she comprehends the significance of his wife in his existence. But Liao coldly retorts, though the entanglements of love, hate, wealth, and glory may dazzle one's eyes, they ultimately pale in comparison to the temptation of eternal life. The Master's words ring hollow, revealing a simple truth, the desire to evade death. The cultivators chase immortality, not for mere power, but to escape the clutches of mortality. It is clear how dearly they cherish their lives. The Master values his life above even the heavens. Yet he has the capacity to extinguish the life of his beloved. Liao's tone remains devoid of emotion, still frigid. Yet Tai Li discerns a deep-seated irony in her words. suggesting that love is a trifling matter. If the master were to regret his actions, he could easily take his own life, joining Erwan in eternal companionship, yet he refuses to do so. It is not enough to take a life. He must also imprison the soul in clay, rendering their proximity meaningless. Before becoming human, Liao is akin to a world blanketed in ice and snow, untouched by the bittersweet experiences of life, devoid of any understanding of emotions. Wherever the cold wind blew, the snowflakes would follow, remaining pure or tainted as ice and snow. She could only cover the surface, never truly experiencing the depths beneath. Humans are distinct, vibrant beings, capable of expressing joy, anger, sorrow, and delight, much like the elder sister. Or like Exine Ling, who, after radiating brilliance, retreats into silence, only to emerge anew, shining once more. It is through the experience of life that one encounters both gain and loss. The master still possesses the capacity for love, even if it is to be lost. While your wife has been stripped of her very existence, how, then, can one speak of love? The heartfelt lament of a handsome man ought to evoke tenderness and compassion. Had it been the past, Zhen would have been utterly moved, perhaps even falling in love with him due to his unwavering reminiscence of his late wife. Yet, in her current state, she perceives none of his words as worthy of her ear, for all she hears is his incessant wailing about the agony of losing his wife, while he merely glosses over the fact that she was taken by his own hand. First, she was slain, then reduced to a mere clay effigy for centuries. Were she in his position, she would likely desire nothing less than to turn him to dust. Before the final word escaped, the air thickened with frost, and two fearsome ice dragons materialized, their menacing gazes piercing through the chill. Liao seized A Ying, who, with wide, innocent eyes, made no attempt to resist. Instead stating to Tai Li, "It is either your life or hers. You must choose." Tai Li's pupils constricted in shock. How could she? Now you are presented with a singular opportunity to choose anew, to spare your wife and sacrifice yourself, or to continue pursuing your celestial destiny. Without hesitation, Tai Li declared, "I choose for her to live." Liao nodded slightly, and Tai Li was suddenly engulfed by an excruciating pain. Looking down, he was horrified to find that Liao had pierced his spiritual core with an ice sword. Moreover, his cultivation began to dissipate like flowing water, and he could hear the retreat of every blood vessel, the aging of each strand of hair. As life continually ebbs away, a look of terror finally dawns upon his countenance. Liao, tilting her head, inquires, "Do you think I jest with you?" No, she is not jesting. In the grasp of Liao's other hand, Ying raises her chubby little paws to shield her eyes, peeking through her fingers. Her innocent, clear, and bewildered gaze holds not an ounce of pity for Tai Li, for she remembers nothing. Even if Tai Li were to choose to sacrifice himself between their lives, Ying would remain oblivious to his affections. Could he truly expect a child to comprehend his love? Yet, the shattered spirit and lost cultivation are undeniably real. If he were to perish for such a love, he would leave nothing behind in this world. No. Stop. Please stop. Tai Li believed he was howling, but his voice was merely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. In the instant he surrendered, Liao ceased her actions, and the two ice dragons vanished. She uttered not a word, yet her silence stung Tai Li more than any outright insult could, leaving him feeling profoundly ashamed. The reason he unhesitatingly chose to spare Ying's life was that he wagered Liao would not be so unreasonable, nor would she wield such lethal intent, at most. It was a test of his sincerity. However, Liao was serious. A cultivator who has lived for millennia, merely a step away from immortality, who would willingly trade a mortal's life. Even though they once shared a deep bond, promising to grow old together, Ying has now forgotten him entirely. Such a sacrifice is utterly meaningless. Since Tai Li is aged before her eyes, Ying has been staring at him intently, no longer filled with fear. Suddenly, she calls out with a loud voice, "Grandmaster." Only those with white hair and beards may be called grandfathers. Previously, Tai Li appeared only slightly older than Liao, but now his current visage truly reflects his age. "Master, grandfather?" Tai Li felt as if struck by lightning. Although Ying had merely uttered a single phrase, those three words spiraled relentlessly in his mind. Master grandfather, master grandfather, master grandfather. His wife, addressing him as grandfather. "Master Zun may take his leave." Liao nonchalantly placed Ying on the ground and casually informed Tai Li, "There is no need for you to return." Her temperament was well known within the sect. Even the sect leader had requested that he regard Liao with the respect due to a master. Tai Li was bewildered. How could Liao Liao presume to reproach him? Who among them could truly be deemed an untainted sage? Liao Liao had once remarked that women are inherently fragile, and she had pondered why she had incarnated as a woman. However, this did not imply that she yearned for another gender. In fact, she preferred the acceptance of her own vulnerability over the hypocrisy of others. Ying joyfully waved her chubby little hands in farewell. Master Grandfather, safe travels. The demon king Su Jin, imprisoned in a cage, witnessed this scene unfold and felt an increasing trepidation towards Liao Liao. He had not anticipated her willingness to be so cruel to Tai Li. As a mere prisoner, was he not at risk of being obliterated should he fail to please her? As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. A true man must possess the ability to endure and adapt. What does a moment of humiliation and submission signify? Merely bound by icy chains. Su Jin found his hands and feet restrained, rendering his myriad of skills utterly useless. Sweet nothings fell flat, only serving to irritate Liao Liao, who had taken care of Ying, a little girl with short arms, struggling to dress and groom herself. As Liao Liao attempted to braid Ying's hair, Su Jin tentatively called from his cage, "Liao Liao, why not let me help?" Gripping the comb, Liao Liao cast a rare glance at Su Jin. "Can you?" she queried. He nodded vigorously. "I can." Ying, cupping her head in distress, whimpered, "It hurts too much when Liao Liao combs my hair." Liao Liao assessed Ying. Her skills did not match those of her senior sister, and she lacked the finesse to style the child's hair attractively. But if Su Jin truly possessed the ability, the chains binding Su Jin's hands promptly vanished, yet Liao Liao did not release him from the cage. Instead, she granted him the freedom of his hands. She then brought Ying, along with her little stool, to the front of the cage and handed the comb to Su Jin. In terms of appearance, he was no less than the stunning Tai Li Xianjun, yet their looks and demeanor were strikingly different. When Su Jin's elongated, peach blossom eyes fixated on someone, it often created the illusion of genuine affection, making the other person feel uniquely cherished in his heart. Ying's round, chubby face paired with her bun was undeniably adorable, a testament to Su Jin's influence. He believed wholeheartedly that his sincerity, even tinged with a plea, was irresistible to any woman. However, the icy chains that re-wrapped around his arms served as a stark reminder that Liao Liao was impervious to such charms. She reiterated her stance. "Your appearance confined in that cage is the most pleasing to my eyes. As long as he remains alive, you should not entertain the notion of escaping from the cage." Su Jin felt no anger. He had long since prepared himself for a prolonged confrontation with Liao Liao. She was merely a 16-year-old girl, untouched by the affections of love. For now, she could reject him, but with the passage of time, he doubted she would remain indifferent. Thus, he replied with a gentle smile, "Since you wish for me to stay in the cage, very well, I shall remain here, going nowhere." Liao Liao hardly paid him any heed, her hand lightly brushing over Ying's head, where exquisite ice flowers immediately crystallized. Ying, also made of ice and snow, felt no fear of the cold. The ice flowers sparkled with clarity, and she was utterly enchanted by them, her smile radiating innocence. Su Jin was unaware that Ying was the clay figurine he had snatched from Tai Li. At this moment, the pressing concern was not to continue the budding conflict with Tai Li, but rather to find a way to escape from Liao Liao's grasp. If only he had been more cautious from the outset, he would not have found himself in such misery. He had been confined by Liao Liao for several days, and whenever she was absent, Su Jin sought every means to free himself from his restraints. Yet, no matter how he struggled, it proved futile. He contemplated deceiving the little girl named Ying into releasing him, but despite her seemingly simple demeanor, she possessed a stubbornness that was unyielding. What Liao Liao deemed impossible was simply that, impossible, no matter the persuasion. Who, then, was this woman? At first, Su Jin assumed she was a young disciple of Tai Li, a vessel prepared for an earthly wife. He had not regarded her with much importance. However, his perception had shifted, leading him to speculate whether she might be an otherworldly being who had taken possession of a body. The more one contemplates, the more plausible it seems, to the point where one cannot help but delve deeper into the notion of being imprisoned. Perhaps it is not as superficially straightforward as it appears. With an exceptional capacity for imagination, Su Jin successfully frightened himself to a considerable extent. When he encountered Liao Liao again, he even respectfully addressed her as senior. Liao Liao merely assumed that he was up to some mischief and did not take it to heart. Little did she know that her indifference only deepened Su Jin's perception of her inscrutability. While Liao Liao and Ying led their tranquil lives, Ling Bo was deeply concerned about Xiaoyu. Observing Xiaoyu's demeanor, She understood that the latter still could not let go of Kwang Ming. It was a classic case of not shedding tears until one sees the coffin. If Xia Yu were to remain, it was likely she would once again seek out Kwang Ming. Thus, Ling Bo resolved to administer a decisive remedy to awaken Xia Yu completely. Her plan was straightforward. Once Xia Yu's health improved slightly, she would allow her to leave, not even retaining the infant girl. Xia Yu exhaled in relief, having feared that Ling Bo would forcibly take the child from her. Now, with nothing left but her daughter, she yearned for a quiet place to live out her days and raise her child. Ling Bo remarked, "I have sent my senior brother to follow her. Xia Yu will be safe. But what if Kwang Ming does not harbor murderous intent?" Jinyi asked, her question piercingly direct. Ling Bo sighed and replied, "He will pursue it. If he does not eliminate Xia Yu and her daughter, Liao will take his life." Jinyi's head was suddenly filled with a barrage of questions. What connection did this have to Liao? The tale of the celestial monarch aging overnight swiftly spread throughout the supreme sect, though there was no evidence to substantiate the claim. Whispers suggested that it was indeed the doing of Liao. Regardless of the truth, Liao had become a figure of dread in the hearts of all within the supreme sect. If she declared her intent to kill, it was a promise not to be taken lightly. Ling Bo discerned the daily routine of Kwang Ming and feigned casual conversation, inadvertently revealing that the celestial monarch harbored intentions of murder, a motive stemming from the mother-daughter duo, Xia Yu and her child. Kwang Ming, already terrified by Liao, feared that Xia Yu might one day return to the mountain gates seeking him. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Xia Yu once and for all, believing it would bring closure. Sister, is it truly within his capacity to sever such ties? Xia Yu has never wronged him. It was he who betrayed her first. Ling Bo recalled the words of her two senior brothers and conveyed to Jinyi, in the realm of cultivation, the lives of mortals hold little value, and no one pays them any mind. As for Xia Yu, even her biological father showed her no concern. Who would care for her existence? The death of one Xia Yu is hardly more significant than a torrential downpour. Such occurrences are commonplace in the world of cultivation, yet Ling Bo found it unacceptable. Thus, you must diligently cultivate and avoid idleness, lest you find yourself oppressed by others. Jinyi nodded obediently. Sister, I shall strive earnestly. As Ling Bo had mentioned, Kwang Ming was deeply unsettled by the realization of Xia Yu's dissatisfaction with him, leaving him restless throughout the night. No matter how he endeavored, he could not manage to meet her face to face. He found himself unable to eat or sleep, and to his surprise, he learned that Xia Yu had never left the Wushang sect but had been concealed by Ling Bo all along. No one was aware of this, which meant that if he were to take the perilous step of eliminating her, he would no longer be vulnerable to anyone exploiting this matter against him. Despite feeling a sense of guilt towards Xia Yu, this remorse was fleeting, akin to a droplet of water falling onto the earth, evaporating almost instantaneously. He reassured himself with thoughts of the adage that a man without ambition is doomed to perish, and that great achievements often require sacrifices. After all, even the esteemed Tai Li Xianjun had resorted to slaying his wife to attain enlightenment. Moreover, Xia Yu was not even his spouse. With this rationale, Kwang Ming felt a sense of justification and tranquility. He secretly lay in wait for several days until he finally witnessed Xia Yu's departure and saw Ling Bo bidding her farewell, confirming that there was no imminent danger. With a short dagger concealed in his sleeve, he stealthily followed her. Much like the mantis stalking the cicada, Yuan Jing, despite being summoned by his junior sister to trail Kwang Ming, found it hard to believe that his senior could be so merciless. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. Kwang Ming's expression was complex as he deceived Xia Yu with sweet words, claiming he bore no ill intent, only wishing to escort her personally, and he implored her for one final embrace. As the summer moonlight filled the air, a wave of nostalgia washed over Xia Yu, stirring memories of past affection. Ultimately, her heart softened, and she acquiesced, reminding herself that once the day was over, there would be no tomorrow. Kwang Ming drew her into his embrace, but the glint of a cold blade flashed before her eyes, a dagger poised to pierce her heart from behind. From the ground, a delicate layer of ice surged forth, instantaneously encasing Kwang Ming, rendering him a mere figure with eyes that could barely swivel. Startled, Xia Yu recoiled in alarm, only to realize that in his stance, Kwang Ming intended to silence her forever. She recalled Ling Bo's earnest entreaties for her to stay, during which she had felt incapable of relying on others. As long as she remained virtuous and capable, she believed she could survive anywhere. Little did she know that her resolve to sever ties would be met with Kwang Ming's relentless pursuit, culminating in an attempt on her life. Yuan Jing's heart nearly skipped a beat as he rushed to intervene, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Despite his effort to temper his strength, Xiaoyu, still recovering, was jolted by the force and fell to the ground. Upon seeing Yuan Jing, a sardonic smile broke across her face. You two have come to silence me. Haven tea you? No, I haven tea, Yuan Jing quickly clarified, eager to assist her, but Xiaoyu perceived him as a malevolent specter. At that moment, the infant girl began to wail, and upon witnessing her daughter's sorrowful expression, Xiaoyu was overcome with silent tears. Yuan Jing, unable to find the right words, finally managed to utter, I stopped you earlier merely to prevent an impulsive mistake. Then why didn't you intervene when he sought to kill me? Is it only my act of vengeance that constitutes a grave error, while his attempt on my life is deemed justifiable? She scoffed. Xiaoyu let out a sardonic laugh. For who did not know he was the disciple of the master? Acting justly, was it not merely a matter of giving me a few coins and then sending me away? Yuan Jing felt a profound sense of shame. Yet his nature compelled him to instinctively defend Quang Ming. In his moment of indecision, Xiaoyu shook his head, declaring, You are all the same, indistinguishable from one another. I do not seek justice from you, nor do I deserve it. So go and seek it for yourself. The sudden voice startled Xiaoyu. Yuan Jing turned towards the sound, his dark eyes widening in surprise. Senior sister Xian Ling? The sword-bearing Xian Ling had unexpectedly appeared alone in this place. Her purpose for visiting the Wushang sect was to deliver the latest season of dried fruits. Initially, upon seeing the lush mountains nearby, she had thought there might be fruit to be found within. Little did she expect to overhear such a conversation upon approaching. Miss, would you care to join our Doshan sect? 10 years, at most 10 years, I guarantee you will possess the skill to seek retribution against this man. Xian Ling brandished her sword, adding, or I could slay him for you. That is also a possibility. No, Xiaoyu interjected, holding back her tears. This man is mine to kill. She clutched her daughter tightly, the infant still wailing loudly. Yet, as her mother's tears fell, the child miraculously ceased crying and began to coo softly. Quang Ming had become an icy figure because Ling Bo had given Xiaoyu a talisman she casually sketched, which she kept for her protection. To her surprise, it had proven to be quite effective. Xiaoyu contemplated the myriad difficulties and dangers that life might present in the future, yet she never anticipated that the greatest peril would come from her former lover, who was unwilling to let her go, insisting that only her death could grant him peace. Given such circumstances, why should she still hold on to their past affections? Hastily, she declared, I can wait at the foot of the mountain. Yuan Jing, feeling a flush of embarrassment, urged Xian Ling, if senior sister Xian is concerned, I shall accompany Miss Xiaoyu while we await. However, that was hardly a feasible proposition. Should the esteemed leader of your sect become furious and seek retribution against Xiaoyu, I doubt you would intervene, merely expressing your regret while being powerless to assist. Despite this, the sect leader ultimately felt compassion for his disciple, administering a light reprimand of 200 strikes, merely a superficial injury for a cultivator, which would heal in a few days without affecting their core. Yet, the actions of Quang Ming were chilling. If he could treat Xiaoyu in such a manner, who could guarantee the safety of those who sought his favor? This situation was undoubtedly exacerbated by Ling Bo, who reveled in chaos, well-informed and possessing commendable social ties. After all, everyone was aware of the closeness between immortal Ling Bo and immortal Liao Liao. She was cherished, yet still craved more attention, daring anyone to provoke her ire. The demon king Su Jin, through relentless effort, finally received permission to emerge from his confinement. However, he remained shackled by icy chains, unable to stray far from Liao Liao. He was released solely because Liao Liao recognized her aversion to mundane affairs. She merely expressed her desire for her senior not to care for her any longer, without indicating the exclusion of other servants. Su Jin was strikingly beautiful, with a sweet tongue. She could play the piano, sing, and manage household chores. Despite her several thousand years of existence, she did not seem to possess the wisdom befitting her age. Deep down, Su Jin harbored a simmering resentment, yet dared not reveal it. He held a certain contempt for Liao Liao. For a cultivator, one of the most pivotal aspects of their practice was abstaining from worldly food, which inevitably contained impurities detrimental to their cultivation. This demonstrated that while this woman possessed an unprecedented talent, her methods of cultivation were exceedingly foolish. However, Su Jin had no intention of offering her a word of caution. The food she consumed would transform into impurities, settling within her celestial bones. Though it was imperceptible now, Once she attempted to transcend tribulations, the repercussions would become evident, and at that moment, he would relish the opportunity to mock her. Eagerly anticipating the day when Liao Liao would embarrass herself, Su Jin tirelessly experimented with culinary creations, knowing her preference for sweet flavors. He exerted every effort to craft dishes for her, awaiting the day she would discern the anomaly, when she ultimately realized her severed connection to celestial fate, leading to her inevitable aging and death. Would Liao Liao still manage to maintain that emotionless visage, devoid of tears or smiles? The more extraordinary the talent of a cultivator, the higher the demands upon their constitution. An excess of impurities would doom them to failure in achieving immortality. Su Jin envisioned the scene that would unfold as truly magnificent. He believed it would grant him a sense of fulfillment he had never before experienced. Thus, he willingly humbled himself to remain by Liao Liao's side. For she was not particularly difficult to attend to. Most of the time, he could not capture her attention, as her days were consumed by sword training and the study of techniques derived from the Supreme Sect's vast library. Her innate talent was so formidable that even a being like Su Jin, born of demonic lineage, found it daunting. The ice chain dragged along the ground, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Each time this sound resonated, it signified the arrival of Su Jin, who entered the room bearing a tray. Upon the tray rested a pot of mildly sweet orange tea and a plate of candied tangerine cakes. Ying, seated at a small writing desk, was engrossed in practicing her brushwork, and upon seeing Su Jin, she joyfully leapt to his side. "Uncle Su Jin, what delightful snacks do we have today?" Su Jin smiled. "Today we have orange tea and candied tangerine cakes, both made from the fruits sent by the Dome Mountain sect." His hands were delicate and exquisite, devoid of any calluses, and he poured the tea with an elegance that resembled a beautiful painting. However, Liao Liao remained oblivious to this, still struggling to adapt to human aesthetics. Despite Su Jin's charm, his attentions felt futile to her, akin to casting flirtatious glances at a blind person. Ying raised a hand and took a piece of the candied tangerine cake. Noticing her distraction, Su Jin inquired, "What is captivating your attention, young lady?" He pondered whether she was merely boasting. It was commonplace for cultivators to choose their paths. Many even experienced enlightenment upon awakening. Lingbo was situated on a distant peak, and even if one were to truly select a path, Liao Liao should not be able to sense it. Likely, she was just exaggerating. He chuckled and suggested, "Do try this orange tea. It is tangy and delightful. I am certain you will enjoy it." As the orange tea was poured into a glass cup, Liao Liao, who preferred her food at a cooler temperature, was presented with the cooled tea Su Jin had brought. When she lifted the glass cup, Su Jin felt a pang of unease. He had, after all, attempted to tamper with food before, but had been caught by Liao Liao on the first try and subsequently received a thorough reprimand from her. Not only did he force that enhanced food into Su Jin's stomach, but he also mercilessly broke his limbs, subsequently fastening a chain of ice around his neck. The sense of humiliation was something Su Jin wished never to experience again. Being shackled was one thing, but having an ice chain clasped around his throat, was he to be treated as mere livestock? From that moment on, Su Jin dared not harbor any treacherous thoughts. Liao Liao had never issued him a warning. It was his own trepidation that held him back, as he feared that should he dare to act against her, Liao Liao might very well take his life. Unbeknownst to him, in the monotony of daily existence, he had gradually forgotten how he once commanded the forces of nature as a demon king, and instead began to acclimate to the role of a servant. After all, life in the Supreme Sect was bland and ordinary. With little to occupy his mind, Su Jin devoted all his attention to Liao Liao. Ying was too young, and unlike Tai Li, he felt no inclination towards a girl of such tender age. Is the orange tea not to your liking? Or perhaps the honey tangerine cake does not suit your palate? Is it not sweet enough? Su Jin inquired repeatedly, convinced that he had added an ample amount of sugar while baking the honey tangerine cake, so it should certainly be sweet enough. Liao Liao ignored his questions, and after a while, Su Jin understood why she had left half of it untouched, because Ling Bo had arrived, accompanied by Zhenyi. She excitedly recounted her journey of choosing a path. It has been 3 months since the sect competition, and Ling Bo dared not be idle. She diligently practiced every day. Despite her efforts, she still had not discovered her own path. After dispelling distracting thoughts, she no longer wavered in her commitment, but instead persevered in her cultivation, particularly with Zhenyi, who, despite her young age, displayed remarkable talent. Lingbo felt an increasing pressure to keep pace. Today, while mending Zhenyi's torn clothes, inspiration suddenly struck her. With a spark of thought, she successfully chose her path. Junior sister, look. Lingbo joyfully showcased her newfound understanding, revealing her palm, which held a slender silver needle as fine as a cow's hair, threaded with a delicate line. I enjoy making clothes not merely for their beauty, but because I truly love it, just as you relish sweet treats and Jinny delights in sleeping in. As Lingbo's words settled, the fine needle forcefully pierced the wall, and a single thread connected two needles, swiftly weaving a web of needles that shimmered with a chilling light, sharp and formidable. Jinny enthusiastically applauded, her mouth full of tangerine cake, while eyeing mimicked her, the two of them clapping in unison. However, in the next moment, the needle web froze, becoming incredibly fragile and shattering into pieces. Lingbo was utterly disheartened, fearing that her junior sister looked down upon her path. After all, to take needle and thread as her way seemed unprecedented in the realm of cultivation, perhaps a touch trivial. Lacking sufficient cultivation, it appeared somewhat shabby. Su Jin pondered. Was it merely trivial? This is truly rather meager. What purpose can two slender needles serve? A practitioner with even a modicum of cultivation would possess protective qi, rendering these fine needles incapable of inflicting even minor flesh wounds. The intent was to remind the senior sister not to become overly complacent, yet Lingbo appeared disheartened. After some contemplation, she remarked, it's still somewhat commendable. This was not merely a consolation, as it is exceedingly rare to encounter one who can wreak havoc upon the world immediately after embarking on their path. Liao Liao believed her senior sister possessed significant potential. Lingbo inquired, really? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Am I truly not that bad? Ying clenched her fists and declared, you must have confidence. I am the strongest. I shall never be outdone by others. I am the mightiest. Such a diminutive figure proclaiming such a formidable mantra inevitably led others to perceive her as blindly self-assured. Lingbo could scarcely fathom the kind of disciples such a person would cultivate. However, Zhen Yi regarded Ying with a contemplative expression. Before dedicating her life to the cause, she had encountered a woman named Erwan in the company of Tai Li on several occasions. Erwan was entirely different from her and the senior sister. She was a gentle, timid, and somewhat bashful individual, reminiscent of a shy flower that would close its petals at the slightest breeze. She spoke in hushed tones, placing her husband above all, both beautiful and easily swayed. She had never even raised her voice, were it not for the knowledge that Ying was indeed Erwan. Zhen Yi would find it hard to believe that the same soul could manifest such drastically different personas. Upon reflection, it appears that not only Erwan exhibits this trait. Even though she and her senior sister are cultivators, they seem to lack self-confidence. In times of uncertainty, they often ponder whether they possess the ability or merit to claim certain things, whether they should defer to others, and refrain from competing. When opportunities are not offered to them by their elders, they do not assertively seek them out, feeling unworthy due to their perceived limitations. Coupled with an inherent sense of inferiority that prevents them from vying with their peers, preferring instead to remain within their comfort zones. Yet, is this sense of inferiority truly innate? If so, what accounts for Ying's drastic change in temperament? She emerged from her previous state as a timid girl, and yet has undergone such a profound transformation in such a brief span of time. Lingbo gently tapped Ying's nose, imparting wisdom. One must practice humility, for there are always greater heights and more capable individuals. To be overly arrogant is ill-advised. Ying dashed to her side, embracing her leg, and replied, it is never too late to embrace humility when one is met with fear and trepidation. Only the strong are entitled to such humility. A junior sister as weak as I lacks even the foundation to be arrogant. Su Jin stood silently by, hesitant to speak, his demeanor noted by Lingbo Zhenyi. The notorious demon king Su Jin was well known in the realm of cultivation as a figure of tyranny and malevolence. Yet now, he appeared obedient and docile, a stark contrast to his previous imposing presence atop the Black Dragon. Zhenyi felt an uncanny sense of enchantment, wondering how Liao Liao managed such a feat. Truth be told, she too yearned to learn. Zhenyi inquired, who is superior, Liao Liao or me? Lingbo vowed that she had never encountered such a formidable challenge in her life. If it were to be compared, of course, Liao Liao held greater significance, for they had shared a decade together. Although the mischievous girl could be infuriating, she always stood up for her in front of others. Whenever the senior and junior brothers had something, Liao Liao would seize it for herself, often asking for an extra portion. However, such sentiments could not be voiced before Zhen Yi, as she was still quite young. Therefore, Lingbo, maintaining her composure, declared, You are even more remarkable. Though she knew that her senior sister would undoubtedly assert that Liao Liao was superior, merely catering to the audience. Zheng Yi's heart blossomed with delight at the compliment. Leaning against Ling Bo in a playful manner, she proclaimed, "Then I shall sleep with you tonight." Ling Bo found herself in a quandary. Liao Liao was excessively independent and preferred solitude, while Zheng Yi, in stark contrast, was overly clingy. Moreover, this girl's body temperature was hardly different from Liao Liao's. As Ling Bo pondered how to appease Zheng Yi, an unexpected gust of wind surged towards her, the source of which was a sudden palm strike. Fortunately, she had trained alongside Liao Liao and possessed sufficient reflexes. Zheng Yi gasped in fright, and the two sisters turned towards the origin of the palm strike, only to discover the long-absent Tai Li Xianjun. He appeared aged overnight, his powers diminished, and he had remained in seclusion for an extended period. Ling Bo was perplexed, unsure of what transgression she had committed to provoke such treatment from her master. Tentatively, she inquired, "Master, Zheng Yi, come here." Tai Li disregarded Ling Bo entirely, calling only for Zheng Yi. His tone and demeanor were peculiarly unsettling, leaving Zheng Yi feeling inexplicably anxious as she clutched the hem of her senior sister's garment and hid behind her. Ling Bo gently patted Zheng Yi's head before posing another inquiry. "Master, although it is peculiar that Tai Li would attack me, she still maintains a respectful demeanor befitting her junior status, without harboring any malice." However, upon noticing Zheng Yi's proximity to her, Tai Li's expression shifted dramatically, and disregarding everything, she struck once more. As a formidable cultivator on the brink of ascension, even with her diminished powers, she was not to be underestimated by Ling Bo, a novice who had only been diligently practicing for less than a year. Consequently, her palm struck Ling Bo's shoulder with considerable force, sending her hurtling through the air and crashing into a large tree, which splintered upon impact. "Impudent disciple," Tai Li exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Ling Bo. "You harbor ill intentions towards Zheng Yi, do you not?" Zheng Yi screamed, "Senior sister." She attempted to rush forward, but Tai Li swiftly seized her from the ground. Zheng Yi fought desperately, clawing, biting, and struggling, yet despite her relentless resistance, Tai Li held her firmly, refusing to let go. Thus, Zheng Yi could only repeatedly cry out for her senior sister. Helplessly being carried away by Tai Li, while Ling Bo lay on the ground, her fate uncertain. "Zheng Yi, it is my fault as your master. I should not have treated you that way. Now that I recognize my mistakes, I vow to never harm you again. Please grant me a chance to make amends." "Will you?" With Tai Li's face so close, Zheng Yi's eyes widened with hatred. "You killed my senior sister. I shall avenge her." Yet how could her petite limbs possibly shake Tai Li? In a soothing tone, Tai Li reassured her, "Ling Bo harbors deep schemes and has a malicious character. Having repeatedly sought to ensnare you, I shall ensure she is justly punished. Zheng Yi, do not worry. With your master here, you shall no longer be bullied." Zheng Yi, in a state of frantic urgency, was forcibly taken away by Tai Li, fearful for her senior sister's life. She exerted every ounce of strength to struggle against Tai Li's grasp, disregarding whatever words were spoken until Tai Li enveloped her in an embrace, tears cascading down her face and onto Zheng Yi's. It was then that Zheng Yi sensed something amiss. Though she appeared as a young girl, her form bore little difference from her adult self. Yet she was a far cry from the Li Xiaoya who had first arrived at the Wushang sect, neither dark nor frail, nor limping. In this life, there was no Zheng Yi at Wushang, only Liao Liao existed. Tai Li cradled her small face, her tone imbued with utmost tenderness. "It is the fault of your master. I have let down your affections, only to realize in the end whom I truly love. Zheng Yi, please do not harbor anger towards your master, will you?" Zheng Yi's teeth chattered, her face so unsettling that any declaration of deep feeling seemed eerie. Unable to contain herself, she delivered a sharp slap that turned Tai Li's face aside. Initially gripped by fear, her thoughts shifted to her senior sister lying on the ground, and all she wished was to berate Tai Li. "Who cares for your love? Away with you. You old pervert, keep your distance. I must have been blind to entertain any improper thoughts about you. Would you kindly remove yourself as far as possible? If you truly feel sorry for me, perhaps you could just die? Your death would bring me joy." At her words, Tai Li became even more deranged. Zheng Yi found no means of escape. Fear and hatred consumed her as she broke down in tears, crying out, "Senior sister! Sister, save me! Sister, you must not call her again." Tai Li reprimanded, "I have already warned you that Ling Bo is intent on harming you. Why are you so foolish as to befriend her?" Zheng Yi, however, was deaf to Tai Li's admonitions, continuously calling out, "Sister! Sister! Liao Liao! Liao Liao! Save me! Liao Liao!" Tai Li was unfamiliar with who Liao Liao was, but hearing Zhen Yi utter a name other than his own ignited a fervent jealousy within him. He clutched Zhen Yi tightly, yearning for her obedience. After all, she had always silently loved him, willing to risk everything for him. Thus, this defiant and vociferous version of Zhen Yi felt particularly alien to him. In a state of urgency, Tai Li asked, "Zhen Yi, do you not remember? You once said that for our master, you would do anything. I acknowledge that I have wronged you in the past, misunderstanding you time and again. Now, I finally understand who I truly love." Before Zhen Yi could respond, he sensed an icy wave of murderous intent. Without a moment's thought, he raised his hand to defend himself, only to emit a pained scream as a slender ice spike pierced his palm. The force of it pushed Tai Li backward and liberated Zhen Yi, while his hand became pinned to the wall by the icy shard. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes are particularly fierce. Upon catching sight of Liao Liao, Tai Li's attention was abruptly diverted by the ominous presence of the Demon King, Su Jin, lurking behind her. Zhen Yi, scrambling to Liao Liao's side, clung to her leg and pointed at Tai Li, exclaiming, "He killed my sister. He has killed our sister." Liao Liao sought vengeance for her senior sister's demise. The demon lord Su Jin chuckled softly. "Little girl, Ling Bo is not dead yet." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her, embodying the essence of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. Soon, a tide of grievance surged forth as she recounted to Liao Liao her harrowing experience of being captured by that perverse Tai Li, who had spouted an array of bizarre and unsettling remarks, leaving her with goosebumps all over. Su Jin, stoking the flames of indignation, remarked, "My dear lady, he must not be forgiven. Had I not ventured out to collect dried fruit and discovered Ling Bo, she might have perished long ago." When Tai Li targeted Ling Bo, he showed no hesitation, clearly intent on her demise. Zhen Yi retorted sharply, "What business is it of yours? You have no right to speak here." Liao Liao paid no heed to Su Jin's words. Her demeanor remained as frigid as ever. Su Jin intended to voice further objections, but for reasons unknown, the words caught in his throat, leaving him silent. He could only infer Liao Liao's emotional state, sensing that this icy woman was likely engulfed in a fury. Tai Li turned to Su Jin. "What will you do? Zhen Yi's heart belongs to me, and I shall never relinquish her to you. Whatever past you may have shared with her is but a distant memory. She is mine." Su Jin, taken aback by the reprimand, first felt bewildered. Then anger surged within him. "Even if a cultivator abstains from food, I advise you to drink more water. Just look at your current state. Who would be interested in such a child? Only a hypocritical scoundrel like you would proclaim your virtue while simultaneously laying hands on a little girl." Tai Li was utterly defeated, rendered powerless in his diminished state. The chilling sound of crackling ice echoed, accompanied by the ominous crunch of shattered bones, sending a shiver down the spine of onlookers. Su Jin could not help but swallow nervously, feeling a deep-seated fear towards Liao Liao, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. However, Zhen Yi charged forward, delivering a fierce kick to Tai Li. Her hatred for him was profound, the image of her senior sister being hurled away lingering in her mind. She could not fathom how she had once harbored affection for such a person. Truly, she must have been blinded. As she spoke, the ice chains binding Su Jin vanished in an instant. In astonishment, Su Jin stammered, You wish to set me free?" Liao Liao coldly replied, "Go do what you must, or I shall kill you alongside him." Su Jin dared not linger, transforming into a wisp of black mist and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, Liao Liao seized Tai Li and dragged him away. Yuan Jing and Yu Shu, hearing the commotion, hurried over to investigate. Upon witnessing Liao Liao's treatment of their master, they were taken aback and rushed to offer comfort, but Liao Liao, usually receptive to counsel, retorted, "Silence." Zhen Yi jogged closely behind Liao Liao, who paraded Tai Li through the streets to the grand hall of the supreme sect. Before the sect leader, she unceremoniously tossed Tai Li inside, commanding with a frigid tone, "Summon the other immortal lords." Liao Liao intended to escalate the matter, inviting not only the immortal lords of the supreme sect, but also thousands of disciples. Zhen Yi recounted Tai Li's actions towards her, leaving the crowd in shock, utterly aghast at the revelation. Who, after all, was the esteemed immortal Lord Tai Li? He is the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation, a mighty being of the Zhaoyang realm, an ethereal flower untouched by the mundane world, a person of celestial grace and clarity. To suggest that he harbors ulterior motives towards a young girl, and even abducts her with nefarious intent, is simply preposterous, utterly implausible. Yuan Jing and Yushu find themselves utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Amidst the murmurs of the members of the Supreme Sect, Liao Liao finally spoke up. She neither emphasized the veracity of Jin Yi's words nor sought to convince those present. She simply asked coldly, "Are you questioning me?" With those 6 succinct words came an overwhelming wave of frost, enveloping the entire Supreme Sect in a chilling azure hue, an icy dread permeating the atmosphere. It was evident that while Liao Liao maintained a composed exterior, her heart was far from content. This pervasive frost symbolized her current mood. Indeed, she found her senior sister's incessant nagging quite bothersome and a waste of time, yet in this world of cultivation, if anyone could leave a trace upon the ice and snow, it would be Ling Bo. One must not underestimate Liao Liao. To do so would be to disregard her. An affront laden with doubt and provocation. She felt no need to persuade these individuals nor to earn their trust, for her words commanded obedience. Her will was inherently just. The hall fell into an utter silence, so profound that the sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. In truth, Tai Li, at this moment, had long succumbed to age, his former grandeur a mere memory. Yet this was his true nature. Cultivators defy the heavens, extending their originally brief lifespans from mere decades to thousands of years, yet this did not instill compassion within him. Rather, it intensified his greed. After surveying the room, Liao Liao observed that no one raised any objections and stated, "In that case, we shall deal with Tai Li in accordance with the sect rules. What punishment is warranted for harming a fellow disciple?" The sect leader grew anxious, exclaiming, "Liao Liao, this may not be appropriate." In truth, apart from Liao Liao and Jinyi, no one believed that the esteemed Tai Li would engage in such sordid actions. Moreover, as Tai Li's female disciple, even if her master had indeed erred, it would be unseemly for the disciple to strike when her master was down. Liao Liao's aggressive stance only served to heighten discontent. Zhen Yi interjected, correcting the sect leader, "You should refer to her as Liao Liao Xianjun. She resolutely stands by her position." Tai Li acted without discernment and harmed her senior sister, leaving her life in jeopardy. Should there not be consequences for such actions? The sect leader had long held reservations about Liao Liao due to the incident involving Quang Ming. Given that she now sought to unjustly eliminate Tai Li, how could he possibly consent? The longer Liao Liao remained among mortals, the better she understood their nature. Often, individuals would forsake principles out of selfishness, even those they themselves had established. Was the sect leader intent on overlooking the sect rules to shield Tai Li? The leader's temples throbbed with tension as he composed himself and addressed Liao Liao, "Liao Liao Xianjun. One should exercise mercy when possible. Moreover, this matter rests solely on your testimony. How can it be taken as truth? Tai Li has always maintained her integrity. How could she commit such a breach of morality?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at the lively Zhen Yi, sneering lightly. This young girl appears quite spirited and does not seem to resemble someone who has been wronged. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yi felt a surge of absurdity. In the past, she held great respect for the sect leader, yet now she was overwhelmed with the desire to deliver a swift kick to this old man. What else was she supposed to do? Should she weep, wail, and threaten to hang herself, trembling in fear beneath the bed, to be considered a normal response? She shifted her gaze upwards, questioning whether the sect leader deemed her teachings inappropriate. Even Yuan Jing and Yushu found Liao Liao's insistence somewhat unreasonable. Yuan Jing advised, "Little junior sister, setting aside whether this matter truly lies with our master, even if he is at fault, he remains our master. Once a teacher, always a father. How can you disregard the bond we once shared?" Liao Liao did not engage with his argument but retorted, "If Tai Li cherished the past, why would he so ruthlessly harm our senior sister? Who, in truth, is the one disregarding old ties?" Jinyi, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Tai Li committed the offense first, yet you insist on defending him. What kind of logic is this? You should address his wrongdoings before turning your blame on Liao Liao. Tai Li attacked our senior sister first and then turned against me. Why should others be expected to empathize?" Amidst the crowd, a voice murmured, "Look at you, bouncing around like nothing is amiss. Could it be that you are slandering Tai Li, the immortal lord? No girl who has been wronged behaves in such a fierce manner." This remark ignited Jinyi's anger to its peak. If only she had been practicing for a longer time, she would have ensured that the speaker faced consequences. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd as a male cultivator desperately clawed at the solid ice that had frozen his tongue. In the blink of an eye, his tongue was irreparably damaged, his bulging eyes filled with terror, while the lower half of his face became completely numb. rendering him unable to utter a sound. Liao Liao. Upon seeing the jade book, it was evident that Liao Liao was the one responsible. Do not harm our fellow disciples, she implored. Liao Liao, in her innocence, could not comprehend why they incessantly issued commands to her. Instead of heeding Yushu's words, she tilted her head in confusion. Her eyes, strikingly clear and devoid of any murkiness, evoked a sense of inadequacy in those who dared to meet her gaze. What use was a mouth that could not articulate properly? One remained atop the mountain, attending to trivial matters of sustenance and shelter, while another was relegated to the status of a mere vessel, unworthy of cultivation. The senior brothers spoke softly, bringing with them cosmetic powders and a few dresses from the foot of the mountain. Such trifling gestures sufficed to fill their shallow expectations. Is there anything more lamentable in this world? Truly, Jin Yi was infuriated. She confronted Yushu. Tai Li has taken a malicious turn against our senior sister. Why do you not persuade him to refrain from harming our kin? This person has sullied me with words that demean and trample upon my dignity. Why are you not incensed? You only demand that Liao Liao endure. By what right, and for what reason should she? Just like the demon king Su Jin and the master of the sect, they displayed their impotent fury in Liao Liao's presence. Yet she would never bend to their will. Liao Liao addressed the master of the sect. I can choose not to kill Tai Li. Before the master could exhale in relief, sharp ice needles, swift as lightning, pierced through Tai Li's vital points, Ziging, Qihai, and Tianfu, striking with such ferocity that the master and several other celestial lords were left unable to intervene. Indeed, she had refrained from slaying Tai Li, but how did this differ from rendering him powerless? To strip a cultivator of their abilities was akin to delivering death itself. Yet, who would dare to intervene? Liao Liao remarked, if my senior sister is safe and sound, then the life of Tai Li may be spared for now. However, should my senior sister perish? Her frigid gaze slowly swept across the members of the sect, including Yuan Jing and Yushu. Then you shall all accompany her in death. Were such words uttered by anyone else, they would undoubtedly elicit laughter. Yet, when spoken by Liao Liao, they sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, the sect leader regretted his decisions deeply. Had he foreseen this, he would have preferred to unleash this calamity upon the Dew Mountain sect than endure the present silence, akin to a mute tasting bitter gall. Zheni remained furious. Yet Liao Liao paid her no heed, rising to depart. Zhen Yi, wishing to utter a few more curses, stomped her foot and hurried after her. Meanwhile, Tai Li, lying on the ground, instinctively sought to retain her presence. The expression in his eyes caused the sect leader's heart to skip a beat. He would rather believe that Tai Li had fallen in love with Liao Liao than accept the unsettling notion that he harbored inappropriate feelings for a mere child. Such a tale could hardly be deemed a romantic legend, and should it spread. Soon enough, the sect leader's worst fears materialized. Despite his repeated orders forbidding disciples from divulging this matter, the scandal of the supreme sect's Tai Li immortals' alleged misconduct with a 5-year-old girl and the serious injuries inflicted upon a female disciple reverberated throughout the cultivation world. Various sects hastily sent letters inquiring how the sect leader intended to handle the situation, as they felt ashamed to be associated with one like Tai Li. The sect leader trembled as he held the letters. He could not comprehend how news he thought he had contained spread so swiftly. Could Liao Liao be behind this? It was not until the return of the demon king Su Jin that Jin Yi finally grasped the situation. Su Jin contemplated what dish to prepare later when she noticed the chubby-faced little girl who had been snatched away by Tai Li, staring up at her with wide-open mouth. A malicious thought crossed her mind, and she casually produced a candy bean, tossing it into Jinny's mouth while ominously declaring, with your mouth gaping so wide. Are you waiting for someone to poison you? This is a toxin that will cause your insides to rot. Do not say I did not warn you. In an instant, Jinny gasped in terror and bolted, shouting, Liao Liao. Liao Liao, help. Someone has poisoned me. Before she could finish her plea, Su Jin swiftly seized her from behind and covered her mouth, admonishing, what are you screaming about? Who has poisoned you? Even the candy cannot silence your chatter, can it? Unfortunately, it was too late. Liao Liao, hearing Jinny's anguished cries, emerged from the room to witness Su Jin's sinister expression as she pinched Jinny's small face. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Jin intended to explain, but it was too late. The familiar icy chains pierced her shoulder blade, binding her limbs and neck once more. The excruciating pain brought on by the cold was unbearable, yet upon recognizing it was Liao Liao's doing, she relinquished her struggle. Jinny barely landed on her feet, not forgetting to stomp on Su Jin before swiftly rushing to Liao Liao's side. Liao Liao looked down at her. Observing the dog accustomed to chains, even when its master unshackled it, it would not flee. Initially, Su Jin did not willingly remain. She was forcibly confined within an ice cage. She harbored no affection for him. Had it not been for his capacity to perform menial tasks, she might still be trapped within that enclosure. Their strengths were worlds apart, and in a bid for survival and to evade suffering, Su Jin could only bow her head in appeasement. Regardless of the authenticity of her actions, he had grown accustomed to this. There was no love from him, yet he could conjure boundless fear. He remarked, "Tai Li shows you little regard, does not love you, and deceives and exploits you." Upon learning the truth, "Did you not still offer your life for a century?" Remarkably, she reached out to stroke Zhenyi's head. Zhenyi felt that Liao Liao's hand was chillingly cold, devoid of warmth. Even she, formed from ice and snow, felt a shiver of dread. Pain birthed fear, and the inescapable terror evolved into emotional dependence through self-deception. Fear equated to love, and love to fear. Zhenyi shook her head, saying, "I do not understand." Suddenly, Liao Liao lowered her head, pressing their foreheads together. In a moment of disorientation, Zhenyi perceived Liao Liao's eyes transforming into a snow-white void devoid of pupils. Frightened, her hair stood on end. Yet, upon closer inspection, Liao Liao's eyes appeared normal, albeit more crystalline than most, the whites devoid of any impurities, pure as ice and snow. "The human world is rife with lies and greed. I detest it," she stated. Zhenyi stammered, "But, you are human too." Liao Liao echoed her words. Enigmatic. "Indeed, I am also human. At present, and perhaps in the future, the malevolence permeating this world far outweighs its beauty. She does not perceive existence as preferable to the tempestuous snowstorms, not at least in this moment." "Lady," Su Jin's voice echoed from outside the door. A tray of dishes in her hands. "These are dishes I have recently mastered. Would you care to sample them?" This invitation jolted Zhenyi from her trepidation. She rapped her knuckles against her forehead, pondering that her alarm was surely due to her senior sister's grave injury. Otherwise, how could she find Liao Liao so daunting? Su Jin, exhibiting a demeanor of compliance, prompted Liao Liao to release the icy chains binding his neck. His limbs returned to their previous state, much to Su Jin's delight. "I have acted in accordance with your wishes, my lady. The supreme sect cannot conceal this matter," he stated. Liao Liao cast him a sidelong glance. "What are you insinuating?" Su Jin, adept at reading the room, quickly clarified, "This endeavor was undertaken of my own volition. It bears no connection to you, nor was it executed at your behest." Zhenyi took a moment to unravel the implications of their exchange. Incredulity etched on her face as she bit her chopsticks. "Is it true that you were the one to disseminate the news about Tai Li?" Su Jin, uninterested in addressing the young girl, remained silent. Zhenyi pressed on, astonished. "But how could those esteemed sects possibly believe the words of the Demon King? Little one, consume more to hasten your growth, and perhaps your intellect will bloom as well," the Demon King retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Openly spreading rumors is one thing. Inadvertently leaking secrets is another. Do you comprehend?" He had long been displeased with Tai Li, and nothing could be more delightful than to throw stones at him while he was down. What does it mean for the wall to fall and everyone to push? Now, Tai Li could indeed be likened to a rat crossing the street, regardless of whether the news was true or false, once the masses began to criticize. Anyone who sang a different tune would be regarded as an outcast. Zhenyi exclaimed, "You have no brain, and you are the most brainless." Upon reflection, she realized that such insults directed at Su Jin seemed to include her former self, for in truth, they all lacked intellect, and none were superior to the other. Liao Liao cast a glance at her, and they both fell silent, refraining from further comment. After this incident, the last remnants of her mentor-student bond with Tai Li dissipated entirely. Though Liao Liao did not dwell on past affections, Yuanjing Yushu could not disregard Tai Li. However, they soon discovered that their master harbored a profound animosity towards them, which left them both perplexed. The reason was quite simple. In the original trajectory of fate, both brothers held deep affections for Zhenyi. Although they ultimately failed to realize their aspirations, considering the timeline, it was precisely the moment when they were enamored with her. And how could Tai Li not view them as thorns in his side? After the initial excitement faded, Tai Li gradually regained his composure, recognizing that the situation surpassed his expectations. Zhenyi had undergone a significant transformation, and there was now Liao Liao, a person entirely absent from his memories. He suppressed his anxious emotions and inquired of Yuanjing Yushu, while simultaneously catching sight of his own aged, and unattractive reflection. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to search for Zhang Yi, marking the first occasion he truly understood what he looked like. Yuan Jing felt the sharpness of his nails pierce through flesh, prompting Yushu to quickly intervene. "Master, please remain calm." "Master." Tai Li's astonishment grew with each passing moment. This situation was entirely at odds with his memories. Zhang Yi was no longer his disciple. It was the one named Liao who had taken that place. How could this be possible? A singular being could not embody two essences. One could not wholly supplant another. Anguish and fury swelled within him, leading him to suspect Liao of nefarious intentions, deeming her a potential demon. He immediately commanded Yuan Jing and Yushu to eliminate her. "Go. What are you still lingering for? Do you not heed my words?" Yuan Jing awkwardly replied, "Master, it is as such. Liao is an unparalleled genius among practitioners. Neither I nor my junior brother, nor even the demon king Su Jin, nor you, are her match. Indeed, Master, Liao has ascended to the rank of supreme sect, immortal lord. My brother and I cannot act against her, and her temperament is not malevolent. She is merely somewhat aloof. I beseech you to forgive her." Regardless of their entreaties, Tai Li remained obstinate, insisting they eliminate Liao. Yuan Jing and Yushu, feeling powerless, eventually stepped outside, exchanging glances and sighing, at a loss regarding Tai Li's obstinacy. Tai Li attempted several times to control the spiritual energy circulating within him, yet he could not comprehend how matters had devolved to this point. This was not in alignment with his original plan. He had come to this world to live alongside Shani. No matter the cost, he was determined to succeed, even if it meant sacrificing his own soul. While Yuan Jing and Yushu deliberated on how to persuade their master, a thunderclap suddenly echoed above them, as if heaven itself were expressing its wrath. The thunderclaps resounded as though they were whispering in their ears, startling the two disciples, who hurriedly looked up. They beheld ominous clouds swirling, with flashes of golden lightning flickering within, and the thunder grew increasingly closer. No, this was not the tribulation thunder. Yuan Jing fixed his gaze on the tumultuous sky. This was the divine execution thunder. In unison, the two turned their eyes towards the Tai Li cave, where a colossal bolt of thunder descended with ferocious might, uprooting the cave in a cataclysmic roar. Such a grand spectacle sent shockwaves throughout the entire realm of cultivation. The divine execution thunder had only ever existed in legends, and this was the first time cultivators had witnessed it. According to tales, there were a total of 9,999 bolts of this thunder. And when it struck, the heavens would shatter, the earth would split, and the sun and moon would be obscured. The divine execution thunder symbolized the annihilation of the cultivation world, and it was inevitable that a great calamity would befall the mortal realm as well. Amidst the swirling winds and gathering clouds, one bolt after another crashed down upon the Tai Li cave. The divine execution thunder showed no mercy for the innocent. It was willing to obliterate the entire world if it meant vanquishing the guilty. Yuan Jing yearned to rush into the cave to save Tai Li, but Yushu held him back firmly. "Senior brother, don't go. It's far too dangerous." Yet, witnessing a bolt of divine execution thunder cleave the earth asunder sent shivers down Yuan Jing's spine. Yushu urgently pulled him away, both bewildered by how their master, who had already suffered significant injuries, was entangled with this divine execution thunder. The sect leader and various celestial lords hovered in the air on their swords, knowing that to resist the divine execution thunder was nothing short of a fool's errand. The thunder rumbled on. The thunder rumbled on. The divine punishing thunder wreaked havoc across the peaks of the supreme sect, compelling all to flee in disarray. This formidable force, naturally adept at vanquishing malevolent entities, wielded immense power with an overwhelming ferocity. The demons and spirits of the cultivation realm trembled in fear, scarcely daring to reveal their heads. The cultivators fared little better. Having yet to attain immortality, they remained mere mortals. Even those who had undergone tribulations faced peril, with many succumbing to the heavenly wrath, let alone the divine punishing thunder, which surpassed ordinary lightning by countless magnitudes. "Master! Master! The peak of Liao remains unscathed." A voice rang out from the crowd, prompting immediate attention. Indeed, amidst the devastation, Liao's peak stood resolute, its summit draped in a blanket of glistening snow, providing the only glimmer of brightness in a world shrouded in darkness. Aying, somewhat fearful of thunder, burrowed under her blanket in bed, while the demon king Su Jin, gripped by an intense dread of the divine punishing thunder, voluntarily retreated into a cage. In stark contrast, Zhun Yi and Ling Bo were engulfed in anxiety, yet Liao Liao remained unfazed, her expression icy and detached, as if the turmoil outside held no relevance to her. Ling Bo bore grievous injuries. Tai Li had clearly intended to claim her life. Liao Liao utilized her frigid energy to reconstruct Ling Bo's heart meridian. While this could restore her life, it bore a critical flaw. Ling Bo's body could not endure excessive cold energy. If she wished to survive, she would have to relentlessly elevate her cultivation to withstand the frigid force, lest she eventually become a mere snowman. Ling Bo herself felt no sensation. The pain had dissipated, and she was oblivious to the extent of her injuries. It was only when Zhun Yi and A Ying drew near that she realized her condition had irrevocably changed. She no longer found their low body temperatures intolerable. Seeing Ling Bo lost in silence, Zhun Yi could hardly conceal her heartache. She gently advised, "Senior sister, it's all right. As long as you devote yourself to your cultivation and manage to suppress the frigid energy within you, you will be just like any ordinary person." Unexpectedly, Ling Bo's face suddenly illuminated with joy. She reached out to tug at Liao Liao's face, pinching and squeezing with excitement, exclaiming, "I've always wanted to do this. You impudent girl, you never listened to me." Liao Liao, feeling uncomfortable under her ministrations, raised her hand to push Ling Bo aside. Ling Bo, filled with curiosity, turned her attention to Zhun Yi and A Ying, who instinctively covered their cheeks to avoid Ling Bo's playful assault. A Ying cradled her face as the sky darkened ominously. The tempest raged like a fierce torrent, battering the rooftop and window panes, instilling a sense of unease. This should not be happening. Winter was approaching. So where did the thunder come from? Could it be that some celestial being in the sect was undergoing tribulation? The thunder grew increasingly frantic, and even Zhun Yi felt apprehensive as she leaned against Ling Bo. Ling Bo embraced the two girls, although she too felt a tinge of fear. Yet Liao Liao's unresponsiveness strangely comforted her. When she attempted to soothe the two children, she suddenly laughed heartily. "How wonderful it is to hold you both. I no longer feel the cold." Upon hearing this, Zhun Yi was momentarily taken aback. She often longed to snuggle with her senior sister during sleep. Yet the actual instances they spent together were few. She was aware that her body, forged from ice and snow, possessed a temperature unlike others. She feared that being too close for extended periods might be detrimental to Ling Bo. Now, hearing her senior sister's heartfelt sentiment, Zhun Yi felt a mixture of tears and laughter, secretly chastising Ling Bo for her foolishness in her heart. In a corner of the ice cage, Su Jin huddled, neglected by all concerning his fate. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, while Ling Bo embraced both Zhun Yi and A Ying, anxiously sensing that the next clap of thunder might strike above them. She was genuinely worried that the roof might be torn asunder. What could possibly cause such a cacophony? The disciples of the Supreme Sect were desperately making their way to the mountaintop, for this was the only sanctuary amidst the chaos. Liao Liao, in stark contrast, exhibited neither fear nor trepidation towards the thunderous uproar outside. Her apathy was palpable. Therefore, when the sect leader, summoning his courage, sought her aid, her response was unmistakably clear. "What concern is it of mine?" The sect leader stood aghast, witnessing the once mighty Supreme Sect being ravaged by relentless bolts of lightning, his heart plagued by both fear and sorrow. The thousands of souls within the sect were not all ethereal beings, untouched by worldly affairs. Not to mention, the cost of repairing the damaged structures would be exorbitant. The funds of the Supreme Sect were not conjured by the winds, and they too had to sustain their livelihoods. "Liao Liao, esteemed immortal." The sect leader's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. "Please, think of a solution. We cannot endure another strike. If this continues, we shall be left homeless." Zhun Yi interjected, "Then we might as well rename ourselves the Sect of No Wealth." The sect leader found himself choking on his words, unable to express his indignation. Had it been any other day, he would have reprimanded her, yet in his current predicament, he could only restrain his ire. Without needing Zhun Yi's reminder, he understood the importance of addressing Liao Liao as immortal, meticulously adhering to the etiquette expected of him, leaving no room for criticism. In the eyes of Zhun Yi, A Ying, and Ling Bo, this adherence brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Liao Liao coldly remarked, "It is your refusal to eliminate Tai Li that has spared his life." The revered master was taken aback, exclaiming, What? What does this matter have to do with Tai Li?" Despite his fervent pleas, Liao Liao remained as steadfast as a mountain, speaking only when she wished, and not at all when she did not. The master, having exhausted his entreaties, found Liao Liao still unwilling to utter a word. Other celestial lords took turns in their attempts, all to no avail. Even Yuan Qin and Zhang Mao ventured to persuade her, but ultimately, they were left with no choice but to seek the assistance of Yuan Jing and Yu Shu, hoping that their shared lineage with Liao Liao and their decade-long sibling bond might coax her into speech, preferably to resolve this predicament. Yuan Jing and Yu Shu were acutely aware that if they wished to elicit a response from Liao Liao, they would have to rely on Ling Bo. Receiving this subtle cue, Ling Bo was treated for the first time as befitting a celestial lord, with the master and the celestial lords extending their fawning, leaving her astonished. As they hailed her as a savior, beseeching her to persuade Liao Liao to speak, Ling Bo hesitated, but I cannot guarantee that Liao Liao will heed my words. You are well aware of her temperament. If she chooses not to speak, no one can compel her. Clearing her throat, Ling Bo addressed Liao Liao. Liao Liao. Yuan Jing could not restrain himself, interjecting, but Liao Liao, the god-slaying thunder is on the brink of annihilating the realm of cultivation, and the common folk are suffering. Liao Liao retorted, what concern is that of mine? Whether this world faces calamity or finds happiness, what does it matter to me? She had always observed quietly, refraining from involvement or interference. But we wish to survive. Zhini, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, called out to Liao Liao, we wish to live, Liao Liao. We want to live. Liao Liao, indifferent to Zhang Yi's thoughts, tilted her head and inquired of Ling Bo, Senior sister, do you wish to live? And what of Aying? I have long warned you that Tai Li must perish. The master, tears streaming down his face, lamented, indeed, I regret my earlier decisions. Had I known that this divine punishment thunder arose from Tai Li, I would never have dared to shield him. Liao Liao stated, now that this matter has come to a conclusion, you ought to step down and allow the senior sister to take up the mantle of the leader. Upon hearing this, the master was rendered speechless, and Liao Liao glanced down at him. Will you not acquiesce? Ling Bo hastily interjected, no, I cannot. Aying and Zhang, in perfect unison, tugged at Ling Bo's sleeve, exclaiming together, you can. All eyes turned towards the master, pondering whether he would relinquish fame and fortune. As their salvation hinged upon his decision, no one doubted Liao Liao's words. If she proclaimed salvation was possible, it undoubtedly was. The mountain where Tai Li resided had already been reduced to scorched earth, yet the divine punishment thunder continued unabated, eventually diminishing, as if some horrifying entity were harnessing the thunder as a source of power. Good heavens! What might that be? A celestial being with the clairvoyance to see far and wide discern the distant scene with clarity. Was that Tai Li? Or something else entirely? Within the vast, desolate black pit that had once been a mountain, a towering, fearsome creature with a ghastly countenance and hair aglow with golden lightning emerged. The first snowflake, 30, regardless of how powerful the cultivator might be in suppressing their aura, subtle hints can still be gleaned from their gaze, posture, and presence. For instance, Liao Liao, even when standing still, commands a respect that few would dare to undermine. This creature is no different. Merely gazing from afar instills a profound sense of dread, as if the monster possesses an uncanny awareness of the living members of the supreme sect, steadily advancing towards this very spot. Though the distance appears vast, it vanishes in the blink of an eye, its form ethereal and elusive as a phantom. As it draws closer, the celestial beings of the supreme sect find themselves involuntarily retreating. The less skilled disciples have long succumbed to anxiety, their teeth chattering audibly, while some timid souls falter and collapse to the ground in a state of shock. Ling Bo clutches Zhini tightly, her heart racing, goosebumps rising on her arms. She attempts to speak, but her voice eludes her. What manner of terrifying power is this? What calamity has befallen them? As all around fearfully withdraw, Liao Liao's unwavering stillness becomes all the more remarkable. In the past, she bore an impassive expression that deterred any approach, yet today, her familiar demeanor inexplicably inspires a flicker of hope. Does her continued presence signify salvation for all? With a resounding crash, the door is forcefully flung open. The towering and formidable creature is shrouded in mystery. Its features, though intact, exude a malevolence akin to a fearsome demon. Strands of white hair shimmer with golden lightning, wreaking havoc upon everything in its wake with each step it takes. The sect leader stammers, dare I inquire, could this be the esteemed immortal Lord Tai Li? The monster's eyes scan the room with a rigid gaze, ultimately landing on Zhini, cradled in Ling Bo's arms. In an instant, a boundless brilliance erupted within its eyes as it reached out to grasp her. However, before contact could be made, a bone-chilling cold enveloped it, had it not withdrawn swiftly. Its arm would have surely been severed. Gradually, the creature shifted its focus as the icy sensation seemed to awaken unsettling memories within its muddled mind. In that fleeting moment, it recognized its greatest foe. To seize the girl, it must first vanquish the enemy. Without warning, the two engaged in combat. The once sturdy dwelling splintered into fragments. And though the monster had shed its human form, remnants of the Tai Li Xianjun's physical memory lingered. Observing its movements, the sect leader and others concluded that this was indeed the Tai Li Xianjun. In a fit of urgency, Lingbo cried out, "What are you waiting for? Go assist Liao. Do you truly believe that if Liao perishes, he will spare you?" The several Xianjun, roused from their stupor, suppressed their trepidation, brandished their weapons, and soared into the fray. Yet, their descent was alarmingly swift. Rather than aiding Liao, merely retreating to ensure her safety would serve as their utmost contribution. The sheer aura of the conflict was enough to send the cultivators retreating into the shadows, rendering any approach impossible, let alone participation. Liao had never fathomed the extent of her limits. Since the commencement of the sect competition, this was her inaugural experience of such exhilarating combat. Free from concern over whether her opponent would be slain or whether her elder sister would fret, she simply needed to strike. The ice dragon soared and roared, its thunderous cry echoing through the heavens, encircling the monstrous foe. A tempest of sharp ice shards fell swiftly from above. While the eternally expressionless Liao stood atop the dragon's head, her garments fluttering in the air, adding the sole splash of color to the dim and chaotic surroundings. The creature's gaze had become singularly fixated. All that remained in its heart was one thought: to kill her. To kill her. To repay her for every ounce of humiliation it had endured. The monster, empowered by the divine retribution, rivaled the gods themselves, wielding a force far beyond what the realm of cultivation could withstand. The entire realm trembled on the brink of collapse as their battle escalated to unimaginable heights, ultimately tearing a rift in the sky. Lingbo, watching from below, was driven to the edge of desperation. Even the sect leader and the celestial lord were rendered powerless. What could be done? The creature, momentarily distracted during its confrontation with Liao, was suddenly struck away by her deft hand. She coldly admonished, "Do not lose focus." Zhun Yi continued to plead, "Master, you said that the one you love most is still me. Is that true? Do you truly love me? Then why do you not look at me more? Why do you not speak to me?" Her words struck a chord deep within the monster's heart, causing it to falter as it became increasingly distracted by Zhun Yi's entreaties. Initially able to hold its ground, it now found itself at a disadvantage, as Zhun Yi's relentless calls unraveled its concentration. After a prolonged appeal, Zhun Yi's eyes darted, and she quietly whispered a few words into a Ying's ear. A Ying then shouted, "Husband, tell me, do you truly love me, or do you love Zhini? If it were not for the dire circumstances of life and death, the esteemed members of the Supreme Sect would surely be terrified to death by the unrestrained words of these two young ladies. What utterances are these? Could it be that Lord Tai Li is truly a beast?" The ice dragon clamped down on the creature's body, while simultaneously delivering a fierce kick to its face, causing its head to spin multiple times before finally coming to a halt. She had always believed that Tai Li possessed only this visage worth admiring. Having been struck by the divine punishment thunder, he had lost even that meager virtue. The creature let out a series of furious roars, yet in its current state of mental disarray, it was no match for Liao. The onlookers could only gaze upwards at the terrifying creature, passively allowing Liao to pummel it mercilessly, swallowing hard as they thought it best to avoid provoking Lord Liao in the future. Even after absorbing the divine punishment thunder and becoming a formidable monster, Tai Li still did not stand a chance against Liao, a notion that the creature found utterly unacceptable. It had always been he who dominated others in combat. Yet now he found himself repeatedly defeated at Liao's hands. An overwhelming rage consumed his reason. He yearned to annihilate Liao, but was unable to suppress the inquiries posed by Zhun Yi and Ying below. If he were to consider the two individuals he had wronged most throughout his several millennia of existence, it would undoubtedly be these two. Liao delivered a kick to the creature's chest, propelling it downward, and the creature plummeted to the ground, producing a tremendous crash as a colossal pit was carved into the mountainside. Liao looked down at the creature, her tone frigid. "This is not a place for you." The creature spoke in a peculiar manner, each word enunciated with unnerving stiffness. "You are who?" Upon catching sight of Zhini, the creature suddenly found a renewed vitality. It incessantly called out her name, as if all else had faded from memory, save for that singular name. Yet, Qin had long ceased to care whom Tai Li genuinely loved. His affections were perilous and trivial, devoid of any true worth. "Do not call me any more," Qin declared to the creature. "The one you cherish most has always been yourself. How splendid it is to encounter you anew without the need for recognition. May you descend to hell." Who in this world would unreservedly love him, even willingly sacrificing their life for him? Tai Li believed only Qin could. She was a foolish girl. It was precisely her folly that lingered in his mind even after his ascension. But now, that foolish girl had wizened, declaring her indifference towards him and wishing for his damnation. This struck the creature far deeper than any physical pain at that moment. Only two words echoed in its mind: annihilation. If Qin could not appreciate the good before her, then this world was not worth having. Everyone ought to accompany him to the grave. Suddenly, a voice called out, none other than Qin Liao. Accompanied by other formidable beings from various sects who had gathered upon witnessing the celestial phenomenon, the creature let out another roar, lunging fiercely at Liao Liao, who deftly evaded the attack. In an instant, a divine thunderbolt aimed at the creature. This was dire. It was absorbing the power of the divine thunder, a force of celestial law that must not be allowed to succeed. In a moment of decisive action, Qin Liao charged towards the monster. However, the creature's formidable spirit rendered her sword strikes as ineffective as a cow sinking into the sea, leaving no trace of impact. Although Su Jin enjoyed jesting, he had no desire for demise, yet his attacks proved equally futile. Only Liao Liao stood apart, her understanding beginning to crystallize. She summoned ice and snow to freeze the ominous clouds and lightning, halting the divine retribution from descending, thus preventing the monster from absorbing its celestial power. Upon hearing this, Qin experienced a sudden epiphany. She found herself bewildered by Tai Li's unexpected declarations of deep affection and the strange words he spoke. It dawned on her that this was the Tai Li who had attained enlightenment. Overwhelmed by disgust, she retorted, "Do not feign such passion here. Your professed love for me. What of your wife, or Wan, with whom you ascended? Where do you place her? How could a man, once so devoted to his first wife, so shamelessly profess his love for another?" The monster, rendered speechless, tilted its head in confusion. "Has she vanished?" In the face of the creature's astonishment, Liao Liao declared, "The world is being restructured. You should vanish along with the old world." Liao Liao did not inhabit a parallel realm, but rather the true world of Qin. Thus, upon her replacement of Qin, the latter ceased to exist, consequently altering the original fate. With Qin gone, Tai Li lost his mortal form and could not resurrect his deceased wife. Simultaneously, as Su Jin was captured, he could no longer act with malice in the shadows. With the primary individuals embroiled in love no longer present, what remained to discuss? As the true world underwent transformation, the memories of Qin's past life began to fade, including the once immortal realm of Tai Li, which dissipated in that very moment. The wheels of fate had commenced their turn towards an entirely new direction. The monster, a being alien to this world, was destined for obliteration. With this thought, Liao Liao soared into the air. This time, she neither obstructed the divine retribution thunder nor dispelled the frost, allowing the frozen strikes to descend unimpeded. The creature, unable to absorb Liao Liao's powers, was reduced to charred remains amidst the deafening roars of thunder, ultimately transforming into ashes that scattered in the mountain breeze. 9,999 strikes of divine thunder fell relentlessly until the final one ceased, marking the end of Tai Li's existence. Su Jin, rather unfortunate, found himself inadvertently struck by a bolt, for the divine thunder harbored an innate aversion to demonic entities. Standing innocently aside, he nearly faced obliteration of his soul. As Qin applauded in delight, she couldn't help but lament why he wasn't completely annihilated. This cataclysmic event, though fraught with peril, ultimately concluded without calamity. With this matter resolved, the sect leader was compelled to step down and cede power. Contrary to her own assertions of incompetence, Lingbo proved to possess an innate talent for leadership. Much like in the days upon the mountain, where she diligently tended to the daily needs of her master and fellow disciples, managing sect affairs with remarkable precision. This efficiency compelled even the sect leader, who had hoped for her failure, to concede. With the acquisition of power came a newfound confidence. A lesson Liao Liao grasped through her senior sister's example. For nearly a decade, such days have lingered. At long last, the vengeful summer moon has returned. Transformed from the girl who once joined the Dushan sect a decade ago, she seeks but a single chance, should her skills prove inadequate. She vows to abandon thoughts of revenge. Huang Ming, confident in his century of cultivation, believes he cannot possibly lose to the summer moon. Yet, upon their first clash, he realizes she is no longer the same. Faced with the peril of his own life, Kwang Ming resorts to old tactics, once again expressing love and seeking forgiveness from the summer moon. This time, however, the summer moon smiles, a smile that brings him joy, only for her to shatter his spirit and sever the tendons in his hands and feet. Though she spares his life, he feels that such an existence is worse than death. Junior sister, junior sister. Ling Bo rushed up the mountain, clutching the newly dried fruits sent by the summer moon, but found no trace of her. A sense of unease gripped her heart, a feeling that had persisted for years. Ling Bo knew the reason all too well, yet she consistently chose to remain silent about it. Ultimately, she discovered her at the edge of a precipice. Junior sister? Liao Liao gazed quietly at her. Senior sister. I must leave. Are you to transcend tribulation? Ling Bo's heart raced with anxiety. I had wondered why, given your pace and cultivation, you had not attained enlightenment long ago. Why has it taken so long? Must I prepare for you in advance? She spoke in a flurry, her mind racing. For transcending tribulation is a momentous affair. Over the past decade, thanks to Liao Liao's steadfast presence, the Wushang sect has flourished, becoming the foremost sect in the realm of immortality, with Liao Liao rightfully standing as the preeminent figure within it. With the emergence of Liao Liao, the cultivation realm has witnessed a growing number of formidable female cultivators, surpassing their male counterparts in the supreme sect. I have inquired and discovered that while transcending tribulations relies on oneself, there are indeed ways to cheat. The descent of heavenly lightning is no trivial matter. I have long been prepared for it, yet when the time comes, Liao Liao may say, no need. Suddenly, Ling Bo came to a halt. After a prolonged silence, her voice grew heavy. I came to inform you that Xia Yu has sent a plethora of candied fruits, with flavors entirely different from last year's, which I believe you would adore. By the way, she has also come seeking vengeance. That scoundrel Kwang Ming has finally received his comeuppance. And Xia Yu has apologized to me. Oh dear, I am not so petty-minded. It is said that the demon lord Su Jin has yet to recover after being struck by the divine punishment lightning. I intercepted all the letters he wrote to you. You wouldn't be angry with me, would you? I find him quite bothersome, and his intentions are dubious. I do not wish for you to associate with him. The sect competition is imminent, and Zhenyi is confident that she will claim the top prize this year, while A Ying is equally determined. Who do you favor? I think either of them could win the championship. Speaking of which, I have been exceedingly busy lately and haven't had the leisure to prepare honeyed fruits for you. Tears suddenly fell from Ling Bo's eyes as she murmured, I truly owe you, you troublesome girl. The second snowflake, part 1, indeed. We are still waiting for her to marry into another clan. If she were to perish, wouldn't the fourth princess have to take her place? The fourth princess would certainly not attend. The Empress Dowager cherishes this beloved daughter too deeply. It falls upon our noble consort to resolutely petition the emperor to allow the sixth princess to engage in a marriage alliance. Alas, the sixth princess has spurned the heartfelt intentions of the consort, preferring to embrace death by drowning rather than fulfill her duty to the nation. The disparity between mother and daughter is, indeed, quite stark. Sigh, it is not merely a matter of maternal bonds. One must ponder how such differences can exist among princesses themselves. While the fourth princess knelt outside the imperial study for an entire day and night, imploring the emperor to reconsider and send her to marry, the sixth princess chose to evade the alliance by throwing herself into the lake, thus incurring the emperor's wrath. He declared that even if she were to perish, her body would be sent to Longbei to wed Kagan Hunkwa. Were I the emperor, I too would be reluctant to part with the fourth princess and would insist upon the sixth princess's compliance. The young eunuchs exchanged murmured comments, and the lookout suddenly hushed them. The group promptly dispersed, some sweeping, others trimming branches, bustling about with great urgency. It was then that the resplendent consort hurriedly entered the inner hall, prompting the others to gather once more and whisper. The arrival of the consort brings hope that she might persuade the sixth princess. She must not further provoke the emperor, lest his anger diminish the dowry once more. Who could argue otherwise? Regardless, she must marry. Though Kagan Hunkwa may be of advanced years, he is renowned as a god of war, and the sixth princess, upon marrying him, would become the Ketu, standing shoulder to shoulder with the empress. Alas, the strength of Longbei has grown increasingly formidable in recent years. Now, as Hunkwa Khan seeks to forge an alliance with Qin and Jin, it presents an opportune moment to avert war. The sixth princess is indeed quite capricious. Should Hunkwa Khan discover her reluctance, how could he possibly feel at ease? It may well lead to enmity rather than the intended union. As the young eunuchs whispered among themselves, the esteemed Defei had already entered the inner chamber. Upon stepping inside, she shivered, reflecting on the brisk spring chill and realizing she ought to don an additional garment. Though the spring attire was exquisite, it was rather too delicate. The sole aspect that brought her some satisfaction was that her daughter, who steadfastly refused to enter into a marriage alliance, had surprisingly risen from her slumber and was now seated at the window with her back turned. Defei dismissed those nearby and approached, calling out, "Xiao Lu?" As she spoke, she could not help but raise her hands to warm them with her breath, lamenting the increasing cold. "Xiao Lu, do you still harbor resentment towards your mother for offering you as a substitute for the fourth princess in this marriage?" Liao Liao, unwilling to engage, found herself besieged by Defei's incessant chatter. She cast a frigid glance at her mother, retorting, "Does my brother's success necessitate my assistance?" Defei, oblivious to the small snowman in Liao Liao's hands, earnestly implored, "What nonsense is this? How has your brother wronged you? The further he ventures, the better your future will be. Others cannot be relied upon. Do you understand?" Liao Liao replied, "To ensure a better future, I must endure a less favorable present through marriage? I do not comprehend." Defei's countenance fell as she pressed, "You no longer heed your mother's words?" Observed the fourth princess. Upon hearing of the diplomatic marriage in Longbei, she eagerly stepped forward, earning the affection of your esteemed father. Yet here you are, utterly speechless, consumed by despair, nearly causing me to incur the emperor's wrath. She intended to instill a sense of guilt in her daughter, but Liao Liao retorted, "You brought this upon yourself." The concubine, incensed, rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Liao Liao. "How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? After enduring 10 months of pregnancy and enduring countless hardships to raise you, is this how you treat your mother?" Naturally, this provoked the concubine further. In her agitation, she sought an audience with the emperor, showcasing her daughter, the sixth princess, in stark contrast to the more understanding fourth princess. It was no surprise that the emperor favored the latter. However, upon learning of this, the sixth princess, to protest, chose to take her own life. The emperor, far from believing her intentions to be genuine, perceived her act as an audacious threat against his authority. How could the sovereign of the realm yield to such a challenge? Thus, he decisively issued an edict. The sixth princess, just extracted from the frigid waters of the lake and still in a state of recovery, was to replace the fourth princess in the diplomatic marriage to Kan Hongqua of Longbei. Kan Hongqua, a man of 40 this year, was to marry the sixth princess, who had yet to reach the age of maturity, with her 15th birthday coinciding with the winter solstice. The concubine had already foreseen the benefits that would accrue to herself and her son upon the daughter's compliant departure for marriage. The emperor, in a bid to compensate for his perceived shortcomings, would undoubtedly bestow favors upon them, and her son Qingyi would be granted greater opportunities, perhaps even to rival the crown prince in the future. The fate of the imperial throne remains uncertain. As for whether her daughter was willing, the Empress Dowager had not given it a thought. After all, marrying was simply a matter of whom one married. Initially incensed, she soon regained her composure and attempted to persuade her daughter, "Little Lu, you must understand that I hail from humble origins, and your brother has only you to rely on. If you marry into Longbei, the emperor will certainly be reluctant to bear the losses suffered in recent years. Should you assist your brother in obtaining the Longbei Golden Seal?" However, Lulu paid little heed to her mother's words, her indifference evident as she could barely muster the energy to respond. The Empress Dowager continued her relentless efforts to convince Lulu, while the sixth princess, listening to the conversation, could not help but burst into tears. The Empress Dowager, oblivious to the transformation in her daughter, repeatedly urged her, failing to recognize that Lulu was no longer the same person. The original sixth princess, though not particularly loquacious, had been dutiful and obedient, never daring to contradict her mother. In contrast, Lulu had no concept of familial bonds. Even her mother could not sway her thoughts. The chill in the hall was unbearable for the Empress Dowager, prompting her to rise abruptly. Feeling no need to maintain the decorum she would uphold in the presence of the emperor or her son, after her departure, Lulu coldly remarked, "Since entering this hall, I have been cold enough to rub my arms and hands, yet you have not once inquired about my well-being." Upon hearing this, the sixth princess felt her heart wrenching further. With Lulu now awake, many had come to visit her. However, genuine concern was scarce, while those reveling in her misfortune were all too common. Lulu resolutely shut her doors to visitors, leaving the sixth princess in her icy abode. Deeply troubled, "Is this truly for the best? You have turned away even the crown prince's emissaries?" Liao Liao expressed her determination to participate in the marriage alliance, contemplating that this might be the last time she would see them in her lifetime. Why then should she present them with a pleasant demeanor? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon her hands. After departing from the realm of cultivation, her powers had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Liao Liao was indistinguishable from an ordinary person, devoid of the ability to soar through the clouds and obliterate all in her path. She could not fathom the reason behind this change. Fortunately, although her magical prowess had dissipated, the memories within her mind remained intact. With the door closed behind her, she resolved to practice martial arts. Lacking a sword, she casually snapped a branch from outside. Her actions bewildered the sixth princess, who found them utterly incomprehensible. The palace was guarded by royal bodyguards, and the marriage alliance involved a delegation and an army. Such training would leave her physique in an unsightly state. In a swift motion, Liao Liao hurled a hairpin, striking the target precisely. She refused to be subject to others nor to await salvation. From the perspective of the sixth princess, no one would come to her aid. Yet, she could dismiss others, but not her own brother, the third prince, Chang'e. After all, he was her elder brother. Even if she closed her door to guests, he could still barge in unannounced. His rhetoric mirrored that of the noble concubine, urging Liao Liao to cease her futile resistance and to comply with the marriage. However, while the noble concubine invoked familial ties, Chang'e elevated the moral stakes, criticizing her from a nationalistic viewpoint. As a princess, you are nourished by the state, revered by the populace, and from the moment of your birth, you have been a scion of privilege. The royal splendor has nurtured you. Thus, you must shoulder your responsibilities. Marriage alliances are not inherently a source of anguish. Rather, my sister should take pride in this noble act. The common people shall forever remember your great virtue, and your name will not be omitted from the annals of history. Despite our mother's repeated counsel, you remain oblivious to your fortune. Little six, do not disappoint your brother. The sixth princess shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Brother, you are deceiving me. Until my dying breath, you did not come to rescue me. Liao Liao remained silent. Chang'e nodded. Indeed, it is unfortunate that my sister was bedridden due to her fall into the water and could not partake in this joyous occasion. Liao Liao retorted, why can't I, like my brother, take several husbands? Chang'e, taken aback, widened his eyes in shock and rebuked her without a moment's thought. Such utter nonsense. How can a respectable lady utter such shameless words? Liao Liao, perplexed, replied, brother can do so. Why can't I? How can a woman be compared to a man? Were this not his own sister, Chang'e would certainly seek to punish her. The age-old principle of male dominance in public affairs and female roles within the home is a tradition handed down through generations. Since time immemorial, men have been allowed multiple wives. Where is the precedent for women to take several husbands? If such words were to spread, one can only imagine the ridicule you would face. Do you not care for your reputation? Beneath the surface, Liao Liao sensed that the other's concern stemmed from a place of care, yet it felt different from the affection of her senior sister. She could not articulate the distinction, but she understood that she did not require such concern. You claim I live off the bounty bestowed by my lord. Yet I am unlike you, holding no official position, often dispatched to carry out duties. I am unlike you. I cannot roam freely in the world, nor can I take multiple husbands, let alone ascend to the position of the crown prince. At this point, Liao Liao, in confusion, questioned, if I am prohibited from doing anything, then what relevance do matters of war and peace, life and death hold for me? The sixth princess from the Little Snowman was momentarily taken aback, and Chang'e, who had been fervently lecturing his sister, was also left speechless. He stammered, but you are a princess. Liao Liao regarded him thoughtfully. You possess freedom and power, even the qualification to contend for that position. You have received far more than I have. If a marriage alliance is to be arranged, it should be you who is sent forth. Chang'e, feeling that his sister had perhaps lost her senses to utter such rebellious words, rose to his feet. I believe you must still be unwell after your fall into the water. Otherwise, you would not speak such nonsense. Liao Liao noticed a certain familiarity in his tone. Upon reflection, it was strikingly similar to the way the leader of the supreme sect would respond. When faced with a losing argument, he would swiftly shift the topic and attribute his missteps to others, thus appearing justified in his stance. Chang'e found himself at a loss against Liao Liao, deeming her beyond redemption, while the sixth princess, in shock, exclaimed, how dare you speak to brother in such a manner? He is destined to become emperor. One must not offend him. She racked her brain and exhausted every possible means, ultimately accomplishing the task for her brother. As a result, he earned the favor of the emperor, eventually usurping the crown prince and, following the emperor's demise due to illness, ascended to the throne. Yet, at this juncture, her brother declared, "Little Six, you are obedient. The power of Lambe is ever-growing, and as I have just taken the throne, my position remains precarious. I need you to stay in Lambe to stabilize our familial alliances." However, it was only when she was discovered stealing the imperial seal by Khan Hongwa that her brother failed to come to her aid. She departed from Fengwa at the tender age of 15 and met her demise on the grasslands at 22, never to return to her homeland. You are right. The sixth princess confided to Liao Liao. It makes no difference whether I offend them or not. They are indifferent to my plight. I am merely a selfish princess, reluctant to engage in a political marriage. As she spoke, the sixth princess's demeanor abruptly shifted, her eyes betraying a glimmer of resentment. Liao Liao, this time, you must not steal the imperial seal for brother again. Although Khan Hongwa is older and warlike, he is not a man who would mistreat his wife. You should live well with him and bear a son to secure your position. Anything is better than dying far from home. Liao Liao gazed at the little snowman slowly, causing the sixth princess to question, "What is it? What's wrong?" Utterly lacking in ambition, Liao Liao retorted. The sixth princess was momentarily taken aback. Wishing to counter but realizing Liao Liao spoke the truth, she lowered her head in despair, saying, "I am indeed lacking in ambition. What can I do? I am powerless. For I am but a woman." Liao Liao chose to seal the mouth of the little snowman, as it was a vessel for her spirit. Thus, with the little snowman's mouth sealed, the sixth princess would be rendered voiceless. Liao Liao found herself in a state of bewilderment. Although the sixth princess was thrust into a burning pit by her mother, father, and elder brothers, these three could only be deemed indirect perpetrators. The true executioner was Khan Hongwa, who wielded the sword that ended her life. Yet, she still urged herself to bear children with Hongwa and to depend on him for survival. Was this the pinnacle of her aspirations? Her brother could ascend to the throne, while she could not. What justified such disparity? If she were not afforded the same privileges, she would not lift a finger for anyone. Rather, she would strive to seize what was rightfully hers. Ideally, a fair division would suffice, yet the moment her share was unjustly withheld, she would demand nothing less than total possession. The Empress Dowager and Qingyi spoke with grandiloquence, while the so-called Father Emperor ruled with an iron fist. Consequently, those petty eunuchs who whispered behind closed doors derived their arrogance from imperial power, and the fear of the lowly stemmed from the same source. Her brothers, bloodied and bruised, clamored for the throne, a testament to its desirability. Liao Liao yearned for the treasures of the world, believing they should be hers to claim, free from the indignities of others daring to wield authority over her. With their mother and brothers returning in defeat, the third individual to meet Liao Liao was none other than the fourth princess, originally sent to negotiate a marriage alliance. Renowned as a flower of understanding in the palace, she had long been favored by the emperor and doted upon by the empress, thus basking in their affection. As she approached Liao Liao, the fourth princess was overcome with guilt and trepidation. She had not anticipated that her younger sister would take her place in the marriage. How could she express her remorse in a manner that would convince Liao Liao of her sincerity, rather than appearing sarcastic? Ultimately, the fourth princess hesitantly said, "I have prepared some dowry for you." Immediately after speaking, she regretted her words, realizing that her sixth sister had even contemplated throwing herself into a lake to avoid a political marriage. How thoughtless of her to mention such a topic. Did it not imply that she was kicking someone while they were down? To her surprise, Liao Liao nodded in response, "Please give me a bit more." A question mark appeared above the fourth princess's head as she gazed at Liao Liao, concern etched on her face. "Sister, are you all right? You seem different from usual." The sixth princess, unable to voice her thoughts, widened her eyes in disbelief. How could their mother and brother overlook something so evident? While the seldom-seen elder sister perceived it, was this mere coincidence? She wished to caution Liao Liao against trusting the fourth princess, who was indeed a formidable character, skilled at deceiving others with her seemingly innocent demeanor. "I am fine," Liao Liao replied. The fourth princess hesitated for a moment before earnestly stating, regarding the political marriage, "I never intended to shift the blame onto you. I genuinely wish to go through with it. But, sister, you must believe me. I do not wish to harm you." Liao Liao nodded again, murmuring an affirmative that left the fourth princess in shock. You believe me?" she stammered. The sixth princess felt an overwhelming urge to shout at Liao Liao not to trust her, yet Liao Liao continued to nod in agreement. The fourth princess clenched her fists, her heart heavy with guilt. She longed to reveal the truth to Liao, but found herself hindered by unspoken reasons, leaving her to grapple with a myriad of complex emotions. Ultimately, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she bid Liao farewell, lifting her skirt and departing swiftly. Not in haste due to urgency, but rather as if she could not bear to face her sister. As soon as the seal on her lips was lifted, the sixth princess immediately warned Liao, "Do not trust her. My fourth sister is a formidable character, a true victor." She stammered for a long while, unable to articulate her reasons, seemingly struggling to voice them. Liao calmly replied, "I understand." "You understand?" The sixth princess inquired, her vigilance heightened. "What do you know?" Liao gazed at her and remarked, "Is it that if I do not seal your lips, you will not remain silent?" The word startled the sixth princess, prompting her to hastily cover her mouth and shake her head vigorously, signaling that she would no longer speak. Placing the little snowman on the windowsill, Liao realized that she had not entirely lost her powers. Her control over the forces of ice and snow felt somewhat liberated. What could be the reason for this? Despite her undeniable strength, she had reached a point in the cultivation world where departure became imperative. Her failure to ascend would cause the realm to buckle under her might. And concurrently, she sensed a new world beckoning her. Yet, upon arriving in this new realm, she found herself utterly powerless. Otherwise, how could those individuals have the audacity to reprimand her? They might have simply frozen her into a snowman and left her to melt under the sun without uttering a word. As for the sixth princess and her engagement, her word was final and unalterable. Unlike the sixth princess, Liao did not seek death again. She remained compliant, and with her impending marriage, the emperor finally displayed a modicum of paternal affection toward this daughter he had often overlooked. 3 days before the wedding envoy was to depart the capital, the emperor summoned the sixth princess. Upon hearing these words, the noble consort hastily made her way to the palace, advising her on how to converse with the emperor and win his favor. She repeatedly cautioned her to speak sweetly and to comply with whatever the sovereign decreed, emphasizing that she should present herself as a dutiful daughter of the nation, subtly hinting that the emperor ought to take good care of her mother and brother. If this could lead to her maternal family receiving titles and promotions, it would be even better. However, the young lady paid no heed to her counsel. The noble consort demanded her daughter as sacrifice for the sake of her son's ambitions. But the young lady felt that the noble consort did not regard the sixth princess as her true child. If a mother and father exhibit favoritism, then regardless of whether their love and concern are genuine or feigned, they hold no value. The young lady only accepted the notion of being the favored one. In her desperation to avoid the marriage alliance, she attempted to take her own life by drowning, which garnered considerable attention. Some even fanned the flames of this incident, leading the emperor to erupt in fury, even going so far as to reduce the sixth princess's dowry. Had she not maintained a low profile and avoided trouble for the past month, it is likely that the emperor would not have softened his stance until the wedding procession departed the capital. He had too many daughters. Losing one or gaining one was inconsequential. The emperor, a lean man in his 40s, was neither unattractive nor particularly handsome. Among his children, those who were striking in appearance mostly resembled their mother. Yet, the power he wielded bestowed upon him a unique aura, setting him apart from ordinary men. "What? Have you forgotten your manners upon seeing your father?" The young lady tilted her head, offering no response and failing to kneel. She scrutinized the man before her, attempting to discern what extraordinary quality he possessed that incited such intrigue and rivalry among the concubines, drawing them all to him like moths to a flame. In the end, she arrived at a conclusion. This old man possessed nothing particularly remarkable. He was aged, unremarkable, selfish, with murky eyes, an unattractive visage, and a frail physique. Stripped of his imperial title, he would be rendered worthless. What truly captivated was the symbol of supreme and exalted royal authority. Thus, Liao felt no fear towards him, as power adorned him with a gilded sheen, causing him to shine, yet power could easily be usurped. Noticing his daughter's silence, the emperor sighed, "Xiaolu, you are ultimately my daughter. As a father, how could I bear to send you off to the desolate northern lands?" Had the sixth princess, who had never received paternal affection from the emperor, heard such concern, she would likely have been moved to tears. However, Liao pondered the significance of words that could be uttered with such ease. Therefore, she replied, "If you cannot bear it, then do not force me into marriage." To her surprise, the emperor's expression darkened instantly. Given the situation, how can you still be so ungrateful as to utter such laughable words? The alliance between our nations is a foregone conclusion. If we were to retract now, What face would the Son of Heaven have left? Liao Liao found it even more perplexing. Do you not have a mother? The emperor was taken aback by his daughter's audacious words, momentarily forgetting his fury. Yet Liao Liao was not mocking him. She genuinely could not comprehend why the emperor referred to himself as the Son of Heaven. Was he ashamed of being born of a woman? If so, why then advocate for filial piety? He spoke earnestly to Liao Liao. As you marry into Long Bei, do not indulge in childish temperaments. Devote yourself to serving your husband, and should you encounter any difficulties, send someone to inform me. Your father will always stand behind you. Liao Liao replied, do not stand behind me, stand before me instead. The emperor was even more hypocritical than the sect leader. While the sect leader was adept at sweet talk, though unwilling to grant Liao Liao real power, at least he generously bestowed the title of Celestial Lord. But the emperor? He merely offered empty words. In just a few days, Liao Liao had gleaned from the conversations of Consort Da and others a rough understanding of Kan Hongqua, a bloodthirsty and warlike man, with a tempestuous and bold character, possessing an inflated sense of pride. Given that the sixth princess could not be changed as the princess for marriage, regardless of whether she fell ill or met another fate. As long as the one sent for the union was not her, Kan Hongqua would perceive it as an affront from Fenghua. Thus, Liao Liao boldly negotiated terms with the emperor. She had no love for theatrics and detested verbosity. If you wish for me to marry, I can do so and guarantee that I shall harbor no resentment. The emperor furrowed his brow, preparing to admonish her for harboring resentment. However, Liao Liao did not afford him the opportunity to speak. Do not utter grandiose claims about sacrificing for the nation. If you truly wish to demonstrate sincerity, then it is you who should go for the marriage alliance. I demand you acknowledge that I am the most esteemed princess of Fenghua, and my dowry must be abundant, never lacking. Everything others possess, I shall claim in full. The emperor was taken aback by her audacity, instinctively refusing without a second thought. However, she remarked, you need not acquiesce, but should you choose that path and proceed to Long Bei, I cannot predict the actions I may take. She leaned closer to the emperor, asserting, your offerings are meager, and the people of Feng will perceive your disdain for me. Yet, what might Kan Hongqua conclude? Her very presence conveyed a message potent enough to instill the notion of humiliation in Kan Hongqua's mind, without the need for further words. The emperor retorted with fury. Should war erupt between our nations, do you truly believe you will emerge unscathed? He dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand. Liao Liao straightened her posture, regarding the emperor with a chilling gaze. If my demise is to occur, it will be either my life or the lives of countless soldiers. You must choose. The emperor scoffed. Do you presume that I would be threatened by you? I have a commendable brother. Liao Liao met his gaze, revealing, to assuage my despair. He informed me that he has dispatched my portrait to Long Bei for Kan Hongqua's perusal. The emperor had initially contemplated that with so many daughters, it would be simple to sacrifice the sixth princess in exchange for a more compliant one, yet the thought ignited Liao Liao's fury, causing her to tremble with indignation. In her mind, she redirected her ire toward Chang'e. After all, who was to blame for his meddlesome nature? Had he contacted Long Bei without permission? Was there treachery afoot? And what of the teachings imparted by the concubine Da? Ultimately, the emperor was convinced of his own righteousness. The following day, Chang'e, having made a minor error, was harshly reprimanded by the emperor in front of the entire court of officials. It was evident that the emperor was seizing the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Yet Chang'e remained oblivious to the reasons behind his father's displeasure. After the audience, he approached with trepidation to confess his faults. The emperor, seeing him contrite, felt his anger somewhat abate, but upon recalling how he had been threatened by his own daughter, his fury reignited. He inquired of Chang'e, your sister refuses to marry. What do you propose? Chang'e quickly responded, Father, little Six is simply confused at the moment. She has already come to terms with it. To prevent any future regrets, she has requested that I send her portrait to Long Bei. However, the emperor lost interest in Chang'e's further words, his rage boiling over as he thought. Both of them are treating me as a fool. Little Six had resorted to self-harm and threats to avoid the marriage. Yet Chang'e dared to shift the blame for his clandestine liaison with Long Bei onto her? This son was unlikely to achieve greatness. Consequently, the Empress Dowager also bore the brunt of the emperor's ire, being confined to her quarters. And she was denied the opportunity to see her daughter until the marriage envoy departed the capital. The emperor's malicious punishment aimed to sever the bond between mother and daughter. Yet he remained unaware that Liao Liao, the substitute for the sixth princess, was indifferent to the separation. The sixth princess was merely a pawn for the Empress Dowager to curry favor with the emperor, as was Liao Liao, in her stead. Ultimately, the emperor, albeit begrudgingly, conferred upon Liao Liao the title of Princess Jing'an, with her dowry multiplied several times over from the original amount. A princess destined for marriage was thus bestowed with the title of Jing'an, underscoring the emperor's profound dissatisfaction with Liao Liao. Before embarking on her journey, the imperial household department presented a meticulously crafted phoenix crown and headpiece. Although this endeavor entailed marrying an elderly man, older than her own father, none found it absurd. Rather, there was a palpable joy throughout the palace, as this was a matter worthy of celebration. The only one who felt sorrow over this diplomatic marriage was perhaps the fourth princess. She discreetly enriched her dowry from her private treasury and personally came to bid farewell. Upon seeing Liao Liao, still barefaced, the fourth princess forced a smile and said, "Sister, allow me to assist you with your adornment." Liao Liao shook her head. Not a single hairpin adorned her head, nor did she wear bridal attire. She detested cumbersome embellishments and loathed the application of cosmetics, deeming them not only a waste of time but also a nuisance to remove. The fourth princess, momentarily taken aback, urged, "You are the princess of Phone Nation, representing the dignity of the royal family and the honor of the imperial house. If dignity and honor are of such paramount importance, why must I, a princess unable to venture outside, unable to read, and unable to inherit the throne, be sent to marry instead of conquering Longbei?" With a casual gesture, Liao Liao pushed the phoenix crown and bridal gown aside, revealing that the esteem of the royal family and the honor of the imperial house were as insubstantial as dust. The fourth princess gazed at her, saying, "I know you are suffering inside." "I am not," Liao Liao retorted. The fourth princess sighed deeply and remarked, "If you do not adorn yourself, when you arrive in Longbei, the Khan Hongqua may perceive it as an intentional slight. Are you prepared to live in such a manner? If you cannot win your husband's favor, how will you establish yourself in Longbei?" Liao Liao replied, "That is of no concern to you." The fourth princess clasped her hands anxiously and, after a moment's hesitation, subtly hinted, "The envoy for this marriage is led by General Meng Tuo and his eldest son, Meng Yutang, totaling approximately 5,000 in number." She feared that Liao Liao's reluctance to don wedding attire or adorn herself was indicative of an intention to flee from the marriage, a notion that was utterly unacceptable. Not to mention that the imperial sister could never escape. Even if she were to succeed, it would undoubtedly provoke a war between the two nations, jeopardizing both the beloved consort and the third prince. The sixth princess, encased in her snowy demeanor, retorted with irritation, "Who asked you to feign concern? I will go in your stead to fulfill the marriage alliance. You may secretly rejoice." Liao Liao paid no heed to the sixth princess's words and assured the fourth princess, "I am indeed going to fulfill the marriage alliance, of that you need not doubt." While everyone extolled the virtues of Khan Hongqua to the imperial sister, the fourth princess could scarcely utter a single praise. A mere 15-year-old girl, destined to wed a man older than her own father, who was already surrounded by numerous wives and children, sought only to ensure her homeland would not forget her. Yet, they all understood that the moment she departed from her homeland, she was destined to be forgotten. How could one suppress the inner turmoil of weakness and resentment if they did not deceive themselves in such a manner? Unable to acknowledge her own selfishness, unwilling to question the injustices she faced, and even more hesitant to accept that she should not have to sacrifice herself, this was the plight of the princess of Fenghua. To her surprise, Liao Liao cast her an odd glance and remarked, "Who needs him to come? As for you, it would be best if you do not marry Meng Yutang." Upon the mention of Meng Yutang's name, the fourth princess's complexion instantly drained of color. She could scarcely bear to meet anyone's gaze, lowering her head in a submissive manner. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke again, "However, the imperial decree for marriage has been issued, so it seems you have no choice but to wed." The sixth princess, incensed, clenched her fists tightly, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could she possibly refuse to marry? She longs to marry Meng Yutang more than anyone else." Tilting her head slightly, she noticed that her words had cast a pall over the fourth princess's mood. Yet, before she could ponder it further, the auspicious hour arrived, and the princess destined for the marriage alliance was to depart. The fourth princess instinctively grasped Liao Liao's hand, only to recoil in shock. Liao Liao, undeterred, strode out of the palace. Awaiting her at the palace gates was a tall, striking young general with sharp brows and bright eyes. Upon seeing her, he momentarily forgot to pay his respects, while Liao Liao, oblivious, directly entered the carriage. It was only after the carriage had moved far away that the fourth princess despondently sank to the ground, gazing at the empty palace and murmuring, "Forgive me, dear sister. Forgive me. The sixth princess, nearly driven to despair, retorted, "What are you talking about? Which side are you on? Do you even understand?" Her words trailed off abruptly as she suddenly covered her face and wept, the little snowman beginning to show signs of melting. Liao, parting the curtain to look outside, saw the young general approaching on horseback, gently inquiring, "Does the princess have any instructions?" Immediately, Liao let the curtain fall, leaving Meng Yutong with a gaze filled with wistfulness. He must have been attentively watching the carriage, for he approached the moment the curtain was lifted. The sixth princess wept endlessly, and Liao remarked, "I understand." Yet, the sixth princess continued to sob. Liao added, "Your royal sister does not have it easy either. How can her life be difficult?" The sixth princess countered through her tears. "She has taken my beloved, married my suitor, and dwells in her homeland without the burden of exile. If her life is hard, what of mine?" Liao, perplexed, inquired, "Why must you compare yourself to her, and not to your brother?" The sixth princess, recalling her grievances, felt a surge of anger and hatred. Her inability to forgive the fourth princess stemmed not merely from being replaced in the alliance, but from the depths of despair that led her to contemplate the lake's embrace. Yet, it was not solely the sixth princess who harbored deep affections for Meng Yutong. The fourth princess shared the same sentiments. However, she overlooked that her mother was the reigning empress. And how could a daughter's secret affections escape the scrutiny of a mother who ruled an entire nation? While the sixth princess evoked sympathy, the empress naturally prioritized her own daughter. The crown prince's mother had passed away at a tender age, and although he had been raised under her care, he remained a step removed by blood. Thus, the empress subtly enticed Defei, the matriarch of the six palaces, who was well-versed in the affairs of every woman in the harem. Indeed, for the sake of her son, Defei promptly thrust her daughter into competition with the fourth princess. The sixth princess, having found her heart's desire, was unwilling to be wed to the north. A mere hint of provocation stirred within her a resolve to perish. Yet, the empress had no intention of allowing the sixth princess to meet her demise. Otherwise, the one destined for the alliance would become her own daughter. Her sole desire was for the sixth princess to relinquish her feelings and obediently comply with the alliance, ensuring that the favored Meng Yutong would rightfully belong to her fourth princess. Indeed, the situation unfolded as such. Upon learning of the emperor's betrothal of Meng Yutong to the fourth princess, the sixth princess relinquished her struggle entirely, though resentment was inevitable. The fourth princess, upon discovering the empress's actions, wished to intervene but found herself unable to speak the truth. She harbored guilt towards her imperial sister but could not reveal her feelings, for their father despised women of cunning nature. It was particularly shocking that the traditionally composed empress would engage in such clandestine behavior should their father uncover this. The empress would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. The fourth princess's guilt and unease were not lost on the sixth princess, and their already tenuous relationship deepened into estrangement. As the sixth princess was to wed in Longbei, the fourth princess too was bound to Meng Yutong. Thus, the sixth princess could hardly believe the words of Liao. How could her elder sister's life be difficult? Her mother was the empress, her brother the crown prince, and she herself was wed to a beloved husband. She was a noble princess. How could she possibly be unhappy, even if her circumstances were less than ideal? Could it truly compare to the perilous existence that the sixth princess faced in Longbei? Liao failed to grasp the essence of the sixth princess's ire. She believed that the emperor and the crown prince enjoyed far superior lives compared to the fourth princess. After all, the emperor's harem boasted over 100 women, and the crown prince's eastern palace was replete with beauties. They wielded power and influence, surrounded by allure, and surely, each of them inspired more envy than the fourth princess. Yet, the sixth princess insisted on directing her grievances towards the fourth princess. "Shouldn't I be angry?" Liao replied, "Indeed, you have every right to be angry." Before the sixth princess could revel in her moment of joy, the subsequent words from Liao plunged her into despair, while other mothers meticulously plotted for their daughters. "Considering every detail, your mother, even as you were about to depart with the marriage envoy, incessantly reminded you not to forget her kindness and to assist your brother, urging you to win over Khan Hongqua to bolster your brother's future rivalry with the crown prince." Each word pierced her heart. The sixth princess felt as though she might perish from indignation. "And as for your beloved, he is fickle as the wind." Liao's words were abruptly cut off by the sixth princess. "Do not slander him. He promised to take me away. He really did." "Oh, but has he?" The sixth princess fell silent. Liao coldly replied, "You are truly a fool. Countless opportunities for redemption lay before you. yet you have not seized a single one. Do you understand why Meng Yutong did not take you away? Because he knows you would never follow him. You care for him too much to let him bear the burden of your escape, jeopardizing his bright future. Even now, Liao Liao could not grasp the simple truth. One should heed not merely the words of a person, but observe their actions and what one has gained from them. Such an elementary principle seems lost on women, on Jinni, on Shiji, and on the sixth princess as well. Most men remain oblivious, competing for a mere fraction of attention. And ironically, that tiny fraction is often unwanted. If he truly loves you, he should remain steadfastly loyal, even if you are married far away in Long Bay. With husband and children, he ought to wait for you devotedly throughout his life. The sixth princess shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "It is not so. It is not so. You are exceedingly selfish." He had no choice but to marry the fourth princess. It was an imperial edict. An edict. To take one's own life would also defy the will of the emperor. He was compelled. He was compelled to wed the fourth princess. If a person truly wished to die, the methods are innumerable. Liao Liao mercilessly shattered the last vestige of the sixth princess's illusions, suggesting that he could drown himself in a drunken stupor before the marriage, be fatally wounded by a criminal while performing his duties, or succumb to poisoning, falling, choking, or burning. Surely the emperor would not blame the Ming family for such tragedies. Rather, he would extend his compassion towards them. Mourning the loss of his beloved general's only son. Why wouldn't he? Clearly, death could provide a perfect resolution. Why not embrace it? The sixth princess gasped in despair. She wept aloud, as all remnants of her beautiful fantasies were ruthlessly torn away by Liao Liao, leaving her heartbroken. Liao Liao observed her coldly, finding her too loud. She sealed the sixth princess's mouth tightly. At that moment, Liao Liao realized that she had been speaking more frequently, even managing to articulate such lengthy sentences in one breath. Was it the absurdity of this world, or had she caught her senior sister's irritating habit? Liao Liao furrowed her brow for the first time. Yet, she quickly discerned that her verbosity or reticence depended largely on the identity of her interlocutor. The sixth princess, residing within the small snowman and sharing her days with Liao Liao, was a woman much like herself, and in her moments of folly, she bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Yi. Thus, Liao Liao found herself engaging more readily. However, with others, the dynamic would be entirely different. As Meng Yutong beheld his beloved so near yet remained unable to embrace her, his heart felt as though it were being mercilessly torn apart. Fortunately, as the deputy leader of the envoy, he was tasked with safeguarding the princess, allowing him to gaze upon her daily despite the throngs of people surrounding them. The envoy, embarking from the capital, would traverse the official road for approximately 3 months before reaching the borders of Long Bay. After much contemplation, Meng Yutong finally seized an opportunity to be alone with his beloved one evening, a fortnight after their departure. Meng Tuo commanded the camp to be set up right there, ensuring the princess occupied the finest tent. Liao Liao, desiring solitude, chose to remain within her tent, practicing her martial skills daily while they were yet to arrive in Long Bay. Although the four symbols swordplay could not reach its apocalyptic potential as in the realm of immortals, it was more than sufficient for her to face 100 foes. Liao Liao sensed her strength gradually returning with each practice, yet she harbored no intentions of fleeing. When she suggested that the sixth princess join her in training, the latter merely shook her head, lamenting that she felt as though she had perished, her existence entirely supplanted by Liao Liao. What need had she for martial training? Liao Liao refrained from pressing the matter further upon seeing her reluctance. In the dead of night, Meng Yutong stealthily entered Liao Liao's tent, evading the notice of others. Upon their meeting, he revealed a tenderness starkly contrasting his usual demeanor, almost yearning to embrace her. A tumult of excitement and guilt surged within him as he spoke. "Princess, it is all my fault. Do you blame me?" Liao Liao remained silent. Unaware of the unusual atmosphere, Meng Yutong continued. "I have noticed you have scarcely eaten or slept these past few days. You seem to have lost weight, and I am genuinely concerned." Yet still, Liao Liao did not respond. If only I possessed a modicum more courage, I would boldly declare to His Majesty that the princess and I share mutual affection. Liao Liao remained silent. She contemplated the fact that Meng Yutong was 21 this year, while the sixth princess was merely 15, having turned 14 just a year prior. The tender heart of a girl at such a delicate age, is it not equally bewildering for a man of 20? In that moment, the princess found herself in a whirlwind of emotions, overwhelmed by an irresistible desire to embrace her. However, the fervor of love that clouded his mind quickly evaporated in the face of reality. A razor-sharp golden hairpin was now pressed against his throat, relentlessly digging deeper. Meng Yutong's passionate feelings plummeted to an icy abyss. His eyes reflected confusion and his expression bore the mark of hurt, as if he could scarcely believe that his beloved would treat him with such cruelty. "Princess, are you blaming me?" he stammered. Liao replied succinctly, "Yes." Meng Yutong was rendered speechless, clearly taken aback by an answer he had not anticipated. He attempted to explain, "Princess, please hear me out. I am bound by circumstances. The emperor has decreed that his subjects must comply. My heart is no less burdened than yours. I can empathize with all your suffering. If you deem me unworthy, then end my life. To die by your hand would, indeed, be an honor." Without a moment's hesitation, Liao thrust the pin forcefully towards his carotid artery. Caught off guard, Meng Yutong's swift reflexes, honed from years of martial training, enabled him to narrowly evade the attack. It became glaringly evident that the princess was not merely speaking in jest. She genuinely intended to take his life. With an impassive countenance, Liao inquired, "Why are you dodging?" Meng Yutong struggled to adjust his expression to a semblance of normalcy, yet his features refused to comply. His handsome visage appeared somewhat contorted. A blend of terror and anger flickered in his eyes, starkly contrasting with the corners of his mouth, which he endeavored to lift. The resulting expression was far from pleasant. "Princess, do you truly harbor such hatred for me?" Liao discerned that Meng Yutong was attempting to shift the topic. Just moments ago, he had professed a willingness to perish by her hand, but now, faced with the prospect of his own demise, he directed blame towards her. "My desire to kill you is not born of hatred. It is simply a matter of intent. Has the princess learned of the emperor's decree regarding my betrothal?" Meng Yutong pondered this matter, concluding that it was the most probable cause for the princess's sudden temperament shift. He explained, "I swear by heaven, my heart belongs solely to the princess. This marriage is not of my choosing." Liao replied with a soft sound, "Then why do you not refuse the emperor?" "How could I dare refuse a decree from the emperor? However, I assure the princess that regardless of what transpires, no matter how much time elapses, my heart will forever remain with her. I shall never entertain another woman." The sixth princess, akin to a snow fairy, clasped her heart with both hands, overwhelmed by emotion. If there were anything in her life truly worth cherishing, it was this steadfast lover who had unwaveringly loved her, even if fate did not allow them to be together. The mere fact that they had once loved was more than sufficient. Liao tilted her head slightly. "I do not require you to merely remember me in your heart. I demand you swear never to touch any woman, not even your mother or your future wife. What significance does it hold to profess love in your heart if it remains unacted upon?" Liao, though her heart was filled with thoughts of others, remained steadfast in her devotion to Meng Yutong. Indeed, Meng Yutong's expression shifted. He had reached the age suitable for marriage and childbearing, and his family was pressing him earnestly. Liao insisted that he maintain his chastity, but how could that be feasible? The fourth princess, born of noble lineage, would never acquiesce even if I were to comply. Liao remarked, "What difficulty lies in this? The fourth princess harbors deep feelings for you. Simply inform her that you have sustained grave injuries on the battlefield and are unable to engage in intimacy, and she will naturally conceal the truth for you." Meng Yutong, taken aback, pondered, "Could it be that you refuse?" Liao toyed with the golden hairpin in her hand, asserting, "I knew it all along. Your professed love for me is merely a ruse." The sixth princess, having overheard Meng Yutong's heartfelt words, felt her emotions thoroughly dismantled by Liao's assertions. She wondered, indeed, how had she not considered this? Caught in a dilemma, Meng Yutong could neither agree to Liao's demands nor outright reject them. He swiftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "And what of the princess? After her marriage to Longbei, would she also be willing to uphold her chastity for me?" Liao responded with a resounding slap across his face. The force of it turned Meng Yutong's countenance away, and he, who had never endured such a profound humiliation, was struck by a woman. "It is only natural for you to uphold your chastity. Who grants you the authority to impose such demands upon me?" The sixth princess timidly interjected, "But you expect him to remain chaste while you do not. This is decidedly unfair. In doing so, do you not mirror the very faults of men?" Meng Yutong's complexion shifted dramatically, oscillating between shades of blue, white, and red, a captivating spectacle to behold. At this moment, he had entirely forgotten that his purpose for seeking the princess was merely to embrace her one last time before parting. He did not contemplate whether the princess might be moved enough to surrender herself to him. Nor did he consider the wrath of Khan Hongqua should he discover that the princess was no longer a maiden. "Princess, you have changed. You seem so unfamiliar now. Or perhaps this is your true nature, and I have misjudged you all along?" Meng Yutong was heartbroken, recalling the sixth princess as timid, shy, and understanding, who would secretly meet with him without ever asking for anything in return. How could she have transformed into someone so different? This evening, I sought the princess only to take her away from this desolate land of Longbei, unwilling to let her splendid youth be squandered here. All right, Meng Yutong paused, taken aback. As Liao Liao repeated, all right, let us escape now. The sixth princess wished to protest, but found her voice silenced by Liao Liao. She gazed anxiously at Meng Yutong, silently praying that he would not acquiesce. Such a decision was utterly foolish. How could he jeopardize his promising future? If he truly fled with Liao Liao, it would not only spell disaster for him, but would also bring ruin to the entire Meng family. Meng Yutong nodded resolutely. Very well. Regardless of how the emperor may punish us afterward, today I am willing to share life and death with the princess. In an instant, Liao Liao sprang from the bed, shouldering a small bundle. Meng Yutong then noticed her attire was remarkably light, suggesting she had been prepared for this moment. Moreover, she impatiently urged, "What are you waiting for? Did you not say we were to escape?" Meng Yutong was about to follow when suddenly a small pouch fell from his bosom. He hastily picked it up, revealing a gentle expression. "This is the pouch my mother embroidered for me before my departure. She urged me to return home safely." She could hardly believe that Meng Yutong would forsake his noble lineage and wealth to elope with an inexperienced princess, not to mention the tremendous costs of war between their nations that he would have to bear. The crucial point was that he would gain nothing from such a venture. From her observations in the realm of immortality, it became evident that men possess an innate ability to discern profit and danger, regardless of their station. They can swiftly identify the actions that yield the greatest benefits. In contrast, women are often driven by emotions, finding sustenance in feelings alone. At this moment, could Meng Yutong dare to propose an escape? He could not. He lacked the courage to defy the imperial edict of marriage to flee with the sixth princess. And in the future, he would not dare to consummate his union with the fourth princess or father a child with her. There were far too many things he was too afraid to do, yet paradoxically, each of these fears brought him some measure of gain. If the roles were reversed, Lu Liao would also choose to refrain from such actions. The sixth princess was at a loss for words, sitting dazedly amidst the snow. She mused that perhaps Lu Liao's cold demeanor and blunt speech had left no room for Meng Yutong to save face. Otherwise, how could he remain rooted in place? His feet seemingly anchored when she expressed her desire to accompany him, despite his repeated declarations of wanting to escape with her in that pivotal moment. He revealed his true intentions through his inaction. He had never genuinely contemplated a shared flight. His tender words were mere fabrications, designed to ensnare her heart and secure her unwavering affection. Ultimately, Meng Yutong could no longer withstand the indifference and was compelled to leave in a flurry, his retreating figure betraying none of the formidable presence associated with the Yumei Yanluo. It even appeared as if he were fleeing in disgrace. Liao Liao paid him no mind. As a princess, acquiring weapons was a formidable challenge. Thus, when she requested the fourth princess to include a few long hairpins in her dowry, she specifically instructed that the tips be sharpened. The fourth princess, burdened by guilt, dared not inquire further. Now, these hairpins, adorned with intricate designs at their tips, had become Liao Liao's most reliable weapons, each nearly a foot in length. She would typically bind them to her legs, concealed beneath her flowing skirts, rendering them undetectable. Of course, through the lens of the sixth princess's aesthetic sensibilities, these bare golden hairpins were far from beautiful. It was only when Liao Liao plunged one into Meng Yutong's neck that the sixth princess comprehended the true purpose of these pins. Previously, she had dismissed the notion that such long and pointed hairpins could be of any practical use. As they approached the final 300 miles before leaving Longbei, Meng Yutong, having suppressed his feelings for over 2 months, sought to see Liao Liao once more. She found his demeanor peculiar. He acted as if no discord had ever transpired between them. Just recently, had she not struck him? How could he now approach her with such heartfelt affection? Bewildered, she listened quietly to his words, attempting to discern the underlying reasons, for her understanding of humanity was still insufficiently profound. As their separation loomed nearer, Meng Yutong realized that he continued to love the princess. In the past, his affection had been timid and pitiable. Now, it was marked by arrogance and indifference. Even though the princess remained exceedingly aloof towards him, his love endured unwaveringly, and he resolved that he would never love another woman in his lifetime. Liao Liao had anticipated that Meng Yutong would utter something intriguing, but she interjected, "If you truly love me, then fulfill my requests." Meng Yutong gazed at her with difficulty. Princess, if it were within my power, I would willingly devote my life to waiting for you. Yet, I have spent years away from home, unable to serve at my mother's side. My mother has been deeply concerned about my marriage, and I cannot betray her. The sixth princess listened numbly, trailing behind Liao Liao, learning one vital lesson: to disregard the sorrowful narrative and focus solely on the outcome. Meng Yutong's words were indeed heartfelt. Yet regardless of how tormented he appeared, he had become a prince consort, rising to prominence. Besides the anguish of lost love, he possessed power, status, and beauty. Under such circumstances, the sixth princess couldn't help but ponder the true potency of that unfulfilled sorrow. Surprisingly, this time Liao Liao refrained from making excessive demands. Her perpetually expressionless face captivated Meng Yutong. It matters not, for I understand you do not wish to remain chaste for me. This is not your fault. After all, one's body is a gift from one's parents, and should word of any ailment spread, it would only cause your mother greater worry. Upon hearing this, Meng Yutong's expression softened with emotion, but before he could fully bask in it, a sudden pain surged through his groin. The sensation was swift, yet the ache arrived belatedly, leaving Meng Yutong momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Liao Liao nonchalantly discarded a golden hairpin, fortunate that she had requested a few more from the fourth princess. This used one could simply be thrown away. The piercing screams reverberated through the air, rousing the guards nearby. Upon learning that the commotion originated from the princess's tent, the guards swiftly reported to General Meng Tuo, who was alarmed. If anything were to befall the princess, the two nations would surely plunge into war once more. However, upon his arrival at the princess's tent, he was met only with the expressionless figure of Liao Liao seated on the bed, and his eldest son, Meng Yutang, hunched over and clutching his lower body, nearly fainting from pain. Yutang! Yutang! Meng Tuo's heart sank as he discerned the nature of his son's injury, a wave of terror washing over him. He rushed forward, then turned to bellow for the imperial physician. The emperor, in his benevolence, had dispatched a physician to accompany the princess, anticipating her potential ailments during the marriage alliance. Yet, to his astonishment, it was not the princess who suffered first, but his own pride and joy, his son. A seasoned warrior, Meng Tuo had taken countless lives and commanded formidable presence. When he sternly inquired, his voice sent chills down the spine. Liao Liao coldly retorted, "Mind your tone when speaking to me." No matter how formidable the general might be, he remained a mere servant of the royal family, who granted him the audacity to raise his voice before her. Meng Tuo clenched his fists, aware that he was in the wrong, yet his son lay gravely injured, and his frustration boiled within him, leaving no room for composure. "Princess, I implore you to reveal how my son was injured and where the assailant currently resides." Liao Liao replied, "In the dead of night, someone intruded upon the princess's tent. Mistaking them for a villain, I drew my hairpin to strike, only to discover it was General Meng's son. Meng Tuo, perhaps you could enlighten me as to why your son would dare to enter my tent without summons?" Meng Tuo clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Gritting his teeth, he menaced, "Princess, once Khan Hongqiao becomes aware of this matter, you shall find it impossible to establish a foothold in Longbei." Liao Liao nodded slightly. "And what of Meng Yutong? Can he maintain his standing? Who is Khan Hongqiao? If he discovers that his betrothed princess has been secretly visited in her chamber, it would be a miracle if Meng Yutong is not immediately executed. Whether Liao Liao could command respect in Longbei is another matter. Even if Meng Yutong survives, he will undoubtedly suffer greatly." Filled with rage yet powerless against Liao Liao, Meng Tuo could only leave with a harsh declaration: "I shall remember the favor you bestowed upon me today, princess." Once he departed, the sixth princess was beside herself with anger, reproaching Liao Liao. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you? The Meng family has served as guardians of the frontier for generations. When you are in Longbei, you will inevitably rely on the support of the Meng army. Offending Meng Tuo will not end well for you, no matter how loyal Meng Tuo was to his country. Having his carefully nurtured heir subjected to such a grave affront would ignite a deep-seated hatred against Liao Liao. The Meng family is known for their fierce protection of their own. From this moment forth, Liao Liao would be left without any backing in Longbei." This single statement rendered the sixth princess utterly speechless. Meng Tuo, witnessing his eldest son stripped of his manhood, felt an immense sorrow. Were it not for Liao Liao's status as a betrothed princess, he might even have been driven to consider murder. Meng Yutong and the sixth princess shared a mutual affection, a fact Meng Tuo was well aware of. He could have petitioned the emperor to bestow the hand of the sixth princess upon his eldest son. Yet the greedy consort Da and the cunning third prince made him wary. He feared that should his son marry the sixth princess, he would be ensnared in the third princess schemes, thus he chose to remain oblivious. The queen schemes against the sixth princess to arrange a marriage alliance, with Meng Tuo subtly fanning the flames. It can be said that both the former court and the harem simultaneously undergo a transformation in their choices for marriage. Now that retribution has come knocking, Meng Tuo remains oblivious to his own faults. He gazes at his eldest son, who lies unconscious, his face as pale as a sheet, and feels a profound heartache. Yet, he is still the chief envoy of this marriage delegation. He cannot allow personal vendettas to overshadow the greater good. Nor can he harm the princess by acting against authority. Upon awakening, Meng Yutong learns that he may serve in the palace as a eunuch, a revelation that strikes him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly bewildered. No longer will he be troubled by various dilemmas. He can devote himself wholeheartedly to guarding the princess's virtue. Who could argue that this is not a fortuitous turn of events? The great Khan Hongqua is set to arrive tomorrow, yet Liao Liao remains unperturbed, simultaneously polishing her golden hairpin and indulging in sweet treats. The earthly delicacies pale in comparison to the abundant spiritual essence of the immortal realm. Whether it be dried fruits or sugar cubes, their flavors are decidedly lacking, thus diminishing her appetite. Before dawn, maidservants enter bearing the phoenix crown and bridal attire to prepare Liao Liao for the imminent arrival of the great Khan. However, she instructs them to lay the garments aside and leave. The maids exchange glances, hesitating to advise her, but Liao Liao asserts, "Do I need to repeat myself? Who cares about the Khan? No one shall compel me to don that cumbersome and intricate bridal gown, nor will anyone force me to wear a headdress weighing several pounds." Her hairpin is sharpened to a deadly point, capable of piercing the neck of anyone who dares to impose their will upon her. Seeing Liao Liao's defiance against the bridal attire, Meng Tuo is about to speak, but then reconsidering, realizes it is of no concern to him. If she provokes the wrath of the great Khan, it is a consequence of her own making. Upon contemplating this, he ceased to speak further. The envoy was to escort the princess and her dowry to the border between the two nations, where the esteemed Khan Hongqua would receive her. However, the situation exceeded Meng Tuo's expectations, for Khan Hongqua was notably absent. Instead, his eldest son, Prince Tamyahong, arrived. And they brought no proper retinue befitting the presence of the Ketug, merely a handful of men and horses. This was an affront not only to the princess, but to the entire Feng kingdom. Prince Tamyahong's countenance was icy, devoid of mirth. Meng Tuo had encountered him on the battlefield. He was a valiant warrior, robust and powerful, renowned as the greatest hero of Longbei. The mere sight of him evoked a dull ache in Meng Tuo's left arm, a reminder of the time when Tamyahong had struck him with the back of his sword. Though the wound had healed, it still ached painfully when the weather turned gloomy. Despite the difference in their ranks, there existed an unspoken bond and mutual respect between these two men. Prince Tamyahong, Meng Tuo addressed him, "The union between our two nations was a matter of agreement. Yet here I stand with the princess of Feng Kingdom, and the Khan Hongqua is absent for this betrothal. What does this signify?" At that moment, a warrior led forth a tall steed. Meng Tuo's expression darkened. Longbei was known for its exceptional horses and given the stature of its people. Both men and women were notably tall, which made their steeds more robust than those of the Central Plains. The princess, raised in the secluded palace, delicate and precious, could hardly be expected to ride a horse. A Longbei general, with his hair styled in numerous small braids, mocked, "Is a woman who cannot ride worthy of being our great Khan's consort? The women of Feng Kingdom are utterly useless." Meng Tuo inquired, "Prince Tamyahong, the alliance between our nations was a solemn pact, yet with Khan Hongqua's absence and the lack of the Ketug's retinue, does Longbei intend to renege on this agreement?" Although Meng Tuo harbored resentment towards the princess for her ruthless actions, he could not afford to relent in matters concerning the dignity of the Feng Kingdom. To do so would be akin to trampling the emperor's face underfoot. The alliance through marriage was of paramount importance, and any misstep was unacceptable. While Meng Tuo was skeptical of the claims regarding Khan Hongqua's illness, he had no choice but to heed the insistence of Tamyahong, regardless of his disbelief. The great Khan had not arrived, and he could not personally journey to Longbei for verification. Abandoning the princess in this situation, disregarding her well-being, was a burden he could not bear, no matter how many heads he possessed. He stated, the princess, being noble and delicate, would be better suited too, but was interrupted by the Longbei warriors, who retorted, "What need is there for such fuss? Our women of Longbei can all ride. If they cannot even mount a horse, they will fall at the slightest breeze. What utility do your women of Feng Kingdom possess?" Inside the palanquin, The sixth princess, hearing these familiar taunts, felt a deep sense of humiliation and retreated into the snow, unwilling to emerge. The fate that awaited her if she remained in Long Bay was of little concern to anyone. Contemplating this, the sixth princess felt utterly disheartened. Yet, upon seeing Liao Liao's impassive expression, she could not help but feel a pang of guilt. She had scarcely experienced a few days of happiness, and now Liao Liao, having taken her place as princess, would soon face a similar fate in Long Bay after a mere 15 years of luxurious living. She found herself hesitant to meet Liao Liao's gaze, feeling as though she were pushing someone into the depths of despair. At that moment, Meng Tuo gently tapped on the window frame, saying, "Princess, please disembark." It seemed the inevitable conclusion had been reached, and Liao Liao was not the least surprised by Meng Tuo's ineptitude. In the northern region of Long Bay, the valiant warriors sat upon their steeds, observing Meng Tuo as he approached the princess. They promptly erupted into frivolous whistles, their faces adorned with a semblance of levity. In their eyes, even the princesses of the Feng Kingdom warranted no deference, let alone the esteemed Kudu, whom they scarcely regarded as human. Meng Tuo tactfully advised Liao Liao, "My princess, you ought to don your bridal attire, complete with the phoenix crown and veil, lest you breach the established customs. Or shall I summon a maidservant to attend to you?" Liao Liao retorted with scorn, "The Khan Hongqua disregards decorum by failing to come and fetch me. I see no inquiries directed at him. I simply choose not to wear the bridal gown, yet your words are plentiful." A vein throbbed at Meng Tuo's temple. And in that moment, he resolved that regardless of the fate that awaited the sixth princess in Long Bay, he would remain uninvolved. Though this determination brewed within, he maintained a facade of respect, suppressing any trace of discontent as he graciously lifted the curtain of her palanquin. Upon the emergence of the Feng Kingdom princess, the whistles of the mounted warriors crescendoed, their gazes unabashedly scrutinizing her from visage to form. The soul of the sixth princess trembled within her snowy guise. She remembered well the fear instilled by these men, once believing that she would perish before even reaching Long Bay. Yet, in truth, their intent was merely to intimidate, to impose a show of strength upon the Feng Kingdom. After all, regardless of her perceived worthlessness, the princess remained a woman of the Khan Hongqua. Unless the Khan himself decreed otherwise, they dared not act against her. Tam Yahong possessed a demeanor of utmost seriousness, remaining the sole individual devoid of a smile among the crowd. His gaze, akin to that directed towards inanimate stones and trees, reflected his indifference towards the delicate and frail women of the Feng Kingdom. They, often beset by ailments and excessive sentimentality, seemed ill-equipped to endure the harsh realities of Long Bay, to the extent that even bearing a healthy son proved a formidable challenge. The crown prince, failing to curtail the raucous behavior of the warriors, allowed their arrogance to swell. Meng Tuo's countenance was frigid, deeply feeling the sting of humiliation. Yet he found himself powerless to act. As a general of the Feng Kingdom, how could he stoop to the level of these barbaric tribesmen? Such a reaction would undoubtedly tarnish the prestige of his great nation. "Princess, do you ride?" one warrior taunted. "In Long Bay, we have no unsteady palanquins." Do not heed his words. "Princess, come to my steed. My chest is far more robust than that of Chiawa." Liao Liao harbored a profound disdain for the predatory gazes that regarded her as mere prey. She did not descend from her carriage to be subjected to further mockery, whether through words or expressions. Instead, she boldly approached the warrior known as Chiawa. The warriors, witnessing her approach, laughed even more brazenly, dismissing her entirely and lacking any sense of caution. In a swift turn of events, the men were utterly unprepared for the revelation that this seemingly delicate and youthful princess possessed the strength to seize Tam Yahong's bejeweled sword, which weighed no less than 20 pounds. With a clang, she claimed the weapon, unfazed by the towering steed or the brawny Long Bay warriors mounted upon them, and with a fierce swing, she struck Chiawa's calf. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Chua, who had been jesting playfully, let out a horrific scream and subsequently fell from his horse. In that moment, Liao Liao found herself without a saddle, her foot landing squarely on Chua's face as she mounted the steed, gazing down upon him as he writhed like a wriggling maggot. The sudden misfortune befalling Chua caught everyone off guard. After mounting her horse, Liao Liao carelessly discarded her golden blade onto the ground, as if it were some filthy object that had sullied her hands. Meng Tuo stood in stunned disbelief. How could the sixth princess act with such audacity? Was she not inciting a potential conflict between two nations? Could a warrior who had lost a foot still be deemed a warrior? Severing a warrior's foot while on horseback would inflict greater torment than death itself. Yet she was a princess, sent from Feng Kingdom to wed Khan Hongqua. No one could dare take her life before Meng Tuo. unless they sought to ignite an immediate war between the two realms. As the harsh winter approached, Longbei needed to recuperate and was ill-suited for conflict. Liao Liao grasped the reins, and the magnificent steed beneath her showed no disdain for her presence. She even gently caressed the horse's sleek mane, which astonished the warriors of Longbei. The horses from Longbei were known for their fierce temperament. Once they recognized their master, they could never be tamed, nor could anyone else ride them. Chua was a trusted confidant of Qin Hongqua, and naturally, his horse was a prized stallion. Yet, this noble steed remained indifferent to its fallen master, instead nuzzling Liao Liao's hand with a charming tilt of its head. Liao Liao inquired, "What is it?" She slightly lifted her chin, her posture exuding an icy arrogance. "Have I suddenly become less agreeable to behold? Do continue to laugh. Or does anyone among you wish to borrow my shoulder for a moment?" The warriors of Longbei exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the ruthlessness of the Princess of Foam. Who would dare approach her? Tam Yahong questioned in a low voice. "Do you not know that Chua is a fierce general under the Khan?" Liao Liao retorted. "Do you not know that I am your mother?" A fleeting crack appeared on Tam Yahong's usually expressionless face. Though Longbei had no such customs, he was aware that in Feng, a child ought to address a father's new wife as mother, yet this princess was even younger than he. Allowing his subordinates to speak disrespectfully of his mother, was this the way of Longbei's warriors? Liao Liao toyed with the reins, declaring, "Even my dogs exhibit more courtesy than the people of Longbei." Meng Tuo hastily intervened, striving to defuse the situation. He could not allow the princess to provoke Tam Yahong further. Though he was typically composed, once enraged, he became a remorseless force of destruction. It was imperative to escort the princess back to Longbei, to rid themselves of this proverbial hot potato. As he opened his mouth to speak, Liao Liao shot him a glance. "Have you been granted permission to speak?" Meng Tuo found himself at a loss for words. Liao Liao then pointed her whip at Tam Yahong, coolly stating, "I shall remember you." As Meng Tuo contemplated Liao Liao's dire circumstances, a wave of despair washed over him. The Jade Hall was ruined, and how could they still present the princess? His resentment towards Liao Liao deepened further. He gave little thought to how she had learned to ride, noting that she still possessed some skill. He recalled that when his eldest son served as commander in the palace, he had shared a bond with the sixth princess, likely imparting such knowledge to her. However, he dismissed her flashy, superficial techniques. They were merely for show and lacked any substantial merit. A princess sent to forge an alliance. Merely giving birth to a son is already a monumental achievement. What tempest could she possibly stir? She awaits her retribution. The expanse of Longbei is a harmonious blend of vast green pastures and rolling yellow sands, starkly contrasting with the fertile lands of Fenghua. The local populace primarily subsists on mutton and beef, resulting in their tall statures, while their horses are robust and well-fed. The royal palace of Longbei is situated at the confluence of the prairie and desert in the city of Sukijin. Qin Hongqua has taken 2 Khitans as wives and is blessed with both sons and daughters. After all, perpetual warfare is not the fate of Longbei. Roughly half of the year is spent in Sukijin, where, apart from attending to state affairs, the primary occupation becomes procreation. These 2 Khitans have borne him a total of 8 children, alongside several concubines, some from Longbei, others forcibly taken from Fenghua, resulting in such a multitude of offspring that he might struggle to recognize them all. Yet, among this brood, the most formidable is the eldest prince, Tam Yahong, whose mother is Qin Hongqua's first Khitan. Being the Khan's firstborn naturally accords him greater favor in the Khan's eyes. Thus, while the official narrative seeks to marry the Fenghua princess as a Khitan, in reality, she would merely be regarded as a third wife, politely termed a secondary consort, yet less charitably considered a concubine. The unfortunate 6th princess only learned of the Khan's 2 existing Khitans upon entering Sukijin. Discovering that the exploits of Qin Hongqua were the subject of widespread discussion throughout Fenghua, while the existence of his 2 Khitans was carefully concealed. This was done to prevent the emperor from becoming the subject of ridicule, as it would undermine the dignity of the nation. As long as they refrained from publicizing the truth and suppressed the facts, they could treat the matter as though it had never occurred. The unification of the Central Plains and the ascendance to kingship has long been the lifelong aspiration of Qin Hongqua. Contrary to his outward demeanor that suggests a yearning for peace, he harbors a more cunning ambition. His request for a marriage alliance is astutely crafted, taking into account the emperor of Fenghua's character, who, being a nation that values propriety and honor, is particularly concerned with maintaining face. Thus, a mere overture for peace from the northern territories often meets with a ready acquiescence, followed by generous gifts packaged as rewards. This facade of submission allows for a bountiful harvest without exertion, especially as the chill of winter approaches. Who would refuse such an opportunity? When spring arrives, any pretext can be conjured to resume hostilities, and the princess offered in marriage is merely a pawn to be manipulated at will. The journey from the border of the two nations to Sukujin City takes approximately 5 days. While Liao Liao is capable of riding, her entourage of handmaidens, having traversed great distances from Fenghua, is not so fortunate. Their inherently delicate constitutions, compounded by several suffering from the effects of unfamiliar terrain, significantly impede their progress. My princess. This is already the 3rd day, Prince Tamyahong exclaimed, suppressing his ire as he approached Liao Liao. At this rate, I fear we shall not reach Sukujin City even in 10 days. Liao Liao, cradling a cup of tea, leisurely lifted the lid and blew gently upon it, for she had little fondness for the beverage. In an instant, with a sharp splash, scalding tea was hurled towards Tamyahong, drenching him in leaves and liquid. Not content with this act, Liao Liao followed up by tossing the teacup at him. Quick to react, he evaded the projectile, but his fury rose uncontrollably. Princess, you cannot insult the wine of respect while indulging in the wine of punishment. I have shown you considerable forbearance, yet you remain ungrateful and obstinate. Such arrogance cannot be tolerated. I shall report this to the Khan and request that you be duly punished. The maid appropriately offered a handkerchief, allowing Liao Liao to wipe her hands, which had become stained with tea, without even raising an eyelid. What did you say? I couldn't hear you, she replied. Tamyahong, unable to strike Liao Liao, slammed his fist upon the exquisite Wangwali table, which cracked in response. He warned Liao Liao, enunciating each word with gravity. Princess, there is a saying in the Central Plains, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. If in your heart, Hongqua Khan is merely a beast, then you too are but a small beast. At this, not only Tamyahong, but also the warriors behind him from Long Bay were incensed. How dare this woman from Fenghua insult the Khan and the crown prince as if they were beasts? They brandished their weapons, while the maids struggled to conceal their alarm. The guards silently lamented the princess's recklessness. They were in the territory of the Long Bay people, and it was crucial to bide their time, avoiding conflict with Tamyahong. However, before their silent grumblings could conclude, an astonishing scene unfolded. It was not Liao Liao who felt fear, but rather Tamyahong. A sharp golden hairpin pressed against his throat as Liao Liao advanced, forcing him to retreat until there was no escape left. With an impassive expression, she drove the pin into Tamyahong's throat, sparing his life, yet blood gushed forth. She inquired, "Is it your blade that is swift, or does he perish even faster?" I understand now. I shall refrain from urging you further. Those who understand the times are truly wise. Tamyahong, possessing the ability to adapt, found himself at the mercy of Liao Liao, who, rather than showing him leniency, seized his hair, entwined in many small braids, and forcefully yanked it back, compelling him to tilt his head and expose his neck. With a golden hairpin in hand, she inscribed the character on his skin, a mark that would remain as a scar long after the wound had healed, akin to livestock branded to recognize their owners. After completing the act, Liao Liao kicked him away. Though her stature did not match Tamyahong's, her strength was formidable, proving that she was no delicate beauty to be easily trifled with. Tamyahong, clutching his neck, felt the warm blood seeping through his fingers, staining his once pristine garments. Though shaken, he could not help but glance at Liao Liao, who was now toying with the slender golden pin, her gaze cold and mocking. Following this incident, Tamyahong finally subdued his rebellious spirit, and even as Liao Liao slowed their pace, he remained silent. His lack of reaction incited great dissatisfaction among the other warriors from Long Bay who accompanied him. After all, they were subordinates of Khan Hongqua and not Tamyahong's personal guards. They held the prince in greater respect than fear, and witnessing him cower before a mere woman from the Feng Kingdom spurred them to seek a means to intimidate Liao Liao. Surely, the princess could not be toyed with. But the lovely maids, equally delicate, were fair game. What could the princess do once she realized that the die had been cast? Little did they know, Liao Liao had already been forewarned by the 6th princess about their intentions. Thus, at the outset of their journey, the 6th princess had urged Liao Liao to protect the maids at all costs, for these Long Bay warriors regarded women from the Feng Kingdom as less than human. And should they fall into their hands, a dire fate awaited them. In such moments, the advantages of her royal status became evident. The maidens were exceedingly obedient. And when Liao Liao instructed them to practice martial arts, they hesitated yet dared not defy her. The fundamental techniques of the supreme sect were straightforward and easy to comprehend. Though they could not summon clouds and ride the mist, they were sufficient for self-defense. However, Liao Liao was indifferent to the lives of so many. The sixth princess felt a pang of sorrow. They were no longer young, and now commencing their martial training. Would it prove beneficial? The people of Longbei were tall and robust. No matter how diligently they practiced, it was unlikely they could match their strength. She hoped Liao Liao would keep a vigilant watch over the maidens to ensure their absolute safety. In the eyes of the sixth princess, this was mere last-minute preparation. What purpose did practicing superficial techniques serve? It was far safer to remain composed and avoid solitude. Everyone seemed to underestimate the physical capabilities of ordinary women, perceiving them as inherently fragile and in need of protection. Yet, Liao Liao believed otherwise. These women possess strong and resilient bodies. Why should they not be honed into vigor? To seize resources and power with abandon, a robust physique was essential. The military strength of the Feng Kingdom was several times that of Longbei. And with a fierce general like Meng Tuo, why had they yet to conquer Longbei? Was it due to insufficient numbers, or was Meng Tuo merely incompetent? Observations from both armies revealed the truth. The Longbei warriors were all formidable, far exceeding Feng soldiers in height, weight, and musculature. The most striking contrast lay between the commanders of the two armies, Meng Tuo and Tian Yuhong. If women were inherently weaker than men, then why were the men of Feng inherently weaker than those of Longbei? Moreover, the notion that women are naturally inferior to men was unfounded. Xi and Ling surpassed most men in height and strength. As they embarked on their journey towards Kaosujin, Liao Liao occasionally caught sight of the pastoral people of Longbei, which astonished her, for the women of Longbei were notably tall and robust. In the realm of cultivation, even those sisters who had yet to choose their path were not of the delicate and petite variety. Contemplating this, Liao Liao turned to glance at the sixth princess, who, feeling scrutinized, asked in a quivering voice, "What is it?" Liao Liao inquired, "Why are you so short?" The sixth princess felt a sting of humiliation, yet upon closer inspection, realized that Liao Liao's demeanor was not one of reproach, but genuine curiosity. Perhaps it was the emperor's lack of height that had contributed to the stature of the concubine. While the concubine was relatively tall among women, the sixth princess and the third prince were not, leaving Liao Liao to ponder whom else to blame. Had the sixth princess's father possessed the height of a Longbei man, surely she would not be so diminutive. The sixth princess was taken aback by Liao Liao's audacity and exclaimed, "How dare you speak of father in such a manner behind his back?" Liao Liao remained silent, casting a knowing glance at the sixth princess, who swiftly comprehended her implication. After all, the emperor could not hear them, though she initially intended to dissuade Liao Liao from her candidness. Fearing that indiscreet words might fall into the ears of ill-intentioned individuals, she had always revered the emperor, kneeling in deference and scarcely daring to lift her gaze during his teachings. Yet, how could she recognize this truth if she did not even dare to look up? The brilliance of imperial authority was so resplendent that it could obscure all imperfections. Beauty can merely be described as 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Any excess praise feels insincere. However, the sixth princess has overheard her father reprimanding her mother more than once, criticizing her attire for being inappropriate and her makeup for appearing overly youthful, revealing extensive gums when she smiles. The sixth princess cannot help but ponder whether her father has ever taken a moment to gaze into the mirror himself. A maid entered the tent, carrying a basin of water, and addressed her, "Your Highness, the eldest prince has decided to set up camp here tonight and will depart at dawn. Would you like to cleanse your hands before dining?" Another maid had already prepared the fragrant hand-washing soap and stood obediently to the side. They were all bestowed upon Princess Jing'an by the emperor as part of her dowry, while those of clever disposition had quietly made arrangements for themselves. Only these humble maidens, lacking in skills and born into poverty, could do nothing but obey orders, having arrived in Longbei with no hope of return. Fortunately, the princess, though not particularly talkative and often at odds with the Longbei people, was not harsh with them. As long as she remained in good health, their lives alongside her would not be overly burdensome. They could only wish for peace between Longbei and Fenghua, hoping to live out their days in tranquility. Liao Liao nodded and inquired, "Are we all present?" She was aware that the Longbei folk had long coveted her beautiful attendance, seeking to undermine her. Memories of her time at Wushang's sect flooded back, where every time her senior sister called upon individuals, they would count themselves off, each maid receiving a number, and then form small groups of 5, confirming each other's safety every half hour. The maids answered respectfully, "Your Highness, please rest assured. Liao Liao harbored no affection for humanity, nor did she relish the role of a woman. Yet, since she had become one, she inherently regarded her own gender as superior to the opposite. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the majority of the women she encountered had lost their true essence. Her senior sister, Qin Liao, and the sixth princess were all included in this lamentable category. She found herself perplexed by this phenomenon. "Princess, allow me to attend to your needs," the maidservant implored as she picked up a fragrant handkerchief. Liao Liao slowly turned her head to regard her, inquiring, "Why do you insist on serving me?" The maidservant was momentarily taken aback, pondering the rationale behind such a question. A princess is a princess, and a servant is a servant. It is the natural order for a servant to attend to her master. Is this not a matter of course? Do you not feel humiliated? Liao Liao asked earnestly. For in the realm of cultivation, the concept of slavery was non-existent. Yet, upon reflection, she could not fathom kneeling before another, nor did she wish to serve anyone. The mere sound of raised voices directed at her felt like an affront. Her creator had not instilled in her a sense of subservience, nor would she ever be conditioned to adopt such a disposition. The maidservant, terrified, knelt down, exclaiming, "I dare not! I dare not!" Liao Liao pressed further. "Why do you not dare?" The maidservant, bewildered by the princess's intentions, cautiously raised her gaze. Liao Liao returned her stare, her eyes clear and unclouded. What was there to fear? At times, she pondered whether it was humanity that was abnormal, or if it was she herself who diverged from the norm. Slaves ought to resist, to harbor resentment, even to seek revenge, yet they should never be docile, nor should they accept their fate. The sixth princess found herself perplexed. Pondering daily what thoughts occupied her mind, she mused, could it be that if one is unwilling, one may refrain from action? Life is inherently stratified, with distinctions of nobility and commonality. The disparities between individuals are natural and immutable. What can one achieve by defying fate, unless one desires to forfeit existence itself? Liao Liao remained silent, while her maidservant grew increasingly anxious. "Your Highness, has this servant erred in any way? To be chosen to accompany the princess is a stroke of extraordinary fortune. How could I harbor rebellious thoughts? I beseech the princess to exercise her discernment." Liao Liao extended her hand, and the maidservant, terrified, dared not move. As Liao Liao's hand rested upon her head, the maidservant shivered with trepidation and quickly inquired, "Your Highness, have you caught a chill? Shall I summon the attending physician?" The strong dictate the rules, while the weak must abide by them. This was a lesson Liao Liao had gleaned during her time in the realm of cultivation. Previously, she had sensed this truth vaguely, yet could not articulate what true essence had been lost by her companions, Qin and I. In observing the maidservant, Liao Liao contemplated that perhaps one's essence comprises a hint of discontent, a trace of anger, a spark of awareness, coupled with an ounce of defiance. A bold man at the forefront inquired with bravado, "Your Highness, this woman from the Foam Kingdom is strikingly beautiful, with a slender waist. I desire her. Why not gift her to me?" The other maidservants rushed forward, exclaiming, "Princess, these men have intruded upon us, seizing Qiao without cause. We implore you to intervene. Your Highness, in any case, these women from the Foam Kingdom are destined to marry. Rather than languish in search of husbands later, why not grant us this favor now?" Laughter erupted from the men, echoing through the air. "Princess, should I go inform Prince Tamyuhong to intervene immediately?" The maid's plea went unheeded as Liao Liao had already hurled a golden hairpin at the man who was laughing maniacally. The lascivious and arrogant laughter was abruptly silenced as the pin pierced through his forehead, causing him to collapse, his expression frozen in a grin that had yet to shift. With the death of this man, Qiao finally found her chance to escape, her face streaked with tears as she clutched her skirts and rushed towards Liao Liao. However, the weight of her gown and her haste caused her to stumble awkwardly. Liao Liao offered no comfort, though her expression was devoid of emotion. Her heart brimmed with indignation at the affront. Tamyuhong was well aware of the actions of these individuals. His neck wound had yet to fully heal, and he turned a blind eye to their provocations against Liao Liao. If they succeeded, he could vent his frustrations. If they failed, he would not bear the blame. The deceased man, named Mukin, was also a trusted confidant of Khan Hongqua and the elder brother of his second consort. Moreover, he shared a cordial relationship with Chua, thus harboring resentment towards Liao Liao. The scheme to target her maid was Mukin's own idea. Yet whether his intentions were driven by malice or a desire for vengeance on behalf of his sister and brother remained uncertain, as the dead cannot voice their truths. In light of the tumult outside, Tamyuhong could hardly remain at ease. Upon stepping out, he was met with the sight of Mukin lying lifeless on the ground. He questioned Liao Liao in a grave tone. "Princess, what has prompted you to take such lethal action? Mukin is a general from Longbei. Do you not fear the Khan's wrath?" Liao Liao declared, "He touched me. I demand his life." "Is that so strange?" Tam Yahong was almost amused by her indignation. How could a mere maid possibly be compared to a warrior of Longbei? Liao Liao remained silent, her gaze gradually descending to Tam Yahong's neck, where her mark still lingered, an indelible scar that would haunt him for eternity. In the chill of Liao Liao's eyes, the mark pierced through to his very marrow. Unable to resist, Tam Yahong pressed his palm against it, his demeanor and tone weakening. Even if he had offended the princess, she ought to exhibit a measure of magnanimity and offer a few words of reprimand rather than demand his life. The princess had already shattered Chua's foot and slain Muan. How would she justify her actions before the Khan? At this moment, the men of Longbei had come to a profound understanding of the formidable nature of this princess from Fenghua. She had demonstrated through her prowess that any who dared to defy her wishes or touch what belonged to her without her consent would meet a dire fate. Consequently, as they regarded Liao Liao, their frivolity and arrogance had evaporated entirely. Tam Yahong's hand trembled. He was the fiercest of warriors, yet now reduced to quaking before a woman from Fenghua. Fearing his subordinates might witness his trepidation, he clenched his fist and concealed it within his sleeve. Following this incident, the people of Longbei finally settled down, no longer daring to lay hands on those beside Liao Liao. The journey to Qin City proceeded relatively smoothly, albeit at a considerably slower pace than originally intended. Yet, who would dare to urge Liao Liao to hasten or to refrain from lingering? She is filled with an insatiable curiosity and a desire for exploration, empowered by the boundless knowledge that creation has bestowed upon her. Memories reveal to her the vastness of the grasslands, the desolation of the deserts, and the profound wisdom and spirituality inherent in humanity. Yet, without witnessing these wonders with her own eyes or experiencing them firsthand, she finds understanding elusive. Qin City stands in stark contrast to the capital of the Feng Kingdom. While the architecture of the Central Plains predominantly features bricks and tiles, Qin City is situated at the intersection of grassland and desert. The soil here is ill-suited for constructing houses, resulting in a panorama filled with colorful tents of various sizes. At the heart of this vibrant locale lies the most grand and splendid tent, the residence of Khan Honghua. The harsh winters of Longbei demand robust physiques for survival, which is why both men and women are tall and strong. The city is thoughtfully laid out with well-planned streets, flanked by numerous stalls, bustling with a constant flow of pedestrians that creates a lively atmosphere. As winter approaches, the grasslands turn a desolate yellow. Yet there is an undeniable grandeur in the barrenness that captivates her. Liao Liao does not favor the summer. She feels increasingly at ease as the weather grows colder. Mounted on her horse, she rides alongside Tam Yahong. The Longbei people of Qin City recognize Tam Yahong as the princess sent by the Feng Kingdom for a diplomatic marriage. While the attendants and guards of the Feng Kingdom, taken aback by the impressive stature of the Longbei people, can hardly contain their unease. Liao Liao, however, admires their presence. As her horse passes a Longbei woman carrying a basket, she reaches into her small pouch and offers a handful of sweets. The sturdy, dark-skinned Longbei woman is taken aback by the gesture. Sweets are a rare delight, and she gratefully accepts them, clasping her hands together in thanks to Liao Liao. Tam Yahong gazed intently at the woman before him, yet remained perplexed as to the reason for his newfound regard. The royal palace of Longbei was centrally situated in Qin, comprised of numerous opulent tents that distinctly separated it from the surrounding commoners. Guards stood sentinel outside the palace, and Tam Yahong dismounted first, leading Liao Liao's horse in an attempt to assist her down. However, Liao Liao averted her gaze, insisting, "Let Khan Honghua come forth to greet me." Tam Yahong initially contemplated speaking, but reconsidered, fearing the princess would not heed his words. Instead, he stated, "I shall enter to report." Inside the tent, Khan Honghua was poring over a sheepskin map. His face adorned with a full beard, his hair styled into numerous small braids, typical of most Longbei men, all gathered at the nape of his neck. Upon hearing Tam Yahong's words, he surprisingly did not express anger, but rather chuckled. "Oh? I did not anticipate that the timid old emperor would produce such a bold daughter." Tam Yahong hesitated, wishing to convey that the princess of Fenghua was not merely bold. Khan Honghua's penetrating gaze fell upon him. "Tam Yahong, what is it you wish to say?" This prompted Khan Honghua to furrow his brow, and as his temper flared, those within the tent trembled in fear. Even Tam Yahong, kneeling on one knee, lowered his head further in submission. With a deep voice, Qin Liao commanded, "Lead the way." The sixth princess was increasingly anxious, urging Liao Liao not to provoke Qin Liao. Yet Liao Liao remained resolute, ignoring her counsel, which stirred memories of the years she spent living in Longbei. Qin Liao, unlike his father, refrains from meddling in the affairs of women and harbors no affection for any female, including his previous two Khitans, let alone the utterly inconsequential Princess of Feng. The people of Longbei harbor a deep-seated disdain for those of Feng, and the animosity between the two nations is akin to fire and water. A fleeting peace is untenable, and the princess caught in the midst of this tumult is bound to suffer. The sixth princess lacks the capacity to sustain herself independently and possesses no courage for rebellion. When subjected to torment, she instinctively turns to her husband for solace, much like she once relied on her father and brothers in the kingdom of Feng. However, as allies falter and confidants abandon her, she ultimately becomes a victim in the struggle for power between her father, brothers, and husband. Qin Liao did not anticipate that the Emperor of Feng would send him a princess who far exceeded his expectations. Upon first laying eyes on her, he was taken aback, and his initial ire diminished considerably. "The Emperor of Feng has sent you for a political alliance. It is his loss," he remarked. "Yet," she replied, "you appear rather unkempt." With Longbei's lack of water and the frigid climate, even the great Khan would not indulge in daily baths. Observing his unkempt beard and disheveled braids, she felt a wave of nausea. Rather than be incensed by her words, Qin Liao burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You resemble a spirited steed, and such a steed requires a valiant warrior to tame her." She, too, remained unperturbed, tilting her head and inquiring, "Do you brush your teeth?" Meanwhile, the sixth princess had retreated into the snowman, covering her ears, fearing she would witness the imminent bloodshed. Qin Liao erupted into hearty laughter, raising his hand as if to lift Liao Liao down from her horse. Yet, amidst the throng of onlookers, none could discern the unfolding drama. A sharp sound rang out, and upon closer inspection, a golden hairpin collided with Qin Liao's treasured blade. It turned out that as he reached for her, Liao Liao had thrust the hairpin into fence. With his innate strength and exceptional martial skills, Qin Liao, upon sensing danger, swiftly unsheathed his golden sword to parry the attack. The slender hairpin in Liao Liao's grasp was remarkably resilient, her expression remaining unchanged, just as Qin Liao's was. After a moment, Liao Liao suddenly released her hold, the hairpin spinning gracefully between her fingers before vanishing from sight, leaving all bewildered as to how she concealed it. Qin Liao possessed a pair of exceedingly precious golden swords. One had been bestowed upon his eldest son, Tam Yahong, while he retained the other by his side. Nevertheless, he still regarded Liao Liao with indifference, believing her to be merely a princess skilled in superficial martial arts. He assumed her ability to slay Muhan was purely a matter of surprise. Tam Yahong had not disclosed to his father the inscription on his neck, viewing it as a disgrace. Should the great Khan learn of it, he might be utterly disillusioned, potentially stripping him of his claim to succession. Qin Liao remarked, "Muhan was too incompetent. His demise is of his own making." "What is your name?" Liao Liao countered. "And what is yours?" Qin Liao replied that his title was not his true name, acknowledging her as the first to dare inquire about it. The more Hongqua Khan beheld the enchanting Liao Liao, the deeper his admiration grew, coupled with an increasing disdain for the blind and foolish emperor of the Feng Kingdom, who had so carelessly surrendered such a remarkable princess. It was entirely beyond his expectations. He had assumed that the Feng emperor would send a princess of little consequence. Yet instead of a mere timid rabbit, he was presented with a spirited and untamed young steed. "I am Cerise," she introduced herself, in the language of Longbei. "It signifies heavenly deity. What is your name?" Liao Liao gradually regarded Hongqua Khan, her expression inscrutable. Hongqua Khan, possessing a limited understanding of the culture of the Central Plains, had initially intended to treat the Feng princess with indifference. However, his sentiments had shifted. He found himself captivated by this cold and haughty woman, akin to how a warrior of the steppe would be enthralled by a fierce steed, and how men are perpetually invigorated by the thrill of battle. Unbeknownst to Hongqua Khan, Liao Liao was contemplating the implications of his demise. If she were to eliminate Hongqua Khan, could she claim Longbei for herself? Yet, if he were to perish and the people of Longbei refused to pledge their loyalty, would she be compelled to annihilate them all? If she were to eradicate them, what use would power be if she lacked a populace to govern? Liao Liao yearned to possess all that Hongqua Khan and the emperor commanded. She aspired to become a ruler more formidable and fearsome than they, yet she understood that no ruler could reign without subjects. While her experiences in the realm of cultivation had illuminated the significance of personal strength in this world, she began to grasp that sometimes power could eclipse individual prowess, a concept she had never grasped before but now fervently desired to attain. As she pondered deeply, a sudden sound of delicate bells rang in her ears. She looked down to find Kan Hongqua, who had, unbeknownst to her, affixed a small bell to her left ankle. Only dogs are typically adorned with bells. This bell seemed to complement the princess remarkably well. Kan Hongqua likely spoke with a smile, but his thick beard concealed any expression. And Liao hardly paid attention to his words. Her entire focus rested upon the bell. To be fair, it was a rather petite and even somewhat charming bell, and its presence on her ankle was not unseemly. In the realm of immortality, her senior sister had once crafted a floral crown for her, which she wore atop her head without feeling any aversion. Liao was not fond of jewelry. Necklaces and bracelets alike made her feel constrained by external adornments. Yet, this bell was an exception. When her sister would place a bracelet on her, Liao would feel burdened and would wear it only momentarily for the sake of politeness. However, this bell evoked a sense of humiliation within her. Strangely, despite her disinclination, she did not remove it. Gently shaking her leg, the bell produced a clear, crisp sound. Liao mused that, in comparison, the sound of bones shattering was far more pleasant. Dismounting her horse, she inquired, "Where shall I reside?" Kan Hongqua entrusted the matter of settling the kingdom of Feng to the Grand Katug. In preparation, the Grand Katug arranged for an imposing new tent, into which the handmaidens entered in single file, carrying various supplies. They quickly set everything in order. Liao still wore the bell, though she preferred the tent of Kan Hongqua. However, it seemed unlikely that she would attain it now and had to make do with this arrangement. As she walked, the bell hardly chimed, not due to her graceful demeanor, but because fine frost had sealed the gaps of the bell. The sixth princess, perplexed yet hesitant to inquire, wondered why Liao, with her character, would tacitly accept the bell's presence. Why did she not remove it herself? Was she afraid? While the sixth princess pondered this conundrum, handmaidens from Longbei, under the Grand Katug's orders, delivered new garments. The attire of the Longbei people was entirely different from that of the kingdom of Feng. Donning these clothes would signify that the princess of Feng had become a part of Kan Hongqua's realm and would spend her life in Longbei. Liao cast the garments aside, and her attendants cautiously observed her expression, finding it inscrutable. Tentatively, one asked, "Princess, shall I assist you in changing?" Liao shook her head. She would not wear them, and her accompanying handmaidens and guards naturally would not either. When Kan Hongqua arrived and saw that she had not donned the Longbei attire, he inquired in a deep voice, "Do you not wish to remain in Longbei?" He gestured for the handmaidens to withdraw. Although they feared him, their feet seemed rooted to the ground, unmovable. Since departing from the border between the two kingdoms, they had come to understand one truth: aside from the princess, no one else could command them. Hongqua Khan was taken aback that an ordinary palace made from Feng would dare to disregard his command. Before his anger could surface, Liao had already nodded to the attending maidens, signaling that they could withdraw. Soon, the tent was left with only Liao and Hongqua Khan. After a brief exchange, Hongqua Khan found himself quite taken with Liao, a fondness akin to that of beholding a beautiful fawn or an untamed steed. The flesh of the fawn is delectable. Its hide can be fashioned into gloves or hats, while the steed, if tamed, can serve as a mount. If not, it is destined for the butcher's knife. The sixth princess was in a flurry, her heart racing. Initially, she had hoped that Liao would disregard the pleas of her mother and brother. Content to live a quiet life with Hongqua Khan, she envisioned that once she bore children, she would establish a foothold in Longbei and find a semblance of peace in her life. However, after witnessing Liao's temperament, the sixth princess realized that it was utterly impossible to expect Liao to remain compliant. Reflecting on her own past, she pondered whether she truly wished to become the third wife of Hongqua Khan, to face the bearded old man in nakedness and bear his children. How could that be? Thus, she felt a deep sympathy for Liao, wishing that a girl of her own age would not be compelled to submit to Hongqua Khan as she had. Even setting aside her compassion, the sight of the two cohabiting was profoundly discordant. If Liao were the snow of the heavens, then Hongqua Khan was but a puddle of mud upon the earth. The sixth princess found herself resigned to such a fate, for she had no other options. Should Liao possess the means, the sixth princess fervently wished for her to escape, to flee from the turmoil of power struggles and reclaim her freedom. Liao believed that without power, there could be no freedom. In the realm of immortals, she roamed at will, for she was the strongest of them all. Similarly, if she wished to attain freedom in this world, she must first secure her position as the preeminent force. However, this world differed from the realm of immortals. Here, strength did not solely dictate respect. The emperor, for instance, was hardly formidable. His physique would likely falter against a mere punch from Meng Tuo. Yet, before the emperor, Meng Tuo was compelled to kneel and bow, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers pledged their unwavering loyalty. This led Liao to realize that there exists a power in the world that surpasses cultivation, a force more alluring, authority. "I am addressing you," growled Qin Liao. His brow furrowed, unable to fathom that Liao dared to disregard him. Hearing this, Liao glanced up at him. "Is there no mirror in Longbei?" The sixth princess watched anxiously, sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Qin Liao narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing like that of a hawk, instilling fear akin to a beast of prey when he fixed his stare upon someone. "I am the king of Longbei. Even your father treats me with utmost respect. To become my Khatan is your honor. You should feel proud, for the most valiant of Longbei's men is expressing his affection for you." Liao remained silent, prompting the sixth princess to exclaim in desperation, "Do not refuse him. If he resorts to force, you may perish at his hands." Qin Liao was drawn to proud women, not out of admiration for their nobility, but for the thrill of conquering them. The colder Liao appeared, the more deeply intrigued he became, and in a bold move, he reached out, attempting to embrace her. Liao rose swiftly to evade, raising her foot to kick the chair. Qin, with a single hand, seized the chair and cast it aside. His imposing figure, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, exuded an overwhelming presence. "Upon arriving in Longbei, you are no longer the exalted princess of the Feng Kingdom. To be my woman requires adherence to your role. Are not the women of Feng most adept at serving their husbands?" Liao regarded him with a stony expression and launched a punch. Qin scoffed, mirroring her with a clenched fist to parry her attack. He hardly considered her a threat. Although she was not as delicate and frail as the Feng women he had encountered, she remained a young princess of noble lineage. Even if she possessed some martial prowess, she could hardly stir up any tempest. Warriors conquer wild steeds upon the grasslands, while men dominate women in the boudoir. Throughout their acquaintance, Qin had yet to witness a smile grace Liao's lips, though he found himself yearning to see her weep. The noble and beautiful princess of Feng was destined to become a prized possession of the men of Longbei. This was the sole measure of her worth. When their fists met, the confident Qin furrowed his brow, sensing that this encounter was not as simple as he had anticipated. Liao, on the other hand, realized she had underestimated the extent of her regained strength. While Qin might be formidable in the realm of men, he was weak and easily vanquished compared to her previous adversaries. With a flicker of thought, a rustling sound of ice formed, as a delicate frost spread from Liao's fist, encasing Qin's arm in an instant. He was taken aback, his bearded face betraying his panic. A heavy punch from Liao struck his abdomen, sending him flying. The tent was thrown into disarray, tables and benches overturned, and the basin filled with hot water along with the teacups shattered into countless pieces. Liao glanced at her hand, and with a flick, numerous delicate ice shards flew toward Qin, mere inches from his eyes. Though Qin was unafraid of formidable foes and did not cower before ferocious wolves, the belief in celestial deities among the people of Longbei instilled a tremor of fear within him, for Liao possessed the power to instantly freeze his arm. This evoked memories of the ancient legends of Longbei, particularly the Winter Goddess. According to lore, she was both breathtakingly beautiful and ruthlessly merciless, descending from the distant snowy peaks to the mortal realm each year, leaving a trail of icy desolation in her wake. Those who dared to witness her procession would perish in the biting cold. The harsh winter was the greatest fear of Longbei, prompting them to not only worship the celestial deities each year, but also to offer sacrifices to the goddess, pleading for her absence in the coming year. The princess, although the maidservants had retreated, they remained vigilant, concerned that the pampered princess might fall victim to the fearsome Qin. They lingered outside the tent, anxious at the sound of clattering within, fearing that he might unleash his wrath upon the princess. Liao reassured them, "It's fine." As she spoke, she approached Qin, whose mind was filled with terrifying tales of the goddess. Every child in Longbei grew up with these stories, fearing the cold and merciless goddess who brought ice and death, a true harbinger of calamity. As he perceived her approach, he yearned to rise, yet hesitated to make a move, for any slight motion would cause the slender, elongated icicles to seemingly respond to him with a life of their own. Liao Liao approached the great Khan Hongqua, gazing down upon him from her elevated position. Hongqua pondered that if deities truly existed, they would bring naught but death in their wake. However, Liao Liao merely bent down, retrieving the frozen bell from his ankle, her fingertips brushing against it as the frost melted away, allowing the bell to emit a clear, melodious sound once more. Subsequently, she adorned Hongqua with the bell around his neck. "Clean yourself," she commanded, "save for your hair and eyebrows. I wish to see no trace of hair remaining on your body." As the icicles vanished, Hongqua hurriedly rose from the ground. True to his title as the King of Longbei, even in the face of such an uncanny spectacle, he mustered the courage to inquire, "Who are you, truly?" Liao Liao pointed to the bell around his neck, declaring, "Do not remove it, or I shall take your life." In that moment, Hongqua ceased to regard Liao Liao as a mere frail woman. He contemplated the necessity of feigning compliance, planning to summon his warriors the moment he departed this bizarre encampment to orchestrate her demise. It was the first time he, as a Longbei warrior, profoundly grasped the essence of cold. His frostbitten legs had required nearly a day in warm water to regain sensation, yet the chill he presently experienced paled in comparison. After conveying her message, she slowly tilted her head, reiterating, "This is what I mean." Hongqua Khan, trembling with fear, dared not resist and mustered his last strength to nod, saying, I understand." The chill that enveloped him dissipated in an instant, and the agony he had just experienced felt like a mere illusion. In disbelief, he gazed at Liao Liao, his eyes filled with trepidation. She recalled the moment at the border between their two nations when she severed the foot of a man named Chihuahua. The remaining men had immediately become docile, no longer daring to regard her with those revolting glances. It seemed that Hongqua Khan was no different. He was not as formidable as he appeared. His irascibility, akin to that of the Emperor of Fenghua, stemmed from the intoxicating allure of power. Those who wield authority can easily become tyrannical. After Hongqua Khan departed, the sixth princess, hidden within the snowman, gazed at Liao Liao with awe, cautiously inquiring, Who exactly are you?" Initially, upon realizing that her life had been entirely supplanted by Liao Liao, her very name erased, the sixth princess did not respond with anger or sorrow, but rather with a profound sense of relief. In her brief existence, few days had brought her joy. The happiest moments were spent in mutual affection with her beloved Meng Yutong, but alas, she was soon forced into a marriage, and Meng Yutong became betrothed to another. Her life had become bleak and tedious, filled solely with suffering, and even her fleeting hopes had turned into daggers. Such a life was unwanted. She had resolved to cast it aside. Who was Liao Liao? The sixth princess genuinely did not know. When she saw Liao Liao looking her way, she instinctively recoiled into the snowman, exclaiming, It's fine. You don't have to tell me. It's just a casual question. I don't need to know. You needn't say anything." Although the two had accompanied each other for quite some time, the sixth princess felt that she knew nothing of her companion. An instinctive fear gripped her, compelling her to show weakness, to plead for mercy, to hide away. Liao Liao cradled the little snowman in her palms. Had it been in the past, she might have harbored a strong dislike for the sixth princess. However, after her experiences in the realm of cultivation, Liao Liao's tolerance for the soul within the snowman had significantly increased. Once, the loquacious Zhun Yi had been silenced for her incessant chatter. Yet Liao Liao found herself unable to endure the sixth princess's incessant prattle and resorted to teaching her a lesson. "What are you afraid of? You are already dead," Liao Liao stated. The sixth princess paused, realizing the truth in her words. Indeed, she was dead. What could a deceased being fear? She felt neither cold nor hunger, devoid of any sensation. So what was there to fear? Yet, when her gaze met Liao Liao's, a chill ran down her spine. Did you perhaps act too ruthlessly just now? I thought Hongqua Khan was about to be frightened to death by you." Liao Liao replied, "I was targeting him, not you. That is still quite terrifying. What if you were to treat me in the same manner?" Swiftly, they restored the tent to its former state, but as they moved, the hem of the skirt proved to be an impediment, and the excessively high sleeves kept slipping down. Liao Liao took a garment, despising such intricate and cumbersome attire. It rendered movement difficult and wasted precious time. Her senior sister had once remarked how beautiful such dresses were, and later on, she pursued the path of aesthetics, maintaining her fondness for beauty even after selecting her way. It was only after her senior sister ascended to become the supreme sect leader that this habit began to wane. With a sudden rip, it became clear that Liao Liao had torn the dress in her hands. The maids, drawn by the sound, turned their gazes toward her. Liao Liao paid them no mind, continuing her destructive act. The maids exchanged glances, hesitant to intervene, until one brave soul approached and softly inquired, "Princess, are you feeling discontented?" The princess, ever inscrutable, left them guessing her thoughts. Could it be that she had been slighted by Kan Hongqua and thus vented her frustration on the garment? Without uttering a word, Liao Liao handed the torn dress to the maid, commanding, "Put it on." The maid, trembling with trepidation, protested, "But this is the princess's dress." Liao Liao reiterated firmly, "Put it on." Reluctantly, the maid unfastened her outer skirt and donned the winter dress, which, although somewhat bulky, was befitting of a princess, even one who was not favored in her father's realm. Liao Liao then discarded the cumbersome hem, removing the decorative fabric from the waist and sleeves, ensuring warmth while enhancing mobility, though the length of the skirt remained an issue. With a thoughtful expression, she instructed the maid, "From now on, all dresses shall be altered thus." She gestured toward the discarded clothing from Longbei, insisting, "Eliminate the skirts." The maids gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Remove the skirts? But how can we do that? Princess, that may not be appropriate." At this moment, Liao Liao summoned a guard into the tent and pointed to his attire, stating, "This will suffice." The handmaidens could not fathom why the princess, in all her grace, would choose to don male attire. Liao Liao, known for her reluctance to elucidate her decisions, issued her command, and thus the handmaidens, despite their confusion, had no choice but to comply. They altered the garments to align with her desires. The purpose of clothing was to shield against the cold, and as they were to reside in Longbei, opulent gowns would only hinder their escape in times of peril, leaving them to meet their fate with resignation. As Liao Liao passed by, the warriors of Longbei would steal glances at her, comparing her to the tales they had heard. To their eyes, she appeared to be merely an ordinary woman from the Feng Kingdom. How could such a woman, seemingly unremarkable, have severed the foot of Chua and slain Muan? Did she truly possess such formidable prowess? Surely, the Prince of Tamyahong must have shifted the blame onto this Feng woman to obscure his own misdeeds. After all, it was common knowledge that Muhan was the maternal uncle of the second prince and had consistently supported the rivalry between the second and first princes for the throne. If Tamyahong had indeed murdered Muhan, it would provide a plausible explanation. At this juncture, Kan Hongqua feigned ignorance of the events that had transpired. He neither bathed nor groomed himself, but rather remained within his tent, grappling with the terrifying occurrences that had befallen him. Upon regaining his composure, he deemed such a scenario implausible. Though the legends of the winter goddess had always been prevalent in Longbei, the cyclical nature of the four seasons was a universal truth. Not confined to Longbei alone, but equally applicable to the Feng Kingdom situated in the Central Plains. It was said that traveling southward would lead to an endless sea, where winters were fleeting and the seasons resembled eternal summer. With this realization, he surmised that his earlier disarray was merely a product of momentary panic, which had incited his fear. Thus, disregarding Liao Liao's words, he resolved to summon the priest. For the princess of the Feng Kingdom was certainly no daughter of the winter goddess, but rather a malevolent spirit. Upon this realization, Kan Hongqua was struck with clarity. He exclaimed, "How could the Emperor of Feng be so benevolent as to send such a princess?" It was evident that he sought to conspire against him, aiming to undermine the very foundation of Longbei. He would never allow the Emperor of Feng to succeed. Rising to his feet, he unsheathed his golden blade with a swift motion, pointing it directly at Liao Liao's face. "Bold demon, were you sent by the Emperor of Feng?" Liao Liao was utterly perplexed by Kan Hongqua's words. She pondered whether her failure to eliminate him was the reason he dismissed her so lightly. She detested being disregarded. As Liao Liao remained silent, Kan Hongqua grew increasingly anxious. He noticed his grip on the hilt slipping, a phenomenon he had never experienced, even on the battlefield, where fear had never loosened his hold. Yet now, this golden blade, which had accompanied him for many years, eluded his grasp. With a fierce roar, Kan Hongqua raised the blade, its edge gleaming menacingly, striking down towards Liao Liao. The golden blade had unknowingly claimed countless lives, and Liao Liao wished to avoid its touch. There were numerous questions that troubled her, particularly regarding Kan Hongqua's demand that she obediently reside in the tent awaiting his favor. His demeanor was one of superiority, akin to a master toying with a pet, devoid of any sense of guilt or shame. Yet, when she merely requested that he rid himself of his unsightly hair, she was met with humiliation, feeling as though her dignity had been trampled upon. His dignity lay scattered like grass beneath foot. A mere breeze deemed it sacrilege. Kan Hongqua, possessing immense strength, engaged in an arm wrestling match with the valiant youth, showing no sign of yielding. With a sweeping stroke of his great blade, he aimed to cleave Liao Lao's head in twain. In a fleeting moment, confronted with the imminent peril of death, Liao Lao remained unmoved. Her gaze fixed coldly upon Qin Liao. That glance seemed to freeze the golden blade mid-air. Despite his exertion, it remained unmoved by his force. Liao then delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, causing Qin Liao to stagger and release his grip, the golden blade subsequently falling into her possession. She examined the blade meticulously before advancing towards Qin Liao. He presumed she intended to grant him a swift end, even in the face of death. He would not bow in supplication. The wolves of the prairie would never behave like lapdogs. If death were to come, so be it. The sound of a sharp snip echoed as Qin Liao felt a chill upon his scalp. His tiger skin hat was cast aside, and the intricately braided locks of hair fell away. Realization dawned upon him, and just as he began to struggle, the golden blade grazed his scalp, swiftly severing hair from forehead to brow, leaving him bewildered. Liao Lao remarked, "To properly pluck a chicken, one must first scald it with boiling water. Once scalded, the feathers come away easily." Even the dimmest of minds could comprehend her insinuation. He found himself torn between the noble resolve of a man who would rather die than submit, and the pragmatic wisdom of one who could endure. Ultimately, he chose the path of generous sacrifice, raising his chin defiantly. There is a saying in the Central Plains, "A warrior may be killed, but never humiliated." My beard is a symbol of the valiant men of Long Bay. Strike me down. Liao nodded thoughtfully. "Very well. I shall first take your life, and then deal with the people of Long Bay." The Qin Liao regarded her as a malevolent spirit, and upon hearing her intention to slay the people of Long Bay, he immediately grew alarmed. Absolutely not. Liao slowly turned her gaze towards the golden dagger that lay on the ground. After much internal struggle, Hongqua Khan, in a moment of humiliation, conceded, "I understand. You may leave for now." However, Liao remained seated, unfazed. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "As a woman, do you wish to witness a man disrobe?" Liao said nothing, her eyes radiating a cold disdain, suggesting, "Do you believe yourself to be particularly handsome?" Hongqua Khan, in a state of exasperation, reflected on how, at his age, he had rarely faced defeat, only to find himself outmaneuvered by a young princess from the Central Plains. He was certain that the Emperor of Fengguo had orchestrated this with malice, sending such a sinister creature to him under the guise of a marriage alliance, an act of sheer treachery. As warm water was brought forth, Hongqua Khan's hand trembled slightly while grasping the golden dagger. His beard, which he had cherished for decades since its growth in his youth, was more precious to him than his own life. He meticulously groomed it every morning. Could he truly bring himself to shave it all away? "I dislike men with hair," Liao stated. "You shall be the first. Remove it all." Hongqua Khan clenched the hilt of the dagger, wishing fervently to strike Liao down. Yet the circumstances dictated otherwise, forcing him to endure the humiliation, nearly stifling himself in the process. At that moment, a voice called from outside the tent, "Great Khan, the Grand Consort requests an audience." In the midst of shaving half of his beard, still lamenting the loss, Hongqua Khan reflexively replied without a second thought, "I shall not see her. Invite her in." The mighty Khan paused, glaring at her. "Are you not going to leave me any semblance of dignity?" Yet, in the next moment, he deflated, "Come in." The great Ketu, a woman of robust stature, was the daughter of a noble from Long Bay, having grown up on horseback without any airs of delicacy. Upon hearing that the Feng Kingdom had sent a princess for marriage, she worried that the Khan might be bewitched by a woman from that land, thus she came to pay her respects. However, upon entering the tent, the scene before her was entirely different from what she had envisioned. Setting aside the Feng princess, how was it that the Khan was squatting and shaving his beard? He had kept that beard for at least 20 years. Was he truly going to part with it now? Seeing the great Ketua's astonishment, the mighty Khan grasped the remaining half of his unattended beard, feeling utterly caught between a rock and a hard place. The great Ketu, being straightforward, exclaimed, "Khan, why have you shaved your beard?" The mighty Khan swiftly interjected before she could speak her mind. "I've grown weary of it after more than 20 years, but it needn't be done at this moment. Waiting until spring would suffice." "A beard does not bring cold," she retorted. Her words held truth, as each winter, the city of Sukazan faced fierce winds that howled from dawn to dusk, slicing against the skin like a blade. Those with even slightly delicate skin could hardly survive in Long Bay, hence the inhabitants tended to have dark, ruddy complexions and robust physiques, unafraid of the biting cold and snow. Impatiently, the mighty Khan asked, "What brings you here?" At this moment, the great Khatan recalled her purpose for being there. She had heard that the princess of the Feng Kingdom had willingly offered herself to the Khan. Fearing that even the mightiest of heroes might falter in the presence of beauty, this urgency compelled her to hurry over. The people of Longbei were well aware that the inhabitants of the Central Plains were notoriously treacherous, deceitful, and duplicitous. Their men were despicable, while their women were beguiling and seductive. As the great Khitan, and a native of Longbei, she held a low opinion of a princess brought forth for a political alliance. Suspecting that the Emperor of Feng had ulterior motives in his prompt acquiescence, upon turning her head, she was rather surprised to see Liao Liao. "You are the princess of Feng?" she inquired. Liao Liao, oblivious to the great Khitan's hostility, deftly avoided the hand reaching out to touch her face. The great Khitan dismissed the incident and showered Liao Liao with compliments, which puzzled her. The great Khitan remarked, "Khan, do take care, one must not be distracted while shaving. When Tamyahong was but a boy, I warned him once, and he slipped, leaving a gash on his face. Oh dear. Khan, see, I told you to be cautious." Just then, as if fate conspired, her words were not yet finished when Hongqua Khan, with a sudden tremor of his hand, inflicted a deep cut across his face. From his right cheek to his chin, blood gushing forth. The great Khitan, with genuine concern, inquired a few more times, but Hongqua Khan, suppressing his irritation, managed to see her off. As she departed, she did not forget to address Liao Liao, saying, "Remember, should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me. Now that you are in Longbei, you are one of us. Do not stand on ceremony." Tamyahong interrupted his mother, saying, "Mother, the princess of Feng will not assist me. If she wishes to establish a foothold in Longbei, she must choose either you or Nerdy. Although your father is still in the prime of his life, there will inevitably come a day when he departs ahead of you. At that time, what will become of the young Princess Fenghua? Will she be destined to live a life of solitude in Longbei?" The great Cotton pondered this more and more, reaching out to adjust her eldest son's attire. Increasingly satisfied, "My son Tamyahong is the greatest warrior of the steppe, no less than your father. When you ascend to the position of Khan, she shall still be addressed as Cotton." Tamyahong's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, there exists a custom in Longbei where a man may wed his brother's widow. Yet he had never contemplated such a notion. The great Cotton inquired, "Is the Princess Fenghua not beautiful enough, not wealthy enough?" As the wife of Hongqua Khan, the great Cotton lacks for neither food nor clothing, yet the harsh conditions of Longbei dictate that they cannot live as the people of the Central Plains do. In essence, while Longbei may be adept in warfare, it is still impoverished. It is precisely this poverty that perpetuates endless conflict, as provisions run out mid-battle and the cold sets in. Each spring, the great Cotton must venture out to graze the herds. The Princess Fenghua, however, is different. Her dowry alone comprises dozens of carts. The gold, silver, jade, tea, herbs, books, and ink from the Central Plains are treasures that even the wealthy in Longbei may find unattainable. This clearly indicates that the princess is held in great favor by the Emperor of the Central Plains. Cultivating a relationship with her would undoubtedly yield a powerful ally. The great Cotton was filled with excitement. "I have heard that she is not the type of delicate girl who weeps at the sight of a worm, but rather possesses the capability to slay Muhan. What a splendid feat." With the demise of Mukin, Nerdy effectively loses a vital ally, harboring a profound resentment towards Princess Feng, presenting us with a splendid opportunity. Though Khan Hongqua is in the prime of his life, seemingly possessing several decades ahead, the rivalry for the throne among the two princes is an open secret. Khan Hongqua is well aware of this. Unlike the Emperor of Fenghua, who is acutely conscious of his son's ambitions for the position, he knows that any overt display of such desire would provoke the emperor's wrath, leading to the downfall of several of his sons. In Longbei, however, such conventions do not exist. Khan Hongqua actually hopes for fierce competition among his sons. As the more they vie for the throne, the clearer it is that Longbei has a promising future. The position of Khan is reserved for the most capable, and he too carved a bloody path among his brothers to prove his worth. Among his sons, the most distinguished are his eldest, Tamyahong, and his second son, Nerdy. While these two publicly contend, the two Khitan mothers are equally invested. They unconditionally support their respective sons, positioning themselves not as rivals, but as potential allies. Mukin's death has fostered animosity between Liao Liao and Nerdy, presenting an ideal opportunity for Tamyahong. People instinctively gravitate towards those who are more powerful, and Tamyahong is no exception. "Tamyahong, are you listening to me?" "Even better," the elder Khitan exclaimed, fearing she might have chosen a foolish ally. "A wise individual is far more worthy of engagement. No, I must act before Laha does. I cannot allow her to outpace me. Someone, bring forth my treasured white tiger skin and my fox fur cloak. Lahab is the mother of Nerdi and also the second Khatan of Hongqua Khan. Like Princess Feng, she is not from Longbei, but hails from another nomadic tribe. When Hongqua Khan took his vows, he wed 2 wives simultaneously. One was a highborn Khatan from Longbei, and the other was Princess Lahab from the Chuan tribe. Lahab's territory encompasses merely a quarter of Longbei, the land being unsuitable for agriculture, characterizing a typical horse-riding culture that thrives on pastoralism. Tam Yahong advised the Khatan, "Mother, if you wish to engage with Princess Feng, you must exercise utmost caution and be wary of provoking her wrath, lest calamity befalls us." As he spoke, the mark upon Tam Yahong's neck throbbed painfully once more. He dared not let anyone see this insignia. Privately, he consulted several shamans, all of whom offered the same counsel. They were powerless to help, asserting that while the mark was not physically harmful, its placement on such a delicate area rendered it perilous should the wrong remedy be applied. Consequently, since the onset of winter, Tam Yahong has donned high-collared garments. By the way, when the Khatan emerged clutching a white tiger pelt, it seemed she recalled something of great import. Earlier, I had visited the Great Khan's yurt and noticed him shaving his beard. Tam Yahong remarked, "You should also consider shaving your beard. The Great Khan believes he has kept it long enough for over 20 years. I suspect he wishes to appear younger, otherwise, standing alongside Princess Feng, they would seem like 2 different generations, and some might even mistake them for father and daughter." Despite the Longbei men's veneration of beards, the women of Longbei harbor a profound aversion towards them, lacking any appreciation for such adornments. The Grand Katukta holds a disdain for men who sport beards. Were it not for the fact that Tam Yahong is her own flesh and blood, he would have long been discarded. Tam Yahong's beard rivals that of Khan Hongqua, and a beard can add several years to a man's apparent age. It was the first time Tam Yahong was so candidly confronted by his mother regarding the unappealing nature of his beard, and instinctively he reached up to touch it. Unable to refrain from defending himself, but all warriors have beards, the Grand Katukta shot him a disapproving glance. Just because one has a lot of hair does not make one a warrior. Bears are not braver than you lot. Under the persistent urging of the Grand Katuktu, Tam Yahong ultimately acquiesced to his mother's counsel and shaved off the beard he had cultivated for several years. At just over 20, the full beard had added a good 7 or 8 years to his appearance, and standing alongside Khan Hongqua, one could easily mistake them for brothers. Men from Longbei regard beards as a mark of honor, and upon reaching a certain age, they begin to cultivate them. Coupled with their diet rich in meat and dairy since childhood, they are all tall and robust, and with their bearded faces, it becomes difficult to distinguish one from another. Khan Hongqua, having been entirely shaved bald, even lost his eyebrows. Once his beard was removed, his head became a smooth, round surface devoid of hair, save for his eyelashes. Yet, this was not sufficient. He was required to be entirely hairless. With a mix of anger and reluctance, he closed his eyes and steeled himself. After all, he was to be entirely shorn, clad in garments no one would notice, and as for his hair, he could don a hat to conceal it, which should keep him from drawing attention. In Longbei, vegetables and fruits are considered more precious than meat. Hongqua Khan is a quintessential carnivore, harboring a strong preference for meat over vegetables. His years of meat consumption, coupled with a lack of regular bathing, have rendered it impossible for him to be without body odor. Additionally, his dense body hair gives his legs the appearance of being clad in dark fur upon the removal of his trousers, an unsightly sight indeed. Under the eaves of life, one must often bow their head. Hongqua Khan, grimacing, cleaned himself and inquired, "Are you satisfied now? Do you require me to remove my trousers for inspection?" He posed the question casually, unaware that Liao would actually nod in response. Enraged, Hongqua Khan retorted, "Do you not possess any semblance of femininity? Is not the nation of Fengguo particularly attentive to propriety? Is the emperor aware of your manners? How does he educate his daughter?" Liao regarded him coldly. Realizing he had dared to speak to her in such a manner, Hongqua Khan felt his bravado wane, his hands gripping his belt for an extended moment, unable to release. Though he could jest and feign lewdness, threatening to expose himself, he was acutely aware that women of Fengguo were timid and held strict views on gender propriety. To his surprise, Liao's nonchalant desire to see turned the tables, casting him in the role of one who must please her. Thus he found himself unable to loosen his grip. Liao did not linger on the matter of his trousers for long, as she harbored no interest in the male form. Furthermore, she was perplexed as to why, in the realm of humanity, women, who possessed the capability to bear offspring, find themselves in a subordinate position. Shouldn't the gender incapable of reproduction be deemed deficient? She addressed Hongqua Khan, stating, "The emperor never instructs his daughter. Would Hongqua Khan teach his daughter?" Indeed, male rulers seldom engage directly in the education of their offspring. Their involvement is limited to fleeting moments of tremor. They do not endure the trials of gestation for 10 months, nor do they face the perilous journey of childbirth. Moreover, their time spent with their children is often minimal. For instance, the emperor of Fenghua has so many children that he may struggle to recognize them all. And the same holds true for Khan Hongqua. Khan Hongqua harbors a desire to expel Liao Liao, yet he fears that her departure might unleash a wave of violence. Contemplating the matter, he remains uncertain of her true intentions and inquires, "What is it that you truly wish to achieve?" The emperor of Fenghua has already sent you here for a political marriage, which clearly indicates that you are no longer needed and have been cast aside. If that is the case, should you choose to remain in Longbei, I assure you that you shall be treated as an esteemed guest. In the future, if you happen to take a liking to any valiant warriors from Longbei, you may discreetly invite them into your tent, and I will harbor no grievances. Longbei does not place an excessive emphasis on chastity as Fenghua does. Aside from Khan Hongqua, who has taken 2 queens and several concubines, the majority of Longbei's inhabitants adhere to monogamous unions, with few marrying before the age of 20. Neither the eldest Prince Tamyahong nor the second Prince Nuert has taken a wife. Khan Hongqua's admiration for Liao Liao stems from his desire to conquer her. Since she cannot be subdued, he seeks to appease her and explore the potential for harmonious coexistence. Under such circumstances, what significance does it hold for a princess to nurture a few robust warriors within her tent? Liao Liao replies, "I wish to propose a deal." Khan Hongqua cautiously asks, "What sort of deal?" Liao Liao's gaze remains unwavering, her intense focus often instilling an indescribable sense of dread in those who meet her eyes. Even in one as bloodstained as Khan Hongqua, her ebony irises, larger and darker than those of ordinary folk, held a piercing gaze that remained unblinking upon a certain individual, exuding an expression that was chillingly devoid of emotion. It was indeed somewhat terrifying. He yearned to send her away forthwith, and then immediately raise an army to assault the kingdom of Feng, to hang that accursed emperor of Feng out to dry like a desiccated corpse. Why should he be burdened with this calamity and send it to Longbei? Yet, Liao Liao remained motionless, refusing to negotiate. Even the most naive of Khans could discern the implications of her words, and his doubts began to overshadow all else. He had heard that the people of the Central Plains valued loyalty to their sovereign above all, even above patriotism, especially when it came to a princess of the realm. The notion that a princess of Feng would desire the downfall of her own nation seemed utterly absurd to him. A princess marrying into another kingdom would surely wish for her homeland to flourish, for the ruin of her country could bring her no benefit. However, he dared not challenge Liao Liao directly, so he inquired, "What prompts such words from you, princess? You are the princess of Feng, revered by the populace, basking in the glory of the royal lineage, a figure of immense affection. This union is intended to foster everlasting ties between Longbei and Feng. Yet you speak of inciting war. Do you not consider the plight of the people of Feng? Should war erupt, it would inevitably bring untold suffering and countless casualties. I cannot acquiesce to such a notion." Yet, not a single word of his grandiloquent rhetoric found purchase in her belief. She regarded Khan Hongqua with a frigid stare. "It is you who instigates war, you who orchestrate the invasion. What concern is it of mine?" Khan Hongqua was taken aback by the unfeeling words of the young girl before him. Her utter lack of compassion for the citizens of Feng was truly astonishing. Although he was an adversary of the Feng emperor, he instinctively empathized with the opposing side. If he were to send his own daughter to marry as part of a diplomatic alliance, only to find her conspiring with the enemy to bring about the downfall of her homeland, he would have preferred never to have had a daughter at all. The punishment for a thief is execution, while a traitor may be a noble. As long as I emerge victorious, I am the truth. Seeing this youthful maiden boldly express such sentiments, cold sweat trickled down Khan Hongqua's forehead. He forced a smile, yet his wariness of her only intensified. He secretly resolved to keep a vigilant watch over her, ensuring she would not have the opportunity to plot against Longbei. However, rationally, Khan Hongqua understood that if he could indeed secure the princess's assistance, the annexation of Feng by Longbei would no longer be a mere fantasy. Ultimately, greed took precedence. Khan Hongqua mused that after 2 decades of warfare, he could not possibly be outmaneuvered by a mere girl. He would utilize her, conquer Feng, and then deal with her accordingly. Though he felt powerless in the moment, he knew that Longbei possessed priests and sorcerers. Even if she were truly the winter goddess come to bring calamity, she could not remain in the mortal realm indefinitely. What does the princess desire? Kan Hongqua inquired. If you truly assist me, I shall grant you the title of empress once I unify the central plains. She shot him a glance, suggesting he examine himself in the mirror. Rising from her seat, she declared, I have no fondness for anything unkempt. Within 3 days, I demand that all whom I see are impeccably clean. If unable to comply, I shall strike you in the mouth. Kan Hongqua, though filled with rage, could only curse silently within his heart. As he reached the edge of the tent, Liao turned around and, from a distance, dealt him a slap. Her expression devoid of emotion. I, too, detest being insulted. The biting cold wind sliced against his cheek, the resounding slap more humiliating than a mere verbal affront. Kan Hongqua's countenance darkened, and only after Liao departed did he seize his golden blade in a fit of rage, reducing the tent to mere shreds. The great Kita harbored intentions of winning Liao's favor, wary that the second Kitu might outmaneuver her. Rising early the next day, she brought with her the prearranged white tiger and fox fur cloaks, visiting the princess of Feng State with great solemnity. Just the previous day, she had witnessed the numerous carts laden with dowry. Truly, the emperor of Feng cherished his daughter deeply. Upon arrival, the handmaidens informed her that the princess was yet to awaken and would report this to her. The great Kita hastily intervened, saying, No need for that. I shall wait here. It is only natural for the princess to be fatigued after such a long journey, and she deserves her rest. The handmaidens exchanged glances, unsure of the great Kitua's true intentions. Having accompanied the princess to form an alliance with Long Bei, they were already aware of Kan Hongqua's numerous offspring. However, since he dared to seek the princess's hand, he must have prepared a rightful position for her. Otherwise, how could a princess of such stature be relegated to a concubine? Yet it was not until arriving at Sukjin City that the handmaidens learned that Kan Hongqua not only had a wife but two, both of whom were very much alive. What then was the status of the princess? In the imperial palace of the Feng Kingdom, this matter remained unspoken. Everyone proclaimed that the marriage alliance was a splendid affair, eager to celebrate and spread the news. Yet, they conveniently overlooked the fact that the princess was to wed a man who already had 2 legitimate wives. The first wife, known as the Great Cotton, held her position as the primary consort of the Khan of Long Bei. While the titles of Great Cotton and Second Cotton were merely distinctions to differentiate between them, both standing equally, neither superior to the other. The Great Cotton, aware of the cunning nature of the women from Feng Kingdom, took a step back, waiting for Liao to awaken. It seems the Great Cotton has come to pay you a visit, remarked the 6th princess, a little snow maiden, to Liao. The Great Cotton is quite intimidating. You must be cautious in your conversations with her. She harbors the belief that we women of Feng Kingdom possess deep-seated schemes and are particularly adept at feigning frailty. Her words, tinged with genuine sentiment, were not entirely perfunctory, for in the eyes of the Great Cotton, the women of Feng Kingdom were indeed delicate and easily overwhelmed, as even the chill winds of the grasslands could send them clutching their hearts in faintness. However, as she observed this Feng princess, she noted that while not as robust as the women of Long Bei, she was certainly not frail. At such a tender age, there was still room for growth. The Great Cotton, animatedly speaking for an extended period, soon realized that Liao had not engaged with her, and despite her natural gift for conversation, a sense of awkwardness enveloped her. Thus, she shifted the topic and instructed her attendants to present her gifts, which, before long, filled the table and even spilled onto the bed. To offer unsolicited kindness is either a deceitful ploy or a sinister scheme. You must not be easily swayed. The 6th princess urged anxiously. Liao held a rather indifferent view towards the white tiger skin and the fox fur cloak, and the bracelets and necklaces gifted by de Kudun failed to arouse her interest. Instead, it was the milk fruit casually placed on the table that prompted her to reach for one, savoring its sweetness as she bit into it, her eyes involuntarily narrowing in delight. The milk fruit is a wild delicacy native to the deserts of Long Bei, thriving in the heart of the sandy expanse. Its flavor resembles that of goat's milk boiled with honey, yet the people of Long Bei, having grown up drinking goat's milk, show little interest in this fruit, often picking it solely for its aesthetic appeal, round, plump, and pleasingly white. Does the princess fancy milk fruits? De Kudun inquired with a smile. If so, I shall have Tamyahong fetch some for you. This milk fruit possesses remarkable vitality, capable of surviving even the harsh winter desert. Wherever these fruits grow, there is bound to be a water source nearby. She noticed Liao had begun to listen attentively to her words, which filled her with joy, her brows dancing with excitement. My son Tamyahong, does the princess remember him? He was the one who came to escort you to Long Bei. Oh, by the way, I had him shave his beard, as I believe the princess prefers men without facial hair, correct? I've heard that men from the Central Plains do not sport such sideburns. How curious it is that the Khan and his men are so fond of beards. Even if Liao remained silent, de Kudun could easily continue her monologue for half an hour without repeating herself, entirely unfazed by Liao's lack of enthusiasm. She warmly invited Liao to go hunting, saying, I've heard that the women of Fengwu seldom venture outside their doors. But we in Long Bay do not adhere to such customs. As the days grow increasingly colder, the wolf packs, finding themselves deprived of sustenance, often take the perilous risk of approaching the city of Qin. With numerous herders residing outside the city, the Khan has dispatched a special envoy to eliminate the wolf threat. The princess, intrigued by the prospect, could summon Tam Yahong to accompany her, for in this frigid weather, he finds himself with little to occupy his time. In Long Bay, the notion of gender segregation is non-existent. The great Katug openly displays her intentions. Liao, curious about Long Bay, nodded in agreement. Tam Yahong, having shaved his beard, appeared somewhat self-conscious. Upon waking that morning, he had been taken aback by the unfamiliar smoothness of his chin, and the bronze mirror in Long Bay, though a prized possession, offered a distorted reflection. Reflecting on Tam Yahong's visage from memory and comparing it to the distinct coloration of the face before her, dark above and light below, Liao found the resemblance lacking. The great Katug, robust in stature and radiating warmth, contrasted sharply with Tam Yahong, who bore a rugged handsomeness, though lacking the refined beauty of Meng Yutong. His unshaven face presented a stark juxtaposition, the lower half fair and the upper half obscured in shadow. Much cleaner now, Liao mused. Tam Yahong led forth a horse, and with a deft grasp of the reins, Liao mounted with agility and grace. This display of physical prowess delighted the great Katug, who recognized the strength of the princess. Indeed, such vigor is essential for survival in Long Bay. The handmaidens looked on with a hint of envy as Liao cracked the whip and, with a squeeze of her legs, urged the steed into a gallop. Reveling in the untamed expanse of the grasslands. In the winter, the grass lies withered and yellow, stretching endlessly across the landscape, evoking a sense of desolation and melancholy, yet imbued with an indescribable heroism. The sunlight, golden and warm, cascades over the plains and the parched sands, while the city of Qin nestles between these two extraordinary terrains. Nighttime confronts the peril of wolf packs, thus, one must seek their dens during daylight to prevent these famished creatures from attacking the nearby herders and their livestock under the cover of darkness. Liao harbors no fondness for the palace. Despite its grandeur and spaciousness, she remains disenchanted. Instead, she cherishes the expanse of Long Bay, where even the very air she breathes is suffused with the essence of freedom. Uncertain of what she ought to pursue as a human being, she firmly believes that no matter the reason for her existence, freedom must be its cornerstone. She yearns for the exhilarating experience of galloping freely, believing that nothing in the world can compare to her own unrestrained spirit. Liao extended her hand towards him, momentarily startling Tam Yahong, who then caught sight of a wolf not far off. He swiftly handed her his bow and arrow, intending to caution her about the weighty bow, which few could even draw. However, Liao had already nocked an arrow and released it with precision, striking the wolf squarely between the eyes. The creature fell lifelessly, and Liao weighed the bow and arrow in her hands, casting a glance at Tam Yahong. Tam Yahong, ever perceptive to the situation, urged, "My princess, please." Thus, the bow and arrow, crafted by a skilled artisan, found a new owner. Liao reveled in the thrill of the hunt, gradually realizing the affection Qin Liao held for her, akin to her encounters with bears and wolves. Tam Yahong quietly observed Liao, who had scarcely exchanged more than a few words with him, yet her every movement captivated his thoughts, particularly when his mother mentioned that upon his ascension as Khan, he would take her as his Katuga. He naturally learned to walk and speak, growing up amidst the military, seldom interacting with women. He was uncertain whether this was what it meant to feel a fluttering heart, yet he was drawn to strong women, much like his mother, who was assertive and opinionated. He merely needed to follow her directives. "You have a striking face," he thought as Tam Yahong instinctively touched his countenance, his heartbeat quickening. Even the faint pain lingering on his neck seemed to transform into an unspoken sweetness. Initially, he felt embarrassed about having shaved his beard, especially in front of the other warriors from Long Bay, unsure of how to explain it. However, Tam Yahong eventually found it rather agreeable. Thus, when Qin Liao summoned him and instructed him to oversee the soldiers' grooming, Tam Yahong not only accepted without hesitation, but did so eagerly. Qin Liao, who had also shaved his beard, regarded his eldest son with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, puzzled by his excitement. After all, what difference did it make for a man to be without a beard? It was akin to not wearing trousers. Yet, he felt a tinge of sympathy for his son, for while one could don a hat to conceal a bald head, what remedy was there for the absence of eyebrows? A hat could not cover that. At the same time, Khan Hunqua was somewhat moved as he gazed at his eldest son, now unencumbered by facial hair, sensing the scales of his affection tipping in the direction of Tam Yahong. Indeed, Tam Yahong was a son to be proud of, willing to sacrifice his beard, as significant as life itself, for the sake of his father. Tam Yahong found himself inexplicably aware of his father's gaze, which had grown more tender than ever before. Rather than feeling flattered, he was slightly startled and hastily bowed before exiting. Subsequently, he was surrounded by a group of Longbei warriors, all curious about the sudden absence of the crown prince's beard. In Longbei, the hierarchy is not as rigidly defined as in Fenghua. Strength alone commands respect. Prince, where has your beard gone? They jested. Indeed, without a beard, how can one appear manly? Only women lack facial hair. The prince, having shaved, was the subject of their playful speculation. Had he reached an age where he yearned for the company of women? In my opinion, the women of Fenghua are the most beautiful. Slim waists and ample curves. They speak in soft, gentle tones, unlike my mother, who yanks my ear at the slightest provocation. Nonsense. Our women in Longbei are far more robust. A woman should possess a strong physique to be truly attractive. The conversation, initially focused on Tam Yahong's beard, abruptly shifted to women. As Tam Yahong pondered their words, he found himself thinking fondly of the princess, who was indeed quite enchanting. Just as the discussion seemed to reach a natural conclusion, they turned their attention back to Tam Yahong, demanding an explanation for his shaven visage. As he prepared to respond, a light laugh interrupted him. Who could that be? From a distance, I hesitated to recognize you. Your complexion is so fair, I mistook you for one of those delicate eunuchs from the Fenghua palace. Brother, where has your beard vanished? Could it be that, as these brave souls suggest, you are so fervently longing for a woman that you have taken to shaving? Adopting a feminine guise? Tam Yahong cast a frosty glance in the direction of the voice, Nueritai. In stark contrast to the towering and robust Tam Yahong, Nerdy, blessed with his mother Ra's exquisite beauty, bore a somewhat androgynous appearance. From a young age, he became the subject of ridicule due to his looks, being perceived as possessing a feminine charm rather than the traditional masculine vigor. Consequently, his admiration for facial hair surpassed that of his peers. From the moment he began to sprout the first signs of stubble, he never once shaved. His beard was long and dense, yet he possessed a pair of soulful, expressive eyes. Even when furrowing his brow in anger, there lingered an air of intent within his gaze. His large, round eyes, adorned with thick, curled lashes, exuded an undeniable allure. In the northern regions of Longbei, men often exchanged insults, with the most scathing remarks likening someone to the effeminate men of Fenghua or to eunuchs, epithets that resonated with deep malice. The countenance of Tam Yahong darkened instantly upon hearing such words, and seeing his anger, Nerdy could not suppress a grin, though his beard obscured whether he was truly smiling or not. So, if the great Khan has a beard, does that mean he too is an effeminate man or a eunuch? Would you dare utter such words to the great Khan? Nerdy retorted, incredulous. How could the great Khan possibly shave his beard? Spare me your nonsensical chatter. Tam Yahong regarded him with a mocking gaze. Nerdy, as you age, your wit seems to diminish. The great Khan has informed me that maintaining a beard without proper care brings numerous inconveniences in daily life, and it can even lead to skin ailments. In colder weather, it is manageable, but when warmth sets in, neglecting daily washing and grooming invites lice, both filthy and odorous. Furthermore, does one's manhood or bravery truly hinge upon the presence of facial hair? If you are to utter such words, then the bear is indeed far more valiant than you. Perhaps you should consider bowing to the bear and forging a brotherhood. Tam Yahong adeptly employs the very words that the great Khatan once directed at him to reprimand Nerdy, indifferent to whether Nerdy comprehends the lesson. He clasps his hands in salute towards the direction of Khagan Hunqua's tent, proclaiming that this is the will of the Khan, who would never deceive. Reflect for a moment. Is it not a considerable nuisance to maintain this beard? Not to mention the inconvenience during meals. Once it becomes entangled with meat juices and dairy, one must spend an eternity cleaning. For the sake of the Khan, and for his own benefit, Tam Yahong begins to advocate for the virtues of shaving. Though he is typically reticent, when he delves into a lengthy discourse, it becomes quite overwhelming. Nerdy, steadfast in his disbelief that the Khan would ever shave his beard, turns to seek an audience. However, his magnificent beard catches the discerning eye of Kagan Honkwa, inadvertently stirring painful memories. How could Nerdy possibly curry favor now? He emerges in a dejected state, having endured a scathing rebuke, and remains crestfallen until he encounters Princess Raha. Nerdy, what troubles you? Has Tamyahong been tormenting you? She inquires. Mother, Tamyahong has shaved his beard. Upon hearing this, Princess Raha immediately responds, Then you too must shave. You cannot allow yourself to be outdone. What? Nerdy exclaims in alarm. How could I possibly shave? A beard is the very emblem of manhood. As a warrior of Longbei, how could I ever part with my beard? Princess Rahab felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes, yet she restrained herself in the presence of her son. Oh, you and your incessant beard. It irks me daily. I rarely make you a garment, and when I do, I must consider how to accommodate that beard of yours. It feels as though I owe you from a past life. Nerdy adamantly refused to shave, declaring, It must be that Princess of Feng's doing. Ever since she arrived, the Khan has disdained beards, and Tumahong has followed suit. I believe she is the fabled fox spirit capable of ensnaring hearts and draining life essence. Princess Rahab remarked. I heard today that the Grand Lady has ventured to the tent of the Feng Princess. Do you think I should also pay a visit? What purpose would that serve? Have you forgotten that she was responsible for Uncle Mukane's demise? Nerdy immediately dismissed the idea. No, absolutely not. We share a deep-seated enmity with her. It would be folly to engage. If the Grand Lady wishes to go, let her. A mere princess of foam cannot stir any significant upheaval. Why should we lower ourselves to extend an olive branch? Seeing her son's fervent opposition, Princess Rahab remained silent until Nerdy departed. It was then that her maid, adorned in the attire of their clan, spoke up. Your Highness, after all these years, why have you not revealed the truth to the second prince? With a resigned sigh, Princess Rahab replied, At this point, what difference does it make whether I speak or remain silent? Though Mukan has treated me poorly, he has been kind to Nerdy. All hatred must eventually fade. The death of Muhan was a significant blow to Nuer-T, yet Princess Raho secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had long endured Muhan's threats and surveillance, and upon learning of his demise, she found herself exhilarated, unable to sleep for several nights. However, in front of her son, she had to feign sorrow, which was no easy feat thus. With Kagan Honkwa and Crown Prince Tamyahong leading the charge, the number of men shaving their beards increased. The great Khuten discreetly encouraged praise and promotion of this trend, having truly grown weary of these bearded men, who all bore striking resemblances to one another. Amidst the fervent campaign to shave beards, the second Prince Nuer-T steadfastly clung to his belief that a lack of facial hair constituted an aberration. Yet, as all men began to grow beards, it was those who chose to shave that became the true outliers. Many, like Nuer-T, were reluctant to part with their beards. In addressing such individuals, Tamyahong did not impose force, but rather encouraged those willing to shave to do so first, allowing the steadfast bearded men to gradually follow suit without the need for words. A considerable number of men had no genuine fondness for their beards, rather, they merely conformed to the prevailing norm. Who among them would wish to stand out? The disadvantages of maintaining a beard far outweighed the benefits, particularly since during winter rides, they would don masks to shield against the biting wind, rendering the beard's insulating properties nearly moot. As the men shaved their beards, a piece of barren land was designated outside Sukjin City, adjacent to a vast lake, devoid of vegetation and unsuitable for cultivation or mining. The reason she desired this plot was simple. The limited space within her tent was inadequate for her attendant maidens to practice their martial skills. The sixth princess fails to comprehend why Liao Liao is so resolutely devoted to the pursuit of martial arts. The handmaidens, too, do not dare to oppose the princess's commands. After all, the princess's intentions are for their well-being. The harsh climate of Longbei has led many to suffer from ailments upon their arrival, enduring days of illness, unable to recover. Moreover, while traversing the palace, they must endure the lewd gazes and unsavory remarks of the local men. Furthermore, Longbei is home to wild beasts, those that might unexpectedly invade the royal encampment. For the sake of their own survival, they cannot continue to live as they did in the palace of Fenghua. De Kudun, observing the close interactions between Tamyahong and Liao Liao, felt a sense of delight. Upon learning that Liao Liao was practicing martial arts outside Sukujin City with her handmaidens, she decided to join in, expecting mere child's play. To her surprise, however, the young princess and her companions displayed a commendable degree of skill. Indeed, these slender and delicate women from Fenghua, with practice, exhibited a certain grace and vigor in their movements. The Kudun inquired of Liao Liao, I have some handmaidens of my own. Shall I allow them to train alongside your companions? Liao Liao nodded in agreement, as there was little she could refuse. Thus, her group swelled once more. Yet, in the eyes of Kan Hongqua, such news was trivial, akin to little girls playing house. He dismissed the notion that these untrained women could achieve anything substantial, believing that when faced with a wolf, they would undoubtedly cry out in fear, seeking the protection of men. If he could see through such matters, could Liao Liao truly be oblivious? Mastering martial arts is no simple task. The oldest handmaidens are already over 20, while the youngest are merely 16, with their bones nearly set. Under these circumstances, the aspiration to become skilled practitioners akin to those in the realm of immortals is utterly unattainable. Yet, Liao Liao believes that even without attaining mastery, they can easily subdue the men of Longbei. She wonders why the women of Longbei can possess such height and strength. She once witnessed a robust Longbei woman effortlessly lifting 2 buckets of water with one hand, while her maid struggled to carry even a single bucket with 2 hands. The women of Fenghua, in their entirety, could not match the strength of one Longbei woman, perhaps due to their duties in the palace. They are exceedingly cautious about their diets. They avoid cold foods and fruits that may cause stomach ailments, and they dare not even taste the strongly flavored mutton. Coupled with their differing culinary habits, after spending half a month in Sukujin City, they all appeared significantly thinner and their complexions had deteriorated. Upon realizing this, Liao Liao did not compel her maids to eat more. Instead, she intensified their training. She yearned for a completely loyal and personal army, harboring distrust towards men. After an exhaustive day, the maids, without needing Liao Liao's urging, found themselves consuming more than usual. Their appetite gradually increased while their exercise regimen remained unchanged. Being youthful, they grew rapidly. In Longbei, no woman aspires for pale skin or a slender figure. In the harsh environment, survival takes precedence over beauty. Once Liao Liao confirmed that her maids were no longer frail, she sought to merge the cultivation techniques from the realm of immortals with this world. During her time in the realm of immortals, with little to occupy her, she resided in the library and later took A Ing as her disciple. She could not simply be a negligent overseer, so she studied numerous foundational techniques, which seemed to yield positive results when applied to her maids. De Keduan gazed at the maids and sighed. Youth is truly a blessing. At this, Liao Liao turned to look at her. De Keduan gazed into her strikingly clear black and white eyes, which sparkled more brilliantly than the purest lake, and could not help but chuckle. What are you staring at? I am, after all, 20 years your senior. Liao Liao pondered, considering that if she accounted for her time spent in the realm of cultivation, she should indeed be older than De Keduan. In the world of cultivation, one commonly begins life at a century or more, rendering the mere 40 or 50 years of human life trivial in her eyes. Whatever you wish to pursue, Liao Liao remarked, it is never too late. De Keduan found Liao Liao's innocence amusing. At my age, what more could I desire? Once Tamyahong ascends to the throne, I shall be at ease. My son's glory will be my own, and I have little inclination to concern myself with anything else. Before arriving in this world, Liao Liao had spent most of her time with only one mother, Xiaoyu. Yet, in this new environment, she encountered many maternal figures who, despite their apparent differences, seemed to share an intrinsic similarity. Tamyahong, is he your child? De Keduan burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Is that even a question? He is my sole child. Just look at how much he resembles me. Liao Liao, puzzled, inquired further, is he truly your biological child? This question sent De Keduan into fits of laughter. Tears welling at the corners of her eyes, Princess, how could you possibly ask such a silly question? Every person under the heavens is born from their own mother's womb. Tamyahong is, you are, and so am I. We all have our own mothers, emerging from the womb. Why is it that one does not inherit the mother-s surname? Liao Liao tilted her head in contemplation, pondering why children born of women ultimately bear the names of men. How could the childless Kagan Hongqua possess so many offspring? What assurance could he offer that each child was indeed his own? He is incapable of procreation. Liao Liao found herself even more perplexed. Unlike you, Kagan Hongqua does not extend warmth and concern towards Tamyahong, nor does he attend to every detail, yet Tamyahong seeks to curry favor with him. Despite their father's apparent lack of investment, the children venerate and yearn for him, even adopting a subservient demeanor to ingratiate themselves. Akin to the brother of the sixth princess, he dares to express his anger towards the empress and confide his schemes to her, yet before the emperor, he is invariably the epitome of a dutiful son. Such complexities elude Liao Liao. She simply does not understand. You are still young, princess, the great Ketuktu mused, her heart racing inexplicably. At that moment, she wished to divert the conversation to prevent Liao Liao from probing further. You will comprehend when you have children of your own and become a mother. Liao Liao shook her head defiantly. I do not like children, nor do I admire mothers. To be precise, she held disdain for the empress, for a mother like the great Ketuktu. If only she could have a mother of the caliber of Xiaoyu. Liao Liao would readily acknowledge her worth. The great Ketuktu chided gently, what woman can be devoid of maternal instincts? Without bearing a child, one cannot grasp the essence of a fulfilled life. It is through children that one finds support. Look at Tamyahong, how dutiful he is. Liao Liao merely shook her head, choosing silence. The great Ketuktu was uncertain whether she sought to persuade Liao Liao or herself. A child emerges from one's own womb, and one's own offspring can only be cherished by oneself. Throughout history, has there ever been a child who did not bear the father's surname? Our Longbei is no exception. In time, you will come to understand, my princess, you will surely comprehend. Liao Liao believed she would never grasp this concept. Surely, a child will care for you, will they not? Of course, could Tamyahong dare to neglect me? Yet, his care for you is not akin to your care for him. The great Ketuktu found herself at a loss for words. For the first time, conversing with Liao Liao felt like torment. How could it be the same? If Tamyahong were to become the great Khan, I shall be the mother of the Khan. What need would I have for his personal care? There are many who will care for me. Liao Liao understood that the great Ketuktu greatly valued the identity of the Khan. She hoped for her son to become the Khan, yet Liao Liao still did not comprehend. Why not become the Khan herself? The great Ketuktu was left speechless, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground, unable to fathom that the princess, so steeped in propriety, could utter such rebellious words. Liao Liao stated, I wish to be the emperor, for the emperor is the most liberated individual. You should desire to become the Khan as well, amidst these grasslands and deserts. The Khan enjoys a freedom surpassing that of the sea eagle. The great Ketuktu stood in a daze, her expression rigid. She felt as if she had lost her ability to articulate. This little princess, she harbored such terrifying ambitions. Such aspirations have never been witnessed before. Princess, it has never occurred. It is impossible. Such a notion is unfathomable. The great Ketuktu spoke with difficulty, asserting that no woman has ever ascended to the throne as an emperor, nor has any woman ruled as a Khan. A woman is merely a woman, inherently distinct from a man. Liao Liao nodded in apparent agreement, but when the great Ketuktu assumed her words were validated, Liao Liao boldly proclaimed that women ought to be the sovereigns of the world. The great Ketuktu hastily retorted, No, that is not my meaning. I contend that women cannot be Khans. Such a notion is erroneous, and the celestial deities would never permit it. Who are the celestial deities to govern my existence? Liao Liao challenged. The great Ketuktu found herself at a loss, torn between the absurdity of the assertion and an unsettling acknowledgement that Liao Liao's words carried a semblance of validity. The deities, who determine the fate of humanity, have delineated humanity into men and women. They instruct men in the use of bows and arrows, and women in the art of needlework. It is the very existence of these celestial beings that has afforded us the tranquility and prosperity we enjoy today. I harbor no affection for the celestial deities, Liao Liao declared. Whether bows or needlework, I shall claim both if I desire them, and discard all if I so wish. No one shall dictate my thoughts, nor shall anyone impose rules upon me. Upon hearing Liao Liao's irreverence towards the celestial deities, the great Ketuktu expressed her disapproval, saying, Princess, such sacrilege is unacceptable. It is the celestial deities who bestow upon us life. Life is bestowed by mothers, Liao Liao countered, gazing at the great Ketuktu. The divine cannot grant life. But you indeed can. However, as a woman, you have given birth to a man who is utterly different from yourself. This is your failure. Hence, Liao Liao cannot comprehend why the Empress Dowager values her son over her daughter, nor can she understand why the Empress, despite having a daughter, still chooses to adopt a son. Presently, she remains perplexed by the great Ketuktu. The ability to create life is akin to that of the divine. The power to forge souls elevates women beyond the realm of the gods. You have stated that when the wolf pack ravages, the women of Longbei must also wield weapons. So why cannot you serve as generals or khans? Why must you accept whatever the heavens bestow upon you without your own aspirations? Liao Liao truly cannot fathom it. Despite having lived for decades, her age comparable to that of the great Ketuktu, the longer she lives, the more bewildered she becomes. How can anyone willingly confine themselves at home, watching others read, venture forth, attain official positions, and become emperors with multiple wives. It is profoundly envious and infuriating. Liao does not seek equality. She desires a reversal of roles. She wishes to be the emperor, to have her father and elder brother be gentle and virtuous, to have men adhering to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues without stepping outside their homes, and for the heavens to restore the identity of women. Princess, do you not realize that your words contradict your previous statements? If the ability to bear children signifies divinity, then what of you? Who is reluctant to give birth, can you still be deemed divine? Liao wonders aloud. I can choose whether to bear children, can you? Certainly not. The people of Longbei equally favor sons over daughters. Their sole advantage over the Fengbo is that they do not confine their daughters. However, Liao believes there is no cause for gratitude, as daughters still receive far less than their male counterparts. Those who are willing to bear children are deemed divine. Thus, one should not revere a deity that provides needles and thread but denies the bow and arrow. Rather, one should venerate the captive sows, for they possess greater fecundity. Yet, pigs are destined only to be slaughtered for their meat. Didun, typically a person of charm and eloquence, finds herself blushing under Liao's scrutiny. But Liao does not seek to triumph in discourse. Rather, she genuinely cannot fathom the situation. The vast disparity between her earthly observations and her instincts creates profound inner turmoil, prompting her to voice her confusion, regrettably without anyone to provide clarity. Didun, Liao called, and their gazes met. Didun dared not meet Liao's eyes, while Liao earnestly inquired, "Is it not good to be a Khan? Is it not splendid to have the people's support? Is it not delightful to be served by handsome youths even at the age of 70 or 80? Is it not gratifying to receive the adulation of others without endeavor? Is it not liberating to be unrestrained?" Ultimately, everyone knows the answer. How could it possibly be otherwise? If Didun were to become Khan, she would no longer need to concern herself with whether today's outer skirt is aesthetically pleasing, whether her hairstyle is innovative, or whether her adornments and makeup are harmonious. She would be free from worries about the slenderness of her waist, the fairness of her skin, the presence of scars, or the neglect of applying perfume after a bath. Even if she were covered in mud and exuding a foul odor, her figure being ungainly and unattractive, no one dares to criticize or question her. Even the delicate and slender beauty of the young man must kneel at her feet, using his soft, fair hands to gently pat her knee in a bid for her favor. She would not fall into enmity with Princess Raho, nor would she seek to curry favor with the expansive Khan for the sake of her son, exhausting her wits in flattery and sycophancy. The power gained through begging offers no sense of fulfillment, which is why, upon grasping great authority, one often feels an overwhelming emptiness. Should the Grand Khatun's wishes come to fruition, and Tamhong ascend as the new Khan, even as the mother of the Khan, she would find no joy, for all she possesses would still be derived from the benevolence of the expansive Khan. The power she acquired through gentleness and submission pales in comparison to the satisfaction of forcefully subjugating the expansive Khan and seizing what she desires. Such notions are absurd. The Grand Khatun instinctively retorted, "At my age, it seems that even when living on the boundless grasslands, looking up at the sky, where a sea eagle soars, one cannot attain the same freedom as the birds. Such sentiments cannot be entertained. Princess, you must confront reality. Success is unattainable." A chilling aura emanated from Liao's fingertips, reaching the Grand Khatun's brow. In a daze, her weaknesses, hesitations, doubts, affection for her husband, and love for her son were all frozen in that frigid atmosphere. Visions of her youth galloping on horseback filled her mind, a time when she wielded a spear that even her brothers could not match. Full of vigor, she vowed never to let her life slip away in vain, intending to live it with fervor. Yet, in the end, she cast aside her battle attire, dismounted, and donned the vibrant wedding gown, entering the great Khan's tent. Once the firstborn is welcomed into the world, the past gradually fades into oblivion. Perhaps it is a matter of self-preservation, for to dwell upon it is to invite sorrow, to fear the regret that may arise, and to dread harboring resentment towards a mother's tears, a father's sighs, and a brother's counsel. In a life so tragically woven, what remains worthy of pride? What if one ultimately meets with failure? Which founding emperor ever embarked upon a rebellion with the certainty of triumph? The rise and fall of rulers is but a natural order. There exists no true legitimacy in this world. Whoever holds power does so with rightful claim. Princess, Great Khan, close your eyes. Do you yearn to annex Longbei? Is that not permissible? Longbei is my homeland. Liao corrected her. It is your paternal land. Longbei, much like your father, has granted you shelter and sustenance, yet it has bestowed upon your brothers power and freedom. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing the fur of Liao Liao's outer garment to ripple like a field of wheat. Once the world is at your feet, why should one concern themselves with Long Bay? Your gaze ought to be cast towards broader horizons. In truth, most women possess an innate understanding that the arrival of brothers tilts the balance of parental affection. Such tilted love can become a stumbling block. After all, when weighed against what is lost due to entanglements, this love holds little value. For the first time, the great Khan spoke more in a single day than she had in the past month, her eyes filled with confusion as she inquired, "How should I regard my parents?" "Brothers and son?" Liao Liao gazed back at her. "Learn from the way they treat you." From the interactions with the sixth princess and the great Cotton, one realizes that humanity finds it exceedingly difficult to completely sever ties. Once their true nature has been lost or suppressed, it becomes arduous to transcend the established confines in pursuit of freedom. They feel a sense of shame in acknowledging their own resentment and ambitions, often unconsciously chasing after the mundane lexicon that has been predetermined for them. Having a husband as an emperor, brothers as emperors, or a son as an emperor pales in comparison to one's own ascension to the throne. When Liao Liao becomes an empress, she too would provide her father and elder brothers with sustenance and shelter, who can claim that this is not a form of compassion and affection. The great Cotton inquired, "Princess, why do you harbor such unconventional thoughts? Is it due to your discontent in the Feng Kingdom?" Liao Liao shook her head. "It is my desire. Ali mine, do you recall where you have gone?" In her youth, she was not as she is now, before her marriage, in a bid to sever her lingering attachments. She resolutely broke the cherished token that had accompanied her for many years, a gesture of commitment. That token was a gift from her father, long coveted by her elder brother. The great Cotton, unable to gallop across the battlefield like her brother, had to submit to the constraints of matrimony, preferring to destroy the token rather than allow it to fall into another's hands, even if that individual happened to be her own brother. For over 20 years, the great Cotton has consciously endeavored to forget this incident, to forget what was broken alongside it, including her own backbone. Lost in thought, the great Cotton only recalled Ali's voice after an eternity of not hearing anyone utter her name. Despite the immense honor associated with her identity as Cotton, why does she feel not even a semblance of pride? "Ali, the Grand Khan hesitated to ask, "What is my name?" Ali was taken aback. "Grand Khan, are you unwell? Should I summon a shaman, or perhaps inform the great Khan and the crown prince?" You are called Haiyua." The Grand Khan seemed to awaken from a dream. She was not the Grand Khan or a mother, but Haiyua. This name was bestowed upon her by the celestial beings who descended to grant the people of Long Bay the skills necessary for survival. A miraculous flower blooming alongside the god's footsteps in the grasslands and deserts. Her mother had chosen this name, hoping she would shine as brilliantly as the Haiyua. Yet, instead of radiating, she faded into obscurity, her 20-plus years slipping away like a fleeting moment. The great Khan referred to her as Grand Khan, Laha called her sister, and Tamyahong called her mother, but no one anymore called her Haiyua. Ali was at a loss, the Grand Khan. Having grown up alongside the Grand Khan, Ali was, in essence, more like a sister than a servant, their bond profoundly deep. When the Grand Khan married Khan Hokwa, Ali followed her. Many sought the Grand Khan's hand in marriage, yet Ali rejected all suitors. The Grand Khan once found this puzzling. Why did Ali never consider the bravest warriors who professed their love? Now, she seemed to understand. Ali remained unchanged, but Haiyua was no longer the Haiyua of yore. Takeda continued, "Father is nearly driven to his wits' end by me, yet it was only when mother intervened that I was spared from punishment. Since that day, father has made it a nightly ritual to check if I have sneaked out. I have cleverly concealed myself beneath my quilt, with my clothes stuffed into my pillow, and he has never once discovered my ruse." "Ali," Haiyua exclaimed, seizing Ali's hand with palpable excitement. "Tonight, let us seek out the spring once more. Let us witness the sunrise over the grasslands together. It has been many years since I last beheld it." Ali struggled to contain her enthusiasm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yes, when Tamyahong arrived, the atmosphere felt distinctly altered from the norm. Upon spotting Tamyahong, Haiyua's heart leapt with joy. "Where is your golden knife? Lend it to me." Tamyahong, perplexed, inquired, "Mother, what do you need the golden knife for?" "It is a precious gift from the Khan. I am your mother. Is it so unreasonable to ask for your knife?" Tamyahong responded, "Mother, am I now so powerless to refuse your command?" He complied and went to retrieve it. Ali's bow and arrows remained in pristine condition, and as Haiyua took them in hand, a wave of both nostalgia and strangeness washed over her. She was too preoccupied to notice Tam Yahong's feelings and instinctively asked, "Where have Tuna and Malara gone?" Tam Yahong, burdened with daily responsibilities, was not well acquainted with his sister's whereabouts. Perhaps they have gone out to play. What use are you if you do not even know what your sisters are up to? Tam Yahong has always been the cherished darling, often receiving tender inquiries about his well-being. However, unexpectedly facing admonishment left him momentarily speechless. His intention for today was to invite his mother to meet Princess Rai, while also seeking to admonish Nerdy. In the palace, where every man is clean-shaven, Nerdy seemed to target him at every turn. As brothers, it was best to avoid unnecessary conflict, and such matters were better left to women. Tam Yahong struggled with his thoughts. Men do not concern themselves with such trivialities, yet the princess of Fenghua favors fair skin. Fair skin appears cleaner than darker tones. Just look at your face. The disparity in color between the upper and lower halves is striking. How could the princess possibly take a liking to you? At the age of 20, this was the first time Tam Yahong had been critiqued on his appearance, and shockingly, it came from his mother. He touched his face, feeling a pang of insecurity as he asked, "Is it really that terrible?" "Indeed, it is dreadful," Hai Yua asserted firmly. "Cover it up. Perhaps you can achieve a lighter complexion and avoid Nerdy's scrutiny." Tam Yahong believed his mother would not lead him astray. Coincidentally, with winter upon them and little to do besides hunting wolves, he decided to remain in the tent and read a few books from Fenghua, hoping to find common ground with the princess. Meanwhile, the sixth princess within the snowman was muttering to herself, expressing her bewilderment at the conversation between Lao and the Grand Khitan. After all, these two were adversaries. Was it truly wise to divulge everything? She would inform the Great Khan. She was certain of it. "You have been sold. You are bound to be sold. The Great Khan despises you, and Meng Tua harbors resentment towards you. How, then, can you continue to live in Longbei?" Although she had never witnessed a rebellion firsthand, even a fool would understand that such an uprising could not be proclaimed to the world in a manner akin to Liao Lao's, who seemed to desire that everyone be aware of her ulterior motives. Surely, a person of sound judgment would not engage in such folly. "She is unlike you," the sixth princess remarked with dissatisfaction. "Of course, she is different. I am younger and more beautiful than she is, which is precisely why she harbors such apprehension towards me and constantly tries to sabotage my efforts." Liao fell silent, and the sixth princess, in a fit of anger, insisted, "I am not mistaken. Who resembles her? Aged and unappealing. And that second consort, they conspire together to torment me. Do you think you can escape unscathed? Currently, the great consort smiles sweetly at you, but she could just as easily turn and stab you in the back. Be wary. Do not presume I am merely speaking in hyperbole. That will not happen. How can you be so certain? By nature." Liao gazed at the little snowman and remarked, "It is something you have long since lost." The sixth princess, bewildered, replied, "What?" Liao cradled the little snowman in her palms and said softly, "Thus, you reside within the snowman." Seeing the sixth princess still wearing a vacant expression reminiscent of her former self, Liao inquired, "What is your name? Do you not already know?" Liao shook her head. "I know, but you do not. How could I possibly forget my own name? I am called." Her words faltered abruptly as the sixth princess, in a state of terror, realized she could not recall it. She had forgotten. The second snowflake, part 11. In a moment of desperation, she cried out like a lost child, "What is my name?" Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated the sixth princess, and she exclaimed, "I am called Little Six." This was how her mother referred to her, and her father too. She was indeed Little Six. Yet, as she gazed at herself, a sense of dissonance arose. "No, that is not right," she murmured to herself. "I am not Little Six. Then what am I? Am I called sister? Am I called Kidian? Am I a princess? Am I a daughter? What am I truly called?" The sixth princess was engulfed in profound panic. If a person forgets even their own name, what else remains worthy of remembrance? Who is she? What is her name? What significance does her existence hold in this world? Ultimately, with tears streaming down her face, she confided in Liao, "I cannot remember. I cannot recall what I am called, who I am." "Liao, who am I?" The little snowman gradually melted away from her warm tears, prompting Liao to reinforce it, her brow furrowed in contemplation. "It is merely forgetting your name. You still possess youth and beauty." Liao's eyes were pure and clear, a stark contrast of black and white. When she looked at the sixth princess, the latter felt as though her heart had been encased in ice at that very moment. "Isn't that enough for you?" "No, it is not. Everyone possesses a name. I do too, and I must know. I want to remember. Your father is an emperor. Your brother is an emperor, and your husband is also an emperor. They all possess power, yet you do not. Liao remarked. Soon, you will forget even more, ultimately fading into oblivion. The tears of the sixth princess blurred her vision, pondering the reason for such a fate. It is because you have relinquished your own life? Have you forgotten? The sixth princess instinctively wished to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she replied to Liao, I am not you. Do not stand there unscathed and speak so easily. You are capable of achieving so much, but I cannot. I cannot. Do my sufferings not count as suffering? Why must you speak of me in such a manner? Your suffering is not of my making. Should I then pity you? Liao bent down, aligning her gaze with that of the sixth princess amidst the little snowman. You need to understand one fundamental truth. You have had countless opportunities to alter your destiny, yet it was you who chose to abandon them. Do not blame anyone else. Indeed, the sixth princess was unfortunate to be treated as a pawn in political alliances, yet she possessed the ability to alter her circumstances. Countless women in the world endure far greater hardships than a princess. Must they then cease to live? It is laughable that she still fails to recognize reality, wallowing in sorrow for self-comfort, as if her own suffering would draw the compassion of others. Yet pity is, above all, the most futile of sentiments. Long before her journey to the political marriage, Liao had taught her the art of combat, but it was she who refused. Claiming that practicing was futile since everyone was already dead, Liao did not press her further. The sixth princess could see and hear only one person, Liao. Apart from Liao, she found no one to confide in about her inner turmoil. Having forgotten even her own name, what else was there worth remembering? Liao paid no heed to the emotional fluctuations of the sixth princess. It was better to speak less and avoid excessive noise. Now, Liao had lost interest in conversing with the sixth princess. No matter what the princess said, she would no longer respond. At that moment, Xia entered the tent with a few companions, reporting something in a mysterious manner to Liao. Someone attempted to stop her, but the Grand Duchess, without uttering a word, cracked a whip. How peculiar. Hadn't she always remained within the palace walls? The sixth princess, momentarily distracted from her thoughts, pondered the Grand Duchess riding out of the palace. As darkness descended, what compelled her to venture outside? Did she not fear encountering a pack of wolves in the dead of night? Meanwhile, Haiyuehua walked alongside Ali, in stark contrast to the sixth princess. While the former had forgotten her identity, she remembered her name. Thus, she was utterly indifferent to how Khan Hongqua would react to this revelation. She knew that the spring she had long sought in her youth must be quietly awaiting her in some corner of the vast grasslands. However, after riding for a while, Haiyuehua reluctantly came to a stop. She gazed enviously at the still vibrant Ali and remarked, You are a year older than I. How is it that you appear not the least bit fatigued? Ali replied, I am different from you. In what way? Haiyuehua pondered, unable to comprehend. Though Ali was like a sister to her, the treatment of a duchess and a maid was undoubtedly dissimilar. Why then did she, who enjoyed a life of luxury with abundant food, find her stamina lacking compared to Ali? I have never given birth. Haiyuehua gasped, and Ali added, I have always been by your side, Haiyuehua. You have borne 3 children. Your body can never return to its youthful state. The children have drained your vitality. Have you forgotten? When you gave birth to the great prince, you nearly lost your life. Ali, I was indeed terrified then. The Khan allowed my mother to enter the tent to accompany me during labor. She comforted me, saying that every woman goes through this. Once the first child is born, it becomes easier, especially if it is a boy, for then I can firmly establish my position. I had previously said the same to Princess Fenghua. Ali remarked, I have witnessed Mares giving birth, and since then, I vowed never to marry or bear children. It is far too terrifying. Haiyuehua, yet I hesitate to share such thoughts with you. If only you had never given birth. As Haiyuehua spoke, her hands trembled slightly. I have missed too much. Go. The expansive Khan soon learned of the great Khan's late-night expedition. Recently, he had been tormented by the Princess of Fenghua, constantly pondering how to deal with her. Upon hearing of the great Khan's reckless actions, he became enraged and personally went to the great Khan's tent to wait, remaining there until dawn. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Haiyuehua and Ali noticed a small snowman atop a shoulder, which appeared rather charming. Haiyuehua gazed at it for a moment and casually inquired, When did it snow? Ali, perplexed, responded, It didn't snow last night. Where, pray tell, did this snowman originate? In such frigid weather, with ice coating everything, yet the spring nearby emanates warmth. When I extend my hand into it, The sensation is exceedingly delightful. Haiyue chattered incessantly, her thoughts consumed by the exquisite divine hot springs, oblivious to her husband and son. She exclaimed, "Next time there is an opportunity, I shall take you along. No need to wait for another occasion. Today, this very moment shall suffice. Whenever you wish to go, you may. Why ponder when the next occasion might arise? Whatever desires one harbors, they should be pursued now." The allure of the divine spring could not capture Liao's interest at this moment, for she had already arrived at the entrance of the tent alongside Haiyue and Ali. Upon entering, they were greeted by the furious visage of Kan Hongqua. Haiyue's smile immediately faltered, for Kan Hongqua was poised to confront her. Before he could utter a reprimand, his gaze met Liao's. He appeared like a duck caught by the throat. Although Haiyue was bewildered by the unfolding situation, she instinctively took the blame. "Great Khan, forgive me. Last night, in a whimsical fit, I decided to ride out, taking my maid Ali with me, thus departing the palace without permission. I beseech your pardon." Kan Hongqua was in no mood for forgiveness. He had long wished to chastise the great Khitan. This woman, who typically exhibited the utmost consideration and could read his emotions with precision, how could she now be so thoughtless? The Princess of Feng had been in Longbei for over a month, and instead of aiding him in curbing her influence, she grew closer to the Feng princess. What was her intention? Did she seek to incite rebellion? He was not yet deceased, nor was Tamyahong capable of standing alone. With Liao present, Kan Hongqua dared not utter a word of protest. He could only contort his expression and mutter, "I merely came to check on you, as I have been concerned." Upon finishing her words, Haiyue found herself less moved than he had anticipated and instead felt a tinge of awkwardness. She mused that if he truly held her in his thoughts, he ought not to present himself in such a manner. There had been countless moments when she lingered in his mind. To this day, she vividly recalled that after giving birth to Tamyahong, the first inquiry from Kan Hongqua was about the child's gender. Unable to remain in this place, with an unquenched fire within him, he struggled to maintain his composure. After much effort, he huffed and puffed, addressing Haiyue. "The Longbei festival approaches. How have you prepared for the annual banquet? I intend to host all the warriors, and this matter must be taken seriously, without any pretense." "Rest assured, Great Khan, everything is in order," she replied, thus feigning nonchalance. As he passed by on his way to depart, he casually remarked, "Do not wander about. Stay within the tent and rest well." Yet, Liao pondered. What was he implying? A banquet. She wished to partake. The moment she voiced her desire, Kan Hongqua felt a flash of irritation, though he could not betray it openly. He could only hope that the most perceptive of his heart, the great Khitan, would discern his unspoken thoughts with a mere glance and admonish Liao to behave appropriately. The annual banquet was a raucous celebration for the men of Longbei. What purpose would a woman serve in such revelry? However, much to his surprise, Haiyue not only had no intention of being dissuaded but also yearned to join Liao in attendance. She thought, why should only men be allowed to participate? What would be their achievements without the steadfast support of Longbei women, who stood beside them in safeguarding their homeland? Kan Hongqua waited for an extended period without receiving a response from Haiyue. He could not simply acquiesce, so he deflected, stating that they would discuss it later as he had pressing matters to attend to. Just as he was about to depart, Liao obstructed his path, coldly inquiring, "Do you not comprehend my words?" Having previously suffered a setback at her hands, Kan Hongqua understood the futility of stubbornness. Yet, to submit in front of both Haiyue and Ali was exceedingly difficult. Haiyue lingered in silence, leaving him yearning to flee. Ultimately, Kan Hongqua could only manage to utter a few words, barely audible, so distant was Ali that she could not catch his murmurs. Liao did not linger on the matter. As Kan Hongqua departed, Haiyue remarked, "Why do I sense that the Khan is somewhat afraid of you?" Liao retorted, "Are you not afraid? What is there for me to fear? Can you truly devour me?" The sixth princess, nestled within the snowman, sat in contemplation. Having observed Kan Hongqua's every gesture and expression, in her memory he was a towering and indomitable figure, akin to a mountain or a tempest, feared even by his brother. How could such a man ever exhibit weakness? Yet, in his exchange with Liao, he had refrained from meeting her gaze. His demeanor, tone, and expression shattered the sixth princess's recollections. Was it truly so? The man who appeared unyielding, who would not bow even if the heavens were to fall. Was his fierce exterior merely a facade, upheld only until the moment the sky had not truly collapsed? When he confronted foes more formidable than himself, he displayed an air of uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, he unexpectedly inquired, Does a high status imply the privilege to dine at the table? The sixth princess, taken aback, could not discern where the elevated status of the women from Longbei lay. Was it merely in their ability to venture outside, or in their husband's decision not to take concubines? If that were the case, then any man would possess a higher status than a woman. Such an exalted status ought to be retained by them. I have never partaken in the year-end banquet, yet I am aware that it is a gathering predominantly of men. Utterly unentertaining. What purpose would you serve there? Time swiftly passed, and soon the hour of the year-end banquet arrived. After a prolonged concealment within the tent, Tamyahong re-emerged. It was evident that Haiyua's words had proven accurate. A little disguise yielded significant benefits. The disparity in complexion between the upper and lower halves of his face had diminished considerably, rendering it nearly imperceptible in the dimming light. Tamyahong gazed at his reflection for an extended period, his spirits lifted, and he sought out Haiyua, hoping for her counsel. However, en route, he encountered Nuerti, and the two brothers engaged in a sharp exchange of words. Tamyahong derisively remarked, "It appears that the education imparted by the second Khatan has not elevated your refinement in the slightest." Nuerti, poised to retort, was left bewildered by this statement. "What does this have to do with my mother?" he queried. Observing Nuerti's unexpected reaction, Tamyahong felt something was amiss. Had Princess Leahy truly admonished Nuerti? He should be seething with fury rather than exhibiting such a nonchalant demeanor. Nuerti let out a cold laugh, saying, "I never knew you aspired to be a pretty boy. If that is the case, why linger in the tent? Why not simply go and become a man of Fenghua? Those in Longbei look down upon cowards like you." Tamyahong immediately retorted, "Who is the coward here? It seems you are the one who dares not even shave your beard. Everyone else discards theirs, yet you cling to it, believing it makes you appealing? What purpose does a man's appearance serve? You clearly lack charm, which is why you disdain those who possess it." Their disagreement escalated to the brink of a physical altercation, fortunately interrupted by bystanders who intervened. Ultimately, both parties remained thoroughly dissatisfied, glaring at each other with palpable disdain before spitting contemptuously and turning away. Tamyahong soon sought out his mother. Upon hearing his inquiry about Nuerti, Haiyua smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "I've been so busy these past few days that I completely forgot." She cast a reproachful glance at him, saying, "Really now? You are his elder brother. What harm is there in extending a little help? If you cannot handle such trifles at 20, resorting to your mother at every turn. I have already done my part by bringing you into this world. Do you expect me to serve you like a servant? Am I indebted to you? I am still awaiting the day you repay me for the care I have bestowed upon you." The second snowflake, Chapter 12. Tamyahong's abrupt refusal left him in a cold sweat. Accustomed to making various requests of his mother, who had never once denied him, he was taken aback by the sudden dismissal. Feeling that something was amiss, he, as a dutiful son, could not express his doubts to his mother. Any lingering questions remained buried deep within his heart. Consequently, instead of achieving his desire for Haiyue to confront Princess Rahir regarding Nuerti, he found himself on the receiving end of a disjointed reprimand and left in a dejected state. As he departed, Haiyue's shoulders slumped. She had lied to Tamyahong. She had not forgotten about seeking out Princess Rahir, but rather, she was too afraid to do so. Ali, sitting nearby, folded a blanket and looked at Haiyue, inquiring, "Are you truly not going to go? It has been quite a while, and it seems you haven't spoken to Princess Rahir in years." "Who said that?" Haiyue immediately countered. "We spoke at last year's banquet." Ali, taken aback by Haiyue's defensiveness, simply stared, prompting Haiyue to turn away. "Speaking to her would only bring me humiliation. Besides, she is certain to ignore me. Between us." She could not articulate her thoughts, feeling disoriented. At times, the past felt as vivid as if it had occurred yesterday. At other times, it was so hazy that she could hardly recall it. In the beginning, she went alongside Princess Rahai to Kagan Hongqua, who, in an unprecedented move, took two kutufs at once. Although Rahai held the esteemed title of princess, Haiyue, hailing from the nobility of Longbei, garnered greater favor. While the wedding ceremony transpired on the same day, the consummation was staggered. Reflecting upon it now, Haiyue had her own moments of resentment. Her father, General Iahan, adhered to the tradition of having but one wife, a custom prevalent among the Longbei populace, unlike the fickle men of Fenghua. Haiyue harbored discontent towards Kagan Hongqua's choice to marry two kutufs simultaneously, yet she found herself unable to voice her grievances, despite being youthful spouses. The bond between her and Kagan Hongqua was rather tenuous. Even upon becoming the great Ketu, Her aspirations were primarily to solidify her standing and support her son in ascending to the throne, with little thought given to other matters. Qin Liao, too, was not one to indulge in romantic entanglements, showing little interest in matters of love. As for when the shift began, the exact moment eludes her memory, however. It is certain that their rift was not instigated by Qin Liao, but rather by the fierce rivalry between Tam Yahong and Nuerti, two brothers at odds, which ultimately drove a wedge between Haiyue and Princess Rahai. They were compelled to choose sides, each aspiring to emerge victorious. Like Princess Rahai, Haiyue did not wish to falter, yet lacked the means to assert her claims, placing all her hopes upon her son, inevitably leading her to make sacrifices she would rather avoid. Haiyue smiled bitterly. You mentioned the past. Back then, we were so naive. In truth, I should never have become friends with Rahi. She has Nerdy, and I have Tam Yahong. Since the birth of our son, it was destined that we could no longer be friends. Ali sighed, and Haiyue also felt weary in body and spirit. Regardless, once the annual banquet concludes. By the way, has Rahi not made an appearance for quite some time? Although the two Khitan held different statuses, they shared equally noble origins. Thus, even with Qin Liao still in good health, many chose to pledge their allegiance, distinguishing those loyal to Tam Yahong from those loyal to Nerdy. The two princes vied for power, yet the relationship between the two Khitan remained tranquil. Princess Rahi rarely left her tent. Had she not hailed from a nomadic tribe, Haiyue might have mistaken her for a woman of the affluent Feng nation, who seldom ventured beyond her home. Also restless in anticipation of the banquet was Qin Liao. He could not forget Liao, and even now, he could not comprehend her reasons for remaining. She could have easily ended his life, could she not? This was not an act of mercy, but rather a sign of her harboring some dangerous intention. Knowing that Liao would attend the annual banquet, Haiyue specially prepared a new outfit for her. The clothing from Longbei was far superior to that of the Feng nation, yet it was too heavy, which Liao disliked. She was unafraid of the cold, and typically wore less than others. The annual banquet commenced punctually. In a bid to demonstrate that he was not a man swayed by carnal desires, Qin Liao deliberately invited both the Great Khitan and the Second Khitan to attend, euphemistically claiming they deserved to be rewarded for their hard work. Such reasoning was intended to diminish any perception of favoritism and preserve his dignity. Indeed, Qin Liao was willing to go to great lengths. However, the moment Liao made her entrance, she immediately asserted her presence. The banquet was held within the grandest tent of the palace, its expanse rivaling that of the imperial palace of the Feng kingdom. The tables for the generals were arranged in 2 rows, stretching from front to back, with a singular central seat designated for the host. Flanking this main seat were 2 additional tables, prepared for the Great Khitan and the Second Khitan. Initially, Qin Liao contemplated instructing his servants to set another table for Liao, but the Great Khitan insisted that Liao could share her seat. To everyone's surprise, as the banquet commenced, Liao seemed indifferent to her assigned place. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, she strode directly to the forefront. After Hualu took her seat, she noticed that Liao had not followed her. Looking up, she found Liao standing confidently before the main table. Qin Liao, clutching a wine vessel in hand, feared that without something to grasp, his emotions might betray him, revealing his inner turmoil to the onlookers. Liao remained silent, fully aware of her conspicuous stance, convinced that Qin Liao understood her intentions. In truth, Qin Liao did comprehend her message. He merely feigned ignorance, questioning what right he had to offer Liao a seat. What would others think if they witnessed this? Where would he hide his face? From this moment forth, what authority would he possess to command them? Thus, even as Liao stood before him, the formidable Qin Liao remained unwavering in his demeanor. Seated upon his chair with a voice that resonated with gravity, step aside and join the Great Khitan. A place has been specially prepared for you. To the uninitiated, it appeared as though the Great Khan held an extraordinary affection for this princess of the Feng nation, going so far as to designate a unique position for her. After all, what right did a woman from Feng have to attend the banquet in Longbei? Yet, Haiyue sensed an underlying discord in the atmosphere. The Khan's emphasis on the word specially seemed to convey something else entirely, as if he were not merely advising Liao, but rather seeking to placate her. Look, I have prepared an exceptional place for you, one far superior to mine, so do not contest it. Kindly take your seat over there, was the impression that Haiyue received. Liao, however, was unwilling to acquiesce. She cared little for whether the seat was special or not, for she felt entitled to the principal position. Kan Hongqua feigned ignorance of her intentions, which did not please Liao Liao. The sixth princess, resembling a small snowman, sensed a peculiar tension in the air, as if at any moment Kan Hongqua might upend the table in a fit of rage. Yet, in reality, he remained composed, not daring to exert himself too forcefully even in his breathing. Tamyahong and Nuerti observed this scene with keen interest. Unable to fathom that Kan Hongqua was intimidated by Liao Liao, they merely assumed it was his indulgence of the Feng princess that permitted her to display such capriciousness. Tamyahong harbored feelings for Liao Liao, yet Nerdy did not reciprocate. The mere thought of the Khan compelling everyone to shave their beards for the sake of this woman from Fenghua filled him with a simmering rage. He scoffed. Standing there like a wooden post, what do you resemble? Aren't the people of Fenghua the ones who understand decorum and propriety the most? Shouldn't you hasten to your seat, lest we delay the banquet? Can you bear the responsibility for that? Kan Hongqua, in his heart, praised his second son 1,000 times over, exclaiming, well said. Do continue. Haiyuai sensed an underlying discord but could not articulate it. However, fearing Liao Liao might provoke Kan Hongqua's ire, she interjected, Princess, do come here. The banquet is about to commence, and there will be your favorite dairy fruits today. Kan Hongqua incessantly called upon the heavens, hoping for divine intervention to guide the Fenghua princess to her rightful place. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Liao Liao did not retreat. Instead, she advanced further, placing her hand upon the main table. Kan Hongqua, closest to her, observed the frost emanating from her palm. If he failed to react, should her heart turn to malice? Just as Nerdy reveled in his perceived triumph, Kan Hongqua abruptly stood, his visage devoid of facial hair, his expression betraying his discomposure. Come, princess. As the representative of Fenghua, you embody the peace between Fenghua and Longbei. Please, take your seat. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Peace. Who does not know that the great Khan harbors ambitions to annex the kingdom of Feng and establish dominance over the Central Plains? This purported alliance is merely a ruse to lull the kingdom of Feng into complacency. When spring arrives and provisions are plentiful, war will undoubtedly reignite in Longbei. At that time, the fate of the Feng princess will be uncertain. If there were subjects from Feng present, the great Khan's words might be excusable. However, in this gathering of his own people, what could the great Khan possibly mean by such statements? Reflecting on the maimed Chua and the deceased Mukin, it becomes evident that all this turmoil can be attributed to the Feng princess. Rather than facing repercussions, she is instead treated as an esteemed guest, even to the extent of relinquishing the principal seat. This breeds a most absurd yet strangely reasonable conjecture among the commanders of Longbei. Could it be that the great Khan has been enchanted by the Feng princess? This cannot be permitted. At once, a voice rises. Great Khan, you must not, you cannot. You are the Khan of Longbei. Only you are worthy to occupy the principal seat. How can it be given to the princess? She is but a woman. Enough of this. The Khan of Hongqua struggles to maintain his composure. I am aware of my own considerations. There is no need for your concern. Though the princess hails from Feng, she is now my Khatan. As husband and wife, what difference does it make whether she or I occupies this seat? To assert his authority, Kan Hongqua fixed his steely gaze. Do you imply that if the princess sits here, I cease to be the Khan of Longbei? Are you plotting rebellion? The trembling speaker quickly pleaded. I would not dare. I would not dare. Pretending to be composed, Kan Hongqua rose. Princess, please take your seat. As the prominent Kan Hongqua felt a pulse throb on his forehead, he forced a smile and remarked, the princess speaks wisely. Now, please take your seat, for the banquet shall commence shortly. Liao Liao approached the main table and settled down, her vantage point allowing her to observe all in attendance. This marked her inaugural formal encounter with the two Khans, particularly the elegant Princess Raha. Initially, upon her arrival in Sukujin City, she was scheduled to meet the two Khans the following day. However, due to Hongqua Khan's hesitance to intervene and Princess Raha's apparent aversion to social outings, this meeting had been postponed until now. In contrast to the tall and robust Haiyua, Princess Raha possessed a porcelain complexion, likely due to her prolonged seclusion from the outside world. Additionally, there was an indescribable aura about her. Liao Liao recalled that she and the deceased Muhan were siblings, yet the two bore no resemblance in either appearance or demeanor. Since the banquet's inception, Princess Raha had remained silent, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Only when Nurtai spoke did her expression shift slightly, her brow furrowing and lips downturned, devoid of any semblance of mirth, indicating her disapproval of Nurtai's earlier bravado. Regarding Liao Liao's acquisition of a seat, Princess Raha appeared to be the least concerned, even as Haiyue expressed surprise at her indifference. However, a dilemma soon arose. While Haiyue had indeed prepared a place for Liao Liao, the significant disparity in size between Liao Liao and Hongqua Khan rendered this arrangement impractical. It was inconceivable for Hongqua Khan to remain standing if he yielded his position. Had it been the past, the Moonflower would have undoubtedly been considerate. Yielding her position to honor Khan Hongqua, she would have stood up, feigning illness, and gracefully departed. However, this time, she felt no obligation to acquiesce. This was her rightful seat, and why should she concede? Moreover, with a glance across the crowd of 100 or so, who could not make way? Why should it be her? Princess Liao remained unresponsive, yet it was Tam Hong who timely interjected, "If the Khan does not mind, please take my place." Could Khan Hongqua approach? Yes. But would he have the audacity to face the situation afterwards? No. He stood rooted to the ground, as if his feet had taken root, motionless and waiting for Liao Liao to depart. After a prolonged silence, he finally looked up, and Khan Hongqua's countenance was a ghastly blend of pale and green. Even a fool could perceive the discord. Princess Liao signaled Nerdy repeatedly with her gaze, imploring him to refrain from any rash actions, lest the agitated Nerdy spring up prematurely. His presence was particularly irksome, especially upon discovering the close rapport between the great Kutan and Liao Liao. This princess from the Feng Kingdom had initially caused harm to his uncle Muhan without facing repercussions, and now the great Kutan seemed to be aligning with her. Clearly, these two had conspired together, both with designs on Tam Hong. The mere thought of this incited a burning jealousy within Nerdy. He had subtly broached the subject with his mother, suggesting that he might engage with the Feng princess like the great Kutan had. After all, even a modicum of favor from her would be preferable to the current predicament. Yet, his mother always dismissed his entreaties with a mere nod, promising to consider it, only to disregard his concerns entirely, unlike the great Kutan, who consistently prioritized Tam Hong's interests. Khan Hongqua gazed at Liao Liao, managing to conjure a faint smile. "How does it feel to sit here?" he inquired. Liao Liao, unable to discern his true intent, took a moment to reflect before responding, "Not very comfortable." Khan Hongqua, priding himself on his masculinity, believed he could not cushion himself like a woman. His chair was rigid and devoid of padding, rendering it quite uncomfortable. "Shall I relinquish my seat to you? Would that bring you joy?" Liao Liao regarded him with confusion. "This seat is rightfully mine. Do you wish to occupy it?" Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, how could Khan Hongqua admit to wanting to sit? He had offered it out of affection for Princess Fenghua, not out of obligation, which only distorted his expression further. In the eyes of Haiyue, there was a growing concern that Khan Hongqua, in a fit of rage, might strike Liao Liao dead with a single blow. "Great Khan!" A voice boomed from the crowd as a man, towering and formidable, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Liao Liao. "What do you think you are? Even if the great Khan permits you to sit here, I will never concede that you are worthy of such privilege. Despicable woman of Fenghua. Even if the emperor were present, you would not dare usurp the great Khan's place. The Khan may overlook your insolence, but I shall not. Now, instantly, leave this place," he thundered, "or I shall strike you down with my blade." Khan Hongqua felt the atmosphere grow tense, as if the air itself had thinned, making it difficult to breathe. On one hand, he was touched by the bravery of a warrior willing to fight for him. On the other, he feared that Liao Liao might respond with the same reckless aggression she had shown previously. Fortunately, she did not. She sat in her seat, lost in thought, perhaps still pondering the words of Khan Hongqua. Only the sixth princess in the snowman was anxiously shouting, "Get up, hurry up. He is going to strike you. Can't you see? Why are you still sitting there? Get up, quickly." The man strode towards her with determination, indifferent to whether she was the princess of the Feng Kingdom or the nature of the Khan's feelings towards her. To him, women were mere trifles, distractions that should never hinder one's ambitions, especially for someone of the Khan's stature. If a woman were to become an obstacle for the Khan, he would risk his very life to remove that impediment. Just as he thought this, it was already too late. Khan Hongqua made no attempt to intervene. Perhaps he had never considered doing so. If this man could indeed kill the princess of the Feng Kingdom, it would rid him of a lingering concern. If he failed, the princess could not hold him accountable. As he contemplated this, a vivid splash of crimson suddenly rushed past him. The blood-red hue, warm to the touch, splattered across Khan Hongqua's face. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, his vision obscured, and the metallic scent of blood in the air became overwhelmingly pronounced, thick, and nauseating. The man lunged forward, hands outstretched to seize her, intending to publicly cast her to the ground, exposing the so-called princess of the Foam Kingdom as nothing more than a worthless wretch. The man contemplated that, with his hands deftly reaching forward, leveraging his physique and strength. He ought to effortlessly lift the woman from the prosperous nation and hurl her to the ground. He was confident that he could snap her in half, thereby rendering her incapable of shaking the resolve of the great Khan. In the mere blink of an eye, the unfolding events were too swift for anyone to comprehend. Only the great Khan, Hongqua, was left drenched in blood, while the arrogant man from Longbei, who had boasted of handling the princess, remained in a menacing pose, his expression morphing from ferocity to bewilderment. Liao Liao, however, was unperturbed. The splattered blood, before it could stain her garments, had already congealed into tiny crimson ice beads that chimed gracefully upon hitting the ground, reminiscent of pearls cascading onto a jade plate, producing a melodious sound. Yet, Hongqua Khan lacked such composure. He was engulfed in shock and terror, having witnessed countless severed limbs on the battlefield. He should not have been intimidated by such a trivial spectacle, but before Liao Liao, he could not help but succumb to fear, for she was beyond his control. The man's arms were severed at the shoulders, accompanied by a harrowing shriek, as he collapsed to the ground, akin to a decapitated chicken, struggling for life. Silence enveloped the crowd, who dared not breathe, while Liao Liao beckoned Hongqua Khan with a mere flick of her finger. He had no desire to approach her, yet was compelled to obey her summons. Subsequently, she reached into his collar and retrieved the bell he had always dared not remove, yet could not bear to part with. It was essential for it to remain visible, a testament to his allegiance. She observed the manner in which men treated women, and thus chose to interact with men in kind, considering them neither as equals nor endowing them with any semblance of humanity, as long as they remained obedient. You shall pay the price for this. Her voice, though soft, sliced through the hearts of all like a blade. Accompanied by her words, a tempest of ice and snow surged forth, the frigid winds howling outside the tent, heralding the arrival of a brutal winter that froze everything in its grasp. Even the flickering flames of the campfire within, which became ensnared in the icy grip. Outside, the air was filled with the cries of many. As the once vigilant generals of Longbei revealed their dismay, the thick fur cloaks failing to shield them from the biting chill, and they remained oblivious to the unfolding catastrophe. Their faces turning ashen from the cold, their breath crystallizing in an instant. Hayu arose from her seat, gazing in bewilderment at the near-frozen Khan Hongqua and Tam Yahong. Perplexed by the fact that she felt no cold at all, this chill was no more exaggerated than the winters of Longbei past. Indeed, she noted that the Khan's facial hair had transformed into distinct, delicate icicles. Hayuwa could not comprehend this phenomenon. Only Princess Raho's eyes sparkled with revelation as she proclaimed loudly, "It is the goddess's punishment. The goddess descends from the mountaintops to the realm of mortals. Those who behold her true form shall perish in the cold." According to the customs of Longbei, on the 10th day after the new year, they pay homage to the goddess of winter, beseeching her not to unleash another harsh winter upon them, a tale every Longbei child grows up hearing. The celestial deity is a benevolent father, imparting wisdom for survival, while the goddess embodies a cruel adversary, ruling over ice and snow, ultimately vanquished by the celestial being. In her wrath towards him, she unleashes her fury upon the cherished lands of the celestial father, wielding the harsh winter to strip the people of Longbei of their very means of existence. Each individual, in their infancy, once sought solace in the embrace of their parents. Listening to the howling winds that caused the tents to flap violently, their bodies swathed in layers, yet still unable to withstand the biting cold. On the eve of a heavy snowfall, the sky is shrouded in a dismal gray, the frost and wind akin to blades, as if the goddess's hands are intent on annihilating the world. Snowflakes mixed with hail plummet from above, compelling even the mightiest to submit. The flora withers, and the springs run dry. The world, under the oppressive reign of the goddess of winter, edges toward its demise. The devout denizens of Longbei, upon hearing the jubilant proclamation of Princess Raha, inexplicably prostrate themselves in homage, bowing deeply in a display of utter reverence. The sixth princess stands in stunned silence. The people of Longbei, whom she had deemed barbaric and unreasonable, reveal a timorous side. The unusual occurrences extend beyond the royal encampment to Sukjin City in the entirety of Longbei, as frigid air sweeps across the steppes and deserts. Curiously, it is only the men who falter under this chill, while the women continue to exist as they normally would. For them, this winter bears little distinction. The cold remains as it always has, Yet how could it be so severe that one is rendered unable to rise from their bed? From the venerable age of 99 down to the tender steps of toddlers, regardless of whether they are the venerable elderly or the innocent young. As long as they are male, they can only wrap themselves in blankets, huddled by the fire, shivering in the cold. The brave guardians of Su Kujin City, the intrepid fur traders traversing the land, and the mischievous children leaping about. All of a sudden, men vanished from every corner of Longbei, leaving their homes as their sole refuge. For the women of Longbei, this was not an unbearable circumstance. After all, when men were able to venture outside, the women had also taken up arms to fend off wolves. Now, as fortune has shifted, men, paralyzed by fear of divine retribution, remain confined within their homes, while women engage in their usual tasks, yet earn the title of warriors. At the same time, Liao Liao discovered something peculiar. After departing from the realm of cultivation, her powers had dissipated. Although her body remained capable of physical training, she could no longer summon the elements as a cultivator would. As her sojourn in this world extended, her strength gradually began to return, leaving her perplexed. All the charms and spells from the cultivation realm had become ineffective in this world. What she was regaining was her innate power of ice and snow. She found herself bewildered. If her strength was destined to be restored, why did it vanish in the first place? This sudden transformation brought only a fleeting shock to the women of Longbei. As life resumed its course, most women recognized that while men frequently asserted the dangers of the battlefield and the burdens of providing for a family, they had never disclosed to women the countless benefits that accompanied their sacrifices. Even the formidable Hongqua Khan must remain within the confines of his tent, awaiting mercy. Enveloped in his blanket, he is consumed by anxiety, with the jingling bell around his neck, an incessant reminder of his status as a slave. Strangely, Liao Liao persists in preserving Hongqua Khan's life, despite his utter uselessness. She has gleaned enough from him and the men of Longbei to understand how to interact with them. This world operates under its own rules, but Liao Liao refuses to accept any of them. Hongqua Khan had presumed that in the upheaval of fortunes, Liao Liao would be flustered and unable to navigate the chaos. To his astonishment, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. First, Haiyue emerged, nearly flawlessly assuming Hongqua Khan's role. Next came Princess Laha, the most extraordinary among the women of Longbei. For she had never expressed a shred of regret for Hongqua Khan, even going so far as to seek Liao Liao's acceptance herself. The sixth princess, the little snow girl, was utterly perplexed. This was neither the Decadian of her memories nor the Arcadian she recalled. The Arcadian was a duplicitous vixen, seemingly docile yet possessing profound depth. Without her support, how could Nuer T dare to stand against Tam Yahong? You cannot trust her, the sixth princess asserted gravely. She is certainly advocating for Nuer T. Laha knelt before Liao Liao, her hands crossed and pressed upon her shoulders, suppressing her excitement. O esteemed goddess, grant me your radiant grace. With that, she prostrated deeply. Although Liao Liao did not articulate her thoughts, the men of Longbei, troubled by the biting cold, attributed their plight to the wrath of the winter goddess. It was unclear when the Princess of Feng became the embodiment of this deity. The day of the goddess's sacrificial rites was fast approaching, and Liao hoped to emulate Hai Weiwa, who had stood in for Khan Hongqua. By taking the place of the high priest of Longbei, you cannot agree to her. The sixth princess reiterated emphatically, you cannot. The power of the priesthood is second only to that of the Khan. You must consider this carefully. Liao Liao paid no heed to the sixth princess and refrained from immediately acquiescing to Laha. Instead, she scrutinized her counterpart intently. Laha rarely ventured out of the tent. Her skin was exceptionally fair, yet this pallor differed from that of the women of Feng. Laha's complexion was pale but not frail. In fact, her palms bore thick calluses at the base of her thumbs. She was the first woman in this world whom Liao Liao encountered, one who retained her original essence in its entirety. Unlike the subdued nature of Hai Yuehua or the vanished essence of the sixth princess, Laha's spirit remained unscathed and unhidden. This authenticity drew Liao Liao closer, prompting her to lean in toward Laha, and with that proximity came a chilling breath, yet Laha felt no fear. On that day at the New Year banquet, she had been unafraid and could not comprehend what others feared. Do you wish to become a priestess for Nerdy? No. Is it for Cerise? No. The sixth princess was taken aback. Revenge? Whom do you bear a grudge against? Ravi gazed into Lao's eyes, realizing that there was no need for concealment. Thus, she recounted her past, an unremarkable existence, dull and devoid of significance. Her father, fearful of Khan Hongqua, wed her off at the tender age of 17 to the north of Long, seeking tranquility with that region. However, Rahi had no desire for marriage. She was forcibly bound and delivered to Long Bay, much like livestock awaiting slaughter. With gritted teeth, she confessed, "I attempted to flee, only to be betrayed by Mukin. As punishment, my father cruelly shattered my mother's legs before my very eyes." She clenched her fists tightly. Mukin, sharing the same father but not the same mother, was the offspring of a slave woman taken by her father. Consequently, he was excluded from the line of succession. To ensure her compliance, her father commanded Mukin to accompany her to Long Bay, under the guise of companionship, but in reality for surveillance. Inherently restless, Rahi, as a woman, often yearned to compete with her brothers and even aspired to succeed her father as the clan leader. Fearing her capabilities, her brothers conspired to persuade their father, the clan leader, to marry Rahi off to Long Bay while simultaneously detaining her mother as a hostage to ensure Rahi would not retaliate. I despise my father, my brothers, my husband, and my son. Faced with Rahi's unwavering defiance, Khan Hongqua would treat her as one would tame a wild stallion. In such circumstances, how could one possibly love a child born under such duress? The sixth princess stood in stunned silence, murmuring to herself, "I have always believed that Nerdy lacked intelligence. He seems so dissimilar to the cunning heir Kaduan. It hardly seems plausible they are mother and son. Little did I expect. Rahab does not desire a son as astute as Tam Yahong. She merely seeks obedience from him. Thus, she refrains from educating him and shows no concern for Mukin's proximity. She wishes for him to be weak and ineffectual, a mere puppet, until the day she empowers her son to become the Khan of Long Bay, the day of her vengeance. She has waited 2 decades. Surely, a moment longer would not matter. Yet, unexpectedly, a figure named Liao Liao descends from the heavens, not only eliminating her formidable adversary Mukin but also subduing Khan Hongqua. Witnessing Hayua entrusted with significant responsibilities, Rahab felt compelled to abandon her passive observation. The tales of the winter goddess circulated among the clans, recounting how the goddess, unfulfilled in love, unleashed harsh winters to bring ruin upon the world. Yet, since my youth, I have yearned for more than mere needle and thread. Rahab tilted her head to gaze at Liao Liao, her expression reverent. If the divine truly loves the beings it has created, it ought not to favor men alone. It should inquire of women whether they desire bows and arrows or needles and thread. The absence of such inquiry suggests a lack of love. He is the deity of men, not mine, and I do not believe in him. She refused to be defined by her birth, unwilling to forfeit her inheritance simply because she was female. If her father denied her, she would seize it. If her brothers opposed her, she would suppress them. Her life could not be lived in a haze of confusion. To achieve her aspirations, Rahab was willing to wait and possessed ample patience. Liao Liao cast a glance at the sixth princess. Though she remained silent, the princess, in a moment of clarity, grasped her meaning. We are both princesses. Why should we be so disparate? Very well. Liao Liao inclined her head in acknowledgement. Why is it so? The sixth princess murmured, if that is the case, why then has she turned against the great Khatan? Her pupils contracted. I have 3 daughters, who are no less worthy than Tam Yahong. I implore you, divine lady, to allow them to serve you. The moment that truly made Rao realize that she could no longer maintain her friendship with Hayua was after the latter bore her first daughter. The look of disappointment has lingered in Ra's mind ever since. In the subsequent years, while Hayua could not be said to lack love for her daughter, her attention was far less than that which she afforded Tam Yahong, let alone her guidance in becoming formidable warriors. Ra found herself powerless to alter the current state of affairs. All she could do was keep her daughters at a distance from Hayua's 2 daughters. Once dear friends, they gradually became estranged, ultimately becoming mere strangers. Liao Liao nodded slightly and informed Ra, I am not a goddess. I am Liao Liao. The sixth princess instinctively wanted to intervene, but something held her back, and she remained silent. After Ra departed, she continued to sit there in a daze, the frigid air solidifying her small snowman-esque form. Yet the thoughts swirling in her mind required her own clarity. In the stillness of the tent, the sixth princess inexplicably inquired about a matter she had never before considered. You once mentioned that the fourth princess has not had an easy life, that she does not need to marry off, yet she is wed her beloved Mang Yutong. How could her life be difficult? Liao Liao approached the small snowman, placing her hand upon it. In that instant, the sixth princess felt a tremor in her soul, as countless scenes flashed before her mind's eye like a fleeting panorama. If the definition of happiness is to be free from want, to possess a shelter from the storm, then she is indeed happy. Yet, the essence of humanity lies in our capacity for thought and our insatiable desires. Mang Yutong, having lost his beloved, is compelled to marry the fourth princess. Yet he does not harbor resentment towards the emperor who arranged the marriage, nor towards the mother who urged it. His only grievance is directed at the fourth princess, who, like him, is ensnared by the circumstances of this union. In such a predicament, the fourth princess does not express bitterness. Rather, she endures it all. When the empress inquires about her married life, she responds with joy, concealing the burdens from Mang Yutong, accepting all his demands without a hint of complaint. The sixth princess watches this unfold with a sense of helpless fury, her fists clenched in agitation. Is she not capable of standing up for herself? Why does she become so submissive in the presence of Mang Yutong? Would it not be better to direct the strength she once displayed towards him? She cannot articulate the source of her anger, only that her heart feels as though a great weight is pressing upon it. Upon reflection, this discomfort does not stem from the fact that Mang Yutong professes love while embracing others, but rather from the quiet resignation of the fourth princess. The sixth princess muses. Did she seize Mang Yutong only to suffer alongside him? Despite her myriad grievances with this sister, she cannot bear to witness her transformation into such a lifeless shell. As though the vibrancy of youth has withered away, leaving behind only the pallor of age. Are you angry? Liao Liao asks. I am not angry. I simply look down upon her. The sixth princess wielded her fists with increasing fervor. She was a princess, a princess. How could she be subjected to the constraints of others? The queen, in her intricate scheming, sought to lead her to such self-deprecation. Mang Yutong was merely Mang Yutong. Why did she wish to gaze upon her? Suddenly, the expression of the sixth princess froze upon her face as she arrived at a realization, an answer she had never believed. Yet it was the only one that could elucidate the situation. The fourth princess truly had no intention of coveting her beloved, nor had she ever plotted against her. It was precisely because this concern and guilt were genuine that the fourth princess chose to endure in silence. If it were out of profound love for Mang Yutong, the fourth princess's character would not permit her to suffer such indignity. Qingjua. Today, mother bestowed upon me a pair of bracelets, one for each of us. How delightful is that? Qingjua, when we grow up, let us reside together in the princess's residence, neighbors for a lifetime, shall we? Qingjua. Did the dowager consort scold you again? It is all my fault. It must have been when I came to find you that I was discovered. I shall certainly be more cautious next time. The sixth princess raised her hand to cover her face, weeping uncontrollably. The palace attendants called her princess, while her father and mother affectionately referred to her as Little Six. In the imperial palace, her name went unnoticed, for the title of princess forever eclipsed her true self. Upon arriving in Longbei, she was a Khitan, a princess of the Feng kingdom, the beloved daughter in her mother's letters, the sister of her brother. Yet she was not herself. I remember now. Liao Liao, I remember. With tears streaming down her face, she gazed at Liao Liao, exclaiming, I have a name. I am called Qingjua, Su Qingjua. As the years progressed, the rivalry between the elder brother and the crown prince intensified, leading to a gradual estrangement between the two sisters. Upon their reunion, the bonds of childhood affection had dissipated, leaving only stark barriers of misunderstanding. They became adversaries, forgetting the love that once existed between them. What were they fighting for? For their father's affection, yet not for his throne. Even their quest for love was but a means to pave the way for their brother. They vied for the affection of suitors, yearning for the slightest tenderness and kindness from one another. But could the ties of sisterhood truly be overshadowed by a few comforting words from a man like Mang Yutong? Was their brother's imperial status to be shared with them? Or would they merely receive a fraction of their husband's glory? In the end, what did they truly gain? From birth to death, they remained mere stepping stones for others. And even in death, as spirits, they bore no resentment towards their mother, father, brother, or husbands. Instead, the deepest grievance lay against their equally powerless sister. Save her. Liao Liao, I implore you. Cried Qingjua, I would do anything. Liao Liao replied, such words should be spoken by you to her. Tearfully, Qingjua lamented. But I am already dead, now you are my. Liao Liao cast a cold glance, stating that the human soul was neither sweet nor cold. If Qingjua failed to comprehend what she ought to do, that was her own dilemma. Liao Liao had little patience to expend on her. The high priestess, capable of foretelling fortunes, could only huddle in her tent this winter, unable to fulfill the duty of honoring the goddess of winter. It was only natural to be replaced. Yet the identity of the substitute was entirely unforeseen by Hai Weiwa. After 2 decades of estrangement, two friends unexpectedly reunite, discovering a surprising harmony between them. Yet, neither dares to utter a word, unsure whether the silence stems from a lack of conversation or a mutual understanding. Haiyue feels a peculiar sense of nostalgia, torn between regret for their years of distance and fear of rejection from Rai. Ultimately, her longing for reconciliation prevails, and just as she tentatively opens her mouth to speak, Rahi happens to do the same. Their eyes meet, and though no words are exchanged, it feels as if everything has been said. The barriers of 20 years dissolve in that moment. Tuna and Malara are two wonderful children, and the Mido sisters have secretly befriended them behind my back. Mido, Rahi's eldest daughter, has been advised by her father to steer clear of Haiyue's daughters to avoid deepening animosities. However, these children, deemed less significant than Tamyahongner, have united in friendship. Upon discovering this, Rahi contemplated intervening, but ultimately chose to turn a blind eye, recognizing that her daughters had grown and could soar like eagles without their mother's counsel. With a hint of shame, Haiyue admits, "It is my fault for dedicating all my energy to Tamyahong, neglecting them." "There is nothing wrong with that," Rahi replies bluntly. "Tuna and Malara are like free sea eagles, thriving despite being overlooked." After giving birth to a son, Haiyue now faces the daunting task of educating her daughter, a challenge more formidable than the legends of the Winter Goddess. 2 decades later, old friends rekindled their bond. It was only upon reaching the epicenter of power that Haiyue truly comprehended the hollow nature of her aspirations, the notion of supporting her son to become Khan, while she herself assumed the role of Khan's mother, was mere pretense. Those who wield authority alone grasped the intoxicating allure of such dominion. During the grand ceremony honoring the goddess of winter, the newly appointed high priest Raha recounted a fresh legend to the women of Longbei. There has never been a divine bestowment of bows to men while rewarding women with needles and thread. From the beginning, they have had but one deity, the goddess of winter, who grants bows to women and rewards men with needles. However, as the roles of men and women became inverted, and the natural order was upended, the goddess's wrath descended in the form of divine retribution. The chilling winds echoed her fury, while the ice and snow resonated with her roar. For the revival of life to occur, the rightful order must be restored. Otherwise, Longbei will remain devoid of spring. With Raha's words, a fierce blizzard swept forth, and several ice dragons circled high above. Witnessing this phenomenon, the people of Longbei found their legs weakened and knelt in reverence, helplessly watching as the ice dragons transformed into shimmering lights, vanishing before their eyes. In the presence of all, Hongqua Khan became the final offering of this rite. Raha, with a swift motion, severed his head. In a place where no one could hear, she smiled at Hongqua Khan, whispering, "This blow has been 20 years in the making." Afterward, she placed his severed head into a wooden box by her side, a gift she had prepared for her father, knowing it would bring him great satisfaction. Qingzhu was taken aback. Was it truly possible that Hongqua Khan had met his end in such a manner? Executed before the very eyes of the women of Longbei by the newly appointed high priestess? Yet, this man, renowned as the mightiest of warriors, whose name resounded throughout the Central Plains, has he truly succumbed to death? The bell around the neck of Khan Hongqua fell as his head dropped, rolling a few times before resting at his feet, where it was carelessly crushed beneath her heel. She stood atop the elevated altar, gazing into the distance. With her presence, the heavens would darken and life would meet its demise. Yet, at this moment, the region of Longbei thrived with an indescribable vitality, like green shoots breaking through the frozen earth, heralding rebirth, as the solid ice began to crack. Qingzhu followed Liao's gaze, taking in the expansive skies and boundless lands. The narrow confines of her heart momentarily expanded by the splendor before her, filled with awe and lament, alongside an inexhaustible sense of discontent. The grasslands stretched endlessly. The deserts lay desolate and vast. This was Longbei. Majestic mountains and flowing rivers, intricately adorned pavilions, and resplendent misty towers characterized the prosperous nation. Her own wretched and helpless fate had been flawed from the very beginning. Had she, like her brother, pursued education and governance? Had she been able to behold the towering peaks and surging rivers, to bask in the freedom of wind and rain and the yellow sands? She would not have resigned herself to the status quo, nor would she have regarded her mother and brother as the entirety of her existence. Perhaps she could have inherited the throne and ascended to greatness, and this realm might have belonged to her. In such a scenario, there would be no talk of marriage alliances, She would not become one of Khan Hongqua's 3 wives, caught in the turmoil between her brother and her husband. Nor would she find herself dying in a foreign land. Liao was right. She had countless opportunities to alter her circumstances, yet she was perpetually mired in self-pity. Waiting for her mother to regret her choices, for her brother to rescue her, for her husband to shower her with affection, and for those who owed her to awaken their consciences. How utterly foolish. When Qingzhou became aware of this, the shackles that had long gnawed at her soul dissipated like smoke. In this vast and boundless expanse, she felt as though she was being reborn, nurtured by the heavens and earth, free and unrestrained. As if she sensed something, in her gaze, the tiny snowman gradually took shape. At the very moment when Hongqua Khan was slain as a sacrificial offering, Qingzhou was also resurrected. Revived in her icy form, she could only grow anew from a child. Upon hearing that she would submit herself to Ra, she astonishingly did not object, but instead obediently walked to Ra's side. This scene was witnessed by Haiyue, who inquired, "Why do you not give her to me?" Ra replied, "Given your treatment of Tuna and Malara, who can guarantee that if another child were entrusted to you, you would raise her well?" Haiyue, infuriated and stamping her foot, found herself unable to refute. When she realized her mistakes, her 2 daughters had already grown and no longer needed her. Regardless of her attempts to make amends, the past neglect and injustice remained undeniable, and Ra was entirely justified in condemning her. In Longbei, upheaval ensued. This news could not escape the notice of the Emperor of Fenghua. A month later, Liao received her first letter from Fenghua, penned by the favored concubine, who expressed her deep longing for her daughter, her affection vividly portrayed in her words. As the letter neared its conclusion, the tone shifted cautiously, probing into the current state of Longbei and inquiring if any assistance was needed. Liao shook her head, deeming it unnecessary to respond. Every letter from the Empress Dowager was perused by Qingzhou. In the past, she would have been overwhelmed with joy, believing that her mother held her dear in her heart. Yet, after her rebirth, she found no stirrings within her soul. Each word reeked of insincerity and hypocrisy, only revealing a utilitarian motive that could not be concealed. In the latest correspondence, the Empress Dowager lamented, with heartfelt sincerity, the torment she endured during her 10 months of pregnancy, detailing the immense suffering she faced to bring her daughter into the world. Every word was poignant, stirring the heart. However, after silently reading the letter, Qingzhou returned it, stating, "This is penned by the 3rd prince. The Empress Dowager would not speak to me in such a manner." Unlike the Emperor and Chang'e, the Empress Dowager believed that having given birth to her daughter entitled her to command obedience. Only Chang'e would resort to such meticulous self-pity to elicit sympathy. Qingzhou had received similar letters in the past, particularly when Chang'e implored her to steal the gold seal of Longbei. Nonsense. The Emperor slammed his palm onto the table in anger, causing the teacup to jolt and spill its contents across the surface. Now that Longbei is under her command, with even Khan Hongqua falling at her hands, she claims to be helpless? I see her as inherently rebellious, harboring treasonous intentions. For years, Longbei has posed the greatest threat to Fenghua. Should I manage to annex Longbei into our territory, I shall undoubtedly become the first sovereign throughout history to unify the realm. Speak. He barked at the Empress Dowager. Have you conspired all along, deliberately disrupting the marriage of Xiao Si and intending for Xiao Lu to replace her? How astonishing. I had no idea you harbored such a predatory ambition. At this moment, the Dowager consort seethed with resentment towards her ungrateful daughter, weeping as she implored the Emperor for mercy, wishing fervently for death to vindicate her innocence. The Emperor, with a cold smile, replied, "Do not presume that just because she currently reigns over Longbei, she can withstand the might of my formidable army." The bitter chill of Longbei had yet to relent. Only women could dare to emerge in such times. What tempest could a mere assembly of women conjure? Since she is oblivious to her own folly, she must not blame me for disregarding our familial bond. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed, leaving the Dowager consort to weep inconsolably, cursing her audacious and heartless daughter repeatedly. Upon reflecting on this, the Emperor swiftly summoned several high-ranking officials and personally penned a missive destined for the frontier. Entrusting it to General Meng Tuo, he commanded him to take the initiative in launching an assault. At that moment, Longbei resembled a wounded lion. Should they not capitalize on this opportunity to vanquish it? Would they wait for it to recuperate and pose a threat once more? Meng Tuo shared this sentiment, resonating with the Emperor's resolve. The current state of Yutong was neither human nor ghostly, all of which was the doing of the 6th princess. How could such a grudge remain unavenged? Yet, before mobilizing his troops, he composed a letter, adhering to the adage that one should offer civility before resorting to arms. Should the princess fail to respond, he would not be held accountable for his ruthlessness. The people of Longbei were wreaking havoc along the borders of Feng, and as they approached Sukujin City, he could not guarantee that his soldiers would act with restraint. In this perilous moment, should they inadvertently harm the princess, the blame would lie not with him. Let him enter at once. Upon hearing this, Ming Tuo hastily set aside the sheepskin map in his hands. The region of Longbei was notoriously defensible, yet challenging to attack, riddled with countless caverns and marshes that posed a grave threat. Once ensnared, both men and horses would likely perish. Consequently, he dispatched several squads of scouts into the Longbei grasslands to ascertain the terrain. Yet, like previous communications, these scouts returned without a trace. A soldier stammered, We cannot advance." Confounded, Meng Tuo questioned, "What do you mean cannot advance? With legs and feet? How can one not proceed? Am I to go out and greet them?" The soldier, trembling under Meng Tuo's ire, fell to his knees and, with a quavering voice, exclaimed, "They have legs and feet, yet they have lost their heads." "What?" Meng Tuo gasped in shock, swiftly exiting the tent, only to behold a line of horsemen not far off, each mounted with an envoy. They were frozen by the ice and snow, their heads cradled in their hands. And despite the frigid air, their features were eerily lifelike, the terror of death still etched upon their faces, sending chills down one's spine. Enraged, Meng Tuo bellowed, "What a venomous woman! How could she resort to such treachery?" The military was soon aflame with indignation, sensing the peak of their morale. Meng Tuo sounded the drums and rallied the generals for an advance into Longbei. Meanwhile, Tam Yahong remained confined within the tent, neither venturing outside nor moving about. Yet he was neither deaf nor blind. He quickly sensed the changes within the palace, but alas, he was unable to leave the confines of the tent. The extreme cold still enveloped the skies above Longbei, something Meng Tuo had not anticipated. He was only aware of the strange phenomena occurring in Longbei, where men could not step outside their homes, and thus sought to seize the opportunity to conquer the region, forgetting that his own soldiers were men too, who would also be unable to escape should they enter Longbei territory. At first, he remained oblivious, as the journey proceeded smoothly through the unguarded lands of Longbei, instilling in Meng Tuo an ever-growing confidence. He believed that with only women left to defend Longbei, there was no resistance to be encountered, and he could easily seize it without exertion. Occasionally, he would catch sight of a few women on horseback fleeting in the distance, who, upon spotting Feng's troops, would hastily retreat. This sight filled Meng Tuo with a sense of triumph. The true terror of Longbei lay in the men, who, once engaged in battle, exhibited an unyielding fearlessness, willing to sacrifice their lives to drag their foes down with them. But women? Historically, there had been no precedent for their participation in warfare. When the revered Khan Hongqua was alive, Meng Tuo had led his troops with utmost caution, always wary of potential traps, even when he held the advantage. Yet, when faced with the prospect of battling women, his prudence transformed into disdain. He could not fathom that a sheltered princess from a deep palace could possess any formidable skills, despite having previously demonstrated her prowess before him. How could a woman, untouched by the battlefield, possibly rival the well-trained soldiers of Feng? Meng Tuo paid a grievous price for his arrogance. The women he had dismissed as mere bait were, in fact, a cunning trap. By the time he grasped this reality, it was far too late. The frigid power that ruled Longbei surged forth, rendering his grip on the reins slack. He finally comprehended why the spies he had sent to infiltrate Longbei had vanished after delivering their final missive concerning the princess. Could it be that the deity worshipped in Longbei truly existed? How could this be possible? As the second snowflake fell, one after another, men tumbled from their horses and collapsed onto the grassland. Just as Meng Tuo was silently lamenting, a sound of galloping hooves reached her ears. From a distance, a troop of soldiers from Longbei emerged, mounted on their steeds, their physiques tall and robust. As they dismounted, wielding long blades, their imposing figures and grand demeanor momentarily led Meng Tuo to believe she was gazing upon deities. If indeed there were divine beings, they would surely take the form of these women. Mito, brandishing her long blade, parted the crowd. As the commanding officer, Meng Tuo occupied a central position, her armor more ornate than that of her companions. With a hearty laugh, she exclaimed, "Alan, Jia, look what I've found." The commander of the Feng state. These were the very female warriors who had previously lured the enemy deep into their territory. The trio were the daughters of Rahi, each equally skilled, fostering a sense of rivalry among them. They had agreed that whoever captured the Feng state commander first would become the leader. Meng Tuo lay amongst her loyal guards, while Mito's keen eyesight and fortunate luck surpassed that of Alan and Jia. "Sister, you truly are remarkable," Alan and Jia remarked with a mix of envy and admiration. Mito replied, "We can inform Tuna and the others now. Let us fight." Who fears whom? Malara, known for her fiery temperament, showed no sign of trepidation. "These feeble men from Feng, I could fell 20 with a single blow." Amidst the clamor and chatter of the five sisters, the fate of Meng Tuo and her companions was sealed. There was no need for courtesy towards prisoners. When Meng Tuo was dragged forth, Liao Liao failed to recognize her. In the frigid expanse of snow, where the withered grass is as hard as steel, what fortune can one expect for the people of Fenghua, who are bound and dragged along like dumplings, disheveled and smeared in blood? Only a ghost could recognize Liao Liao. Meng Tuo, with great effort, propped himself up and scolded Liao Liao fiercely. "You disgrace the title of Princess of Fenghua. The nation has bestowed upon you immense favor. Yet you conspire with Longbei against your own homeland. How shameless!" Mulala, unable to bear such insults directed at Liao Liao, kicked out in anger, causing Meng Tuo to cry out in pain. Mulala rebuked, "Did not your Fenghua proclaim that when marrying a chicken, one must follow the chicken? And when marrying a dog, one must follow the dog? The princess has come to Longbei, and thus she belongs to us. What nonsense is this talk of homeland?" I recall another saying from Fenghua. Tuna interjected, that daughters once married are like spilled water. They do not regard their daughters as family. Otherwise, why would they not allow the princess to ascend the throne, but instead send her as a pawn in marriage? No matter how glorified the notion of marital alliance may be portrayed, it cannot conceal the brutal truth that the princess is treated as a mere object. What manner of place is Longbei? Even Tuna, who hails from here, must concede that the climate is capricious and the environment harsh. The frail women of Fenghua cannot hope to survive. When the emperor of Fenghua resolved to send his daughter, it essentially signaled her demise. Everyone understands that while both nations profess friendship and peace, they secretly harbor ambitions of annexation. The princess, caught in the middle of this political game, is an undeniable victim. Should war erupt, Fenghua will not remember her, Longbei will not accept her, and she will either be sacrificed as a banner for Longbei or compelled by Fenghua to take her own life to preserve her honor. Liao Liao remained silent, while Meng Tuo, bloodied and battered, insisted, "Princess, regardless of the grievances between you and my son Yu Tang, all of this is due to my actions. If you seek revenge, let it fall upon me alone. Why bring suffering upon the common folk of both nations?" Qin Liao retorted fiercely, "I deem you the most shameless of all. Spare us the embellishments about your son. Even in madness, Liao Liao would never set her sights upon a eunuch." The term eunuch pierced Meng Tuo's heart like a dagger. He had once taken pride in his eldest son, a paragon of virtue and talent, now reduced to a mere shadow of himself, lost in a haze of drunkenness and debauchery, all thanks to Liao Liao. "Princess," despite the seething hatred within, Meng Tuo desperately sought to sway Liao Liao. "Have you forgotten? You are the princess of Feng Kingdom. Your glory is inextricably linked to this. Surely, even within the palace, you have heard of the brutality of the Longbei people. Each winter, they raid the borders, committing unspeakable atrocities. Are not the subjects of Feng Kingdom also your subjects? How can you ally yourself with these Longbei savages? Do you not fear that, while you slumber peacefully, the souls of those innocents slaughtered by the Longbei will come to claim retribution from you?" This accusation was indeed a heavy burden, yet Liao Liao remained unmoved, her heart as unyielding as iron. Tilting her head, she inquired, "The plight of the border populace stems from the negligence of the sovereign, the incompetence of the generals. What concern is it of mine? The emperor, wielding absolute power, evades responsibility. The princes, heirs to the throne, shirk their duties. The commanders leading the battles are also unaccountable. Why must a princess, whose fate is not her own, bear the weight of such blame? What sense does this make?" Her words relieved the anxious Tunamido and others nearby, who feared that the princess might be swayed. Meng Tuo was rendered speechless by the inquiry and, with a cool demeanor, retorted, "It is men who instigate war, who commit acts of arson and plunder. What business do you, the men of Fenghua, have with me regarding your conflict with the men of Longbei? Your disputes are merely contests for power and dominion over women, which will not be shared with me." "The princess speaks true," Alan cheered. "This matter does not concern us, so do not involve us." Meng Tuo shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, "No! You are committing an act of treason. This is a betrayal of the sovereign. You have lost your mind." Without hesitation, Malara stuffed Meng Tuo's mouth, playfully asking Liao Liao, "Princess, may I kill him now? After all, he is of no use. I could feed him to the wolves." Liao Liao remained unfazed, replying, "Do as you wish." Qin Liao, feeling a touch of fear, quietly leaned closer to Liao Liao. Liao Liao glanced down at her, lightly tapping her fingers on the table twice. At that moment, Hai Yuehua and La He entered the tent. They never hesitated to discuss significant matters in front of young girls, so Hai Yuehua directly informed Liao Liao, "Princess, we have trouble." This trouble, however, did not stem from external sources, but rather from the women of Longbei. Considering the passage of time, it had been over 3 months since the bitter cold descended upon Longbei, during which the women had busied themselves, shouldering greater burdens and responsibilities than ever before. Men take on the roles of generals and warriors, traversing the land with courage, while women tirelessly and diligently manage the household. When the city of Sukjin falls silent, they are compelled to wield weapons against the wolves of the steppe and the venomous creatures of the desert. Yet, when the roles are reversed, men are unable to fulfill tasks as adeptly as women. At the onset of this role reversal, some ambitious women rejoiced, while others resigned themselves to the burden of providing for their families, taking on responsibilities that men had neglected. Thus, only a minority remained truly loyal. However, as time progressed, discontent began to brew among those diligent women. The elders were poorly cared for, the children neglected, household chores were scorned, and the inability to bear children raised the question, what purpose do men serve? Haiwa remarked, "In recent days, numerous soldiers have come to me in protest. Men cannot continue to recline and await the service of women. They eat daily yet contribute nothing in return." Rahier added, "I have heard that in Fenghua, men can divorce their wives. Should we, the women of Longbei, not also seek the right to divorce our husbands?" Liao Liao nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The commander of Fenghua has been captured by us in Longbei. My suggestion is to capitalize on this victory and seize the borders of Fenghua. Without Meng Tuo, they are but a headless flock, a disarrayed multitude that poses no threat. Women can take to the battlefield, while men must tend to the fields and care for the household, for there is much that they can do." Rahier contemplated for a moment and replied, "I have persuaded Nuer to lead a group of men in learning needlework. Though they lack strength, such small tasks are still within their capacity, each day devoid of productivity. I observe that it might be prudent for them to partake in less sustenance. They resemble robust bears, an unsightly sight indeed, in stark contrast to the fair and delicate men of Fenghua, who were truly appealing." Quietly listening to their discourse, the timid Qinzhu raised a small, fleshy hand. Instantly capturing everyone's attention, she nervously licked her lips, contemplating the notion of divorce. Would not remaining unwed be preferable? In recent days, she has been incessantly pondering why she and her fourth sister have found themselves in such dire straits. Ultimately, Qinzhu arrives at a conclusion. If only there were no men. If they were devoid of fathers, husbands, brothers, and sons, they would not be ensnared in such a predicament. They yearn for the opportunity to step beyond the confines of their homes, akin to men. Yet, it is precisely because men possess this opportunity that women do not. The more men acquire, the less women receive, and those who benefit will never consent to sharing. For them, equality equates to a relinquishment of power. The prospect of harmonious coexistence remains forever elusive. Only those who seize the most can dare to voice their opinions. From the moment of birth, every woman is subtly indoctrinated with the mission of marriage and motherhood. However, in Longbei, women now hold the reins of authority. If this is the case, why perpetuate the rules established by men? Lady initially intended to embrace little Qizhu, yet the child was as cold as a block of ice. Ultimately, he merely pinched her cheek. "What you say is indeed true. After all, you are but a child, seeing matters with such clarity." After a moment of contemplation, Hai Yuo inquired, "What if some women desire to marry? They shall not be granted such freedom." Without a moment's hesitation, Lahi declared that if one were to ardently love men, then let men marry them. If men were to come to a woman's home, is that not akin to marriage? Liao Liao remarked that if, in a world where the notion of women marrying is deeply ingrained, the opposite could also hold true, where remaining unmarried is deemed normal and marriage is seen as peculiar. Just as in the past in Longbei, where the majority of men sported beards, those without beards were considered oddities. Yet as the number of clean-shaven men increased, the bearded ones became the anomalies. We, the women of Longbei, Stand steadfast and resolute in our stance. Liao Liao gazed at her. I wish to see my fourth sister, she exclaimed, demonstrating a series of movements reminiscent of the skills Liao Liao had taught her during her time in the Little Snowman. At that moment, she felt that since she had already faced death, learning was of no consequence. Yet now, driven by her own motivation, she diligently practiced. Her body, forged by ice and snow, possessed innate abilities far beyond those of ordinary mortals. Hence, while her appearance may seem plump, her capabilities were quite formidable. The emperor completely overlooked the fact that he had issued orders for Meng Tuo to mobilize troops. After all, how could an emperor ever err? The commander and the main forces have vanished without a trace, leaving one to imagine the utter chaos prevailing at the borders. It is feared that the forces from Longbei may take advantage of this turmoil. As if forewarned, before the emperor could deliberate on appointing a successor to the position of Grand General, an urgent report arrived from the borders, hastily delivered over 800 miles. The missive was stained with dried blood. Its sparse yet poignant words conveyed a grim reality. All 5 provinces at the frontier have succumbed to Longbei's grasp, and their troops continue to advance towards the central plains. The emperor's hand trembled violently as he clutched the report, akin to a flower branch buffeted by the wind. His complexion turned ashen, and his limbs weakened. The delicate sheet of paper quivered in his grasp, producing a rustling sound. Upon reading the final mention of the ruler of Longbei, he was struck by the realization that it was none other than his own daughter, whom he had sent to forge an alliance through marriage. Overwhelmed by despair, he could no longer contain himself, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as he collapsed, losing consciousness. The palace attendants were paralyzed with fear, and chaos erupted within the imperial residence. None had anticipated that the emperor could be reduced to such a state. Meanwhile, the resolute Haiyue in Longbei was also engulfed in her own troubles. She watched helplessly as the obstinate Nuer Ti, surprisingly gentle and compliant, led a group of men in learning the arts of weaving and mending. Reflecting on her own wayward son, frustration welled within her. She could not comprehend why her son was so disobedient. Nuer Ti, despite being more difficult than Tam Yahong, seemed to submit effortlessly to Laha. Tam Yahong clung to the dignity of Longbei men, refusing to pick up a needle or learn to cook and clean. Baffled, Haiyue could only turn to Laha for assistance. After all, as good friends, Lahe does not hold back. Nerdy's disobedience stems from my encouragement of it. Tam Yahong's compliance is a testament to your excellent guidance. He has developed his own opinions and thus naturally resists your directives. As the most favored eldest son of Kagan Hongqua, Tam Yahong is not only valiant in battle, but also possesses the ability to think independently, displaying a maturity in both thought and action. It can be said that he could thrive even without Haiyue. Should Tam Yahong ascend as Kagan, even if Haiyue becomes the Kagan's mother, she could not sway his convictions. In stark contrast, supporters of Tam Yahong often perceive Nerdy as stubborn and impulsive, giving an impression of immaturity, unaware that this is a deliberate strategy by Lahe. Why would she desire such an intelligent and capable son? The power he could wield far surpasses that of a daughter. Once Nerdy rises to prominence, who can assure that he would not neglect Mijuolin and Jia? Haiyue felt disheartened upon hearing this. Your words make me feel foolish. Lahe did not refute her. Previously, she too viewed Haiyue as Na-Vi, pouring her heart into others, be they husband or son, yet failing to achieve the desired outcome. To give oneself entirely implies a lack of reliance, a rather imprudent approach. I told Nerdy that given the circumstances, resisting fate is futile, especially when it is the will of the divine. Can he truly defy the heavens? Lahe, devoid of guilt, acknowledged that although Nerdy may not possess the talents of Tam Yahong, he is undeniably handsome with fair skin. High Moonflower could hardly believe it. While Rahai spoke with unwavering confidence, I assured him that once the dust settles and the world is unified, I shall ask the princess to accept him. High Moonflower exclaimed, "This is utterly unjust. Tam Yahong is not as beautiful as Nerdy. The princess will surely not favor him." Even though the disparity between the colors of his upper and lower face was gradually harmonizing, Tam Yahong and Nerdy were entirely different types. Even if she managed to persuade Tam Yahong, the princess might still not be inclined to accept him. If she did not like him, then so be it. What was the issue? Rahai found High Moonflower's reaction to be exaggerated. When Cerise was alive, did he not have several concubines? Whether they were gifts or taken by force, if one favored someone, they should invest more thought. If not, they could simply let them gather dust. As long as they were provided with food, clothing, and shelter, and could receive a grand burial when they passed. Was that not sufficient? Moonflower, surprisingly, found Rahai's reasoning quite persuasive. However, it could not be overlooked. With the death of Khan Hongqua, the most esteemed figure would be Tam Yahong. If they could persuade him, it would save them considerable effort. Women needed provisions for their campaigns. And with the vast yet sparsely populated lands of Longbei, it was unacceptable for the men to merely feast without contributing. Upon seeing Moonflower, Tam Yahong immediately stated, "Mother, you need not say anything. I shall not agree." Moonflower sat beside him with a gentle demeanor, saying, "Tam Yahong, regardless of what transpires, I shall always be your mother. My affection for you will never waver. Do you believe that? I only wish what is best for you." Tam Hong lowered his gaze and pondered. "Why does mother bestow so much upon Tuna and Malara, yet neglect me?" Hayua, taken aback by her son's sensitivity, replied, "But in the past, before the princess arrived, you received far more than Tuna and Malara combined, and for many more years. Why, now that they merely enjoy a fraction of your former privileges? Do you perceive this as inequitable?" It becomes evident that Tam Hong was acutely aware of the disparities and injustices in resource allocation among siblings. However, as he benefited from it, he remained indifferent and silent. After a moment of contemplation, Tam Hong remarked, "It has always been this way, has it not? Just because it has always been the case, does that make it right?" With a sigh, Hayua responded, "Tam Hong, I cannot disregard you. Even if you cannot ascend to the throne, you will always be my child. As long as you desire it, you can still lead a fulfilling life. Is a caged eagle, its wings clipped, truly living well?" Tam Hong protested. Yet, Hayua remained unmoved by his objections, gently assuring him, "Do not worry, you will adapt. After all, this resplendent cage is where we have resided since birth." Seeing that she could not sway Tam Hong, Hayua did not press further. As she approached the tent's entrance, a thought struck her. "By the way, Tam Hong, are you not aware that Rahab has presented Nerdy to the princess?" Tam Hong gasped in astonishment. "What?" "In the northern regions of Longbei, it is customary for men to adorn themselves with earrings and necklaces. As the first to yield, Nerdy was bestowed with gifts from the princess, and he proudly donned the exquisite bracelets and earrings. Over the course of several months, his complexion became remarkably fair, and the once criticized beauty that bore a resemblance to femininity now distinguished him among the other Longbei men. In comparison, Tam Yahong appeared rather inferior, leading to an oddly strained atmosphere when the brothers met once more. Nerdy refrained from any provocation. Instead, he scrutinized Tam Yahong carefully, confirming that he was no match for him. With a smile, he lowered his gaze and returned to his tasks. It was said that the princess's birthday was approaching, and Amat urged him to personally craft a gift to express his sentiments. The princess, possessing vast riches, lacked only genuine affection, and he had no desire to squander time on Tam Yahong. Amat surely had his best interests at heart. He knew that adhering to her counsel would lead to no misstep. Tam Yahong had prepared himself for a verbal duel with Nerdy, yet he was taken aback by Nerdy's indifference, which was entirely unexpected. With two princes leading the way, the Longbei men finally emerged from a state of lethargy, realizing that they could no longer rely solely on women for sustenance. If their mothers, sisters, or wives refused to support them, they would inevitably succumb to the bitter cold. Even to win the affections of the women in their lives, they had to demonstrate their worth. Although they are unable to take to the battlefield, they can certainly manage the responsibilities of caring for the elderly, raising daughters, and performing household chores. Influenced by the harsh cold, the men's strength has diminished significantly. Initially perceived as trivial tasks, the reality of these duties reveals their intricate and burdensome nature, sometimes driving one to the brink of madness. Among them are men who cling to unrealistic hopes, believing that merely enduring the winter will allow them to once again ride and hunt. Yet, as summer approaches, the plains remain cloaked in frost. And with the passage of time, their inner desires grow increasingly faint and tenuous. Is this not a favorable situation? With the woman in the public sphere and the man in the domestic realm, as long as they remain loyal, virtuous, and industrious, they can lead a life free from want. The men engage in fierce battles on the front lines, striving for this very happiness. As their perspectives shift, the long-standing ice and snow of Longbei begin to thaw, heralding the long-awaited arrival of spring, revitalizing the plains. Seizing this opportunity, the Longbei army discreetly advances towards the borders of Fenghua. Longbei. The people of Longbei are advancing. After Meng Tuo's disappearance, the general named Chun Tai took command of the army. While he possesses some capability, his temperament does not match that of Meng Tuo, making him prone to disarray. Observing Chun Tai's anxious demeanor, another general named Dong Chung exclaimed in anger, "So what if the Longbei people come? They are but a group of women. We as men shall not let ourselves be overrun by them. Give me 5,000 elite soldiers, and I shall confront them." Dong Chung commanded 5,000 elite soldiers to ride out of the city. Gazing upon the imposing troops of Longbei, he displayed an expression of disdain. Truly, this was a land of savages, allowing women to take the forefront. That wretched Chun Tai must be a coward, too afraid to face him. But Dong Chung was indeed a true man. As he observed the army of Longbei, filled with women, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be a group of housewives. Have you Longbei run out of men, forcing women to fight? From a distance, I thought I had misjudged. You ladies hardly differ from men at all. Ha ha ha." Before his laughter could fade, a slender arrow sliced through the air, catching Dong Chung by surprise. He was unable to evade it. The arrow, crafted from wolf's teeth, carried a chilling aura and narrowly grazed the corner of his mouth, leaving a gash that extended down to his earlobe. Mito emerged from the ranks of soldiers, wielding a specially designed crossbow, and smiled brightly. "Should you dare speak so carelessly again, the next arrow might not merely strike your mouth." Dong Chung, flustered and clutching his bleeding mouth, felt a mix of shame and fury. He was humiliated by a woman and enraged by his own lack of awareness. As he wiped his face, blood smeared half of it, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain as he drew his sword, challenging, "Cease this underhanded ambush. Are you bold enough to face me in a fair duel?" Haiwewa scoffed. "What is there to fear?" She brandished her spear and galloped forward. Upon witnessing this, Dong Chung also charged with his blade. Tuna, slightly concerned, inquired, "I have heard that Dong Chung is a renowned general of foam. Is Ma truly his match?" Ali declared with utmost conviction, "Haiwewa will never be defeated. A woman, merely a woman. How could she possibly lose to a woman from Longbei when she can contend with the men of Longbei?" Dong Chung roared in fury, and Haiwewa, with a calm demeanor, discerned his rising agitation. Seizing the moment, she sliced through his blade with the tip of her gun, deftly kicked him off his horse. And before he could rise, the cold steel was pressed against his throat. Lost? Is this how it ends? Far atop the city wall, Chun Tai felt his legs weaken. His soldiers swiftly supported him on either side, sensing that the general's body trembled as if afflicted by a grave illness. Haiwewa sat proudly astride her steed, looking down at Dong Chung with disdain, mocking, "You boast so grandly, and yet I find you utterly lacking." The men of Fengwu truly are the epitome of ineptitude. A surge of cheers erupted from the Longbei army as Haiwewa ended Dong Chung's life with a single shot. Raising her arm in triumph, she observed the Longbei forces advance with unstoppable fervor. The border troops, terrified by Dong Chung's demise, began to falter, and soon, it was unclear who cast down their weapons first, but many turned into deserters. From his vantage point on the city tower, Chun Tai witnessed this unfolding chaos. As the fleeing soldiers rushed toward the city gates, he cried out urgently, "Do not open the city gates! Do not open the city gates! Where are the archers? Quickly, halt the invasion of the Longbei army." The archers swiftly took their positions, drawing their bows to launch an assault on the Longbei forces. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The arrows, once released, moved with an astonishing slowness, as if frozen by the very air itself. A palpable chill, visible to the naked eye, swept across the distance, transforming into an impenetrable armor that shielded the Longbei troops. Do not say it is merely Chun Tai. Everyone was petrified by this celestial phenomenon. Ultimately, the chilling air coalesced into a blade that surged towards the tightly shut city gates, resulting in a tremendous crash. The gates had been breached. The citizens within the city hastily secured their doors, scarcely daring to breathe. They had all, to varying degrees, endured the onslaught of the Longbei army. Their visceral impressions of the Longbei people's brutality ingrained deep within their bones. Aside from fervently praying that the Longbei forces would refrain from unleashing a massacre, they could only resign themselves to their fate. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats echoed through the streets. A small girl, seizing a moment when the adults were distracted, quietly opened a window to peer outside. Her curious, bright eyes sparkled with wonder. Upon noticing her, her mother gasped in horror and rushed over to snatch her away, intending to hide her. Unexpectedly, a horse halted right before the window, leaving the woman frozen in fear, forgetting even to kneel and plead for mercy. The little girl, remarkably brave, tilted her head to gaze up at the imposing figure before her. It was a tall, robust woman. her hair intricately braided and secured at the back of her head. Upon encountering the sudden appearance of the child, she reined in her horse, causing the warriors under her command to come to a stop as well. The woman flashed a wide smile at the little girl, retrieved a few milk candies from her pocket, and placed them on the windowsill, gently patting the girl on the head before urging her horse onward. The little girl leaned out, her body half extended, giggling and waving her small hand at the women. "Thank you. Thank you." The mother, drenched in cold sweat, clutched her daughter tightly, filled with confusion. Why were the Longbei soldiers all women? The common folk of Fengwo remained oblivious to the affairs of Longbei. The emperor, fearing the erosion of public morale, had repeatedly decreed that such matters must not be disclosed. Consequently, the impressions of the Longbei people among the border inhabitants remained entrenched in the past. Qin Tai is even less formidable than Dong Cheng. At least Dong Qing dared to boast a few words, while Qin Tai knelt at the side of Hai Yuehua, whether from weakness or in supplication remains uncertain. Hai Yuehua did not anticipate such an effortless journey. With the border troops rendered ineffective without Meng Tuo, they were akin to a scattered chessboard. Consequently, she ordered Qin Tai to be imprisoned, awaiting the princess's arrival for further deliberation. The image of the people from Longbei as brutish and cruel lingered in the minds of the Fengwo citizens, especially at this moment when they feared Longbei the most. Seizing the opportunity, Hai Yuehua swiftly enforced Longbei's laws in the borderlands. The common folk of Fengwo bore their dissatisfaction in silence. After all, what could they not endure as long as they could preserve their lives? With these matters settled, she intervened little. During this skirmish, Longbei suffered no casualties. When she, accompanied by Qing Zhuo and Xiu Xia, arrived at the border after several days, life in the town had resumed its normalcy. Although the women of the borderlands were not as robust as those from Longbei, they too managed their affairs diligently in this harsh environment. After a brief period of confusion, their lives were back on track. "Mother, what does the princess look like?" A round-faced little girl squatted at the doorway, watching her mother weave hemp ropes. Resting her chin on her palm, her chubby cheeks spilling through her fingers, utterly adorable. The woman pondered for a moment before replying. She should be adorned in gold and silver, surrounded by many people, quite a grand spectacle, indeed, more splendidly dressed than the daughters of wealthy families. The little girl elongated her tone. "Oh, then is her horse made of gold as well?" The innocent words of the child provoked laughter from the nearby women, who were gathered to weave hemp ropes. One of them chuckled. How could a horse be made of gold? Besides, the princess does not ride a horse. She travels in a palanquin, which is very beautiful and quite expensive. Another woman remarked, the princess's bed must surely be crafted from gold, and the basin, the dishes, even the twine, all woven from golden threads. The little girl, rubbing her cheeks, was suddenly startled by the shouts. "The princess has arrived. The princess has come." Contrary to their expectations, the troops from Longbei were not engaged in pillaging or chaos. They exhibited strict discipline. Moreover, the Longbei army had even posted notices to recruit soldiers. To ensure the common folk understood the announcements, they dispatched literate soldiers to read them aloud, specifically seeking women for enlistment. This initiative significantly altered the public's perception of the Longbei army. Subsequently, they learned that the esteemed Khan of Longbei had passed away, and now the ruler of Longbei was none other than the princess sent by their own Feng kingdom for a marriage alliance. She was one of their own. Thus, when news spread of the princess entering the city, everyone could not help but abandon their tasks to witness the event. To their astonishment, the little girl, cradled in her mother's arms, widened her eyes in wonder as she observed the orderly procession of soldiers entering through the city gates. She gazed intently, inquiring, "Mother," among them, "who is the princess?" A princess ought to be adorned in gold and silver, dressed elegantly. Yet, not a single sister among them wore skirts or jewelry, and all wielded swords. Her mother, both amused and exasperated, was about to dispel her daughter's misconceptions when suddenly, a horse halted before them. The little girl felt a surge of anxiety and dared not meet the gaze of the rider. Just as she was about to kneel in apology, she heard the woman say, "Of course you can, but first, you must study diligently. When you grow a few more years, you may join the army." A strong woman can achieve anything. As she spoke, she unexpectedly gifted the little girl a dagger. "Mother." The calls of several young warriors echoed from a distance. It turned out that the one who had gifted the little girl a dagger was Ra, who had been attending to state affairs in Longbei and had only just entered the city with her. The three sisters, Midwa, Along, and Jaya, had been eagerly awaiting their arrival and were there to greet them. The little girl gazed in awe, her innocent heart igniting a spark within. As she vowed to one day become such an admirable adult, the onlookers murmured in astonishment. The princess did not ride in a palanquin of gold nor adorned herself in ostentatious finery, yet none dared to meet her gaze. Princess, princess, amidst the jubilant cheers, an incongruous voice emerged. An elderly man, disheveled and desperate, struggled to push through the crowd, exclaiming, Princess, you are the princess of Fenghua. How can you stand against your homeland by aiding Longbei in its invasion? This is an act of treason. Who is this old fool, spouting such nonsense? Midwa exclaimed angrily. Who has failed to keep their men in check that he dares to emerge in broad daylight to disgrace himself? The old man continued to lament, Princess, loyalty to the sovereign and love for one's country are paramount. You must not forget. The emperor has raised you. How can you commit such an unpardonable act? One that all would condemn. Just as Midwa was about to draw her sword against him, Liao, having ridden forward, lowered her head and spoke in a frigid tone. Then why do you not come to punish me, instead of groveling here? The old man opened his mouth to retort, but was trampled by the hooves of the horses. Midwa, witnessing this, burst into laughter as she sheathed her sword, mimicking Liao's earlier actions as she stepped over the remnants of the man. When the army had passed, only a puddle of flesh remained. The delicate Heimenhua learned that Liao had arrived and came forth to greet her, exchanging a few playful words. However, as she turned to look at Liao, her gaze drifted to the distance, and a shadow of sorrow crossed her features. Princess, there lies the most troublesome matter I mentioned in my letter. In your absence, I am at a loss regarding how to handle these individuals. The two tents accommodate the camp entertainers, and the Longbei army has no need for them. Yet, releasing them leaves these women with nowhere to go. The shaman has examined them, and most are afflicted with illness, rendering them unable to work. They are said to be of lowly status, their families having fallen into disgrace. Heimenhua produced 2 volumes, stating, I have located the entertainers' roster and have verified their identities one by one. Princess, how should we proceed? Liao inquired. What of the border troops? Those willing to surrender are imprisoned, while those who refuse to yield are executed, Heimenhua replied, adding, there are only about 100 who refuse to surrender, and some merely utter empty bravado, only to kneel when faced with a blade. After a moment of contemplation, Liao asked, have you questioned them? I have, Heimenhua replied, her tone tinged with helplessness. They simply refuse to heed our words. Although the Longbei dialect is challenging to comprehend, I communicated with them in the language of Fenghua. Yet, can you guess what transpired? Moreover, when Mother instructed the shaman to examine them, several entertainers bit their tongues and took their own lives. Tuna expressed her confusion, saying, I do not understand. They did not take their lives while serving as entertainers, so why did they wish to die when examined by the shaman? Xiao remarked, according to the laws of Fenghua, women who are relegated to the status of lowly individuals and choose to end their lives will bring misfortune upon their families. Moreover, they have subjected us to scathing insults. Ali, utterly perplexed, pondered how they could be so fiercely loyal to the emperor and the nation, exhibiting more fortitude than men. She could not comprehend why they were so devoted to upholding the emperor's honor above their own well-being, especially when Fenghua treated them poorly and the men in the military regarded them as less than human. Liao stood up, and Haiyue and others followed. Initially intending to dissuade her from going, they reconsidered, realizing that it was unlikely anyone could sway the princess. Upon arriving at the location, they lifted the tent flap, only to be met with a woman's sharp rebuke. We do not require your feigned compassion, you people from Longbei. Inside the tent, a foul odor permeated the air, likely associated with the ailments afflicting the camp's women. The cramped tent housed dozens of these women, most of whom were emaciated and pale. The woman who had rebuked them wore a tattered outer garment, revealing unhealed wounds upon her body. Liao cast a glance at Ra, who understood immediately. The tent was swiftly dismantled, allowing sunlight to pour in and dispel the darkness. The camp women appeared unaccustomed to the light, given the harsh climate of the borderlands. The physical differences between them and the Longbei people were minimal aside from stature. However, each of them possessed skin as pale as snow, suggesting they had not seen the sun in an extended period. Immediately, Haiyue instructed her subordinates to bring all the surrendered soldiers from the Feng Kingdom and line them up according to their height. The camp musicians exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of the intentions of these people from Longbei. With a raised hand, Lehi commanded the soldiers to collectively cast their weapons before the musicians. Liao coldly stated, among these individuals, you may choose to kill whomever you desire. Once they are slain, I shall grant you your freedom. What could she possibly mean by this? Seeing the musicians remain motionless, Haiuewa, exasperated, remarked, "Is it not clear? Among these people, there are those who have harmed you, those who have inflicted pain upon you. Slay them. Must we instruct you further?" The surrendered soldiers were instantly struck with astonishment, and one audaciously spoke up, "Your Highness, which army does not have musicians? They are all guilty. How can we sacrifice our lives for them? We are willing to serve your Highness to the best of our abilities. If your Highness were to kill us, would that not be a loss?" Liao cast a frigid glance at him, and the man, initially brimming with indignation, gradually fell silent under her icy gaze. A shard of ice seemed to pierce through his brow, and in an instant, he was lifeless. Liao turned her attention to the musicians, asking, "Why do you hesitate?" The leading musician stammered, "They are soldiers of the Feng Kingdom." Liao tilted her head, scrutinizing him. "The ones who have wronged you are the men of your household, the emperor who has reduced you to musicians, and the frontier army that tramples upon your bodies and dignity. Yet, it appears that their transgressions pale in comparison to your hatred for the women of Longbei. I ask again, what do you hesitate for? The situation is indeed perplexing. With a princess present, she could adjudicate matters for you. Yet these enemies seek to kill without hesitation. Cease your musings on loyalty to the throne or patriotism. Your emperor is presently seated upon his dragon throne, indulging in sumptuous delicacies and surrounded by flattery. What concern does he have for your lives? It is truly strange. In times of war, the men from Longbei, upon seizing territory, will pilfer the women and treasures of Fenghua, while the defeated Fenghua, in pursuit of peace, will offer up their own women and riches. This equation of women with valuables suggests their status as sacrificial items. Thus, one must ponder, why do these items exhibit unwavering loyalty to those who would strip them of their agency? Though the blade lies before them, none dare to grasp it. Some women even cast glances toward the surrendering soldiers, a sight that only deepens the intrigue for Liao. She inquires, "Is your steadfastness born from a desire for the emperor's mercy, a plea for your absolution? Or do you yearn for these men to turn and rescue you?" It is proclaimed that every woman bears the words "perish" if encountered etched within her very essence, ensuring no one dares to speak against her. Haiuwa interjects, and at this moment, Tuna appears to grasp the sentiment. Is this not akin to breaking a wild horse? When faced with such a fiery steed that yields not to gentleness, one must resort to force, a thorough whipping followed by the deprivation of food and water. Once it is starved to the point of weakness, a piece of sugar is offered, for the horse has a sweet tooth. Having tasted the sweetness, it will forget the preceding punishment. The camp women remained silent for a long time, until one of them finally spoke softly, "Do you understand anything?" Her voice suddenly grew louder. "Do you understand anything? Did we willingly descend into this life as camp women? Do we desire to live in this wretched existence, neither human nor ghost, without enduring our suffering? What right do you have to utter such callous words? Take up a knife. Look at my hands." She rolled up her sleeves to reveal her scarred wrists, speaking with deep resentment. "How could we dare to resist, let alone be able to? A handful of women cannot stand against a man. Here, camp women die in obscurity without anyone to care. You merely speak of vengeance. I ask you, if I kill him today, and tomorrow the emperor learns of it, punishing my exiled family, what then? If I seek revenge today, and tomorrow one of these defectors escapes and reports the matter, who will take responsibility? Can you ensure that we can defeat the kingdom of Feng? Can you guarantee that once we have avenged ourselves, we will not face retribution later? Do you see these hands capable of wielding swords?" After her resounding questions, the woman covered her face and wept. "Is this the life we wish to lead? Do we not long to be pure daughters? Yet our lives have long been ruined, utterly destroyed, to live in disgrace and to die without even a straw mat to cover our bodies. You who speak so eloquently, how could you possibly comprehend our suffering?" After a lengthy discourse, the young women, including Tuna and Elangia, were inevitably moved. The plight of the camp entertainers, who had suffered both physical and emotional indignities, was indeed pitiable. Even Haiuwa could not help but feel sorrowful. Only Liao remained impassive, coldly stating, "If you do not resist, do not complain." With that, she turned away, making her way back to the tent, while Leahy scoffed and followed suit, dismissing the entertainers with a remark, "After all that blabbering, with the energy you spent, you could have wielded a blade. I see your tears and laments as spirited, yet you dare not take action. Perhaps it is merely the amusement between entertainers and their patrons." Leahy's words pierced like a soft blade, and she disdainfully regarded the women of Fenghua, addressing her daughters. "Who among us has grown up without stumbling? without falling and bleeding. To feel ruined by a man's touch, if that is your mindset, you might as well perish to spare the world from corrupting those women who still possess some dignity. If a man were to harm me, I would surely annihilate his entire family, Jia declared vehemently. If I cannot defeat him, I shall wait. Even a tiger has its moments of slumber, let alone a man. Mito added, though I cannot wield a knife, I can strike with a stick or a hairpin. I can poison or ambush. It is utterly impossible for me to endure humiliation and silence. Alung shook her head. These women of Feng would exhibit less courage than a she-wolf. If they were to think like the entertainers, how could Lei He possibly bear to live in this world? She was sent to Longbei bound by ropes from her father and brothers. To conquer her, Kan Hongqua relentlessly compelled her to bear 4 children. She lost her purity, became tainted. Should she take her own life? No, Lei He would not. If she desired death, she would have succumbed long ago. Even aware of the slim chances for resistance, she quietly gathered her strength, for Kan Hongqua would inevitably age. Even in death, she would drag her enemies down with her. Why should she perish while those who harmed her remained unscathed? Heiminhua sighed and addressed the camp performers, saying, Death serves no purpose. No one will remember you. Cease your self-indulgence. Open your eyes and behold this splendid opportunity. You can seize the knife. She did not believe the performers had never felt the bitterness of hatred. Perhaps it was the cruelty of their suffering that led them to self-deception. Not everyone could confront their past. Most simply drifted through life. Had it not been for her clarity, Heiminhua, too, might have followed that path. To candidly acknowledge that the first half of her life was a mistake is no easy feat. It is indeed simpler to live with eyes closed and ears blocked. To treat all sorrow, resentment, and anger as mere rites of passage. Yet, shattering that illusion is not a daunting task. It is merely a fragile, easily dismantled web, a sign of a heart too weak to confront it. As Lei He passed by Heiminhua, lightly patting her shoulder, the performers fell into a profound silence. Just as Heiminhua resolved to relinquish hope, a woman trembled and struggled to rise. She was gravely ill, emanating a foul stench, her exposed neck and visage marred by festering sores, and her lower body rendered immobile, truly a person incapable of even lifting a hand. Yet she continued to crawl forward, until she grasped the knife closest to her. The soldiers of Longbei watched her in silence, while Heiminhua stepped forward decisively to lift the woman from the ground. Disregarding the stains on her own clothes, tears streamed down the disfigured face of the woman, and it took Heiminhua considerable effort to discern her whispered gratitude. In such dire straits, she had spent at least 5 or 6 years in this military camp, all the while neglected by the accompanying physician. For her ailment was deemed incurable. Even managing the symptoms required a significant sum. At some point, Xiao Qingzhu had appeared, hiding in an inconspicuous corner. Observing the scene before her, each woman collapsed on the ground, filled her with sorrow, evoking memories of her former self. She dashed out, but her petite stature and hurried pace caused her to trip, tumbling twice before scrambling to her feet, her little hands grasping at the earth. Sisters, do not cry, she cried out. These women, who had endured countless torments and lost all dignity, could not be so easily abandoned by Qizhu, unlike how Liao Lao had done. She gazed at them as if seeing her 4th sister, whom she had not seen since their marriage alliance. She longed to inquire of them and herself. Why the numbness? Why the surrender? Why the refusal to awaken? One lives only once. Qingzhu fervently wiped away her tears, reminding herself that life is singular. If one dies this time, there will be no next time. Whether it be father or husband, one's own will is of utmost importance. The pain, the sorrow, the reluctance, the regret, the urge to weep, none of it matters, for she is still alive. If one is unafraid of death, then why not grasp the knife? Must one's dignity await the generosity of others? Accompanied by Qingzhu's words, the ailing woman, with Haihua's assistance, eventually located the person she despised most and struck with a single, decisive blow. It was an unparalleled exhilaration, far surpassing the time when her father, a man of influence, lived in luxury and beauty, with countless suitors at his beck and call. The glory bestowed by her father shattered at a mere touch, as the male members of her family were exiled far away, leaving the women to descend into the lives of courtesans. That splendor was akin to sunlight reflecting on water, ethereal and elusive, impossible to grasp. Inside the tent, Liao could hear quite a commotion outside. Shortly thereafter, Tuna entered, carrying Qingzhu, whose eyes were swollen from tears as she crawled onto a chair and clung to Liao's waist. Liao was not fond of intimacy, even with those she had created, and she attempted to detach Qingzhu from her. Yet, Qinghua persistently clung to her. While Lahi observed the amusing struggle between the two, one relentlessly climbing and the other equally determined to shake her off, neither willing to concede. Ultimately, Liao tossed Qinghua towards Lahi, who had no choice but to catch her. Although Lahi adored the little Qinghua, the girl was as cold as ice, making it quite unbearable to hold her. Qinghua, feeling wronged, lamented, "Can't you just hold me for a moment?" Liao, uninterested in her plight, did not even inquire about the cause of her tears. After about an hour, Mi Duo entered and inquired, "Princess, how shall we deal with those women from Fenghua?" Without raising her head, Liao replied, "Let Haiyue decide." Cast a glance at her mother, and Rahi signaled with her eyes, prompting a respectful bow from her. Indeed, Rahi remarked, "The princess possesses a kind heart." With a look of confusion, Liao questioned, and Rahi, smiling, responded, "Haiyue has meandered through 20 years and a days. Entrusting her with this matter is akin to ensuring the offering reaches its destination." "You are overthinking," Liao replied coolly. She harbored a disdain for the weak women of Fenghua, finding them utterly lacking in comparison to those from Longbei. Even as soldiers, they fell short of qualifications. Liao's decision to have Haiyue handle the situation stemmed from her desire to avoid their presence. She felt no compassion or sympathy for the camp entertainers. They may possess the courage to serve their sovereign loyally and uphold their integrity, yet they could not wield a sword. Qingzhu rubbed her eyes. Does Liao also consider their status to be lowly? Rahi gently patted her little head. "Pray tell, how are they lowly?" "They are entertainers." Qingzhu frowned, noting the societal hierarchy, with entertainers residing at the very bottom. Liao countered. "Is there anyone who willingly becomes an entertainer? Certainly not. If one could grow up healthily, who would choose to become an entertainer? What do they gain from it? A body riddled with illness, enduring humiliation, or a life spent in the shadows, far from the sun?" Qingzhu shook her head. Most of these entertainers suffer due to their family's misfortunes. Many were once daughters of esteemed households. "Then that suffices," Rahi interjected. "Even if someone were to volunteer, without ignoble men to purchase them, they would remain unsold. Would they not? Do they not wish to pursue education, to assume positions of power, perhaps even to reign as emperors?" Liao remained silent. Feng Nation, truly a realm adept at taming women. With a long sigh, it was noted that from birth, they are expected to embody gentleness and propriety, to be obedient and devoted, and once married, to adhere to the strictures of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Should their husbands die, they are to maintain their chastity. If a male relative transgresses, they too must bear the burden of his misdeeds. It is a mystery how they endure such trials. Furthermore, Liao slowly spoke. The affection shown to daughters differs significantly from that bestowed upon sons. Does the concubine truly harbor no maternal feelings towards Qinghua? Surely she does, yet when compared to her son, such maternal affection is so feeble that it is nearly negligible. Conversely, the Empress's affection for the 4th princess undoubtedly surpasses that for the not-so-biological crown prince. Liao had witnessed the manner in which she treated them. The 4th princess, being her own flesh and blood, received the most exquisite jewelry and the most beautiful garments, while the Empress exerted her utmost effort to find her a worthy husband, ensuring that the 4th princess would have support for the remainder of her life. Moreover, she sought to foster a bond between the 4th princess and the crown prince, anticipating that when the emperor departed this world and the crown prince ascended the throne, he would extend his favor towards her. The Empress could not bear to scold or punish her daughter, attending to her every need. Should the 4th princess cough, the Empress would worry and lose sleep for several nights. Such treatment would, of course, be unattainable for the crown prince. However, the Empress sternly urged the crown prince to pursue knowledge and self-improvement, forbidding him from indulging in frivolities that could lead to a loss of ambition. She desired for him to be grateful and independent, fearing that he might be distracted by the allure of women. Thus, she meticulously scrutinized the palace maids and beauties surrounding him, concerned that he might form unwise friendships that could be exploited. Even his study companions were required to have impeccable backgrounds. She devised strategies for him, instructing him on how to win the emperor's favor, imparting her extensive knowledge and experience without reservation, hoping that once he ascended the throne, he would honor her as Empress Dowager and treat the 4th princess with kindness. In this world, many parents exhibit such behavior, showering their daughters with foolish affection while educating their sons to be independent and resilient. Such love can be more terrifying than hatred. Qingzhu mused, a mother should be like Rahi, allowing her daughters to flourish without restraint. The trio of sisters, Midwa, Alangia, and others, were far removed from conformity, presenting themselves as women who would draw disapproving shakes of the head even in Longbei. Yet they had never suffered misfortune and now occupied esteemed positions. Even if Midwa and her sisters were cast into a desolate desert, they would not weep and wail for rescue, for they were intelligent and formidable, possessing the skills necessary for survival. They would not be deceived. Nor would they be troubled by external criticism. Rahi created a life for her daughters that she could not have for herself. Did Rahi not love Nuerti? He was also her child. Qingjue contemplated, was not the empress's affection for the fourth sister an expression of such love? Yet, when this maternal affection was applied to a son, it immediately felt peculiar. How would Liao Liao educate her children in the future? Liao Liao glanced at Qingjue and stated, I will not have children. Why? She inquired. Because I do not like it. That is the reason. Qingjue felt perplexed. But did you not promise to accept Nuerti? Liao Liao retorted, so what? Why is it that there will be no children? Laha was indeed quite puzzled. It was not mere self-praise. Despite Nuerti's numerous flaws, his visage was undeniably exquisite, his lips a vibrant red, his teeth as white as pearls, a beauty unmatched. Could the princess truly feel no affection? Because he does not stir my heart. Liao Liao regarded love as a rather tedious affair, particularly the romance between men and women. Her actions were not motivated by Qingjue or Haiyue. The emperor was different. He made her feel a sense of belonging, a connection she also sought. Qingjue's eyes widened in horror. No. The emperor is even older than Hunkwa Khan. Your feelings for him are less than those for Nuerti. Laha was equally astonished. Princess Yu. Liao Liao could not comprehend their excitement. She yearned for his nobility, his grandeur, the commanding presence that demanded obedience. Leihe let out a sigh of relief, though not one of sheer delight. Although she had never encountered the emperor of Fenghua, she reasoned that a man, no matter how handsome in his youth, would inevitably lose some of his allure with age. Moreover, considering the emperor's numerous consorts, he must have been sullied by countless encounters. Perhaps even more so than the notorious Sirius. If the princess were to fancy such a type. At this thought, Leihe abruptly struck her forehead. How foolish of me. The princess and the emperor of Fenghua are, after all, father and daughter. Such notions are utterly unfounded. Qingjue also breathed a sigh of relief and curiously inquired, is it because Nuerti lacks beauty? If you were to meet a more handsome man in the future, would you entertain that possibility? Qingjue seemed to grasp only part of the conversation, for her tendency to speak in riddles often left others perplexed. I certainly would not. Leihe replied firmly. I have no desire to encounter individuals like Ming Yutong or Hunkwa Khan ever again. Should fortune favor me in the future, I shall surround myself with 1,000 beautiful young men aged 15 or 16, bestowing my affection upon whichever one captures my fancy, much like the emperor himself. Leihe furrowed her brow and cautioned, however, such a scenario may not be safe. I recently heard that Fengzhong is rife with sworn brothers. Qingjue was unfamiliar with the term sworn brothers, prompting Leihe to explain. While the military boasts a few entertainers, their numbers are limited. Thus, some men form bonds in pairs, becoming sworn brothers to one another. She then advised Qingjue, consider your 1,000 youthful companions. You would be but one individual. There would not be enough quarters for them to share. If each were to have a room of their own, how vast would your residence need to be? And if 2 or 3 were to share a room, would you not fear? Qingjue, this is not mere alarmism, is it? Your Highness? Liao Liao nodded slightly. Qingjue, with resolute determination, declared, then I shall forego it. 1,000 handsome young men, each requiring 3 meals a day. And with each meal consisting of at least 1 bowl, that amounts to 3 bowls per person. How could I possibly afford such extravagance? It would be a waste of money. Leihe was amused by the little girl's remarks. Moreover, you see, I have borne 4 children, and it was not of my own volition. The risk of encountering a man carries such consequences. You, a mere child, remain oblivious to the pains of childbirth. One misstep could result in calamity. She pondered for a moment, shivering involuntarily, suddenly recalling a long-forgotten event. Leihe was present, and thus she refrained from speaking. When Leihe departed, she hurriedly approached Liao Liao. I recollect a time during my stay in the palace when a consort of the emperor became pregnant. She was of a similar age to mine, slender and petite, standing at such a height. As she spoke, she gestured towards Liao Liao, depicting the diminutive consort. Then Qingjue extended her hands in a circular motion, exclaiming that her belly was of such magnitude. As she spoke, she nodded emphatically, underscoring the enormity of the belly. Liao Liao listened quietly, offering no response. Qin Zhuo, undeterred, continued. At that time, I was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, only remembering that the deconsort was exceedingly irate, for the emperor held a deep fondness for that consort. The deconsort feared that if she successfully bore a son, it would pose a significant challenge to her own position. That was a rare moment of tenderness from her mother, a softness that had always belonged to her elder brother. Due to her own clumsiness and pleasing others, she often shrank back in various situations, leaving her mother feeling embarrassed. One day, she secretly ventured out to play and somehow found herself near the concubine's quarters. This concubine held a low rank, lacking her own palace, and resided in the side hall of the favored concubine, De Fei. Each time the emperor visited, De Fei would be overjoyed. But the moment she spotted him seeking out that concubine, her joy would swiftly dissipate. The emperor's displeasure would cast a shadow over De Fei, whose emotions were entirely dependent on him, leaving no room for her individuality. That particular night, she gave birth. The emperor adored her, truly. In an effort to convince herself, Qin Zhuo reiterated, he really, truly liked her. Liao Liao remained silent, patiently awaiting her to continue. However, the cries from within were so loud that De Fei, reveling in her misfortune from within the hall, declared that the woman was surely beyond hope. After spending over an hour on her appearance, she went to console the emperor. But Qin Zhuo overheard the emperor's words. His first inquiry was not about the favored concubine's well-being, but rather, is it a boy or a girl? Reflecting on that moment now sends a chill down Qin Zhuo's spine. That was the essence of imperial favor. From that point onward, she grew increasingly hesitant to approach the emperor. Regardless of De Fei's wrath or scolding, she dared not confront him. She perceived that affection as an ethereal castle in the sky, insubstantial and elusive. Yet, should it come crashing down, it would surely cost her life. Liao Liao and R.A. were correct. She no longer wished to nurture beautiful young men. Qin Zhuo vigorously shook her head, asserting, I am perfectly fine on my own. At this moment, Haiyue entered, saying, Princess, the situation with the camp entertainers has been handled. I have arranged for them to temporarily reside in a clean tent, although a portion of them is already gravely ill and may not survive. Young Qin Zhu, who was not permitted to remain at the scene, quickly inquired, How are they now? Haiyue replied, They are not entirely foolish. The first one acted, and the rest could not remain idle. However, there are still 12 who refuse to wield a knife. Liao Liao remarked, Once their ailments are cured, let these 12 fend for themselves. We need not concern ourselves further with them. Fools. A bunch of fools. On the golden lawn hall, the emperor, draped in his magnificent dragon robe, seethed with rage, forcefully slamming the report in his hand onto the ground. The hall fell into a profound silence. Not a soul dared to provoke the emperor's ire at that moment. The emperor's chest heaved violently, almost stifling his breath, his heart aflame with frustration as he struggled to find a fitting outlet for his fury. How much effort has the court invested in you each year, only for you to squander your salaries without accomplishing a single thing? He struck the armrest of the dragon throne with his palm, the uneven patterns causing sharp pain in his hand, yet it paled in comparison to the tempest of anger raging within him. The border held an army of 400,000. How many fierce men could the people of Longbei muster? How could they so effortlessly be subdued? The ministers, filled with trepidation, wished to bury their heads in the ground, not daring to utter a single breath. Even the most esteemed crown prince chose to prioritize his own safety. Who would dare speak? You ask, given the circumstances, how shall we proceed? The emperor, having unleashed his fury, finally compelled himself to regain composure, inquiring with a tone still tinged with agitation. Speak. Each of you has rendered yourselves mute. As he observed the ministers, each preoccupied with self-preservation, his previously quelled anger flared once more. After a moment's hesitation, the crown prince stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Father, I believe Meng Yutong could lead in place of his father. General Meng is renowned for his prowess and has demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the court. It would be wise for your majesty to consider this option. The third prince, Cheng Yi, had remained silent, cautious as he feared the repercussions of his sister's unforeseen capabilities. Having vanquished Khan Hongqua and ascended as the ruler of Longbei, his mother had long been the target of the emperor's ire due to her actions, and he was wary of any fallout that might ensue. Thus he treaded lightly, fearful of inciting the emperor's wrath. The emperor pondered briefly and asked, What do you all think? The ministers were eager to find someone to take on this contentious dilemma, and since it was the crown prince who had suggested it, they all nodded in agreement. The emperor took a deep breath and declared, "In that case, let General Hu Benlin first proceed to Chuzhou to establish a defensive line against the invading forces from Longbei, and subsequently instruct Meng Yutong to lead the troops from Inzhou to join him. Together, they shall expel the ambitious intruders from Longbei. Your Majesty is indeed wise." The emperor felt a considerable weight lifted from his mind as these matters began to clarify. Upon becoming a prince consort, Meng Yutong ceased to serve within the palace. Outside, he wore a mask of forced cheerfulness, unwilling to reveal his true feelings. While internally he exuded an imposing presence, particularly towards the fourth princess. Though he could no longer engage in human relations, he directed all his animosity towards her. Believing that had she not insisted, he would not have fallen out with the sixth princess, nor would he have been rendered incapable of fulfilling his role as a man. The fourth princess, under the impression that he harbored resentment towards her, felt an overwhelming guilt regarding the sixth princess. Convinced that her involvement had led to the separation of the two, resulting in her sister being sent away for marriage, leaving Meng Yutong and her worlds apart. Although this union was not her intention, she accepted her mother's actions as being for her own sake, submitting without protest. The matter of Meng Yutong's condition was known only to him and Meng Tuo. Even Madame Meng remained oblivious. All she understood was that her son had been married to a princess for a year without any sign of her pregnancy, which she feared might hinder her son's prospects. However, she hesitated to suggest taking a concubine, as the fourth princess was gentle in temperament, and the empress was known to be difficult to deal with. Should the empress discover that she had encouraged her son to take a concubine, it could spell disaster for the Meng family. Yet, the princess's inability to conceive could hardly be attributed to her son, who had spent most of his youth serving in the military. Madame Ming saw her son only a handful of times throughout the year, and it felt as though he had grown into adulthood in the blink of an eye, arriving at the time for marriage and family. She felt a mixture of pride and sorrow. The saying that a man forgets his mother upon marrying proved true. For her son's heart now belonged solely to the princess, leaving little room for his biological mother. Upon the arrival of news regarding Meng Tuo's disappearance in the Longbei grasslands, Madame Ming clung to her son as if he were a lifeline, unwilling to release her grasp. Frequently plagued by headaches and ailments, she demanded the fourth princess's attendance, while also insisting that her son keep a watchful eye over her. Day in and day out, she harassed the fourth princess, only to later lament the princess's inability to bear children. Now, with the emperor's decree, it was akin to a thunderclap from Madame Ming. Why, amidst so many military officials in the court, must her son, Yu Tang, be sent to battle? Although Meng Yu Tang led a despondent existence, devoid of purpose, he held profound respect for his father. Even if the emperor did not summon him, he would have sought ways to join the fray. Thus, the imperial edict aligned with his own desires. Madame Ming initially intended to dissuade her son from departing, yet the weight of the imperial command was insurmountable, and her son remained resolute. With tears streaming down her face, she implored, "If you leave like this, what shall I do? You leave me with no heir. Your father is already gone. If anything were to happen to you, how would I survive?" Hearing his mother repeatedly mention the continuation of the family line, Meng Yutang's complexion turned pale. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Do not fret, mother. In my absence, the princess will look after you. I do not wish for her care. If this pampered princess does not allow me to serve her, I would consider myself fortunate." Madame Ming wept bitterly, intent on compelling Meng Yutang to secure an heir. With several days remaining before his departure, she had already selected beautiful and nurturing maidens for him. One for each night. Surely, none of her efforts would be in vain. Meng Yutang, however, remained resolute, unwilling to accept the beauty his mother offered. In the eyes of the fourth princess, this was a testament to his vow to remain chaste for the sake of the sixth sister, which only deepened her sense of guilt. She lamented that had it not been for her presence, these two would have long since united in matrimony, and thus would not be torn apart. Meanwhile, Madame Ming grew increasingly resentful of the princess's jealousy, feeling that, since she could not bear children herself, she ought not to hinder her son from finding happiness with another. Once Meng Yutang departed, the fourth princess became even more attentive and caring than before, a level of devotion she had never shown, even in the face of the empress's illness. Alas, Madame Ming could not perceive her goodness, believing that the fourth princess had bewitched her son, rendering him soulless. What kind of bride remains childless for over a year? Was this not a threat to the Ming family's lineage? Naturally, she harbored no goodwill towards the fourth princess, now rendered a shell of his former self. Meng Yutong sought solace in drunken revelry at home, all the while fearing the servants might glimpse his physical shortcomings should he indulge too deeply. Once, he had professed a desire to elope with the sixth princess and even to die for her. Yet, in truth, the absence of a single piece of flesh had turned his affection into animosity. The chasm between them had grown into an abyss of blood and vengeance. And given the opportunity, how could Meng Yutong refrain from exacting revenge? According to the emperor's orders, Meng Yutong was first to lead 20,000 soldiers by water to Yinzhou. After taking command of the Yinzhou army, he would then maneuver towards Chuzhou, the region closest to the borders, where he would join General Hu Binlin in fortifying their defenses against external threats. Chuzhou's geography made it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Although the Longbei army was fierce, they might not breach their stronghold. The kingdom boasted two renowned generals of both wisdom and valor, Meng Tuo and Hu Binlin. The latter, though brave and cunning, possessed a narrow-minded disposition, particularly towards Meng Tuo, leading to a long-standing rivalry between the two. Despite Hu Binlin's numerous shortcomings, the emperor remains fond of him. With Hu Binlin around, Meng Tuo would not overshadow his sovereign. The two men mutually restrain each other, allowing the emperor to rest easy. Now, Meng Tuo is likely facing dire consequences, making Hu Binlin the most suitable candidate. However, while Hu Binlin possesses evident strengths, his fatal flaws are glaring. He is prone to emotional decision-making. Over the years, he and Meng Tuo have remained closely matched, with the emperor's deliberate balancing act leading to Meng Tuo's subtle superiority, which has left Hu Binlin with lingering dissatisfaction. At last, with Meng Tuo in trouble, he takes command of the troops heading to Chuzhou, only to find that His Majesty has appointed Meng Yutong to assist him instead. According to the laws of Fenghua, a royal son-in-law is forbidden from engaging in politics and may only hold trivial official positions, clearly indicating the emperor's lack of trust in him. Although Qing's ideas are commendable, I believe they are overly complicated. What should be done? Is there any amusement in fostering mutual suspicion between the two? It would be far better to incite them into enmity, allowing the troops from Longbei to reap the benefits. Unbeknownst to many, a rumor has begun circulating within the Chuzhou army that General Meng Yutong, who leads the Yinzhou troops sent by the court, is in fact an untrustworthy eunuch. The princess has been married for over a year without conceiving, and Mrs. Meng's daily dissatisfaction suggests that the one truly ailing is not the princess, but rather Meng Yutong himself. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger. If a falsehood is perpetuated long enough, it can become a truth. And the longer a truth is shared, the more it solidifies. Hu Binlin mused that such absurd rumors could not possibly hold any truth. Yet he found himself compelled to investigate further. After severing his roots, Meng Yutong found himself in a state of considerable physical discomfort, often succumbing to bleeding and unable to stand during urination. The toll on his body was significant, compounded by his despondency and indulgence in alcohol, which led to a decline in his physical prowess. Despite his efforts to exercise caution, he was not in the familiar surroundings of the Meng family. Hu Binlin stood on equal footing with him. If Hu were to investigate, concealment would be impossible. Even before a confrontation, Meng Yutong frequently required medicinal ointments and clean water, as if he had sustained a grave injury. Yet, if he were truly wounded, he ought to seek the company of the military physician accompanying him. Meng Yutong feigned indifference, suggesting that something more sinister was at play. Hu Binlin was elated. If he could bring Meng Yutong to his knees, he would undoubtedly become the sole authority within the army. Meng Tuo's dominance was one matter, but what was Meng Tuo's son in comparison? Did he deserve to stand alongside him, to ride over him in arrogance? Consequently, Hu Binlin orchestrated an extraordinary banquet under the pretext of rewarding the troops from Yinzhou for their long journey, compelling Meng Yutong to consume copious amounts of wine. The vice-commanders took turns toasting him, leaving Meng Yutong with no choice but to comply. Hu Binlin further tested him with the allure of beautiful singing maidens. Yet Meng Yutong, ever the honorable gentleman, remained unaffected by their charms, solidifying Hu Binlin's belief that he had truly become a shell of his former self. Meng Yutong sensed impending misfortune. Despite his exceptional tolerance for alcohol, he found himself inexplicably feeble after just a few cups of diluted wine. The maidens, eager to fawn over him, could not be brushed aside. In a moment of carelessness, a wine jug toppled, spilling its contents all over the floor and leaving Meng Yutong's attire in disarray. As the maidens rushed to assist him, he merely wished to wave them away and rise to leave, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength. These songstresses, under the orders of Hu Binlin, hastily stripped Meng Yutong of his dignity, leaving him in a state of utter humiliation. It was an astute observer who, with a sudden exclamation, drew the attention of the surrounding generals, who gasped in astonishment. Hu Binlin feigned anxiety, yet his eyes betrayed a palpable malice, suggesting a deliberate scheme. That night, Meng Yutong endured the most humiliating experience of his life. While Hu Binlin quickly assisted him to his feet and pretended to cover him with his outer garment, Meng Yutong was acutely aware that this was all a calculated act on Hu Binlin's part. The following morning, Hu Binlin awoke in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune, convinced that, after such an incident, Meng Yutong would have no choice but to leave the military in disgrace. He mused that it would be better for him to find a tree and end his shame, as a eunuch had no right to lead troops into battle. He was hardly a man at all. Once Meng Yutong sobered up, he realized that Hu Binlin had ensnared him in this trap. Consumed with hatred for Hu Binlin, he could only feign illness to avoid contact, even shunning the soldiers who brought him food and water, as if every pair of eyes upon him were stifling laughter. Hu Binlin, in his audacity, came to visit, pretending to express concern with insincere pleasantries, before saying with a feigned worry, "General Meng, you need not take this to heart. We serve our sovereign, and this trivial matter is nothing. As long as we have hands and feet, we can serve the emperor. What say you, General Meng?" Meng Yutong clenched his fists tightly, while Hu Binlin, noticing the darkening expression on his face, could hardly suppress his laughter. He patted Meng Yutong's shoulder twice with a condescending demeanor, declaring, "After all, I have known your father for quite some time. Rest assured, should you have any needs, do not hesitate to seek me out. Given our age difference, General Meng, I dare to presume to call myself uncle." As he spoke, his gaze wandered to Meng Yutong's lower body, his expression of malicious glee contrasting starkly with his ostensibly sincere tone. Meng Yutong felt an overwhelming urge to slay this scoundrel. Hu Binlin's incessant provocations were relentless. Meng Yutong repeatedly admonished himself to consider the greater good, recognizing that the ongoing conflict with Long Bei was of utmost importance. The matter with Hu Binlin could be settled later in the autumn. However, Hu Binlin, oblivious to the boundaries of civility, continued his taunts. From that point onward, whenever he encountered Meng Yutong, he would offer insincere words of consolation, prompting knowing smiles from the accompanying officers, which only fueled Meng Yutong's mounting fury and resentment. It felt as though a taut string within him was primed to snap at any moment, leading him to lose his composure entirely. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Meng Yutong could bear it no longer. With a sharp sound, he drew his blade and aimed a lethal strike at Hu Binlin's lower abdomen. After a piercing scream, Hu Binlin collapsed to the ground, wailing incessantly. The commotion was so loud that within the tent, there were more than a dozen generals present, all of whom were momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. However, Meng Yutong felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction. With the bloodied knife still in hand, his cold gaze swept across the tent, and every person who met his eyes quickly averted their gaze in trepidation. Just as Meng Yutong reveled in his triumph, the sound of drums suddenly echoed from outside. It was an enemy attack. How could this be? The Long Bei army was besieging the city. The Long Bei army struck with such unexpected ferocity that the Chuzhou forces found themselves caught off guard. One of their commanders writhed on the ground in agony, while the other, having endured days of torment, was on the brink of mental collapse. When the Long Bei army arrived just 20 miles outside Chuzhou, the defenders maintained a solemn vigilance against potential ambushes. Yet, once the Long Bei army settled in, no one anticipated that they would choose today to launch an assault. Haiwawa, wielding a spear, led her troops into battle. Even without the enhancement of extreme cold energy, the women of Long Bei were remarkably strong and fierce. An unstoppable force akin to celestial beings descending to earth. The front lines of Chuzhou's army trembled with fear, their weapons trembling in their hands. Meng Yutong, forcing himself into his armor, prepared to fight. Although Haiwawa had never seen him, she had heard of his reputation. She cast a glance at him and burst into laughter, mocking, "How can Fengwa send a eunuch to lead the troops? Are there no men left?" Stung by this profound humiliation, Meng Yutong felt a surge of rage rising within him, and with a roar, he retaliated. Heimunhua feared that he was neither ruthless nor swift enough. Amidst laughter, she yearned to test the martial prowess of this renowned general from the Feng Kingdom. However, upon engaging in combat, disappointment washed over her. Meng Yutong was rather lackluster, wielding his blade with feeble strength, relying solely on fervor. He appeared utterly haggard, scarcely able to withstand a single blow. With a deft thrust, she unseated him from his steed and inquired, Is this truly the extent of capability possessed by the men of Feng? Meng Yutong, too, sensed an anomaly. The strength of the women from Long Bay exceeded his expectations. When she hurled him from his horse, he could barely maintain his grip on the hilt of his knife, only to be swiftly captured and rendered a prisoner. Hu Binlin suffered a similar fate, and He Munhua confined the two together. Hu Binlin, bleeding profusely, grimaced in agony, blaming Meng Yutong for his predicament. With Chuzhou fallen and Feng Kingdom teetering on the brink of disaster, he deemed all of this Meng Yutong's fault. In the face of Hu Binlin's accusations, Meng Yutong vehemently refused to accept any blame. The Long Bay soldiers guarding the two exchanged exasperated glances heavenward, and one snapped, "What are you bickering about? You are both defeated generals. Perhaps you should contemplate how to plead for mercy and survive." With Chuzhou under siege, Commander Hu Binlin and Meng Yutong had been captured. It would be understandable had they fought valiantly but succumbed. Instead, infighting between the two had granted Long Bay a golden opportunity. The Empress sighed, "Your Majesty, given the circumstances, it may be wise to submit for now. Once we meet with the sixth princess, there may yet be room for negotiation." The Emperor, filled with rage, opened his mouth to retort but was overcome with sorrow as he recognized the truth in the Empress's words. The realization struck him that he had unwittingly allowed the sixth princess to escape. What difference was there between that and releasing a tiger back into the mountains? By nurturing her ambitions, he had invited today's backlash. "I apologize to the late Emperor and to my ancestors." Upon hearing this, the Empress felt a deep ache in her heart. She wished to offer words of comfort, but found herself at a loss for how to begin. Suddenly, cries of lamentation erupted from outside the hall. It was the Defei coming to seek forgiveness. The Empress's expression darkened, yet the Emperor gently patted her hand, saying, "Let it be, Zitong. After all, she is Xiao Lu's birth mother. Although Xiao Lu harbors countless grievances against me, there remains a bond of maternal affection between them. You have suffered all these years." The Empress felt a lump in her throat. The years of toil, weariness, and the treachery she endured seemed to find solace in the Emperor's rare understanding. She forgot how many times he had vented his anger upon her, or the countless instances of emotional torment she had endured. In those simple 4 words, she felt that her life had not been in vain. Young couples grow old together, she thought, and there is nothing wrong with that. The sovereign ultimately understands who truly shares his heart. With a gentle tone, she replied, "This is all that a humble servant ought to do. Your Majesty need not worry. The faults of Xiao Lu are mine to bear, and I shall indeed seek forgiveness from her." Had she not torn apart Xiao Lu and Meng Yutong for the sake of her daughter, perhaps today's tragedy of a fallen nation and a shattered family would not have come to pass. If that is the case, I am willing to pay the price with my life. The second snowflake, 19, "Your Majesty, are you truly determined to?" The elder matron's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at the queen, who was donning the ceremonial robes and the phoenix crown. "The sixth princess ought to address you as Mother Empress. Perhaps if you plead with Consort Da, she might utter a few words in your favor before the sixth princess." The queen adjusted her crown, her demeanor both regal and solemn, as she gazed into the bronze mirror, her expression wistful. How swiftly time has passed. "I have aged so significantly." The matron, who had accompanied her for decades, felt a profound ache in her heart upon witnessing the queen's state. "Even if you do not think of yourself, you must consider the princess. It is precisely for Che Yu's sake that I act thus. Given Xiao Lu's capabilities, it stands to reason that my schemes to betroth her would not remain concealed. Who, do you suppose, is the one she despises most?" The matron was momentarily rendered speechless. The queen closed her eyes and sighed. "At this juncture, I can only hope that after I atone with my death, Xiao Lu may spare Che Yu. After all, they are blood sisters. Yet, Consort Da harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. Only in my demise does Che Yu have a chance for redemption. But," the matron's eyes reddened with urgency, "you are also left with no choice. Whether it is right or wrong, it matters little, matron." The queen remained silent for a long while before softly continuing. "If it were not for," she abruptly smiled, a hint of self-mockery in her expression. The matron, however, understood the unfinished thought, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. At this moment, the palace lay in utter disarray, as palace maids and eunuchs scattered in panic. Amid the turmoil, the queen, adorned in her regal attire and bearing a solemn demeanor, stood out conspicuously. She possessed her own dignity, refusing to kneel before anyone, for she donned the royal garments to affirm her identity. The troops from Long Bay breached the palace gates, with Liao leading the charge on horseback. Upon spotting the queen approaching through the smoke and flames, she tilted her head in curiosity. A timid and introverted young princess could not have undergone a drastic transformation after being sent away for marriage. The only possibility was that her unassuming nature was a fade. Just as the queen felt a sense of unease, Liao Liao inquired, "Who are you?" The queen stood frozen, as did her attendant, and after a long moment, she replied tremulously, "I am the queen." Liao Liao then scrutinized the queen from head to toe and remarked, "I do not recognize this attire." Although she had seen the queen before, those encounters had never showcased such extravagant adornment. Even Liao Liao, who despised such fineries, couldn't help but marvel, while Hai Yuehua, who retained a slight fondness for beauty, was taken aback. This outfit must weigh dozens of pounds. How can one wield a sword while burdened by such heavy garments? The queen, believing Liao Liao sought to humiliate her deliberately, how could she not recognize who she was? Found herself in a situation of overwhelming odds, and thus could only endure. She addressed Liao Liao. "It was I who forced you into marriage. This was solely my doing. I beseech you to spare my daughter's life for the sake of your sisterhood with Yu. I am willing to sacrifice my own life in atonement." As she spoke, she unsheathed a dagger and pressed it against her throat, her gaze cold and indifferent. Gently squeezing the horse's belly, she disregarded the queen entirely and continued forward. Qingjua, riding her own horse, was at a disadvantage due to her short legs. While Liao Liao could afford to ignore the queen, she could not. As Leihe rode past her, he pulled Qingjua down from her mount while mocking the queen, saying, "If you dare to kill the emperor, I might actually respect you a little." Fearing that if she dismounted too slowly, the queen might truly take her own life, Qingjua hurriedly rushed forward, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Your Majesty, please do not die." The young girl was as cold as ice, and when she clung to the queen's leg, the queen shivered slightly. Qingjua held on tightly, pleading, "Don't die. If you do, who will take care of the fourth princess? She is nearly being bullied to death by Meng Yutong." Qingjua understood the queen better than anyone, recognizing that the queen's only vulnerability was the fourth princess. The fourth princess would only bring good news, never speaking ill of the Meng family, and had strictly ordered her maids not to inform the queen of any troubles. Moreover, Meng Yutong was adept at feigning deep affection, and the entire capital praised their romantic bond, leading the queen to believe that her daughter and the prince consort were truly in love. Though the queen did not know Qingjua, the girl's words struck a chord of alarm within her, prompting her to ask, "What do you mean?" Qingjua released her grip, leaped up, and snatched the dagger from the queen. Seeing such a small child, the queen hesitated to contest her. Once Qingjua had seized the dagger,